You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
All right, men, we've got clear skies and a calm sea. Now let's get this ship back on course.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Smith, what is your present course and speed?
Steaming on course 26 degrees true. Speed 10 knots, sir.
Very well. Come right to new course 270 and indicate turns for 15 knots.
Aye, aye, sir. Helmsman, come right to new course 270.
Aye, sir. Coming right to new course 270.
All engines ahead standard. Indicate 126 turns for 15 knots.
Aye, sir. Engine room. All engines ahead standard 126 turns for 15 knots. Engine room answers. All engines ahead standard 126 turns for 15 knots, sir.
All secure, Captain.
Glad to hear it, Ensign. Any damage?
No, sir. We took in a lot of water in the storm, though. That was one heck of a swell back there.
I'm aware of the storm, Mr. Marmer. I'm also aware of the swell. And what I'm also aware of is that that boat was not properly hoisted. A 13-year-old Sea Scout would have rigged it in a stored position.
Right, sir.
You can tell the chief boatswain's mate that I want to see him in my quarters, on the double.
Aye, aye, sir.
Chief Bosun's mate Bell reporting is ordered, sir.
At ease, Chief. That shouldn't be too difficult for you, should it?
Sir?
That state of being at ease. You're the champion of the fleet when it comes to being at ease, Bell.
I don't understand, sir.
The devil you don't. This couldn't be clearer to you if it came in diagrams. You are the chief bosun's mate on board this ship. You run the deck division, you handle the rigging in and out, you supervise the heavy equipment, and there are 8 or 10 other cardinal duties you are responsible for, not the least of which, chief bosun's mate Bell, is the proper securing of the whale boat. Now, last night we had a bad swell, and that boat should have been rigged in. Instead, it was left swung out, and as a result, she's 80% damaged and filled up like a swimming pool. Question, Chief. Where were you?
Begging the captain's pardon.
Don't beg my pardon. Just tell me, in a brief explanatory way, why you couldn't handle the initiatives of a chief bosun's mate, and why the efficiency of this ship has had to suffer as a result. We had 9 hours notice of that storm, Bell. This ship should have been 100% prepared. It wasn't, and I want to know why.
I did all I could, sir. I haven't been feeling up to par.
Did you report to sickbay?
No, sir.
Speak up, Chief.
No, sir, I didn't report to sickbay.
Look, Chief, I'm not in the business to pistol whip my crew. I want a tight ship, that's true, but I happen to care very much if any one of my sailors has a problem and can't function because of it. You've rated 4-0 all the way down the line for as long as you've served on this ship. And then suddenly, in the past 3 days, you stowed all your seamanship in a trunk someplace and came up with a bunch of dumb-head boners that I would expect from a 17-year-old boot. Bell, what is the problem? There is a problem, huh?
No problems, sir. I'll watch it in the future.
All right, Chief. We'll leave it that way, then. If you want to bend my ear at any time, you know where my cabin is. I'm available. Keep that in mind.
Yes, sir. I will, sir.
All right, then. That'll do it.
Aye, aye, sir.
Chief? Hey, Chief, are you all right?
What?
You okay, Chief? You looked a little woozy there.
Yeah, I'm okay.
What am I listening to?
Sir, contact bearing 280, 1100 yards, echo quality sharp. Evaluate as possible submarine.
Submarine?
But not moving, sir. Dead in the water.
Shift the control to listen.
Sounds like hammering or something, sir.
Bridge sonar.
Bridge eye.
We have contact, bearing 030 degrees true, range 1100 yards. Appears to be a metal object.
What kind of object, Sonar?
We can't tell, sir. From the sound of it, it's some kind of small ship, perhaps a sub-hull.
Bridge, aye. Sonar reports a contact, Captain. Evaluation is a possible submarine.
A possible what? Stay on course. I'm going down to the sonar shack.
Incident 100 miles off the coast of Guadalcanal. Time 1963. A United States naval destroyer on what has been a most uneventful cruise, except for a few tense moments with a storm front. Nothing unusual. But in a moment, they're going to send a man down 30 fathoms and check on a noisemaker. Someone or something tapping on cold steel. You may or may not have read the results in a naval report, because Captain Beecham and his crew have just set a course that will lead this ship and everyone on it deep into the Twilight Zone.
And now, back to our story from the Twilight Zone, The 30-Fathom Grave, starring Blair Underwood, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
That's it, huh?
That's the sound, sir.
How long have you been in contact?
About 3 minutes, sir.
That's a funny one. Sounds like tapping on metal, doesn't it?
That's what I think, sir.
Bridge. Change course to 030 and reduce speed to 5 knots. Try to make contact by underwater telephone.
I've already tried, sir. I get no response.
Listen, it stopped now.
Just like that?
Sonar still has the contact, sir. I'll leave it on.
Stay on it. I'll be on the bridge.
Steady on course 030.
All engines ahead, 1/3. 50 RPMs for 5 knots, sir.
Maintain course and speed.
Anything in sight?
Nothing, sir.
We're directly over the object.
All right, all engines stop.
All engines stop.
Aye, sir. All engines stop. Engine room answers, sir. All engines stopped. Do you hear it, sir?
Wait, hold it. Hold it. I want dead quiet all over the ship. Tell those sailors on deck to can it.
Ain't that a kick in the head? What do you suppose it is?
Ghost, man. Ghosts. What do you think it is, Chief?
I'm not sure.
I've never heard nothing like that before.
Stow it! Let's keep it quiet down there.
They want us to be quiet so they can listen to it. What I want to know is, listen to what?
Where you going, Belle?
I don't feel so good.
You don't look so good either.
Make it stop. My head.
Easy, Belle. You fall overboard.
I said quiet out here. What's the problem?
We got a man down, sir.
What happened?
Nothing. Looks like you fainted.
We'll get him down to sickbay.
Yes, sir.
Where am I?
In the sick bay. You all right now, Belle?
Yes, I'm okay, Doc. What?
You blacked out up there.
I said I'm okay.
You better stay horizontal for a little while longer. I'm serious. Captain's orders.
I'll be all right.
I wouldn't doubt it, but right now you look like a Class A shipwreck.
We still stopped?
Still stopped. They're all curious as to what's making the noise.
That noise?
What's the trouble?
It's just such an odd feeling.
What kind of feeling?
I can't describe it.
Lie back down now.
What's the needle for?
Just relax, Chief. Get some sleep. This'll help.
Sure. Sure. That's all I need. A little sleep. Doc?
Yeah, Belle?
What do you suppose is down there?
Don't worry about it. You just go to sleep. Whatever it is, the captain will know what to do.
I want you to stay grafted to me, Lieutenant.
Sir?
take notes on everything that happens from now on. I may turn in a report that'll stick me on a garbage tanker or even a naval hospital. I want 15 witnesses at my hearing who are on my side.
Could be a sub, and we could be hearing it. It's only about 30 fathoms.
Yeah, sure, it could be a sub, mister. That's probably what it is, but what about this sub? Has it got 2 arms and a fist? Because somebody's making noise down there. We have a diver on board?
Yes, sir.
What's his name?
McClure in the 1st Division. He's a qualified diver.
Tell him to report on the double. We'll send him down. Have him knock on the door.
I see. And then what, sir?
We'll see who invites him in.
McClure reporting, sir.
You're the diver?
Right, sir.
All right, I'm going to give it to you straight, McClure. Now here's the picture. There's something down there, directly below us.
Something, sir?
We don't know what it is yet, just that it's a metal object about the size of a sub-hull. That's where you come in. I want you to get your equipment and go down there. Stay in contact from the moment you hit water to the moment you reach it, understood?
I understand.
Whatever that object is, there may be somebody inside, or at least something that's making the noise. When you get down there, I want you to listen closely and tell me what you hear. We may be getting it distorted.
Yes, sir.
All right, then, hop to it.
Aye, sir.
What we're hearing doesn't make any sense. It's crazy.
It is that, Lieutenant.
But if it isn't a sub, sir, what is it?
Maybe it's a Spanish galleon, Lieutenant, with a treasure chest and a loose lid that's off its hinges. Or maybe it's just our imagination.
Well, we'll sure find out. As soon as he suits up, they'll lower him down. And then we'll know.
I sure hope so, Lieutenant. One way or another. I hope you're right.
Bridge, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. This is the captain. Keep talking.
Yes, sir.
What do you see, McClure?
It's a sub, sir. No question about that.
Have you reached her?
I'm standing right alongside, sir. I don't hear anything, though.
McClure?
Her bow is buried about 15 feet into the bottom. I can't read any identification. It's covered. Or rusted over.
On the side of the conning tower, McClure. Can you read a number there?
No, sir. There's damage. Number's been obliterated.
McClure, you hear that?
Yes, sir, I do. It's coming from midship. I'm moving toward there now.
Tap on the hull, McClure. See if you can get a response. Was that you, McClure?
Yes, sir. No response, sir. I don't hear anything anymore.
McClure, there should be 3 hatches. On the bow, on the conning tower, and on the stern. Is the ship upright?
She's upright, sir. At about a 30-degree angle.
I understand, McClure. Climb up on her deck and check the hatches. See if you can open them.
The bow hatch is buried, sir. I can't get through to that. But wait a minute. I'll check on the one over the conning tower.
McClure, what's the condition?
The conning tower hatch is all bent, sir. I can't move the wheel. The whole deck appears to have been strafed. Wait a minute. Hatch on the stern the same way, sir. I can't turn her. Whoever she is, sir, she must have caught it.
Say again, McClure. She must have what?
Caught it, sir. The whole deck is pockmarked with shell damage. Machine gun damage, too.
Is that you, McClure?
No, sir. It's coming from inside the hull.
Answer it, McClure. Answer it right away.
This is crazy.
McClure, can you pinpoint the sound? Can you tell precisely where it's coming from?
I think it's... Wait a minute. Yes, sir. Directly midship, just below the tower.
Keep trying. We have to know whether anyone's inside that sub.
Now, back to the 30-fathom grave on the Twilight Zone.
No more contact, sir.
Stay on it for as long as you can, McClure. Come up when you're ready.
Aye, aye, sir.
Get the comm, officer. I want to send a message. Action is 7th Fleet, info to SyncPack. Appraise them of the situation. Get on it.
Yes, sir. Radio bridge.
Radio I.
Captain wants a message. Action to comm 7th Fleet. Info SyncPack Fleet. Have located sunken sub. Position latitude 09-30-00 south. Longitude 160-48-00 east. Request, confirm location of all known sinkings this area. Will remain this area until further advised. Precedence, operational, immediate.
Aye, sir.
Any ideas, Captain?
An even dozen, but every one of them nullifies the one ahead of it. If it's one of our subs, we should have gotten a report on it. And even if it's somebody else's, why haven't they gone out the torpedo tubes?
That's what I was thinking, sir.
Which brings us down to another common denominator. That sub has been hit by shell fire. So, whatever action took place must have happened within a period of hours, or else there wouldn't be anyone still alive. But there's been no action. We'd have seen it, or heard it. They put them all together and they spell nothing. When McClure comes up, tell him to dry off and report to the Sonar shack. That's where I'll be. How you doing, McClure?
Fine, sir. I could use some hot coffee.
Well, you can drink a gallon of it if you want. Just tell me. What did we find out?
I don't know, sir.
I don't know either, Bosun. Just tell me what you do know.
There's somebody inside her. I'd lay odds on that. 3 or 4 times when I pounded on the hull, that's when somebody answered me.
Well, what about the sub itself? Could you judge her length?
Well, I guess her to be about 300 feet, sir. Maybe 25 feet midship.
Sounds like one of ours.
She looks like one of ours. There were ballast tanks and flooding ports on the underside.
She's moving, sir.
Now, that was the other thing, Captain. She wasn't stuck in tight. Deep, yes, but not tight. She seemed to be swaying.
You still cold, McClure?
I've been warmer, sir.
And you will be again, but right now you're going to get colder. I want you to check her bow. Maybe she's pulled herself loose and you can finally read that number.
Sonar, bridge.
Go ahead, bridge.
Comm 7th Fleet reports no sinkings of any kind. Authorizes us to remain on scene and operate at own discretion for salvage and rescue.
Roger.
Can do, McClure?
I'll do my best, sir.
Look at it this way. What a dandy story you can tell your grandchildren on some dark, rainy night.
They gonna believe me, sir?
I'm not sure I will, but if you can get me a number or a name off that hull, we may be able to sleep tonight after all.
Yes, sir.
I've got a question for you, Mr. Smith.
What's that, sir?
If they're in there and alive and can't use the torpedo tubes, how do we get them out?
Bridge.
Go ahead, McClure. This is the captain.
She's pulled herself out, sir. Here's your number. 714.
714. Make a note of that, Lieutenant Smith.
Yes, sir.
Well, that means she's one of ours. Come on up and get a broiled steak on me, McClure. Smith, hand me the book with the hull numbers.
Here you are, sir.
Give me that number again.
714.
Here it is. 714. Commission, December 1941. Sunk in action, First Battle of the Solomons, August 7th, 1942.
But, Captain, that was 20 years ago.
Then, Lieutenant, tell me something. Who is inside that sub.
Coffee, sir?
Thanks, Marmer. Quiet night.
It's too quiet. How long's it been now?
About 3 hours.
Is he sending McClure down again?
Beats me. All I know is there's a boiler tender second who's making book in the crew's quarters that the thing below us is a sea monster with 3 heads and we're all living on borrowed time.
I don't know what scares me more, when they pound or when they shut up.
I don't know what scares me more, a 20-year-old sub with somebody alive inside, or what the commander of the Pacific Fleet will say to me when I tell him that. And to compound the problem, I've got a chief bosun's mate with something eating at him.
Bell?
Bell.
What made him black out?
That's part of the problem.
Could be he's dredging up a couple of memories.
What do you mean, memories?
This is World War II revisited for him. He got picked up here after a sinking. That's the way I hear it. He was on a ship that got hit, only survivor or something like that. Got picked up from the water.
Maybe it is dredging up some memories, then.
Here we go again.
What's the matter? They can't make up their minds down there?
There's one more question, an important one.
What's that, Captain?
Who's they?
Hello, sir.
Doc?
How's it coming down there?
Yeah, it's coming. How's your patient?
Asleep, sir. I was just going to get some chow.
Keep me posted. I'll be in my quarters.
Aye, sir.
No. No. No!
What's the matter? Belle! What happened?
I was looking in the mirror and I saw faces. They were staring right at me. They were pointing at me. I know it sounds crazy, but they were there. It was as if I'd been pushed out of the mirror. Ordered out. That's why I had to break it, to make them stop. Doc?
Yeah, Chief.
Do you see me in the pieces of mirror down there on the floor?
Listen to me. I see you right here in front of me. I see you just fine. Remember that. Nobody is ordering you anywhere. You're not going anyplace. We're gonna lick this, Belle. I mean it. We're gonna lick this.
Oh.
Same routine, huh?
Same thing, sir. But it's getting a little fainter, I think. And they don't acknowledge our signals at all. But it's definitely fainter.
It's some piece of equipment. That's what it is. Something loose that's probably swinging back and forth and hitting a bulkhead.
Possible.
That's the only explanation. I mean, well, think about it, Captain. A 20-year-old sub in the deep six since the war? Who could be down there?
Somebody who dies awfully hard. Whoever it is, whatever it is, it's running out of steam. I wouldn't make book on this, but I've got a hunch that if we don't get inside there, and I mean quick, we're gonna miss the boat.
So we go down, and like you said, we knock on the door, but we've done that before.
No, we don't knock on the door this time. Now we kick the door open.
Begging the captain's pardon. You break in that way, and it's a sure bet the pressure will kill whatever's alive down there.
Right, so we do it the one other way we've got. I want you to send a message to ComSub Pack. Tell them we're going to need a submarine rescue ship out here. Give them position and depth and tell them to report to the scene for rescue attempt. Emergency precedence.
The airlock chamber?
No, that's all we've got left, and it's precious little. Get on it right away. I'll be on the bridge.
Radio, Sonar.
Radio I.
The ComSub Pack. Emergency precedence. Request nearest ASR report to position. Latitude 09er-30.
Doc?
Yeah.
You got a cigarette?
Sure, Belle. I'll do it. Your hands are shaking.
Thanks. Doc, will you answer me straight?
I'll try.
Who's outside?
What?
Who's out in the passageway?
Nobody's out there. Why? You think you hear something?
I don't know.
Why should anybody be out in the passageway? Nobody's posting guard on you.
I just felt as if there was somebody out there.
Now, there's nobody out there. Nobody at all. Who did you think it was?
I don't know.
The only thing out there is a long stretch of steel and deck. Nothing else. Come on, you want to take a look?
What's happening to me? Doc, what in God's name is happening?
Chief, you gotta get a grip, or I swear you're gonna talk yourself into a straitjacket. I mean it.
I got the feeling again. Just as if somebody was watching me, pushing at me. Doc?
What, Belle?
I'm scared to open the door.
Then don't. I told you, there is nothing out there.
I'm scared to open it, but I have to. No!
What did you see?
Men!
What men?
All wet! Dripping wet and not alive! They were looking at me!
Listen. I didn't see a thing, Chief, and neither did you.
Oh.
Did you hear me? All you saw was what your scared brain told you to see.
Oh.
That's what it was, what you've talked yourself into. Now pull yourself together, sailor.
But I tell you, I saw it!
Then I'll prove it to you.
No!
See? Nothing, I told you. What the... Water on the floor. And where did that come from? Piece of seaweed.
That about does it, McClure. Go down and try to get a response. It'll help that sub-rescue outfit if they can get a specific location.
How will they get in, sir?
Through the forward torpedo compartment or the stern. Then they'll have to blow each of the 6 other compartments before they can enter.
What if I don't get any answers, sir? We haven't heard from them in almost a half an hour.
If you don't get any answer, come back up. The rescue team will take it from there.
No survivors then, sir. Is that what it'll mean?
That's what it'll mean. They'll bring up bodies, not survivors. Okay, McClure, up to it.
Aye, sir. I've reached the sub, sir. The next noise you hear, that'll be me.
Go ahead, McClure, pound away. Any response?
None, sir. No response anywhere.
Keep trying.
Yes, sir.
McClure?
Captain, I found something here. Wait a minute. I can't make it out.
What about the response? Did you hear anything?
No, sir. Nothing.
Give it a few more minutes.
Yes, sir.
No soap?
No soap. It really frosts me. To get so close to those poor devils and then... The sub-rescue ship is due here at 0300. Keep an eye peeled. I'm going aft to meet McClure.
Aye, sir.
Bet it feels good to get that helmet off.
Oh. Yeah, it sure does. It's so dark down there now. Without the light, I couldn't see a blasted thing. Real spooky. But I found this.
Thanks, McClure. Good job. Go get some chow. I'll need you one more time when the ASR team gets here. You're gonna have to go down as a pathfinder. Give them any help they need. But that won't be for a while.
Excuse me, sir. But you better look at those tags.
You gotta be kidding me.
What's the matter, sir?
Ensign, ask Doc if Chief Bell is well enough to report to my quarters, because I need an explanation for this one. Fast. Go ahead, Bell. Read what it says on these dog tags.
I don't have to, sir. I know what it says.
It says Bell, William J. That's yours.
Yes, sir.
McClure found it on the deck of that sub down there. When did you lose him, Bell?
I lost him a long time ago, sir. 20 years ago.
How?
I don't remember, sir.
Try, Bell. Try to remember.
I was on a ship.
What ship, Bell?
A submarine. The one below us, sir. That was my boat.
Who's making the noise down there, Bell? What's it all about? Do you know?
We were on the surface. It was night. I was a signalman then. I was supposed to put the infrared filter over the signal lights. Otherwise, they would have seen us. They would have seen the light. They would have found us. I don't know what happened. I was scared, clumsy. I dropped the signal light. The filter fell off. They were waiting for us out there. Japanese destroyers. They saw our light. And it was my fault. They let us have it. They straddled us with the first salvo. The captain took the sub down, but it was too late. They unloaded depth charges. And that sub wasn't ever coming up again.
What about you?
I got flung over the side when the first salvo hit. And all that time I was in the water, I could...
You could what?
I could hear the voices of our guys down below me. They were screaming. I know what it is now. This crazy feeling I've had.
What? What is it, Bell?
I got out. One guy out of the whole crew. I got picked up later on by one of our destroyers. But I got out. Do you understand, Captain? I sank that sub. I was responsible, but I got out.
Bell, I want you to listen to me.
Those guys down in the sub, they know I'm up here.
Bell, hear me out.
I should be with them. I should be down in that sub.
Bell.
I should be dead. That noise, that pounding, those are the guys down there who are calling muster on me. They're calling muster on me.
Will you hear me out? Will you listen to just a little logic now? A little reason? No one man sinks a sub, and one lousy circumstance doesn't decide a battle. And one case of sudden fear doesn't add up to a coward. Bell, you gotta believe me. All you should put in your sea bag is regret, not guilt. Do you understand, Bell? Not guilt.
They're calling muster!
Bell! Come back here!
They're calling muster on me!
Bell! Bell, get away from the rail. Now, that's an order.
They're calling me!
Man overboard! Starboard side! Rescue ship says you got inside.
Yes, sir. It was a wreck. Nobody had a chance.
Nobody?
Nobody, sir. The periscope shears had been cut in half. One section was just hanging there, swinging back and forth.
Then that was the noise. That was the noise, wasn't it?
I guess so, sir, but...
But?
There were 8 men down in that control room. 8 men. Or what was left of them. And one of them One of them had a hammer in his hand.
Let's just say, McClure, let's just say that this is the part of the story you tell your grandchildren that you make up yourself. Say anything you like, any explanation that comes to mind.
Aye, sir.
It's funny how long it takes some men to die, or to find any peace at all. Sometimes I think that's the worst thing about a war. Not just what it does to the bodies, but it does to the minds. So, rest in peace, Mr. Bell. I think it's your due now. At long last, rest in peace.
Small naval engagement. The month of July 1963. Not to be found in any historical annals. Look for this one filed under H for haunting in the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone Radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone Radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone Radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
"30 Fathom Grave" starring Blair Underwood, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and based on a script by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Richard Hensel, Rich Kominick, Linda Ryder, Turk Muller, Peter DeVito, Doug James, Rick Peoples, Roger Wolski, and Carl Amari. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
There is a fifth dimension beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, and it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the Twilight Zone.
On hands plus shipments received
Franklin?
equals a total inventory.
Franklin, dear, would you like something to eat?
Not just now. Minus the number of products scanned. And we have a total sales from the period from...
It's no trouble.
Flora, please. I have to bring the books up to date before I go back to the store. The auditor's coming this afternoon. The period from the previous quarter through...
But it's almost lunchtime. Take a break, Franklin. You know what they say, all work and no play.
All right, make a sandwich if you want. Just let me finish this.
I'll get it, dear.
For the quarterly sales period ending... for the quarterly sales period ending...
Yes? Yes, this is Mrs. Gibbs. Do you want to talk to my... Oh, my.
If it's for me, tell them I'm busy.
Are you sure? Why, I can hardly believe it. When? You'll send all the information? Yes, that would be wonderful. But how... It was? You did? Well, I didn't think I had much of a chance.
Oh, for the love of...
I suppose that will be all right. I'll have to ask my husband. Oh, how exciting. Thank you so very, very much. Goodbye now.
Ask me what?
Franklin, you are not going to believe this.
That was the salesman, wasn't it?
No, Franklin. Well, not exactly. It was a sales representative.
I'm going to report this to the phone company. They call at all hours, and the misguided believe that we can be talked into anything. What was it? Swampland in Florida? Gold and silver futures? A chance to get in on the ground floor.
Franklin, sit down.
What?
I have something to tell you.
Oh, no, you didn't. You filled out a coupon, and now some charming young pickpocket wants to stop by and show us a set of encyclopedias. Flora, I don't know how many times I've told you, those con artists have got one goal in mind, to relieve me of my wallet. Now, I've worked hard to save for our retirement. I'm not going to risk one penny of it to...
Franklin, will you kindly be still? This isn't anything like that. I entered a contest. Why I use New Season liquid soap for all our personal and impersonal cleansing needs.
A contest? Don't you know that the odds are at least several million to...
I do know, Franklin, but I couldn't resist. And this time...
Considering how much postage stamps cost these days, you might promise me that from now on...
But, Franklin, we've won.
What are you saying? Won what?
A vacation.
Flora, listen to my words and try to understand. I have no room in my life for such nonsense. This vacation, as you call it, is simply a clever way to sell us a timeshare in some godforsaken, alligator-infested...
3 days and 2 nights, including hotel, meals, and plane fare.
And the catch?
Franklin, I'm trying to tell you, there is no catch. I did it for us. Do you know how long it's been since we've had a vacation? Let Sherwin watch the store for a few days. You'll see. This will do wonders for you.
And what, pray tell, is the location of our dream come true?
Are you ready? Franklin, we've won a vacation for 2 in the fun capital of the world, Las Vegas, Nevada.
Flora, why do I bother? You haven't heard a word I've said. Mr. and Mrs. Franklin Gibbs, 3 days and 2 nights, all expenses paid at a Las Vegas hotel, won by the lady's special talent, her knack with a phrase. But unbeknownst to either Mr. or Mrs. Gibbs is the fact that there's an additional item in their prize package that was neither expected nor advertised. For as soon as they arrive at their destination, one half of this couple will succumb to an illness worse than any virus, more insidious than any flu, and impossible for medical science to cure. An inoperable, deadly, life-shattering affliction known as the fever.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, The Fever, starring Stacy Keach and Kathy Garver.
Franklin, look.
Look at what?
The Las Vegas Strip. So many lights. There must be millions, and all of them flashing on and off, even in broad daylight.
Electricity is cheap here, Flora.
Yes, it must be.
As is everything else. They have a hydroelectric dam nearby, enough to light up the entire state, with no need for a sales tax to pay for it. As if the income from gambling wasn't enough.
Oh, Triver?
Yes, ma'am.
May I ask you a question?
Shoot.
The people who come here, the tourists, such as my husband and myself, do any of them actually win? When they gamble, I mean?
Flora.
Sure, some of them. That's why they keep coming back.
Ridiculous. The percentages always favor the house. If it were otherwise, none of these towers of Babel would exist.
Of course, you don't have to gamble. This town has plenty to offer. All you can eat, fabulous entertainment.
Your taste runs to half-naked showgirls.
Franklin, please.
Strictly class now, sir. There's something for everybody. Stage shows, magicians, even a circus with lions and tigers. Stuff for the whole family.
I'm sure.
This is the first time for you folks?
Certainly is.
We won a trip here as part of a contest we entered.
As you entered, Flora.
That's so.
Well, yes. I've never won anything before in my life.
Sweepstakes Central?
I beg your pardon?
Or the other one, what's it called? Publisher's Cleaning House? We got a lot of prize winners here.
You do?
Flora, you're talking the young man's ear off.
And you know something? They all have a great time. So, my advice to you is, live it up. You may as well if it's on the house, right?
Yeah, it is. As long as people keep their wallets and their purses tightly closed. Remember that, Flora.
I will, Franklin.
Here we are, front of the hotel.
Oh, my.
Drinks? Drinks, anyone?
One more Scotch Rocks.
Yes, sir.
This here silver dollar is all yours.
Why, thank you, sir.
If you make it fast. I only got a few more left and I'm out of here.
Be right back. Drinks?
Here goes nothing.
Joe?
Yeah, boss?
Get your camera ready, the couple over there.
Which ones?
The old guy with the pointed shoes and the part in his hair.
Looks like the president of the Rotary Club.
And his wife with the corsage.
More contest winners, huh?
You got it. Why I love something or other in 25 words or less.
Couple of real charmers.
The last of the big-time spenders. Come on.
Oh, Franklin, isn't it exciting?
If you like Sodom and Gomorrah.
Well, well, Mr. and Mrs. Gibbs. All checked in, I see?
Oh, yes. Yes, we are.
Is your room comfortable?
It's lovely, Mr. Henson. Just lovely. You make us feel... well, you make us feel... important.
You are important, Mrs. Gibbs. After all, it's not every day we welcome a celebrated contest winner.
No?
Just every other day.
I've brought our hotel photographers so we can get a picture of you and Mr. Gibbs for your hometown paper.
That's so considerate. Isn't it, Franklin?
Positively magnanimous.
Can you stand closer together? Move right in, Mr. Gibbs. That's it. How about this, Joe?
Looks good to me.
Go ahead and take it then.
Watch out for the flash.
This is so exciting.
You said that, Flora. I see nothing but spots in front of my eyes.
If there's anything else I can do...
It's the Elgin Bugle, Mr. Henson.
How's that?
Our newspaper, the Elgin Bugle.
Of course. We'll send a copy right out to them. Enjoy yourself, folks.
There's such a flavor to this place. Don't you think so, Franklin?
This is one flavor I can do without. You know I've never approved of gambling.
But this is different.
It is no more different than it is moral. Gambling is gambling. However, Flora, it's your vacation. You want it. In good conscience, I must repeat to you what I've been saying all along. It's a miserable, terrible waste of time, but it's what you wanted, so...
Franklin, try to enjoy it, won't you? For me, we haven't had a vacation in such a long time.
That's quite correct. And isn't it a shame that we have to spend it this way? In a roadhouse whose chief stock and trade is semi-clad chorus girls and the sound of one-armed bandits. I must tell you, Flora, I must tell you, at this given moment, I feel somehow unclean.
Oh, Franklin.
Now what?
Why, I don't know.
I won! She did it! You sure did, Marge!
Some sort of commotion. Wait here, Flora.
The jackpot! I just knew! She had her lucky rabbit's foot. Well, it sure was! I gotta get one of those.
Over here, Mr. Henson.
Which machine?
Number 13.
Excuse me.
Yeah? Oh, hello, Mr. Gibbs.
Exactly how much did the young lady win?
3 specials in a row. That's 5 G's.
5?
5,000.
5,000 what?
Dollars. What'd you think?
For doing nothing but standing here and pulling the handle of this mechanical contraption?
You got it, pal. Could be you next time, huh? Have a good one.
I don't believe it. Surely it's some kind of publicity stunt. Flora?
All bets down. Play the combinations, red and black.
Flora, where...
Place your bets. Who wants insurance?
Flora, where have you gone? What do you think you're doing?
It's just a nickel machine, dear.
We go to Las Vegas. We waste 3 days and 2 nights. We do it because that's your silly way of enjoying yourself. And it doesn't cost us anything. All well and good, but now you're spending money. Not even spending it, you're just throwing it away. This is when I have to take a firm hand. You're obviously not mature enough to...
Please, Franklin, don't make a scene. I won't play. I promise.
Very well, then.
The nickel's already in.
All right. Go ahead. Throw it away.
There, you see? Nothing.
Not very lucky, am I?
I'm going back to the room.
Franklin, it was only a nickel.
20 of them to make $1, and I work hard for those dollars. Kindly watch where you're going.
Sure, buddy, sure. Hey, come over here. I want to show you something.
I'm on my way to my room.
You want a hot tip? Look at this machine. I've been working it for an hour and 30 minutes. This miserable, crummy, money-grabbing... here. You want it, you can have it.
Really, I'm not a...
It's all set to pay off. Only thing is, I'm tapped out. So I'm turning it over to you.
I'm in a hurry.
Go on, give it a try. It's a sure thing, I tell you.
Please, I wouldn't even know how to.
It's easy. Here's my last $1. You put it in the slot right here.
Hey, let go of my hand.
And drop it in. Then you pull the handle.
I tell you, I'm not interested.
Good. I'm giving you a gift here. It's all yours.
Drinks? Anyone? Drinks on the house?
Hey, sweetheart. You got one more for the road?
Now, what's this supposed to mean? 2 cherries, indeed. What in the world?
There you are, Franklin. Oh, my. You are lucky.
Now, Flora, I want you to watch this. You're about to see the difference between a normal, mature, intelligent man and these wild idiots around here.
Of course, dear.
These baboons would throw it away. They'd compulsively put it right back into the machine, all of it, but not the Gibbses. No, we know the value of money. We're going to take these and put them safely in our room and go home with them. Come along, my dear. It's late afternoon already. I'd like to shave for dinner.
Yes, dear.
Yes, there's my machine.
Your machine?
Oh, hi there, buddy.
I thought you were finished with it.
I was, but I went and cashed the check. Gotta get my money back, right? Thanks for watching it for me.
Let's go, Flo.
Come on, baby. Yeah. Yeah!
Franklin. Did you say something?
What, dear?
Just now. Did you call my name?
Why, no, dear.
That's odd. I thought I heard...
Heard what?
Oh, no, nothing, Flo. No, nothing at all. Come along.
Franklin? Are you still awake?
Just watching a little mindless television, Flora, to calm my nerves. Did I wake you?
No, that's fine. Put on your pajamas and get under the covers. You need your sleep.
Of course, dear. In a moment.
See you in the morning, Franklin.
Franklin. What? That's enough of that.
Franklin? Something the matter?
Nothing's the matter, except this money.
What money?
The silver dollars from that machine. This is not the kind of money I like to have in my possession. No. It's tainted, Flora.
How can you say a thing like that? It's only...
It's immoral at best. Nothing good can come of money won like this. I'm going to go down there and feed it back into the machine it came from. Get rid of it.
Do you really think that's necessary?
Of course I do. If there's one thing I know, Flora, it's morality. I will not have tainted money smelling up our pockets. I won't be long. You go back to sleep.
Oh, Franklin. Franklin.
New shooter coming out. Line bets down. Hard ways. Any craps. Field bets. Come on, baby needs a new pair of shoes. Yo, Lev. Winner, winner. Pay the line. Front line winner. New bets down. 7 follows 11. Same shooter coming out.
7. Give me a 7.
7-7. Winner 7. Pay the dues. Collect the don'ts.
Drink, sir?
Oh, no, thank you. I'm just passing through. Do you know where the machines are?
The machines?
The ones that accept silver dollars? I seem to have gotten turned around.
Oh, the slots. Right over there, sir. Past the Wheel of Fortune. You can't miss it.
Oh, yes, of course. Sorry to trouble you.
Same shooter coming out.
Come on, one more time. Baby needs a new car.
8's the point. Big and red. Get the odds down. Place bets. Hard ways.
Place your bets, please. All numbers 0 and 00.
Dealer busts. Dealer has 23.
Here we are. Silver dollar machine. It shouldn't take long.
Change right here.
Miss, I'll take some change.
How much this time, sir?
Let me see. Another $20 worth, please. No, make it 40.
Yes, sir.
Oh, wait. I don't seem to have anything more in my wallet. I'll write you a check.
Well, you can cash a personal check at the cashier's cage.
Well, why can't you take it? I assure you I'm good for it. Here's my identification.
You'll have to see the cashier about that.
But I can't leave this machine. I put so much money into it already. You see, it's a matter of mathematics, the law of probability.
If you'll just show your ID to the cashier.
Franklin, there you are.
Oh, Flora, thank God. You stand right here. Don't let anyone touch this machine.
When you didn't come back, I got dressed and came downstairs.
Never mind that. Stay here and guard my machine.
Your machine? I don't understand.
Trust me, Flora, this won't take long at all. There. This time I bought a larger amount. Should be more than enough.
Franklin, that's the 3rd time you've cashed a check.
I know.
Do you know what time it is?
Doesn't matter. This will all be over in another minute or so.
It's 12:05. After midnight, Franklin. You've spent a great deal of money already.
I know that, too.
Don't you think you ought to stop?
How can I stop? As you say, I've lost a great deal of money. Temporarily invested is a better way to put it. I gotta win it back.
But what if you don't? What if you don't win it back, Franklin? You've been standing here for more than 3 hours.
I'm well aware of that, too.
Darling, you know how awful you feel in the morning when you've been up too late at night?
Flora, would you kindly shut your mouth? Can't stand a shrew.
I'm sorry, Franklin. I'm only trying to...
I know exactly what you're trying to do. I hate a woman who stands over my shoulder and sees to it that I have miserable luck. That's what you're doing to me now, Flora. You're giving me a wretched run of luck. Why don't you get out of here? Leave me alone.
Please. People are listening.
Yeah, the devil with them. I'm not concerned with people or what they think. I'm only concerned with one thing, and that's how to restore our bank account. Or don't you think that matters?
I do. I do.
Then stand aside, woman. You're not going to stop me, are you?
No. No, dear.
What I'm concerned about right now is this machine. It's infernal, inhuman logic, the way it lets you win a little and then takes it all back. It teases you, Flora. It holds out promises. It wheedles and controls. It sucks you in, and then when it has you in its grip... But I will not give up. It thinks it can wear me down? Well, perhaps it can with the rest of these buffoons, but not Franklin Gibbs. No, sir. This is a battle of wills between man and machine, between the human and the inhuman, and the machine will not win. Oranges, lemons, pears, the occasional cherry, all wasted on me. I will not be fooled. I know how to calculate the true odds. As for this one-armed bandit, your time is near. After that, you'll be relegated to the junk heap where you belong. Another stack, quickly.
Silver dollars again, sir?
That's right, silver dollars.
Certainly, sir. Only,
Only what?
Well, you've reached your limit. If you want to cash any more checks after this, you'll have to talk to the floor manager.
That won't be necessary. It's a mathematical certainty.
What do you make of that one, Julie?
The old guy? Give him till dawn, maybe.
It's already been 5 hours. He was here before you started.
I believe it. Did you see his eyes? He's running on empty.
Man, oh man. When those straight arrow types get hooked, they really get hooked.
He tells me he's got it figured out mathematically. He's bound to hit the jackpot if he just keeps at it long enough.
Poor old fella. Him and his wife, he should pack it in and go back home while he still has a home to go to.
Oh, Franklin, I don't know how much longer I can stand here.
Then sit down on a stool, but stay close by. I want you to watch this, Flora. You're about to witness the last round in a battle between my will and this machine's. It's almost over. And when it is, only one of us will be left standing. This I swear.
Franklin, you look so pale.
Somebody give me a drink of water.
Why don't you sit down?
You see what the sign says? Special jackpot, $10,000. She's bound to come up. You just gotta stay with her long enough, that's all.
Here's your water, sir.
Oh, thank you.
Can I get you folks anything else? The restaurant's serving breakfast.
Nothing for me.
On the house, steak and eggs, whatever you like. Take it easy, recharge the old batteries.
What do you say, dear?
You go ahead if you like. I'm gonna see this through.
How's he holding up?
He's still standing, but just barely.
How about his credit line?
Well, the check guarantee card says he's good for it. To tell you the truth, I don't mind taking the man's money, but if he stands there another hour, we may have to take it out of his estate.
What time is it?
It's 8 o'clock, Franklin. In the morning.
I swear, Flora, it's not just a machine. It knows. It mocks me. It teases and beckons and cons. You put in 5, you get back 4. You put in 6, you get back 5. But I'm on to it. It's gotta pay off. Understand, Flora? It's just gotta.
Franklin. Franklin, darling, please.
Give me back my $1. That's my last one, you miserable, dirty. Look at it, Flora. Look, Flora, it's watching, enjoying this. You see? That's his face. And the reals, those are the eyes. And down below, that's the mouth. I tell you, it's not just a mechanical thing. It knows. Give it back. Give it back. Give it to me.
Don't, Franklin. You'll hurt yourself.
Yeah, well, we'll see about that.
Franklin, watch out. It's going to tip over. Franklin!
Get him off that thing.
Sure, boss.
Be careful with him.
He put a pretty good dent in it, Mr. Henson.
It's all right, folks. Just a little accident. This machine's out of order till further notice.
He took my $1.
Get him out of here.
He needs a doctor.
You want I should help him to his room?
Bring him to my office. Find a doctor and tell him to meet us there.
He don't want to go, boss.
Monster, he owes me $1. My last $1.
His blood pressure's down.
Are you sure?
I've given him a sedative. What this man needs is rest.
That's what he'll get, Doctor. Is it okay if we move him?
I'll give him a few more minutes on the couch. Keep his feet elevated, then you can help him to his room.
Will do.
Yeah, well, it's not me you should be worried about. It's that infernal device out there.
Oh, Franklin, don't talk that way.
Maybe he should see a specialist.
But you said his vital signs are normal. You said that, didn't you?
I was thinking of, well, perhaps a psychiatric examination.
Hogwash, there's nothing wrong with my mind.
He's right. I've seen things in this casino. People lose track of time, forget to sleep.
Well, then I suggest you let him do exactly that. Sleep.
Sleep, yes. Yes, that's all he needs.
Here are some pills to help him relax. Give him one along with a light meal and see that he drinks plenty of fluids. The most important thing for now is no more stress.
Thanks for coming, Doctor.
Here's my card, Mrs. Gibbs. If you have any more problems, anything at all, you give me a call.
I will.
Problems? What problems? All I need is for you to get that machine working again. Then you'll see. You'll all see. It's ready to pay off.
Franklin, that's enough of that kind of talk.
Listen, Mr. Gibbs, it's a game of chance, all right? Think of that slot machine as a random number generator. Sometimes your number comes up, sometimes it doesn't. That's why they call it gambling. If anyone could predict it, we couldn't stay in business. But look at it this way. You're here to have a good time.
Please try to think of it that way.
A great time on us. Your room's comped, so's your food. How about if I throw in a couple of show tickets?
What kind of show? The French can, I presume?
Franklin.
I could even... Well, I guess I could extend your stay by another day. That way you'd have time to rest up and enjoy yourselves, the both of you.
Yes. Oh, yes. You're very, very kind, Mr. Henson. Now, Franklin, as soon as you're ready, we'll go up on the elevator to our lovely room and have a real night's sleep. For as long as we like. Won't that be wonderful? Franklin, are you sleeping?
No, Flora, I'm not.
Why don't you take another pill, darling?
Not now. I'm thinking.
Whatever about?
That machine.
Franklin?
It was ready to pay off. It deliberately broke down so it wouldn't have to.
You don't really believe that.
Don't I? It isn't even a machine, Flora. It's an entity. It's a thing with its own mind, its own will.
Please don't talk this way. I beg you.
It deliberately broke down rather than return my money. Our money. That thing, that monster, that thief, the dirty, rotten thief.
Stay in bed. The doctor told you.
Took the last silver dollar. The one it was going to pay off. It swallowed it, and then it broke down on purpose. The thief took my last dollar.
What are you doing?
Get away from me.
Franklin.
Where?
Franklin, no.
It's outside the door. I can hear it.
Franklin.
No.
Darling, what's the matter?
Don't you hear it?
No, I don't. I don't hear anything.
Of course you do. You must. It's in the hall. I just saw it. It's out there. It followed me. Pack the suitcase. We must get out of here.
Franklin.
It's inside. Quickly.
Stop it.
Franklin.
Help me. We gotta get away. The window. Yeah, the window.
Franklin.
No.
Franklin.
No.
That man!
Somebody get help!
Call an ambulance!
That him?
Gibbs, Franklin J. Tourist.
What happened?
Jumped or fell. Hard to say. That's the wife over there, in the room when it happened. Some sort of seizure or something.
Can we get a stretcher, Sheriff, and move him out of here?
Right away, Mr. Henson. Let's go, medics.
Yes, sir.
He doesn't need a stretcher. He needs a body bag. His wife said he hadn't slept in 24 hours.
That's right. I've seen them get hooked before, but never like this.
Okay, everybody, let's clear the area. Back to bed. Go on inside. Show's over.
What's that?
Looks like a silver dollar.
Where did he come from?
It fell. From up there. Right about the 13th floor.
Yeah? But how?
Don't worry about it. Like the man said, just get him out of here.
Mr. Franklin Gibbs, visitor to Las Vegas, who lost his money, his reason, and finally his life to an inanimate object variously described as a one-armed bandit, a slot machine, or, in Mr. Franklin Gibbs's words, a monster with a will all its own. For our purposes, we'll stick with the latter explanation, because after all, this is the Twilight Zone.
More from the Twilight Zone after this.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered, while supplies last, at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
The Fever, starring Stacy Keach and Kathy Garver, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and based on a script by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Roderick Peoples, Christian Stolte, Rich Komanek, Jeff Lupetin, Meg Thalken, Heath Corson, Susan Hart, Beth Cady, Nancy Center, Carl Amari, Vince Amari, and Roger Wolski. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, XM Satellite Radio, Sirius Satellite Radio, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
You're traveling through another dimension. A dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. A journey into a wondrous land whose boundaries are those of imagination. Your next stop, the Twilight Zone.
Okay, honey, sit down.
Okay.
I got a little gift for you. Here it is.
It's heavy.
You like it?
Well, it's a cookbook.
Happy birthday, Susan.
It's a cookbook.
Well, I thought your cooking could stand some improvement, you know.
Oh, that's real nice.
Well, come on, aren't you going to look inside?
Oh, now that's more like it.
Well, I'm not good at buying jewelry on my own. I had to guess the size of the ring. Think it'll fit?
It's a little snug. I can get it resized. Do you have the receipt?
Is that important?
Kind of. Think of it as Exhibit A, Officer Stern would.
Right. I'll try to remember what I did with it. In the meantime, I gotta go. Crime's not gonna fight itself.
Oh, Paul, do you have to go?
Look, I don't like it any more than you do, but I have to book leave in advance, and today kind of snuck up on me. And
My birthday snuck up on you?
That didn't come out the way I meant it to.
I bet. Can't you call in sick?
Yeah, they would definitely never suspect that. Look, keep yourself occupied for a few hours. I kept the pages I cut out of that cookbook. Maybe you could read through them. I will be back tonight. And then we will celebrate properly.
You better, officer.
Okay, I'm coming in. Putting the gun away. No gun. Everything's gonna be okay. Now listen, Benny. Can I call you Benny? Look, I know you're not angry at these people. They haven't done anything to you. They just want to grab a burger and get on with their day. Now, whatever it is you're upset about, it's not right to take it out on them. Now, you're the one with the gun. You can do whatever you want. And I believe you are a decent man. you don't really want to hurt anybody. Look, we all just want to go home. You, them, me. Especially me. My wife's already mad at me for working on her birthday. And if I'm late for dinner, she's gonna kill me.
Susan! Susan! Hey, Susan, are you in there?
Oscar, what's the matter?
Susan, your paper? It was on the porch. It looks like it might rain, and, well, I didn't want it to get wet. So, are you okay, Susan? Wow, you look awful.
Oh, well, I was just... I overslept. Had a bad dream.
Oh, man. Well, about Paul again?
How do you know about that?
Well, you told me. You know, on our date.
We had one drink together, Oscar. That doesn't constitute a date.
Well, maybe it should.
Oscar, please don't do this.
Look, Susan, Paul's been dead, what, 3 years now?
2 years, Oscar.
Susan, we've all lost someone special to us.
Oscar, I'm sorry about your mother. From what you've told me, she sounds like she was a lovely woman.
Oh, she was. Yeah, she was everything to me.
But I really think that... Hey, is that the phone ringing?
I don't hear anything.
Oh, yeah, that is definitely my phone. You better get inside before it rains. Bye now.
Into everyone's lives, opportunity in one form or another is apt to come knocking. But opportunity is about to present itself to Mrs. Susan Sternwood, widow, in the form of one Hal Scratchman, traveling salesman. And through this rather improbable gentleman, she will learn that the road less traveled is often so for a reason, because in this instance, that road leads directly into the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, The Time of Your Life, starring John Rhys Davies, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Oscar, look,
Not who you were expecting.
I'm sorry. I thought... can I help you?
Well, I'm supposed to sell you what's in here.
I'm afraid I don't buy from door-to-door salesmen.
I'll settle for coming in out of the rain.
I'm sorry. I'd like to help you, but...
Lady, I'm begging you. I'm drowning here.
Okay. Just for a minute. But I'm not buying anything.
Understood. Thanks. Phew. Can't get used to the weather in this city.
Oh? Not from around here?
No, I come from some place warmer. Can I sit down for a few minutes?
Well, actually...
Oh, I won't ruin your furniture. I'll just sit on this newspaper. Thanks.
You're welcome, Mr...
Scratchman. You can call me Hal.
Like the Paul Simon song.
Hal. Hal.
Hal.
Look, I know you said you're not going to buy anything.
I'm not.
And I respect that. I really do. But do you mind if I at least show you my merchandise? That way I can scratch you off my list, maybe go home a little early tonight.
I guess. But I want you to understand that I'm...
Oh, it's clear. I would never force anybody into anything they don't want to do.
So what do you have in there? Watches? Clocks?
Not clocks. A clock. Here, take a look. Horrible, isn't it?
Ooh, it looks like something out of a horror movie. black with a red dial.
I think the man who designed it had issues. But it's so much more than just a clock.
It's one ugly clock, and I'm not buying it, Hal.
This is no ordinary clock. You see, it doesn't just record the passage of time. It is time.
Look, Mr.
No interruptions, please. This is a very delicate operation. I'll just set the dial back 5 minutes. Aren't you going to get it?
Yes?
Mrs. Sternwood, glad to see you again. Okay if I come in? It's raining pretty bad.
But you were just over there. You sat in that chair.
Yes, and in 5 minutes' time I will be again. Pretty cute, eh?
It's impossible.
Admit it. You're impressed. And I bet you're wondering...
Take me back in time?
Yes. And a little more than 5 minutes. How about to the day of your husband's murder?
Paul.
I guess a wife of a cop has to be ready for the possibility that a husband may not come home one day. But that doesn't make it any easier, am I right? And on your birthday, too.
How do you know all this?
I like to keep well informed. I have a file on you, but it's back at the office, so what do you say?
Say about what?
Going back. Back to the morning of Paul's murder. Say, just before he left for work. You could plead with him, lock him in the bathroom, whatever you feel like. I leave that part up to you. Anything to stop him from answering that robbery call on his way to the precinct. So what do you say?
Yes.
You might want to take a while to think it through.
Yes.
Okay, we have a sale. But before we start down this path, I think we need to discuss terms.
Do I have to sign something in blood?
Blood? Eee.
No, I'm sorry. I just thought...
No signing, and definitely not in blood. I'll settle for a handshake.
A handshake?
And what's the matter? My hands are clean.
Oh, no, it's fine. A handshake is fine.
Then put her there, partner.
All right. Fine, good. There. What next?
Now we turn back the clock. Be seeing you, Susan.
Paul? Paul?
Oh. What is it, honey? Was I snoring again?
No. No, you weren't snoring.
So what's the matter?
Nothing's the matter. Nothing at all. You're fine, Paul. Everything's fine.
What time is it, honey? Honey? Whoa! Honey, whose birthday is it? Seriously, there's some pretty strict rules about misuse of handcuffs. Come on, let me out. I gotta get to work. Honey? Susan? Honey?
Mm-hmm.
Susan?
Now, hopefully it's just a 24-hour virus. Paul was throwing up all night. I really don't think he's fit for duty today.
Susan?
Okay, I'll tell him. Oh, and if you could pass the word on to Captain Roberts. Oh, thanks, Mike.
That was not cool, Susan.
Paul!
Do you know how late I'm gonna be? I am so dead.
How did you get free?
Think I don't know how to open a pair of handcuffs? Was that supposed to be funny? Because I'm not laughing here. What's the idea?
Paul, I just don't want you to go to work today.
Look, I don't like it any more than you do, but I have to book leave in advance.
And today kind of snuck up on you.
I wasn't going to say that.
Look, it doesn't matter. You're not going to work today, and that's final.
Honey, crime doesn't fight itself.
Stop saying that.
What? I just thought of it.
You always say that. I hear it every time I sleep.
Man, I don't know what's up with you today. I didn't forget your birthday, but it's too late to give you your present. I gotta go. We'll pick this up tonight.
Too late, Paul. I already called and said you were sick.
You did what? Look, forget it. I have to go.
You're not going anywhere. Get back, Paul. I mean it.
Susan, what the hell?
You're staying right
Are you
here.
insane?
If you go out of this house today, you are going to get yourself killed.
Oh, okay. So you're gonna shoot me to stop me from being killed. Do you know how nuts that sounds?
Paul, I am begging you. Don't go.
Hey, honey, look, it's okay. I'll call in sick. No, come on. Now put that down. And we can open your birthday present.
Oh, Paul. Oh, thank you. Thank you.
All right, now, I have to explain. The present is kind of a joke, so don't get mad.
I know I must have looked completely crazy. I've never acted like that around him before. I've never done anything like that before. I've had no reason to. But this... Well, and of course, Paul insisted I get some help. What could I say?
Mm-hmm.
I pulled a gun on him. That's why I came to you, Dr. Paxton. I can't tell Paul what I really think happened. That he was killed. That I lived 2 whole years without him. And that I somehow went back through time and prevented it. It has to be a hallucination. But the thing is...
Go on, Susan.
The thing is... I guess I went to sleep one night, woke up the next, and in the meantime, I accumulated 2 years' worth of false memories. Like when Victoria Principal got up and found Bobby in her shower. Oh, but why did I hallucinate that my husband was murdered? Why, Doctor?
Uh-huh. It's certainly a delusion of an extremely lucid sort. And what about this salesman, this, Al Scratchman?
Hal Scratchman.
Uh-huh.
It really doesn't matter, right? I just made him up too, I guess. But what part of my imagination he came from, I have no idea. I thought my memories of him would grow fainter each day, but I remember everything, down to the smallest detail. Every time I pick up a magazine, I feel like I've seen it before. Every time I turn on the news, I think I've already heard it.
Fascinating.
And that's the most frightening thing about it.
How so?
Because if I really do think that, the delusion isn't over yet. I must still be crazy. Paul thinks I'm crazy. Do you think I'm crazy, Doctor?
I don't think that, Susan.
I mean, if I didn't believe you, who would?
It's you.
Believe it, baby. It talks. So how have you been?
Where's Dr. Paxton?
Out visiting one of his more expensive patients. No offense. I came in here, saw you lying on the couch, couldn't resist taking his place, finding out what's been going on with you. Oh, this is a great office. Look at that view. That is $1 million view right there. And air conditioning. I love air conditioning. I can never turn it up high enough.
Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, this isn't happening.
Oh, you've got to love psychiatry. Everyone has so many problems and nobody gets any better.
I don't know what's happening or why it's happening, but thank you, I guess. I'm leaving now. Goodbye, Hal.
You are not going anywhere, Susan. You like that? Sorry, did I send you a little then? I don't often do the fire-breathing thing anymore. It's hell on the lungs.
Okay. I believe you. You're the devil.
You can still call me Hal. I like to keep things informal, but at least we understand each other. I'm the devil, and you made a deal with the devil. But what is puzzling you is the nature of my game.
Well, if you don't want my soul...
Oh, again with the soul. Look, I gave you your husband back, correct?
I thought the clock did that.
Yes, my clock. You get 1 life from me, so I want 3 back in return.
3 what?
3 lives. Weren't you listening? It can be anyone you want. People you know and dislike, people you don't know and don't care about.
Wait a minute. You want me to kill somebody?
3 somebodies. 3.
I can't kill anyone.
Now, how can you say that? I bet you haven't even tried.
I'm not going to do that for you or for anybody.
Well, I hate to bring this up, Susan, but we had an agreement. We shook on it. Remember?
I'm begging you. If there's anything else I can do for you, anything at all.
I'm sorry, Susan. It looks like our time is up.
Hi, honey, you're home.
Paul, I wasn't expecting you back so soon.
Why? Do you have plans?
Of course not.
You okay? You seem a little jumpy.
I'm just cold.
So, how was your session with Dr. Paxton?
Fine. Same as ever.
Are we eating out, ordering in, or what?
I thought we could... Paul, where did that come from?
Where did what come from? Oh, the clock. Hey, pretty cool, huh?
Paul, where did you get that?
Oscar found it.
Oscar?
Yeah, he stopped by, wanted to borrow my power drill. I said it was somewhere in the basement and he could help himself. Half an hour later, he came back up with the drill and this. Isn't it neat?
I don't like it.
Yeah, it's a little odd looking at first, sure, with all the black and the red dial, but...
Paul, I just don't want it in the house. I want to get rid of it.
Aw, do we have to? I really like it. Susan, what's the matter?
It's so... heavy. I can't budge it.
Oh, come on. Here, let me try. Oh, sorry. Good thing that beer can was empty. Clock seems fine to me. You need to work out more.
Paul, if you can move it, would you mind putting it back where you found it?
Sure, I could, but I don't know. I just don't want to. I think it seems good right where it is, don't you think? Why, are you sorry you bought it?
No. No, I'm not, Paul. Not for 1 second.
All right, well, I'm going to get another beer. You want one?
How about a coffee?
Wow, living dangerously, huh? 1 coffee coming up.
His fate is tied to the clock. He can't help himself.
Hal, where are you?
In here.
Where?
Over here. In the TV.
What have you done to my husband?
You mean apart from subverting the very nature of time and the universe in order to bring him back to life for you? Nothing. He can't understand why the clock's so important to him, but you can.
I don't want that thing in my house.
Sorry. Like the 3 lives thing, it's non-negotiable.
I moved that clock before. Why can't I move it now?
Because I don't want you to. I want it there as a reminder. We have a business arrangement. We could have handled this amicably, gone our separate ways, but no! You had to turn the murders of 3 people into a big deal. So now, I'm playing hardball. Time's running out, and so is my patience. Tick honey. Remember? Oh, Susan, sweetie, do you think you could change the channel? I think they're showing Ice Station Zebra over...
Sorry, Hal. That is the end of our broadcast day.
Coffee's up. Hey, why'd you turn off the TV?
Bad for your eyes. Let's listen to the radio.
That was 3 is the magic number. And that goes out to Susan
On second thought, let's go out. I'm hungry.
Hi, Susan. How was dinner last night? Did you go with the Italian in the end?
You know, Hal, I'm not even surprised when you show up anymore.
Pretty neat trick with the TV yesterday, huh? You see me on that late-night rerun of Northern Exposure?
I don't watch late-night TV.
Really? Well, that was a waste of time. Wait a second. If it wasn't you, who was that? Who cares? Look, I think maybe we got off on the wrong foot.
Don't you mean the wrong hoof?
Oh, that's good. I like that. Just because your entire world could fall to pieces like that doesn't mean that you can't face up to things with a, what's the saying?
A devil-may-care attitude?
Act a girl! Act a girl. Now you're getting it.
Listen, Hal, I was just on my way to get some lunch, but one of my girlfriends bailed out on me. I hate to eat alone, so... Care to join me?
So you're telling me you want to dine with the devil?
Well, it's just lunch. But why not?
Are you ready to order?
Oh, I'll have the special.
And for you, sir?
Do you have any of that soup? The one you serve cold?
Oh, gazpacho.
I'll have that.
Anything to drink?
Nothing for me.
Yes, something with a lot of ice.
Okay.
Forget the drink, just bring me a glass full of ice.
Just ice.
Uh-huh. Come on, minimum wage, hop to it.
That wasn't nice.
All part of the service. So have you given it any more thought?
You mean, who should I kill for you?
Hey, you know who's good? The homeless.
The homeless?
Well, think about it. They're missing persons who aren't really missing. One more or less in the world, who cares? I mean, it's not like anyone's keeping score.
Don't you think those poor people have suffered enough?
I'm the devil! I don't think anyone's suffered enough. And please don't try to pretend you care, Susan.
I always give to the homeless.
What do you want me to say? Good for you? I'm not in the good-for-you business. Have you ever thought it might be a blessed release for some of them?
I doubt you're in the blessed release business either, Hal.
Your ice, sir?
If I found out you spat in this, there's going to be hell to pay. There's just one thing you guys have to do to be happy. Just one. Be nice to each other. And that's all. But no, you can't do it. I don't know why. I chalk it up to some sort of design flaw. But that's how you people are wired, I guess. And by people, I mean all people, everywhere, even the Swiss.
What's different about the Swiss?
Nothing. That's the point I'm trying to make. Keep up, darling. The way I see it, you needed someone to pin it all on, someone to take responsibility for all the badness. You needed me. You wished for me. You created me. Can I call you Mum?
Under no circumstances.
There. Now you know. I never told anybody that before.
Why?
Nobody ever asked me. They're all too worried about their own problems.
Not me.
Then you're dumber than you look.
I like to hear you talk. I mean, really talk. And they say confession is good for the soul.
No. We never use the S word at the dinner table.
You know, Hal, you're really not such a bad guy.
Don't be spreading that around. I've got a reputation to uphold. Hey! Can I get a little service here? My stomach thinks my throat's been cut.
Hal.
What? I'm hungry. It's funny because it's true.
Oh, that's a great story.
I got 1,000,000 of them. Literally 1,000,000. With you, it'll be 1,000,001.
1,000,000 sounds like a better number.
What do you mean?
Hal, I think we made a real connection here today. I think we could even be friends. And friends don't spoil things by letting business get in the way.
You mean you want me to...
Forget about the deal, Hal. Let Paul live. Give me a break. What do you say? Friends?
I say, time's up, princess.
What?
3 dead. You have 1 hour. Just 1. Or I take the clock, your husband, and your future.
But...
I told you I couldn't be conned, Susan.
I'm not conning you. I really like you.
Yeah, sure you do. The one time I let down my guard. The one time. You know how hard it is for me to open up to people?
Hal, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to upset you.
I'm going now. I hope you'll understand if I don't pick up the check. And if there is a shred of decency in you, you won't touch my lemon sorbet when it arrives.
Hal, are you crying?
No. I just have some brimstone in my eye. I have to go.
Hello, Susan.
Paul, do you even go to work anymore?
Who is he, Susan?
Who is who? Paul, what are you talking about?
Don't pretend you don't know what I'm talking about, okay? Just don't do it.
I'm not pretending. I honestly have no idea what you're talking about.
I know about the other man, Susan.
Are you crazy? There is no other man.
Oscar told me all about him.
Oh.
He's seen the two of you together. He's heard you talking.
And you believe him, Oscar? Come on, Paul, I thought you were smarter than that.
All right, deny you had lunch with him today.
Look, it's nothing, okay? It's nothing.
Then who is he?
I can't tell you that.
Why not?
It's complicated.
How complicated can it be?
You have no idea.
Then why don't you uncomplicate it for him, Susie?
What the hell?
Hal, what are you doing here?
You never called. And after I gave you my number. You're out of ice cream, by the way.
Is this him? Are you him?
I'm him. Or do I mean I am he? Grammar.
Paul, it's not what you think. This man, Mr. Scratchman Hal, he's a traveling salesman. He came to my door one day. It was raining, so I let him in.
Oh, so you're kidding me, right?
No, he was selling clocks. Or a clock. The clock over there. I bought it, and that's all.
Do you think that's all, Paul?
If that's all, why is he here now? How did he let himself in? Did you give him a key?
No!
See? Always thinking. Natural-born cop. Suspicious, too. I like that about him. We could do business sometime.
Go to hell.
Not until I'm done here. And you, Susan, you're a real disappointment to me.
What is he talking about? Is he crazy?
He's the devil, Paul.
The Are you crazy?
Now, don't make me do the fire breath thing twice in 1 week. It's a real killer.
Paul, I know how this sounds. But hell really is the devil. And I made a deal with the devil. For you.
Huh? Have you lost your mind? This isn't happening.
It shouldn't be happening. You should be dead.
For what it's worth, Paul, your wife really does love you, but not enough. She'd be happy to die for you, but not to kill for you. So today, I'm the repo man.
I don't believe in the devil, and I don't believe...
Paul, shut up!
What did you do to him?
I stopped the clock, which stopped him. He was boring me.
Paul? Can you hear me, Paul?
He can't hear you. As far as he's concerned, there's nothing to hear. We're in a gap between seconds.
Hal, we need to talk. I need you to understand.
It's too late, Susan. You're out of time. I'm out of patience. We both know that you'll never give me those 3 lives.
You're right. There's nothing I can say to you, is there?
Anything that you could say that I'd want to hear would just be a lie, wouldn't it?
I guess so. Just take the clock and go, Hal. Will I ever see you again?
Probably not.
Good. Now do what you have to do. I can't take this anymore. Do you just turn the hands forward again, or...?
Something a little more final. Bye, Susan.
Bye, Hal. Be good.
Fat chance.
Paul? Paul? Paul?
So, how have you been?
I've been away for a while, Jan. Well, I mean, maybe not away, but not really here.
Susan, honey, you're not making any sense.
Oh, I know, sorry about that. Let's just say I've been on a journey of personal discovery.
Trying to get your groove back.
Uh-huh. Oh, believe me, Jan, I did not go willingly. Oh. But I found something out about myself.
What was that?
That I'm gonna be fine. Just fine.
I knew that. We all knew that. But what I really want to know is, did you meet any men on this personal journey of yours?
Oh, I met... Oh, look, I'll be there in half an hour. I'll tell you all about it when I see you, okay?
Okay, you'd better.
Or I'll tell you as much as I can. Susan, my dear. Today is the first day of the rest.
Oh, God! He hit her! I don't believe it, he just hit her! Oh, my. Oh, my. I can't believe I really did it.
You did fine, Oscar. Just fine. You've only got 2 more to go, so let's get moving. Tick-tock, Oscar. Tick-tock.
Okay, just tell me I'm doing the right thing.
Oh, it is the right thing, Oscar. Remember, you're doing this for your mother.
That's right. I did it for Mom. I did it for Mom. For Mom.
A word to the wary. If you should happen to receive a visit from a man who makes you an offer that seems too good to be true, don't even think twice. Lock your doors, bolt your windows, and check your clocks, because the time of your life might just be the end of someone else's in the Twilight Zone.
The Time of Your Life, starring John Rhys Davies with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was written for The Twilight Zone by Matthew Elliott. Heard in the cast were Anne Sonneville, Jeff Lupetin, Joby Cerny, David Darlow, Saskia Volkers, and Patrick Francis. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises and the Rod Serling Estate for making this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced by Carl Amari and directed by Joby Cerny for Falcon Picture Group. Sound design, custom Foley effects, recording, and editing are produced in the Cerny American Sound to Picture Theater by sound designers Bob Benson, Todd Beyer, and Tim Cerny. Music for The Twilight Zone is provided by CBS and American Music Company Incorporated, New York. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to download episodes, including 6 free episodes on our homepage, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. Doug James speaking.
You're traveling through another dimension. A dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. A journey into a wondrous land whose boundaries are those of imagination. Your next stop, the Twilight Zone.
Oh, hi there, Pete. Didn't hear you come in.
Why don't you join us?
Set a spell.
That's all right. I wouldn't want to interrupt you.
Well, all right then. Where was I?
General Pershing.
Oh, yeah. So I said to Jack Pershing, General, I said there ain't gonna be no artillery support. They're dug in too deep.
When was this now?
First World War, of course. The Great War, we called it. Yes, sir. So I says to General Pershing, Jack, what we gotta do is we gotta enfilade. Know what I mean?
Do what?
Enfilade 'em. That's what we're gonna do. Ha ha! Enfilade 'em to beat the band.
Frisbee, when are you going to put that mouth organ of yours out of its misery?
How's that?
Or at least learn how to play it.
Helps me relax. Well, sir, old Blackjack knew who he was dealing with.
And that was?
They didn't call me old enfilade Frisbee for nothing.
Horseradish?
Huh?
Where do you keep the horseradish, Frisbee?
Right where it always was, Pete. Third shelf down.
Down where?
On your left there, next to the pickles.
You got catsup?
Underneath the cash register, behind the beans. What's your hurry? Come on over. I got another chair.
No thanks.
I'll put a new log in the stove.
If it's all the same to you, Frisbee, I'll just collect my goods and get on home while it's still daylight.
Suit yourself. Oh, well, where was I? Oh, yeah. Well, sir, the following morning, we attacked up and down the line, and the rest is history. Smashed them to bits, we did. And then we went on to Paris to celebrate. Exactly 4.5 hours it took us. We had frogs' legs and cold duck till we couldn't eat no more. An hour later, we was in Berlin.
Shall I say it, or do you want to?
Be my guest.
Frisbee.
Yeah?
You not only got a pot belly big as that stove, you're the biggest liar who ever sat in that chair.
You're doubting my word?
You can start with that. Beyond just doubting your word, I'm calling you a liar flat out. How can you go from Paris to Berlin in 1 hour?
Find the radishes, Pete?
Yep. What about celery?
All out. Getting some fresh ones in the morning.
We're waiting, Frisbee. How do you go from Paris to Berlin in 1 hour?
Oh, hold your horses now. I'm coming to that. It's what made the whole operation so fantastic. I was doing some reconnoitering, and I found me a back route.
That's very interesting, Frisbee, except last week you sat right there, big as life, and told us you were in the Balloon Corps.
You sure did.
And that over the Battle of Marne, you shot down 3 German Fokkers with a pistol and personally directed the artillery so the Marines could win.
Oh, I did that too. Only it was a year later. It was, let's see now, April of 1917.
That's it. I heard enough.
More than enough. I'm getting out of here.
Well, now you might want to give that some thought, boys. Looks like rain to me.
Rain?
Sure enough, gonna be some rain. Tell by the clouds. You can always tell by the clouds, you know. Take that big job up on the hill. That there is a stratocumulus opacus.
Anything you say, Frisbee.
You fellas know anything about meteorology?
Don't get him started.
Well, what do you know? Looks like it got me a customer.
Carload full of them.
Better get out there and pump some gas before they change their minds.
Oh, now ain't no reason to hurry. Them clouds, for instance, they like to take their time. So do I. It's the way Mother Nature made things. Why, did I ever tell you about...
The slow-moving gentleman with the sizable mouth is Mr. Frisbee, proprietor of Frisbee's General Store, the local version of Gimbel's and Macy's. He has all of the drive of a broken camshaft and the aggressive vinegar of a corpse. As you've no doubt gathered by now, his stock in trade is the tall tale, the outrageous falsehood, the bending of truth up to and beyond the breaking point. What he doesn't know is that the visitors in the car out front are a very special breed, destined to change his life beyond anything even his fertile imagination could manufacture and embroider. The place is Pitchville Flats. The time is the present, or thereabouts. And Mr. Frisbee is on the first leg of a rather fanciful journey into a place we call the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone, and our story, Hocus Pocus and Frisbee, starring Shelley Berman, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
I believe I asked you boys a question.
Oh, I'm sure you did.
About meteorology. Well, I know plenty about that particular subject. University of Wichita it was. Got my doctorate in it. Did a treatise at the age of 13 that still uses standard text. Meteorology and You was the title. Talk was, it was the most scholarly treatise on the subject in the history of the field. My colleagues used to refer to me as Cumulus Frisbee.
Cumulus Frisbee?
Frisbee's a meteorologist. I'm Vice President of the United States.
Well, what do you say, Mr. VP?
Better get out there, Cumulus.
I'm coming.
All finished, Frisbee. You want to add it up?
You do it, Pete. There's a pencil and paper right on the counter there. I could do it in my head for you, but it's been kind of a long day. I'm a little pooped out.
1 bottle of catsup, horseradish.
Ever tell you about the time I gave a demonstration, me against the computer machines? 13 of them, lined up in an auditorium. 133 columns of figures, 8 digits apiece, and no pencil and paper, mind you, all in the head. Well, sir, people came from miles around.
What happened, Frisbee? I thought no one would ever ask.
4 of the machines broke down from overwork.
Not you, of course.
2 come up with incorrect answers, and I beat them all by 21 seconds. Ha ha.
That does it for me. I simply can't take no more, Frisbee, I gotta tell you.
Can't take what?
I wouldn't mind if you was a bright liar. I mean, if there was some logic to it, but dadgum, the way you tell it, well, you'd have to be 100 different people living in 200 different places in 12 different periods of American history.
Hallelujah and amen.
Shucks. What are they in such an all-fired hurry for?
Time to do some work, Frisbee. You got customers.
You just said a dirty word. Only thing that works in Frisbee's whole body is his mouth.
All right. Keep your britches on. Howdy, gents.
Hello.
Want gas or something?
Gas? Oh, yes.
Sorry you had to wait.
Not at all.
You know, if you gotta be someplace in a hurry, you could have pumped it yourself.
We could.
Didn't you hear me yelling?
Oh, we heard you. Definitely. We're not too familiar with this kind of car.
No. Say how many of you was in there?
4 of us. It's a bit of a tight fit, I'm afraid.
Sure it is. One of them foreign jobs. Not much room inside, huh?
We don't know where to put the gas.
We aren't familiar at all with these foreign jobs.
You ain't? Well, this is your lucky day, 'cause I am. A matter of fact, I'm the one responsible for them. For a while there was all rear engine, in the back.
You developed them, did you?
Oh, indeed I did. Got a phone call from old Henry Ford one time asking me to fly out to Detroit.
Henry Ford?
Sure. Well, I did that little thing, and next thing you know, in 48 hours, I went and designed the first rear-engine automobile. Advantages are fantastic,
Is that right?
Sure. All the weight on the driving wheels gives her better traction, eliminating the drive shaft, lowering the whole car. There's a whole lot better visibility, plus the heat and gas fumes go right on out behind.
You're quite familiar with the internal combustion engines, then. That sort of thing.
Familiar with them? Why, mister, you're looking at the granddaddy of the modern-day automobile. Henry said to me when I finished that there designing job, rear engine, he said, that's what he called me, old rear engine frisbee. He says, rear engine, you're an automotive genius. That's what you are. Well, I couldn't very well argue with him, being as how he was Henry Ford.
I guess not.
Now, where was I? Say, you want it filled up?
If you don't mind.
Not at all, not at all. That's what made this country work, and more work. Me, I've done more of it in my life, more different kinds of work than most people ever even heard of. Of course, I had more than my share of ingenuity, too. I took this little old business here and made it a success, just like I did for, well, you might say everything I laid my hands on. Gas tank.
Would it be on the other side?
Oh, I knew that. Why don't you boys go ahead and stretch your legs? Take your time. Mighty pretty country around here.
Yes, pretty.
Of course, it wasn't very pretty when I moved in. First thing I did was plant all these trees, hundreds of them. I had to import them from my old friend Luther Burbank. You gotta give them just the right amount of water and a special kind of plant food I cooked up.
This is the man.
Without doubt. Frisbee, is that it?
Not a common name. He must be the one.
Frisbee. An incredible specimen. Done it all, knows everything, and everyone. All the greats.
Then what we've heard is true. All of it.
Absolutely. He studied at most of the major universities, holds a doctorate in at least 8 disciplines.
A key man, obviously.
Water and oil okay?
I believe they are, but I'd feel better if you checked them.
Might as well, as long as I'm out here. I'll just open the hood and let me see now. Where's the latch now?
In the front, maybe.
Front? Where? Oh, no, what am I thinking? In back? Of course, where the engine is. Engine.
You're a big help, Mr. Frisbee.
You don't know how much we value your personal attention.
Oh, that's okay, boys. Look here. Ain't that something? They got the dipstick and all hidden away so's nobody can go messing with them. But I can see from here that they're just fine. They're just fine. And yep, that's fine and dandy. Well, that ought to do it.
How much do we owe you?
Looks like $5 and a couple of cents. Make it 5 even.
Did you bring a supply of local currency?
Right here. Which one?
Will this do?
This here's $20.
That what it is? Yes, of course. 20.
I think I got some change.
Change?
In my pocket. Hold on now.
Did we give you enough?
Oh, sure, but you got 3 5s coming back.
That's not necessary, Mr. Frisbee. You keep it.
Huh?
For your trouble.
We have no need of it.
That's mighty decent of you. You folks from around here?
No, we're from
quite a ways off.
Well, if you're planning to drive a spell, I'd check in someplace first if I was you.
And why is that?
Those are dangerous-looking clouds.
Dangerous?
Yes, sir. We're going to have some rain shortly.
You can tell when it's going to rain?
Rain? Mister, I can tell when the humidity drops 0.5%. I can predict fog, smog, hail, sleet, snow, dew, and freezing 24 hours before it happens.
Really?
Well, I was working on a perpetual motion machine in Sioux City, Iowa, back in 1921, when I got a call from President Harding. He was begging me to fly to Washington, D.C. and help him set up their meteorology department.
Is that a fact?
Not only is it a fact, but I'm giving it to you oversimplified, kinda. 'Cause I'm too modest to say what they put on the medal they gave me after I got 'em on the right track. That's how come you have weather predictions on the news.
Mr. Frisbee, we were wondering if...
Not yet. We'll see you later, Mr. Frisbee.
You will?
You may rely on it.
Well, that'd be real nice. Stop on back and we'll sit around and talk some more. But mind what I told you about the weather. Best check into a motel or something till she blows over.
We'll do something like that. Thank you so much, Mr. Frisbee. Into the car now, gentlemen.
Well, you take care now.
Oh, we will. We will.
Odd fellers.
Why, didn't they believe what you were saying?
It ain't that. They just seem kinda odd. Wearing suits like business fellows from the city. Handed me a $20 bill like they didn't know what it was.
Well, how come you didn't tell them you was Andrew Jackson and that was your picture on it?
That's one of the few things I ain't heard 'em claim.
Wait around here long enough and you will.
Well, we'll see you tomorrow, Frisbee.
Yep, see you tomorrow.
Sure enough, boys. I'll be here. Same as always. Let's see now, 5 o'clock. Sounds to me like a good time to close.
Mr. Frisbee?
That's my name. Don't wear it out. Huh?
Mr. Frisbee.
Who's there?
If you walk outside and head east down the highway...
Where are you? Nobody left in this store but me.
If you head east for 200 yards, you'll come upon something extraordinary.
Oh, yeah? Like what?
An adventure, Mr. Frisbee. New worlds to conquer.
How's that?
Worlds even you have never dreamed of.
Say, where are you hiding? In the back room? Or over by the dry goods?
Don't trouble yourself. You won't see us.
Well, where are you then?
With you, Mr. Frisbee. We are a part of you. And soon, very soon, you will be a part of us for all eternity. You are going to the stars, sir. To the stars.
What do you mean, the stars? You talking about going to Hollywood?
The stars in the heavens. You're not afraid, are you?
Afraid? Me? Stonewall Frisbee? Do I, David Eisenhower said to me back when I got onto the very first landing craft on D-Day, Stoney, he says to me, Stoney, you lead the invasion. There'll be mines, German E-boats, Stuka dive bombers, and artillery up against you, but you can do it. Well, like I says, I guess if you really want me to.
An exceptional record, Mr. Frisbee, but our time grows short. Will you accept this last greatest adventure?
You mean go walking outside?
It's not far. Just beyond the first grove of trees.
Afraid I can't take you up on that, seeing as how it's gonna rain.
Then you are frightened. We had thought you'd be the one man willing to take almost any risk.
That may be, but who, may I ask, is telling me all this?
If you'll walk on down the road, as I suggested, you'll find out.
Well, rain or no rain, I never was one to turn down a little excitement. Who'd you say you was?
Your questions will be answered soon enough.
Well, all right then. Just let me lock up.
That won't be necessary.
Why not?
Because, Mr. Frisbee, you won't be coming back.
Well, will you look at that? I sure was right. Gonna be a big old storm tonight.
Hurry, Mr. Frisbee.
I'm coming. Don't get your long johns in a twist.
Straight ahead. We're waiting for you.
Where?
Look to your right.
I don't see... Wait a minute. What the heck? Oh, I get it. Some kind of movie prop, right? What are you doing? Making one of them science fiction movies out here? Dang if it don't look like one of them flying saucers.
That's exactly what it is. You may come inside.
Now, how am I going to do that? You got it made to look like there ain't no doors or windows.
Very well. In the interest of time, I suppose we can give you a slight assist at this point.
Hey.
Hold on, Mr. Frisbee.
Whoa, Nellie. How'd you do that?
Teleportation, Mr. Frisbee, but I'm sure you know all about it.
Well, what do you know? You got a nice setup in here. I'll give you that. What's underneath all that aluminum paint? Wood frame or drywall?
I assure you, it's all quite authentic. Impressed?
Me? Impressed? With this rinky-dink set? Why, shucks, it looks like a flea on a doll compared to the one I designed for the United States Space Agency.
Oh, we didn't know they had flying saucers yet. Apollo, of course, and Viking.
Well, mine was called a Buzzard. Biggest span you ever saw. And that was back in 51. Old rocket thrust frisbee, they called me.
Please, Mr. Frisbee, be good enough to follow me.
Well, don't this take all?
How do you do, Mr. Frisbee? Welcome, Mr. Frisbee.
How do you... So this is part of that movie prop. That's it, ain't it? Some kind of Hollywood thing. Advertising a flying saucer picture, huh?
In a word, Mr. Frisbee, no. This is an actual spacecraft.
Go on now.
And we, my colleagues and I, have come here from another planet.
We have indeed. All this way, across the interstellar darkness, to meet you.
Well, in that case, I'm leaving.
Correction, Mr. Frisbee. You are staying.
Wait, let me loose. I can't even wiggle my toes.
I suggest you stop struggling against the force field and relax. After all, you're going to be here a while. A very long while in Earth terms.
Why not make yourself comfortable while you prepare to meet the others?
The others?
That's right. The Intergalactic Council.
Well, sir, the government already knew about my research in atomic energy. Matter of fact, I suggested it to them as far back as 1923. Spent a whole summer one time with Al Einstein, during which time I gave him the preliminary stuff about that relativity theory of his. Smart as paint, that fella. Smart as paint. He had bad hair, though. Should have put some Brill cream on it. A little dabble do you. Anyhow, when I got this here call from New Mexico, I had to hightail it over there and show them how to make the bomb.
Incredible. Fantastic. What a specimen.
Now, let's see. That covers atomic energy. What was the next thing you fellows asked me about?
If you wouldn't mind, sir.
Go on, speak your mind. You're entitled, son.
Your research in liquid propellants.
Oh, yes, liquid propellants. Well, now, the main thing I gotta say about that is there ain't no liquid in the world that'll propel me faster than a dry martini on the rocks.
We were referring to liquid propellants as applied to space travel, Mr. Frisbee.
Oh, them liquid propellants. I get your drift. Yeah, I developed the first ones used by the Air Force in that old whack Corporal rocket, remember? Used to have a model of it out in front of Disneyland. Well, that thing sure could move, thanks to me. Made up a batch of liquid stuff in my cellar. Folks around town wanted me to run for Congress after that, being as how I got the country back into the space race. But if there's one thing I ain't, it's conceited. I figure it's a man's patriotic duty to invent liquid propellants if he has a mind to. And I had a mind to. Why, even as a boy, when I was attending Princeton University on a special scholarship, they used to call me Old Liquid Propellant Frisbee. Next question.
Forgive me, Mr. Frisbee, but you mentioned Princeton University, did you not?
Sure did, young fella. Nice place, too. Real homey. Of course not as homey as Pitchville Flats.
But it was my understanding that you attended the University of Wichita.
That one, too. I can see how you'd get a mite confused. It happens to be a fact that I hold degrees in 38 major universities and advanced schools of learning.
Amazing. One earth, man. It beggars the imagination.
I also got me one of them Rhodes scholarships over in England one time, but I had to turn it down because I wouldn't bow to the Queen. Next question. No more? In that case, well, I'll just get on home to dinner. I said it was getting late and I have to get home to dinner. Hey, you guys. About time I was leaving.
I gather that you don't quite understand the situation, Mr. Frisbee.
How's that?
You're not going home for dinner. You shall have dinner here.
Here?
Precisely. In exactly, 14 minutes by your measure of time, we'll be departing.
Departing? From where to where?
From here to our planet. You see, Mr. Frisbee, our assignment here was to secure a representative Earth species, the most brilliant we could find. There seems to be no question that your accomplishments are far and away more extensive than any other human beings.
Mine? Now, wait a minute. Now, hold on there. You fellas got the wrong idea. Why, I'm just a plain old country boy, a bumpkin. I'm a bumpkin. That's what I am. Just a rube with a big mouth.
Come now, Mr. Frisbee. You do yourself a terrible injustice. We know all about you and your accomplishments.
My accomplishments. Mister, the one accomplishment you fellas didn't pick up on is the fact that I am the gall-darndest liar that ever walked the pike. I spin the longest yarn west of the Rockies, and I'm not talking about exaggerating. I'm talking about lies. I mean lies.
Mr. Frisbee.
Don't you get it? I'm a liar. I ain't got enough truth in me to raise a bump on a bee.
There are some terms that have no equivalent in our language. This word, lie, that you mentioned.
Dang right, lie. That there is the opposite of the truth. Don't you have that on your planet?
Have what, Mr. Frisbee?
Have a fella that runs around talking the bull off a nickel?
I'm afraid not. We have no concept of this term.
You mean whatever somebody says goes without saying? That is the truth? So everything I told you, every doggone piece of harebrained guff I've been throwing at you, you believe it? And now you're taking me up to your planet so you can stick me in a cage?
Oh, hardly that, Mr. Frisbee. It won't be a cage. We'll naturally have to keep you confined, much as we do the other specimens we've collected.
We've got a marvelously entertaining Venusian. He sings simultaneously in 8 different octaves, and he accompanies himself on percussion with his tail.
Now, you listen to me. I'm a bona fide American citizen, and I got my rights. And furthermore...
Please contain yourself, Mr. Frisbee. Since we'll be departing very shortly, you have your choice of dinner now or later. Perhaps you'd prefer waiting. What is your pleasure?
I'll tell you what my pleasure is. My pleasure is to punch you right smack dab on the jaw. What the...
Don't be alarmed, Mr. Frisbee. That was only a mask, a disguise we use to pass among Earthlings. This is my real face underneath. I hope its appearance doesn't unduly disturb you. Mr. Frisbee?
Whoa!
Mr. Frisbee!
Oh my, aching back. Where am I?
Feeling better, Mr. Frisbee?
Better than what?
I thought I should tell you. We'll be departing in 5 minutes.
You still on that kick? Listen to me. I ain't interested in departing anywhere except from you. I never been more than 50 miles outside of Pitchville in my life, and that's the one record I'm right proud of.
Curious remark. It does not compute. You took a bump to the head. Lie still. I'd better scan you.
Get that thing away from me.
It's only a vibrometabolic scanner to detect organic damage.
Stay back, I tell you.
You're in perfect shape. No spikes in your brainwaves, none whatsoever. Remarkable, I must say, for someone with such active cranial matter.
Man, the last time I saw something like you, I'd been 4 days on a corn jug. And even at that, what I thought I saw was a whole lot prettier than you.
I'm sorry you find my features distasteful. On our planet, my appearance is considered quite satisfactory. But if you prefer, I could wear another one of those pseudo-faces.
This place where you're from, do the girls look like that too?
The females? Why do you ask?
Because if they do, it's a downright wonder you ain't extinct.
Please try to accept my true appearance, Mr. Frisbee, much as we have become accustomed to yours. Some effort is required on both sides. Shall we, I believe the customary phrase is, shake on it?
Don't point your finger at me. What you got there, a claw?
A gesture of friendship, Mr. Frisbee. Hands across the galaxy and all that.
Well, okay, but don't you go pinching me. You're built hard as a crawfish, I'll say that.
Oh, we are indeed, by your standards, which is quite fortunate for us, considering the gravitational pressures on our home planet.
You have a match on you?
Pardon?
For my pipe. Hold on, I gotta light my overalls.
What are you doing?
Helps me relax. A pinch of Prince. Now, one time a guy come in my store and he says, "You got Prince Albert in a can?" And I says, "No, already went and let him out." Never mind. You boys wouldn't understand.
I'm afraid there's no smoking on the ship.
Well, who ever heard of a rule like that?
It upsets the negative ion balance.
No, I really ain't going. What do you think of that?
Well, I suppose if you sit over here, directly under the laminar flow.
Kind of chilly. Ooh. Don't you boys have a wood-burning stove at least? Must get mighty close to freezing up there in outer space.
What's that?
Oh, that? Oh, that's just my old harmonica. Want I should play you a little tune?
Oh, please. Please, Mr. Frisbee.
I've been meaning to give a concert one of these days. Maybe Carnegie Hall or over in Branford.
Oh, attention. X10 and X12. I need you here at once.
Most beautiful sound there is, huh? They have harmonicas where you guys are from? Well, do they? I ask you a question. Do you have harmonicas up there where you
Help! Help!
You don't look so good. Kinda green. Whoa, well, let me play some more for you. Ain't nothing like a little tune before dinner. That's what I always say.
What's that horrible sound? It's that object. I've got to get it away from him before it's too late. Back. It's dangerous. Stay away from it. Save yourselves.
What's the matter, boys? Don't you like my playing? Boys? Oh, boys! Frisbee, old son, something tells me this is your chance. You better make tracks, and I mean now. They didn't call you old mile-a-minute Frisbee for nothing. Get moving.
What are you doing out of your room, Mr. Frisbee? Mr. Frisbee!
Don't let him off the ship! Quickly, seal the airlock!
No, you don't, boy. Get out of my way.
No. Don't go after him. He has some sort of fantastic instrument that emits a death sound. I've never heard a pitch like it. It's powerfully destructive. We'd best take off before he warns others of his kind. They may have the same weapon.
Can't catch this old boy, can you? Go on, get out of here. Get on back where you come from. That's it. Scat.
Quiet. Douse the lights. Here he comes.
What's going on here? Will somebody tell me what's happening here?
What do you mean, what's happening? It's your birthday, ain't it? As if you didn't know. And this here is a surprise party. As if you didn't know that either.
Congratulations, Frisbee.
Put her there, old buddy.
Well, I sure didn't expect nothing like this.
The heck you didn't. The present. Give him the present, dadgummit. I've been waiting all day for this.
Got it right here. What are you waiting for? Go on, Frisbee, open it up.
Well, you folks sure sprung one on me.
Want me to help you get the paper off?
No, I can get it.
Go ahead, read it.
What is it, some kind of trophy?
It's what they call a lovin' cup.
Went into town and ordered it special.
Go on, read it out loud.
For the first time, Frisbee is at a loss for words. I'll read it for him. World's greatest liar, Mr. Somerset Frisbee, presented by his friends on the occasion of his 63rd birthday.
Folks, all I can think to say is, mighty nice of you all. Mighty nice.
Ain't you gonna make a speech?
Yeah, Frisbee. Tell us one of them real whoppers.
Like where you been the last couple of hours? Was you inventing something? Or maybe you just took a quick trip to the moon?
Well, you ain't far wrong, and that's a fact.
I knowed it. I've been waiting for this all day.
First off, you know who them fellas was in that car?
Which car?
That little foreign job come in here for gas, remember?
The President of the United States and the Secret Service.
Well, I'll tell you who them fellas was. They was from outer space.
Oh, isn't he the living Ann?
And somehow or other they picked me up in the air, right down there by the hollow, and I floated over to their flying saucer, and they took me inside, and then they was gonna kidnap me and take me to their planet.
And you was gonna be their leader, Frisbee?
But it's true. They was just about to kidnap me. Wanted to make me their A1 prize specimen. Oh, the whole Galactic Council was watching. They even had a guy from Venus who could sing 8 different ways from sundown and play the drum with his tail. Well, sir, you know how I stopped them?
You talked them to death?
No, not that. It weren't nothing, really. Just took out my mouth harp and blowed a little tune, something like this. You know what happened then?
I'm sure you're going to tell us. I've been waiting all day for this.
They just plumb fainted away.
Now that I can believe.
Play us a tune, Somerset, the way you used to.
Well, I suppose I could do that, if you really want to hear it. Wait a minute. There it is. Didn't I tell you it was going to rain? Sure I did. I can feel it in these old bones of mine. Yes, sir.
What did I tell you? What did I tell you? Ain't he the perfect limit? Ain't he the be-all and end-all?
Mr. Somerset Frisbee, who might have profited by reading an Aesop fable, the one about the boy who cried wolf. For now, consider this one more tall tale from the timberlands of the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
Hocus Pocus and Frisbee, starring Shelley Berman, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was written for the Twilight Zone by Rod Serling, from a story by Frederick Lewis Fox, and adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison. Heard in the cast were Mike Novak, Richard Hensel, Turk Muller, Sarah Marks, Jeff Lupetin, Christian Stolte, and Doug James. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Paul Patch, Terry Jennings, the American Forces Radio and Television Service, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
There is a fifth dimension beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, and it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the Twilight Zone.
Bus to Hard City, now departing from door 2. Carry on luggage only. All passengers with tickets proceed to door 2.
What did he say?
He said the bus to Hart City.
Hartford? That us?
No, dear.
When's our bus?
I don't know, Edward. Why don't you ask?
Ask who?
The nice man at the ticket window.
I want a window seat.
Yes, dear.
If they don't give me a window seat, I'm not going. I'll stay right here on this bench all night if I have to.
You can't do that. They won't let you.
Won't let me sit by the window? Then you go on without me, Eleanor.
Pardon me.
Oh, hello, dear.
I'm sorry to bother you.
Not at all.
Are you waiting for the Cortland bus by any chance?
What did she say? Portland?
Portland, Maine, or Portland, California?
Neither, I'm sorry.
We're going to the Elder Hostel in Fort Ritchie. My friend Mary went there last year, and she said it was lovely.
I'll ask at the window. About your bus, too, if you like. Do you mind if I leave my suitcase here, just for a minute?
Of course, dear. Oh, you know that.
Thank you. I'll be right back. Excuse me. The bus to Cortland.
What about her?
It was due a half hour ago.
Yep, a half hour ago.
When will it be in?
It's kind of hard to say. Road slick, maybe a bridge or two out. That's bound to screw up the schedule.
Well, do you have any idea when it'll be in?
She'll be in when she'll be in, that's all. I told you that the last time you asked, miss.
The last time? The last time I asked you was right now. Look, all I want is a civil answer from you.
You're getting a civil answer, miss. Trouble is, every 10 minutes, you're up here requiring one. The situation just doesn't change that rapidly. You want to know about the Cortland bus? It's late. It was late when you first asked me a half hour ago, late when you came back 15 minutes later, and it's late now. All the asking in the world ain't gonna push it none.
This is the first time I've been at this window to ask. Either your eyes are bad, mister, or...
My eyes are fine. I don't have any trouble reading the timetables, now do I? Maybe you're the one with the problem. Maybe you don't hear very well. Or maybe you don't remember things. Maybe you'd best see a doctor about that memory of yours.
I don't need to see any doctor. Now, I've had just about enough of this conversation. Goodbye. And you needn't worry, I won't bother you any further.
Here she comes again.
Are you all right, dear?
Yes, I'm fine. Oh, I forgot to ask for you.
Ask about what?
Your bus. You wanted to know about the one to Fort Ritchie.
Oh, we don't need to know.
You don't?
I found that schedule you brought us before.
That's nice. I'm glad, but I didn't bring it to you.
What did she say?
Oh, but you did. The first time you came over. You didn't ask us to watch your bag then.
My bag? Yes, here it is.
You were going to the window, but you didn't want to leave your bag here. Not the first time.
And you're saying I spoke to you on 2 different occasions?
That's right. About your bus. Is something the matter?
No, nothing's the matter.
Millicent Barnes, age 25, young woman waiting for a bus on a rainy November night. Not a very imaginative type is Miss Barnes, not given to undue anxiety or fears, or for that matter, even the most temporal flights of fancy. Like most young career women, she has a generic classification as, quote, someone with a head on her shoulders, end of quote. All of which is mentioned now because in just a moment, the head on Miss Barnes's shoulders will be put to a test. Circumstances will assault her sense of reality, and a chain of nightmares will put her sanity on the block. Millicent Barnes, who in 1 minute will wonder whether she's going mad or whether she's just stumbled into the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone, and our story, Mirror Image, starring Morgan Brittany and Frank John Hughes, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Well, shall we run through it again?
Thank you, no.
Good.
I wondered, well, I just noticed.
Noticed what?
That the bag in there?
Where?
In the baggage room behind you. That bag, the one on the floor in front of the others.
What about it?
Well, I'd like to see it.
You would?
Yes, it looks familiar.
What is this? Some kind of game?
No game, honestly. It looks just like mine. It's identical, even to the handle being torn, the red name tag, the sticker on the side.
Lady, that is your bag. You checked it.
That's not my bag.
You want it back?
It looks just like mine, but it's not. It can't be. That's my bag over there by the bench.
Is it?
The bench against the wall, at the end where I was sitting. Oh.
Uh-huh.
My bag was there, but it's not now.
That's because you checked it.
Well, how did... Then I'd like to uncheck it, if it's mine, as you say.
Claim check, please.
What?
All you have to do is show me a claim check. The one I gave you when you checked the bag.
I don't have one. Here's my bus ticket, my wallet, my keys, and the rest. See, that's all I have in my purse.
No claim check, no suitcase.
But that's absurd. You just said it's mine.
Nothing I can do about that. State law.
When I saw it in the baggage room just now, I'd swear that was the first time I...
Why don't you just go over there and sit down, miss? You're either walking in your sleep or you're hungover or something. Just go back there and sit down and breathe through your nose and let me read my magazine. When the Cortland bus comes, there'll be a loud noise, a door opening, and people will come in here. And then you'll know the bus has arrived.
But I never checked my bag. I don't feel very well. Where's the ladies' room?
Straight across the lobby, other wall.
There goes that girl again.
I see her, Edward.
Can't make up her mind, can she? Must be on some kind of drug.
Oh, you hush now.
I'll be finished cleaning the floor in a minute, honey. You go right ahead.
Thank you.
Are you all right?
Yes, I'm all right. I'm perfectly all right. Why, don't I look well?
Why, no. Honey, you look fine. You look just fine. Just like when you came in before.
What do you mean, before?
You were in here just a few minutes ago, remember?
That wasn't me.
Sure was, honey. Same coat, same little rain hat. That was you for sure. Not that many people in the station this time of night. Plus, I never forget a face.
Look, I don't know what's going on around here. Somebody takes my bag, somebody says I'm always asking questions about the bus. Now you tell me I've been in here before and...
Just take it easy now. Everything's going to be all right.
Well, of course it is. There's nothing wrong to begin with. There isn't a thing wrong. I think the only problem around here is that you people need some sleep or something. You say I came in the ladies' room.
Big as life.
And then I suppose I walked back out into the waiting room, right into this very door.
So far, yeah. Here, wanna try?
Oh, thank you.
This guy's easy, though.
Let me get you a cold cloth, honey. I don't think you're well.
I don't need one, thank you. I must be overtired. That's it. But I'm gonna be fine. Now, let's just do a quick reality check. Look out there.
What for?
Tell me what you see.
Okay.
Now, tell me about the woman. Tell me if...
No woman.
Are you sure?
All I can see is a kid playing a video game.
Hi.
Oh, hi. I'm on level 13 again.
That's nice.
Whoa.
I wanted to ask you, who were you talking to just now?
Who do you think? Wanna play, huh?
Play?
There goes. I lost. Oh, well.
I might have another quarter in my purse.
Nah, 4's enough.
Is it?
That's what you gave me already. I still got 2 left.
Of course. And that was just a minute ago, wasn't it?
Yeah, when you're coming out of, you know...
The ladies' room?
That guy at the window. He won't give me change, but you did. 4 quarters for $1. Thanks.
You're welcome.
So you want to play?
You mean, like before?
You didn't play me before. You said some other time. Well, want to now?
This game, it's called Tomb Raider.
Cool, huh? There's the graveyard. When the dead people come out of the ground, you have to shoot them before they get you. Or a tombstone pops up with your name on it. See?
After I was standing here talking to you, where did I go? Did you see exactly?
How come?
I'm trying to retrace my steps. I think I lost something.
Same place you were sitting before. Over there on the bench. Where the suitcase is.
A suitcase? Yes, of course. It has to be mine. Right where I left it. On the floor.
Last chance.
For what?
Last game of the night. Before they shut off the machine.
Some other time.
I gotta go home anyway.
Home. Yes, you do that. Time to go home. Here. Right here. And the tag with my name on it. How can that be?
Miss?
Yes, what do you want?
Your wallet. I think it fell out of your purse.
Oh, thank you. I must have dropped it over there somewhere.
You did. I saw it, so I brought it over. Person can't get very far without a wallet now, can they?
Thank you again.
Thank you. You mind if I share your bench?
No, I don't mind.
Bus is late, isn't it?
It seems to be. It's over half an hour late now. You mean the Cortland bus, don't you?
That's the one. I was supposed to be in Syracuse by 10. Planes were all grounded. Took a cab from Binghamton. Darn thing skidded and ran into a tree just a few miles outside of town. Had to walk back to the bus station there.
That's quite a story. You look awfully wet.
No kidding. I'm about 4 hours from Binghamton and about 5 minutes away from pneumonia.
Is that right?
Forgive me, miss, but you're not ill, are you?
I don't know what's wrong with me. I really truly don't.
Well, is there anything I can do?
I don't know how to answer that. It's just that a whole bunch of odd things have been happening.
Odd?
I've been seeing things.
What sort of things?
Oh, I don't think I should tell you. I think you'll want to move to another part of the room if I do. Or call the police or an ambulance or something.
Why don't you take a chance and tell me? You never know. I might be able to help.
I don't even know you.
Oh, sorry. Paul Grinston. I'm from Binghamton.
Millicent Barnes. At least I I was.
And what does Millicent Barnes do?
I'm a private secretary. I quit my job here on Thursday, and I got another job in Buffalo, and that's where I'm going tonight. Well, trying to go to Buffalo. But everything I do, people keep telling me I've done it before. The man who sells the tickets, he said I kept asking him where the bus was, and the woman in the restroom, she said I'd been in there before, and I hadn't been. And my bag here, my bag, where?
Right there, by the edge of the bench.
Oh, for a second there, I thought it was starting all over again.
I think you'd better tell me the whole story.
Well, that couple over there, the man and the woman and the ticket man, they said I'd checked it, and there was a bag almost identical to mine in the baggage room. I saw it. Then when I looked again...
Go on. Please.
Well, it doesn't make any sense, but when I was in the ladies' room, there was a voice from out here, and I thought I heard...
What did you hear?
My own voice. I thought I heard myself talking to someone.
Who?
That boy.
Where?
Oh, he must have gone home. You don't believe me, do you?
Well, I wasn't there.
It has to be some kind of a delusion. Do people have delusions that they can hear?
I don't know. I guess they could.
That's what they are, I'm sure. Some kind of delusions. But it isn't just hearing things and seeing things that don't exist. It isn't just that. Why did the old man selling tickets and that woman in the powder room and the couple on the bench and the boy playing the video machine, why did they all say they'd seen me before?
I can't say. That's a tough one.
What is happening? What on earth is happening to me? I must be sick. I must be running a fever, but I'm not even warm. I don't have a fever. No fever at all. Do I? Here, touch my hand. Can you feel me?
Yes, I can feel you. You're really here if that's what you're worried about, and you don't have a fever.
I'm not some sort of crazy person. Really, I'm not. I've never had any problem like this. I mean a problem with my mind or anything like that.
Of course you haven't. And there is an explanation someplace. There's a reason. Maybe...
Maybe what?
Maybe there's someone here in this building who resembles you. Could be that, you know? Or maybe somebody playing a joke or something. Is that possible?
No, that's too fantastic, and that doesn't explain the bags or anything. If there was someone, where is she now? This is a small bus station. Where is that person?
When you get to Buffalo, will someone be there to meet you?
Why, yes, I think so. I'm sure of it. A friend of mine. She's supposed to pick me up at the station.
Maybe you should call ahead since we're running late. Let your friend know you won't be getting in for a while.
Yes, that's a good idea.
There's a payphone over there.
Good. Oh, but I only have $1.25, and that man at the window...
Here, this ought to be enough.
I can give you this $1 bill.
Forget it.
Oh, you're very kind. I'll be over there.
I'll watch your bag for you.
Thank you so much.
Good luck.
Would you do one thing for me?
Sure. What do you need?
I need you to ask the man at the ticket window something. Would you mind?
Not at all.
Ask him if... But you don't have to ask him. Just look over his shoulder into the storage room where they keep the bags and see if there's one that looks like mine. The same handle, the same kind of tag hanging off it exactly. And if there is, tell me. Would you do that?
No problem.
I'll be right back.
$1.70 for the first 3 minutes.
$150, $160. Oh, I don't have that much.
Would you like to call collect?
Yes, that would be wonderful.
One moment, please, while I get your party on the line.
Hello?
Judy? It's me.
Where are you? Did you make your bus all right?
Yes, I made it, but now the connection is late, the one to Cortland.
Good thing you caught me. I was just on my way out the door.
It'll be a while yet. I guess it's the rain.
So when should I meet you?
That's just it. I don't know.
Tell you what, I'll call the bus station here and ask them what time it's due. As soon as I find out, I'll get in the car.
I'm so sorry to do this to you.
It's not your fault. Don't worry about it. I'll be there.
Thank you so much.
See you in a little bit.
Number 17 to Cortland, Syracuse, and Buffalo. Now arriving at Gate 2. All passengers, Gate 2.
That's it. Judy, are you still there? Judy?
Gate 2, departing in 5 minutes. Need a ticket?
No, I've got one.
Luggage?
What?
You want to check any luggage?
All I have is this briefcase.
Go right through that door then. Line's outside.
What time is it?
Oh, I don't believe it. It's finally here.
I thought we'd have to stay in a motel.
Hope the bridge didn't wash out.
Well, better late than never.
You can go now.
Right. I have to wait for someone. I think she checked her bag. Could you look? Medium size, leather handle with a red tag on it, and a sticker on the side.
You mean the young ladies?
I don't see it.
That's because she picked it up already. Took it through.
No, I don't think so. I don't see it back there, but it's possible she didn't check it at all.
Oh, she did all right. Picked it up as soon as I made the announcement, just before you walked up.
Wait a minute. That's not true.
No?
She went to use the phone.
Phone's over there. Nobody's using it now, see?
How can that be?
Glad to have her out of my hair, if you want to know. Real nervous type. Couldn't make up her mind. Number 17, Cortland, Syracuse, and Buffalo. Boarding now.
Hi.
Oh, you are here.
Where did you think I'd gone?
To make a phone call, but...
I did, and now the bus is here, at last.
I guess we better get going.
Let me get my bag.
You're...
Right here where I left it. Thanks for watching over it for me.
Let me get that for you. Looks heavy.
Oh, thank you. You're very nice.
No problem.
Really, you're being very kind to me.
Oh, forget it. You're easy to be kind to.
More than just kind. I mean...
Come on. We don't want to miss it.
Just set her down right there, ma'am. I'll put her in with the rest.
Be careful now. It's got all my prescriptions. Don't you lose it.
I won't lose it, ma'am. What goes in comes out. I'll even give you a claim check for it, okay? There you go.
What did he say?
Come along, Edward.
Hello, sir.
Hi.
Want that in here?
Yes, just this suitcase. Give the claim tag to the young lady.
Oh.
Something the matter, miss?
Look!
What?
That's my bag.
He's got it.
Not that one, the other one. The one that looks just like it.
Where?
In the luggage compartment, you see it? It's already been loaded on the bus.
Who gave you that suitcase?
Which one?
With the red name tag on the handle, right there.
Some woman? I don't remember.
Try. What did she look like?
Well, it's hard to say. Half a dozen people lined up all at once.
Miss Barnes! Millicent, wait! You just lie there for a while.
But I can't.
Yes, you can. I'll put my coat under your head.
On my way. You and the lady coming, or aren't you?
We'll wait for the next one.
Next one ain't due till 7 in the morning.
That's all right.
Got a long wait.
Okay, we're on our way.
You want another wet towel for your forehead, honey?
What? Oh, no.
I'm shutting off some of the lights. When not in use, turn off the juice. That's what I always say.
Well, I'd better get home. I hope she feels better.
Thanks for your help.
It's all right, but offhand, mister, I'd say she needs some looking after. More than a towel for her head. You know what I mean?
Good night. How are you doing?
The bus.
It couldn't wait, but there'll be another one.
You didn't get on.
I don't care. I'm this late already. A few more hours won't make any difference.
It's quiet now.
Nice and restful. So you can just take it easy on this bench here. Keep your feet up.
Where are you going?
Nowhere. I'll sit on the other end.
Stay here. I wanted to tell you
Yes?
what I've been thinking about.
Go ahead.
Something. It's very odd, but I've been remembering something I heard or read a long time ago. I don't know where. about different planes of existence, different worlds that exist side by side.
How do you mean?
Parallel planes, that's what they call them. And each of us has a counterpart in this other world. And sometimes through some sort of freak occurrence, there's a break, and the two worlds converge. The counterpart steps outside into our plane, and to survive, it has to take over.
Take over how?
Replace us. Move us out so it can live.
That's a little metaphysical for me.
I remember reading it someplace. Each of us has a twin in this other parallel world. An identical twin. Maybe the one people saw tonight.
Millicent, there's another explanation. There's gotta be. An explanation that, well, something that has more reason to it.
I can't explain it, but somehow I know that's what happened. My counterpart, this other woman.
Forget about it, please. Look, I just thought of something. I've got a good friend who lives in Tully. I'll call him and see if he can't bring his car down here for us. He could probably run us into Syracuse. I'll call him, all right, Millicent? Shall I call my friend?
I guess so.
Excuse me.
I'll tell you what I think. I think she's got a leak in her attic. Parallel planes, counterparts in another life. You got a thing for sick people? Is that it?
Poor kid. I don't know what's gonna happen to her.
You gonna call your friend?
What?
Your friend in Tully. The one with the car.
I don't have a friend in Tully. But she needs help, medical help. I figured it would be easier that way. I figured she'd come along if I told her that. Poor kid. I don't know what else to do. Have you got a phone in there?
Who you want to call?
The police, I guess. They're the ones who'd know how to help her.
To tell you the truth, she kind of gives me the willies. I just as soon she get out of here one way or another. I don't much care how.
Where's your phone?
Come around to the office so she can't hear.
Okay.
Say, where'd she go?
What?
Take a look. She ain't on that bench no more.
Is anybody in there? Where are you? Where did you go? I know you're in here. Unless you really did get on that bus, but you didn't, did you? You're too clever for that. I only want to ask you a question. Then I'll go. Who are you really? And what do you want?
Millicent, are you in there?
Yes?
Oh, good. You had me worried there for a minute.
I'm fine.
I made the call. I just thought, it's let up outside. How about a breath of fresh air while we're waiting?
All right. It's late.
Yes, it is. You know, sometimes, on a bad night, a person could use some help. Sometimes we all could.
You've been really nice. I don't know what to say.
Neither do I. Except that I do want to help you. Sometimes talking to someone can make all the difference. I may not have the answers you need, but there are people who do.
Why is that police car here? Is there trouble?
No trouble.
We'd better go inside.
Mr. Grinstead.
Yes.
You the one who called?
No, he didn't call you. Why would he call you?
Easy now, miss.
What are you doing? Get your hands off of me!
You know a place to take her?
Paul?
I think it's best if you go with them. No one's going to hurt you.
Paul!
Relax, lady. Come over to the car.
No! No, I won't! What are you doing?
Be careful with her. She's kind of fragile, a little confused, that's all.
Paul, don't let them take me! Why are you doing this?
I told you, be careful with her. She's not a criminal or anything.
Don't worry, Mr. Grinstead. We'll hold her for observation, get her some help. You did the right thing.
Stop! Let me go!
All right, come on. Just wait. Okay, here we go.
Millicent.
Get it all squared away?
Yeah, they're gonna take her to the hospital for observation.
What was she talking about anyway? All that business about another life?
I don't know. Part of her illness, I guess.
We've been driving for quite a while.
Miss,
Where are you taking me?
don't worry. You're not going to jail.
This is all a misunderstanding.
The doctors will figure that out.
But I'm not sick.
Then you'll go on home.
I don't want to go home.
No.
I'm on my way to Buffalo. I have a new job there. Would you like to see the letter? It's in my purse.
Got your ID, too?
Certainly.
Let's have a look.
What happened back there, Miss Barnes?
Nothing.
Must have been something. Mr. Grinstead said you were upset, behaving irrationally.
Did he?
Said you had some wild story about people out to get you in the bus station?
Oh? Well, there were a couple of pretty unsavory characters hanging around. Haven't you ever been in a bus station?
He a friend of yours, Grinstead?
Not at all. I only met him a few hours ago.
And you thought somebody stole your luggage, got on the bus, tried to pass herself off as you?
Look, officer, it's really very simple. I haven't slept in almost 24 hours. I've been riding buses and it's raining and every connection is late. Wouldn't you be a little on edge?
That's no reason to run around disrupting the place, bothering everybody.
He tried to pick me up. That's why I was so upset.
Well, that's not what the station master said.
Well, what does he know? I mean, he's pretty peculiar himself. Stop the car right here and let me out. I'm begging you.
Sorry, can't do that.
Look, I'll take a cab all the way to Buffalo. Then none of you will have to put up with me anymore.
See, there you go.
There I go what?
You seem like a nice enough person. Why don't you just take it easy?
If you'd seen the things I saw, heard what I heard.
Calm down now and be a good girl, and I'll have to cuff you. You wouldn't like that now, would you?
Oh, you do that! Do it! Look, I don't care anymore.
I think you better let him check you out real good when we get to Braywood.
Braywood? What is that, a loony farm?
Emergency medical facility. They'll run some tests, see if you need any medication.
But my friend's waiting for me. What will she think if I'm not on the bus?
Your friend have a name?
Yes, of course she does. It's Judy Jensen. We've known each other since we were in school.
In Buffalo?
That's where the bus is going. I'm supposed to be on it. She was going to pick me up.
We'll get word to her.
Yes, do that. She'll tell you there's nothing wrong with me. One call, that's all I ask.
All units, possible robbery on Elm Street.
This is Unit 4.
South 2000 block at Mayfair. Are you in the area?
Negative.
Well, boys, somebody better roger me fast, because I need a unit out there right now.
Why are you wasting your time like this when there's a crime going on? Look, I'm not violent. I've never been arrested in my life. And now you're probably going to cost me my job, when all you have to do is call my friend. Do you really want to drive around for another hour with someone in the backseat who's broken no laws while real criminals are running around on the streets?
We'd have to fill out a report. A lot of paperwork. Be at the hospital till dawn.
We already have to fill out a report.
We could release her OR.
Then she goes right back to what she was doing, hurt herself or someone else.
Oh, in the friend's custody, I mean.
Your friend. She willing to drive out here and sign an affidavit?
Oh, I'm sure she would if you'd ask.
We could at least make the call.
This is Unit 4. Kelly, we're heading over to South Elm. Meanwhile, do me a favor. Patch me through to a Judy Jensen in Cortland.
I have your call, Unit 4.
Hello?
Miss Jensen?
She's gone to bed. Who's calling?
This is the Tully Police Department. Do you know a Millicent Barnes?
Yes, I'd say I do.
We have Miss Barnes here, and we were wondering...
Is this a crank call?
This is Lieutenant Anderson of the Tully PD. Miss Barnes says...
Oh, she does. Well, it just so happens that this is Millie Barnes, and I don't appreciate crank calls in the middle of the night, and neither does Judy. We just got in from the bus station, and if you don't mind, I'd very much like to take a hot shower and get some sleep. Is that all right with you? Good night. No. 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 No.
You have any coffee?
Vending machine, other side.
When's the next bus? 7 o'clock?
You got 4.5 hours. Take a snooze on the bench there if you want. You'll be all alone. No noise. I even shut off the video machine. This place is like a tomb between now and morning.
Thanks. I might do that.
You want to check your briefcase?
No, I'll keep it with me. Thanks. What the... Hey! What's going on?
Nothing's going on. Thought you were going to take a nap.
I was about to, but I walk a few feet to the machine, turn around, and my briefcase is gone.
Well, sure it is.
What does that mean? Oh, dear Lord, she was right. And you're the one. It was you all along.
Hey, simmer down.
You're playing tricks, aren't you? Stupid, hick-town tricks. Does that keep you from getting bored? Stealing people's luggage, moving it around, putting it back when they're looking the other way? Is that what all this is about?
The briefcase isn't there because you picked it up and brought it over here and walked out onto the platform.
I did that? You saw me?
Sure did. Same coat, same shoes, same everything. Didn't say a word. Only question is, how did you get back through that door without me seeing you? Of course, I was reading my magazine, so I guess I wouldn't have noticed.
Hey, who's out there? Hey, that's my briefcase! You! Stop! Who are you? Where are you going? Please! What are you doing here? Tell me, I have to know! What do you want?
Obscure metaphysical explanation to cover a most disturbing phenomenon. Reasons dredged out of the shadows to explain away that which cannot be explained. Call it parallel planes, the myth of the doppelganger, or just plain old-fashioned insanity. But whatever you call it, you'll probably find more where that came from if you take a good look around the next time you're forced to spend a cold, wet, particularly inhospitable night at a bus station or some similar out-of-the-way place, one that's located just over the borderlines of the Twilight Zone.
We'll be back to the Twilight Zone in a moment.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
Mirror Image, starring Morgan Brittany and Frank John Hughes with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and based on a script by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Peter DeFaria, Richard Hensel, Peggy Roeder, Adam Tangway, Roderick Peoples, Doug James, and Natalia Reed. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Paul Patch, Terry Jennings, the American Forces Radio and Television Service, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
There is a fifth dimension beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, and it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the Twilight Zone.
Let's get going.
Yeah. Wasting too much time already.
We turned this place into a courtroom long enough.
Barman, give me a drink.
Coming right up.
Hey, barman, pour me one too while you're at it.
Court is back in session. Put that bottle away, Earl.
You heard the judge. No drinking while the circuit court's here. Everybody sit down.
Let's get this thing going. Come on. In the case of Joe Caswell, will the defendant stand?
He means you. Stand up.
I heard him, Sheriff.
You don't talk until the judge tells you to.
Now then, Joe Caswell, in the shooting of George Bamber's son, Will, you carry a Colt .45, same as the hole in Will Bamber's back, and there was an empty shell in your gun.
He was spoiling for a fight.
You're a dirty liar. My boy wasn't even armed.
If he hadn't have called me out, he'd still be breathing, and I'd be halfway to Cheyenne.
Hear that, Judge?
Sit down, George.
But he admits it.
Quiet. This trial is over. Now, seeing as how there were no eyewitnesses, I can't say who started it and who deserved what. But there's no way this is self-defense. And it's not the first time you've been in circuit court. I've seen you too many times, Caswell. Fighting, thieving, drunk and disorderly, running horses off somebody's spread, and most of the time folks end up dead. Too many times, mister. You've had your chance and then some. Well, this is the end of the trail. Do you have anything to say before I pass sentence?
I never back down from any man, no matter who he is.
Joe Caswell, I hereby find you guilty of murder and sentence you to death by hanging. Such sentence to be carried out at sunup tomorrow. May God have mercy on your soul. Court's adjourned till next month.
Yeah, guilty. This way, Caswell.
Then I guess I'll just see you in hell, Judge. We'll have a drink on it, you and me.
Drink?
Yep, I'm mighty thirsty myself.
I was here first.
No, you weren't.
Take your turn, boys. Everybody gets served. Now, who's next?
Prelude to a commonplace, if somewhat grim, unsocial event known as a necktie party. The year is 1880, the guest of dishonor, a cowboy named Joe Caswell, now just a few hours away from a date with a rope. He's headed for a short dance, to be performed several feet off the ground, before moving on to the dark eternity that awaits evil men. Mr. Joe Caswell, who, when the good Lord passed out a conscience, a heart, and a regard for others, must have gone off for a beer and missed his. Mr. Joe Caswell, whose time is about to run out in the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone, and our story, Execution, starring Don Johnson, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
This'll do right here.
That tree hold him, Sheriff?
Sure it will. It ain't that much.
Give me the rope, boys.
Right here.
Throw it over the top branch.
Yeah, hold his horse steady. I made the knot real good. Yeah, he did. It's a big one, too.
You did fine, boys.
Lo, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death.
Reverend.
Shut up, Caswell.
I shall fear no evil.
No need, Reverend. I ain't interested in any prayers.
And your immortal soul, are you interested in that?
It's my immortal neck I'm concerned about now. It's your pleasure to see that it gets stretched a couple of feet. And since that book of yours ain't gonna stop it from happening, I'd as lief make this short and get it over with.
Go ahead, then.
I'm finished.
Judge?
You got any last words, Caswell?
What would you like to hear?
It's up to you.
Then I'd like to say something about the young man I put a hole in.
Yes?
He had too much mouth and not enough brains.
Why, you...
And I'd invite him out again this morning if I had to do it all over again.
You shot my son in the back, Caswell, which is a long country mile from an invitation to a showdown. If that's all you got to say, I got this to add. I'd like it to take a while. I'd like you to feel it, Caswell. The more you kick, the more justice I figure there is in the world.
I'll do a jig for you, Papa. Just like a puppet. With my hands tied behind my back. How's that? Now, can we get it over with?
All right, put the noose around his neck.
All set.
Smoke, Caswell?
Why bother? I wouldn't get to finish it anyway.
All right, then. That's it.
By the authority vested in me...
Hurry up!
I'll tell you this, Caswell. I've been a judge for 35 years, and the one question that always rests heavy in my gut is whether any human being has the right to condemn another. Maybe this is what should come from God. But in your case, Caswell, you're an evil man, plain and simple. You're a disease. When we hang you, it's a service to humanity. I have no doubt. No doubt at all. Gentlemen, do your job.
Go ahead, you heard him.
Ho! Go on, horse.
What in the... Where'd he go?
He was here, and then, just like that, he...
Oh, my dear God.
I tied the rope around his neck. It was tight, I swear.
I know you did. I saw it.
Then where is he?
That's a good question. What happened to him?
What?
Stay down.
Who are you?
Just try to relax. You're going to be all right.
Where am I?
A long way from home, old friend. A very long way.
I ain't outdoors no more.
No, you sure aren't. My name's Dr. Mannion. You're in my lab in New York.
How'd I get here?
That, I'm afraid, will take some explaining.
Is it day or night?
That hardly matters. The truth is, it's more than a full century after your last moment of consciousness.
But how?
By this, an invention of mine. I wasn't sure it would work, but now I have the proof.
I gotta get out of here.
I suggest you stay where you are. You're in no condition to go anywhere just yet. Can I get you anything? A drink of water?
What's that contraption?
A time machine.
Pretty big for a clock.
I wouldn't expect you to understand.
What's happened involves principles of physics you know nothing about. A few minutes ago, you were inside this machine.
Where's my horse?
Well, it's just large enough for a man. It brought you here from where you were.
You mean Montana territory?
Yes. Yes, I suppose that's right. I'd have to check the coordinates. But you have a most distinguished future. You're the first time traveler in the history of man. I'm going to introduce you to a new world, and you're going to tell me all about the old one firsthand. Now, let's loosen your collar and see about that drink of water. Continuation of the previous entry. I offered the subject food and water, especially the latter. He seems quite parched. His clothing appears to be authentic in every detail, including the leather chaps and cowboy boots. After several attempts at conversation, he appeared desperately tired, and I showed him to the bed in my inner office. But I managed to learn the following. His name is Joseph Caswell. He claims to be a trail boss on a cattle ranch in the territory of Montana. His last moment of consciousness was on November 14th, 1888. He says he was on his horse when he suddenly blacked out. He awoke to find himself on the cot in my laboratory after I'd carried him out of the machine. He claimed to remember no other sensations, and he has no real grasp of what has occurred. There's one disturbing point. The marks of a rope are etched deeply into his neck. He offers no explanation for this. And I have one other observation, hardly scientific. I don't like his looks. I don't like the face or the eyes or the expression. The overall appearance is disquieting, even disturbing. I can't escape the feeling that I've taken a 19th century primitive and transported him to a modern-day jungle. Heaven help whoever gets in his way. That's all for now.
Who are you talking to?
No one.
Don't lie, I heard you.
This small device is called a digital recorder. I speak into it, and it records my voice. A way to make notes, you might say, without pen and paper.
Yeah?
Here, I'll show you. There's one disturbing point. The marks of a rope are etched deeply into his neck. He offers no explanation for this. See? That's my voice, stored in the machine.
Ain't that something? What else you got in here?
You should rest.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Bed's might soft, though.
Yeah, it would be better if you don't touch anything.
Sure, Doc. I smelt smoke. Spare some tobacco?
What? Oh, of course.
Look at that. Fire right out of the air.
Just a cigarette lighter. It's not magic, I assure you. Look. On, off. On, off, huh?
Mighty slick.
Here, take it. Go on.
What else?
I thought you were tired.
Yeah, plenty of time to sleep, plenty. I want to take a look at the world out there, see things like you showed me in those picture books. Carriages without horses and buildings that go up in the sky.
Oh, they're out there, Caswell. Things you've never seen before.
Then let's get to it.
No hurry. It'll all take some getting used to. Things you can't imagine.
I'm ready.
All right.
What are you doing?
Just pulling the cord on the drapes so you can get a better view.
Huh?
Ta-da! Now, look out the window.
What is that?
New York City. Just as I told you.
Make the noise stop.
Here, settle down. Must be quite a shock for you.
Where'd all those lights come from?
That is what night looks like now, in the big city. But not everything's changed.
Like what?
Ideas, Caswell. Concepts like right and wrong.
I know about that.
Do you?
I had a deputy sheriff in Dodge City try to beat the difference into me with a wet rope. I know all about right and wrong.
And what about justice, Caswell? What about that?
I'm supposed to know about justice?
More than most men, probably. Right and wrong, they could try to beat into you, but justice... Those marks came at the end of a rope, didn't they?
Don't you worry about my neck.
That's where you were when I reached back in time. You were at the end of a rope, weren't you? 6 or 8 feet off the ground, and I got to you in that one fraction of a second before your neck was broken.
When you're dangling at the end of a rope, it don't matter whether you're 1 foot off the ground or 100. You're just hanging there. Seems like it ain't ever gonna end.
You were hanged because you killed someone, weren't you?
A whole territory full of them. I stopped counting after 20.
20 men?
Yeah. They all had it coming.
In that case, I'm going to have to send you back.
Back?
To where you belong. To the very same moment, if I can.
And that'll be justice, huh? I died once already, mister. I've been to hell. You try it sometime. Try getting your head put in a noose. And when they run the horse out from under you and that rope pulls you up and you hang there with your feet kicking and your hands tied behind your back and the pain, then you tell me about justice.
And the victims you killed, Caswell, those 20 men, they died with no pain?
You're just talking words now. Victims and justice and right and wrong. Well, they sound good in a nice warm room on a full stomach. They sound nice and they go down easy. But you try them on an ice cold mesa, where another man's bread and another man's jacket are all that's left between you and staying alive. Or try them in a dirty town where you gotta walk backwards from morning till night because 10 men got a target picked out between your shoulder blades. And for every one of them, there's a whole lot more with the same idea. No, you get in that machine and go back to where I was. And then you talk about your law and your order and your justice. The words will sound plenty different.
That may be. But I've made my decision. I'm sending you back.
Oh, you are, huh? I know your kind. Clean-faced Johnny-come-lately dandies who'd ride around in trains, rolling nice and easy over the graves of men like me.
Stand back.
You think I'm scared of a little gun like that? I had me a Colt 45 with a whole lot of notches on the grip.
Get in that machine now.
You don't tell me what to do. I hate your kind.
I'm warning you.
Yeah? Well, I'll do more than that. I'll take that pop gun clean away from you, because you don't have the guts to use it.
Let go!
Don't you ever draw on me. that's what I think of your note-taking machine. You stay down, if you know what's good for you. I'm gonna go out and get some of that northern hospitality.
I don't like his looks. I don't like the face or the eyes or the expression. The overall appearance is disquieting, even disturbing. I can't escape the feeling that I've taken a 19th century primitive and transported him to a modern day jungle. Heaven help whoever gets in his way.
Paper! Evening paper!
Hey, cab! I need a cab.
Get your Franks here! Hot pretzels!
Too much noise.
Look at that guy.
Who does he think he is?
Hey, man. Nice costume.
Get out of my way.
Who are you, a drugstore cowboy?
Hey, move it, pal.
Look at his eyes. What's wrong with him?
Another crazy.
I gotta get away.
Are you still there? Honey, we can talk it over, can't we, honey? Don't you hang up on me. Don't you dare, you rat.
Let me in. Let me in.
I'm making a call. Do you mind?
Get out.
Take your hands off me.
Right now.
Okay, I'm going. What are you, nuts?
I can't think. With all that noise.
What happened?
That man, he threw me out of the phone booth.
He looks dangerous.
I'm calling the cops.
Stop it. Stop it!
There was an overtime on your call. Please deposit 25 cents.
Who's talking to me? Who's talking to me? Where are you?
Please deposit an additional 25 cents.
Shut up! Shut up! Let me out!
Hey, that guy wrecked a phone booth.
That's vandalism.
Grab him.
Not me.
Somebody get the police.
Out of my way.
Hey, Artie, another draft over here?
Coming right up. Hey there, cowboy. You from the village people? What'll it be, pal?
Make it stop.
Something wrong?
Too much noise. Too much noise.
You mean the music? Whoa, now. Hey, what are you doing? Put the gun away.
I said, make it stop!
Something tells me we better get going.
Excuse me, Artie.
We need some fresh air.
Yeah, that's it.
Gonna be an expensive evening, pal.
What?
That'll cost, you know. Plenty.
It was too loud.
Hey, look, buddy, I don't want any trouble. But if you don't pay for it, I'm gonna have to. It's worth a bundle, too, so... Whatever cash you got on you, you know, a credit card. No checks, though.
Give me a drink.
Hey, easy, pal.
Right now.
Sure. You want the bottle? Here you go.
Something wrong?
No, nothing, pal, not a thing.
Good.
With that gun sitting there, you could tell me it was high noon on the 4th of July, and we were fishing for whales off a canoe, and I'd say you was right as rain. How's a whiskey? I can give you the good stuff if you want.
What is that thing?
That thing?
In the corner. Where'd the music come from?
It's a jukebox. Just a plain old jukebox. You been in stir, buddy?
Sir?
Up the river.
What river?
The big house. Jail?
Yeah, I've been in jail lots of times.
Matter of fact.
But I got out.
You sure did.
This last time, though. I'm trying to remember.
Well, you take your time now. There's no pressure. Matter of fact, why don't you just mosey on out? Have yourself a nice hot bath.
You got baths?
Not here, but you can get one almost anywhere. Try the Carlton Arms. Rooms don't cost much.
I just need sleep. That's what I need.
There you go.
Some quiet and some shut-eye.
Sure, I understand.
It's crazy out there.
That it is.
All those things running around.
Which things is that now?
With the wheels, carriages with no horses.
You mean cars?
They make all that noise. Worse than a herd of cattle.
There's too many of them nowadays, that's for sure.
It's like thunder all the time, and lights everywhere you look going on and off, and...
Well, that's life in a big city. You know what you ought to do. Move out of Manhattan. Go on upstate, in the country, where you can get some peace.
Yeah.
Catch a train. Like to do that myself one of these days.
Where's the station?
Well, you can go out of Penn or Grand Central. But first, take my advice. Get some sack time. Have yourself a good night's sleep. Things will look better in the morning.
I already tried that.
Take a bottle with you. On the house. Take 2. It'll help you sleep. Go on now. Carry these home and...
What's that?
Where?
On the wall.
Just a flat-screen TV. You know what that is, don't you?
Looks like a window.
Yeah. That's what it is. A window. You can see whatever you like. Take your pick. Got all kinds of channels. Here, I'll give you a demonstration. What do you want to watch? You like this show? Well, it's okay by me. I'll turn it up for you. Not too loud.
All right, hombre. I'm giving you a chance to draw. You better make your move.
Missed.
What'd you do that for?
He drew first.
All right, cowboy, that's it. You gotta pay me for the TV, too. Police! Police! Stop that man! He's got a gun!
Hey, get out of the street! Are you drunk?
Keep away!
Did you see that?
That guy shot the taxi cab.
Wait, here comes the mounted police. He'll stop him.
You! Hold it right there!
He's going in the park, officer!
I said hold!
Leave me be.
Hold up. Put your hands in the air.
I was just trying to get him.
You're not going anywhere. Hands where I can see him. This is Hendricks. I need backup. Central Park West.
You the sheriff?
Yeah, that's right, partner. Spread them.
You ain't taking me in.
Your hands behind your back.
Not this time.
Put your hands behind your back. Put it away. Stop. Don't resist arrest.
Easy, horse. This place is worse than Montana territory. Let's go. Get up.
Evening, sir.
Evening.
I'll get the door for you.
Thanks.
Sir?
Yeah.
Are you a tenant?
Me?
I haven't seen you before.
I have to drop something off.
Which floor?
What?
Most of the offices are closed now.
Oh, yeah, I know that.
Except for Dr. Mannion.
Right.
He likes to work late. Stays all night sometimes.
Mannion? Yeah, that's it. I have to drop something off for Dr. Mannion. He's still here?
Maybe. Maybe not.
What does that mean?
Never can tell. He could have gone down the back stairs.
Worth a try.
How's that?
I say I'll see if he's still here.
3rd floor. You can't miss it.
Thanks. Yeah, worth a try, all right. Didn't even lock his door. Come on, where's the cash box? Maybe in the back office. Gotta be a wall safe somewhere. What in the... Ah, jeez. Somebody else had the same idea. This guy's been beat up good. If he dies, I ain't gonna take the rap for this.
Doc. Hey, Doc. Doc, wake up. You gotta help me. I can't make it here.
Just move away from the body, cowboy.
Who are you?
Me? Who are you? Buffalo Bill?
Help me lift him up so we can bring him around.
Forget it.
Ah, he's all right. We just had a little scuffle is all.
Well, he's stone cold now.
Doc, hey, Doc.
I told you, forget it.
What are you doing here?
I thought the place was empty.
What do you want?
Same thing as you. I'm gonna help myself to whatever I can. But it looks like you got here before me. With the place being dark, I figured I'd be all alone. You checked the desk, did you?
Get out.
My, what big muscles you have. I'm shivering in my boots.
Get out, I said.
Not so fast.
What's that?
What's it look like?
You'd pull on me?
If I feel like it. What are you gonna do about it?
Well, how about this?
I'm waiting. What you got there? Cat pistol?
No more shells.
Now, as I was saying, I don't expect he keeps much cash in here, but he must have a safe. You know where it is? I asked you a question, cowboy. So, what's all this on the wall? Some kind of electrical stuff.
He's a doctor.
Oh yeah? That means he's rolling in dough.
I told you to get out.
All right, you asked for it.
Missed. Shouldn't draw a gun unless you know how to use it.
I don't need a gun. I got my bare hands. Sure, cowboy. Once I choke the life out of you. How do you like this? Window cord around your neck. Feel good? Huh? Huh? Can't fight if you can't breathe. And your time's just about run out. Sweet dreams, cowboy. Now, get my gun. Go down the back stairs. Wait a minute. Didn't see that. What's in there? Some kind of secret chamber. Maybe that's where he keeps his dough. Hey. Hey. Open the door. Open the door.
Hold it. He's back.
What? How? That's not him.
No, it's not.
Then who?
Cut him down. Hurry up, cut him down.
I got it, Sheriff.
Help him.
Yes, sir.
Here, use my knife.
Let him down easy.
It don't matter now, his neck's broke.
But that ain't Joe Caswell.
No, sir. Sure ain't the man we hanged.
Then, who is it?
Look at his clothes.
What kind of clothes are they?
I don't know. Some kind of city get-up. Fancy shoes and all.
Then who is he?
It's not Caswell, Reverend. It's a stranger. Someone I've never seen before.
Me neither.
I put the noose around his neck myself.
Around Caswell's neck. I don't know who this is.
What kind of devil's work is this?
I don't know if it is the devil's work.
Did we hang an innocent man, then?
I hope not. I pray to God not.
Amen.
Put the body across one of the horses. We'll take him back to town for now.
Yes, sir.
This is November 14th, in the year of our Lord, 1880, the aftermath of a Montana necktie party. The victim's name? Paul Johnson, a minor league criminal from the city of New York and the taker of another human life. No comment on his peculiar death save this: justice can span years, and there's no statute of limitations on retribution. It can happen in an instant or across centuries, which is really the same thing in the Twilight Zone.
More from the Twilight Zone after this.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
Execution, starring Don Johnson with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Rod Serling, based on a story by George Clayton Johnson. Heard in the cast were Joby Cerny, Terry Berner, David Darlow, Norm Waddell, Richard Hensel, Rick Arthur, Rick Peoples, Brandon Ells, Oksana Fedanushin, DJ Howard, Sarah Court, Carl Amari, and Karen Anglin. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises and the Rod Serling Estate for making this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari for Falcon Picture Group and Westwood One. Sound design and custom Foley effects for The Twilight Zone by Cerny American Creatives Bob Benson, Craig Lee, Matt Sorrow, Tim Cerny, and Todd Beyer. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to contact us, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. Doug James speaking.
There is a fifth dimension beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, and it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the Twilight Zone.
What's the matter, dear?
Don't you hear it?
Of course I hear it, Walter. It's that nice janitor fixing the pipes. Why don't you go on reading your book until he's finished?
And when, pray tell, might that be?
I'm sure it won't be much longer. Then the radiator will get just as hot as you want it. Isn't that what you told him?
Yes, I know what I told him, but why does he have to make so much noise?
I'm sure I couldn't say.
The decibel level in this apartment is beyond human endurance.
Well, I suppose it's what they have to do with steam heating, that sort of thing.
What I really don't understand is how you can sit by, knitting away, oblivious to this assault.
Did you see the new wool scarf I'm making? It should keep out absolutely all the drafts.
While that infernal pounding goes on and on and on.
Wait till you try it on. I picked out your favorite colors. It's much thicker than the other ones.
If I live that long.
You wanted more heat, that's what you said. Well, now you'll have it and then some.
Yes, I did. I certainly did say that.
Won't that be nice?
Hope springs eternal. The question is, at what price?
Are you sure you're comfortable, darling?
Am I what? Oh, certainly. I am just comfy, cozy.
I'll fluff up the pillows. Did you take your aspirin?
I'm on the verge of being hospitalized for pneumonia.
Oh, now really? It's not that bad.
And that ape of a janitor out there is smashing my brain and ruining my sleep.
But you weren't sleeping. You're reading 5,000 Common Ailments and How to Treat Them. Is it an interesting book?
First he tries to freeze me to death, and then he tries to destroy my brain.
Shall I plug in the vaporizer? That helps sometimes.
It doesn't help at all. If it did, I wouldn't be in this condition.
Yes, dear.
Well, I won't stand for it.
Lie down, Walter.
No, I will not lie down. How can I? If I'm to die, at least it's going to be in comfort and peace. You there, Mr. Ape!
Witness Mr. Walter Bedecker, age 44, afraid of the following: death, disease, other people, germs, drafts, and just about everything else. He has one interest in life, and that's Walter Bedecker. One preoccupation: the life and well-being of Walter Bedecker. One abiding concern about society: that if Walter Bedecker should happen to die, how will it survive without him? But there's one thing he hasn't asked himself yet, and it's simply this: what happens if, despite all his precautions, Walter Bedecker should happen to stumble, not into the grave, but into the Twilight Zone?
And now, The Twilight Zone, and our story, Escape Clause, starring Mike Starr, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
I asked you a question.
You want more heat, don't you?
That's not the answer, so I'll ask you again. How much longer?
Put it this way. In 20 minutes, it'll be about 105 in here. Hot enough to fry an egg. That good enough for you?
20 minutes, you say? After hour upon hour of your clanking around in my living room while I'm on my deathbed, I have to wait 20 minutes more?
If you do die, Bedecker, and you go where I think you're going, as far as the temperature's concerned, you ain't going to be able to tell the difference.
You ape! Get out!
My pleasure.
Are you all right, dear?
Quick, Ethel, get the doctor.
You mean again?
Is it tightness in my chest. It must be my heart.
Come back to the bed.
Call him now. Tell him to hurry. I don't think I have much time. Well, Doctor?
Keep your mouth closed a few more seconds.
I'm asking a question.
All right, open, please. There.
Well, how bad is it? What does that mean?
Your temperature isn't bad at all. In fact, it's quite good.
The thermometer wasn't in my mouth long enough.
Oh, I think it was. I timed it exactly.
I find that hard to believe. You'd better take it again.
But why?
I implore you before it's too late.
There would be no point. You see, you have no temperature.
What about my vital signs?
Blood pressure's fine. Respiration and pulse, all normal.
My throat? It's dry and achy all the time.
Well, that's because it's so hot in here. No sign of infection. Throat clear. Ears and nasal passages clear.
What about the pains in my back and my side?
Well, what about them?
And 4 sleepless nights in a row.
Is it 4 now?
How about that?
Well, what do you want me to say?
The truth. The awful truth. I can take it.
The truth, Mr. Bedecker? Well, the truth is that it's,
Go on.
It's psychosomatic. To use the scientific term.
Psychosomatic. You're trying to tell me that I'm only sick in my mind?
That's my considered opinion.
And you're supposed to be a professional.
Mr. Bedecker, may I speak candidly?
I insist.
Well, there is nothing wrong with you except the ailments you manufacture for yourself.
Manufacture? Is that what you think?
Your pains are imaginary. Your inability to sleep is a case of nerves, nothing more. In short, Mr. Bedecker, you are a very healthy man.
This man calls himself a doctor. 4 years pre-med, 4 years medical school, 2 years internship, 2 years residency. And what is he, I ask you, what is he? A quack.
Doctor?
Oh, hello, Mrs. Bedecker.
What's the prognosis?
Don't ask him. The man's an idiot.
Walter, darling, I beg you, don't excite yourself.
Don't whisper. You're looking at half my troubles right there, Doctor. This woman, this awful woman who runs around whispering all day long to make me think I'm sick, even if I'm not. Oh, and I am. I'm lying here at death's door, and who's ushering me out? A quack and a whispering woman without a mind.
Well, I'll call tomorrow, Mrs. Bedecker. Meanwhile, try leaving the window up an inch or so. Let some fresh air in.
There'll be no need to call. Just come on over with the death certificate and fill it out.
Oh, Walter.
Don't drench me with those crocodile tears of yours. She'd be so happy to get rid of me. I just can't tell you.
Goodbye, Mrs. Bedecker. Take care of yourself.
I'll see you out.
No need to show me the way. I know it by now.
Doctor, how is he, really?
Mrs. Bedecker, your husband is one of the healthiest patients I have.
But he's sick most of the time.
Is he?
He won't let me air out the house. He says for every cubic foot of unfiltered air, there are 8,900,000 germs.
Well, he's probably right.
And he's just quit his job. The 5th job he's quit since the first of the year. He says they make him work in a draft.
Well, I suppose I'm oversimplifying it when I say there's nothing wrong with him, because in a sense, there really is. This constant worrying about himself is an illness of a sort. Has he always been this frightened a man?
Ever since I can remember. When he was courting me, he told me he was in the final stages of TB and only had a week to live. I only married him because I felt so sorry for him. Oh, I don't mean that was the only reason.
I think I understand.
Do you?
You see, people change. Sometimes for the better and sometimes in ways that aren't entirely healthy. We all assign blame. Your husband is taking it out on those nearest him. It's not your fault.
But it must be. He never stops complaining.
The problem isn't physical. He's getting older, so he sits here spinning his wheels. He needs to get out, do things, prove he's still strong.
that there's a place for him in the world.
Oh, Doctor, I'll do what I can.
I'm sure you will. You already have. It's up to him now. I'll give you a call tomorrow. I don't think it would be a bad idea if you took some vitamins yourself. You look run down, Mrs. Bedecker.
I do?
Just a little too pale.
Ethel, there's a draft in the air, and I feel a coma coming on.
Yes, darling, I'll be right in.
Now, you remember about those vitamins. Promise?
I promise.
Here's a prescription. Get some of these items from the drugstore for yourself.
Thank you, I will. You're very kind.
Goodbye, Mrs. Bedecker.
Goodbye. Did you say there's a draft?
I did.
From where?
The window.
But it's only open an inch.
Freezing air blasting into the room.
I'll close it for you.
Do you know how many germs live in 1 cubic foot of air, Ethel?
I think I do.
8,900,000, that's how many. I know you want me gone.
Walter!
Gone from your life, and that's why you leave windows open all over the place. But as a point of common human decency, couldn't you find a way to do it more subtly?
The doctor said you needed air. He said it was stuffy in here.
Oh, the doctor said. Tell me one thing.
Yes?
What is going on between you two?
Nothing, Walter.
I saw the way he looked at you.
Oh, now you are imagining things.
What's that slip of paper in your hand?
What do you mean? Oh, it's only...
Give it to me. Oh, now I understand.
Well, if you'll let me explain.
When did he give you this?
Just now, before he left. If you'll listen.
I'm not sick, he says, but nonetheless he gives you a prescription for medicine for me? Not a thing wrong with me, he says, but while I lie here helpless, he's out there telling you that I've got a life expectancy of 20 minutes.
He said nothing of the sort.
Don't deny it, Ethel. I smelled the collusion the moment he left the room. Now I suppose he's making time with you behind my back. The two of you can hardly wait for me to expire. What a great day that will be. But just remember, it will be on your conscience. Yours and that quacks.
The prescription was for vitamins, Walter. Not for you, for me.
Vitamins for you? I lie here while the life seeps out of me and that charlatan prescribes vitamins for you? What has he done for me? Not a nil. A big fat goose egg, that's what.
He comes whenever you call. He's very interested in your condition.
Very interested. Oh, isn't that nice? I'm dying and he gives her vitamins.
Sit up. I'll turn on the vaporizer.
Never mind. Go on, get out of here. Leave me to die in peace.
All right, Walter.
What?
I meant I'll let you alone so you can take a little nap. Then maybe you'll feel better.
I can't nap. Why does a man have to die anyway?
I'm sure you're not dying.
Oh, are you? I asked you a question, Ethel. Why does a man have to die?
I don't know, Walter.
The world goes on for millions and millions of years, and how long is a man's life? This much, a pinch, a drop, a microscopic fragment. Why can't a man live 500 years or 1,000 years? Why does he have to die almost the moment he's born?
I told you I don't know, dear.
No, you wouldn't. Go on. Get out of here.
Yes, dear.
I have to take my own pulse. Give myself a checkup. A doctor couldn't care less. My sinuses. It's moved from my chest to my sinuses. After that, it'll be my brain, and then poof. As if I never existed at all. What's the point?
The point, indeed.
It's a crime for a man to live such a short span of years. A crime. What I wouldn't give to live a decent number of years. 200, 300.
Why not 500 or 600?
Yes. Why not? Or 1,000. What a miserable thing to contemplate. A handful of years and then eternity in a casket down under the ground. The dark, cold ground.
With worms yet?
Of course, with worms. And bacteria in the soil, and all manner of filth and decomposition, toxic waste. Who are you?
Cadwallader's the name. And immortality's my game.
Your name is what?
Cadwallader. At least that's the one I'm using this month. Rolls off the tongue, don't you think?
How did you get into my bedroom?
Let me see. Through the mirror? That would be a nice touch. Or through the walls? Too prosaic.
Look here,
The truth is, I've never been gone. I've been in here for some time.
You must have a fever.
I'm hallucinating.
Not at all. I've merely chosen to reveal myself in order to tell you that I subscribe wholly to your views, Mr. Bedecker. I mean, wholly.
Delighted to hear it.
I'll be brief, Mr. Bedecker. You look like a man with a nose for a bargain. I'd like to make a proposition to you.
What kind of proposition?
Each of us has something the other wants, and that seems a relatively solid basis for a bargain.
Do we?
Indeed.
What in the world do you have that I could possibly want?
Oh, many things, Mr. Bedecker. You'd be surprised. Many things. Varied and delightful.
Now, what do I have that could remotely interest you?
Actually, a minor item.
Minor?
Extremely.
Are you sure?
Smaller than minor. Insignificant.
Of no importance whatsoever?
Absolutely none.
Microscopic?
Teensy-weensy.
What did you say your name was?
What's in a name, Mr. Bedecker? Just a question of semantics, after all. Language, a stretch of words. For example, what is it you want? Can you put it into words?
I think you already know.
You want an extended lifespan.
Doesn't everyone?
A few hundred years to play around with. Some people would call it immortality of a sort. But why give it that kind of description? Why make it sound so imposing?
What would you call it then?
Let's call it some additional free time. After all, what are a few hundred years in the grand scheme? Or a few thousand?
A few thousand?
Or 5,000? Or 10,000? What's the difference? The world will go on ad infinitum, so what's a few thousand years more or less, give or take, add or subtract?
And this little item I'm to give you in exchange, or what do we call that?
What do we call it? That's a linguistic conundrum. We could call it a little piece of your makeup, a little crumb off the crust of your, structure, a fragment of an atom, so to speak, from your being. Or
a soul?
Or whatever. After all, what is it? And when you're gone thousands of years hence, what will you need it for? Practically speaking. Yes?
You're the devil.
What's in a name? I'm at your service.
Good Lord.
How about it, Mr. Bedecker? Why not?
There must be a good reason. There must be.
You'd deed me over your so-called soul, and I'd give you immortality. Life everlasting. Or as long as you want it to be everlasting. And indestructibility, Mr. Bedecker. Complete and total indestructibility. Nothing can hurt you ever. Now that part's fun, let me tell you.
Nothing can hurt me? And I live forever?
Why not? Certainly. Forever. Again, Mr. Bedecker, just terms. And everything's relative. For you, it's forever. For me, it's a walk around the block. But we're both satisfied. Think about it.
Oh, I am. I am thinking about it.
To be without fear of dying. To be indestructible. Invincible. Not to have to worry about disease, accidents, pestilence, war, famine, anything. Governments and institutions disintegrate. People perish. But Walter Bedecker goes on and on.
Walter Bedecker goes on and on.
The ultimate dream, is it not?
Mr. Cadwallader, about this soul, You say I won't miss it?
You'll never know it's gone.
And you say I'll go on and on, quite unable to succumb?
Quite.
No tricks? No hidden clauses? I'll just live as long as I want to live. Is that it?
That's it. That's precisely it.
How about my appearance?
I'm afraid I can't do much about that. Oh, I see what you mean. You should look pretty much the same.
But in 500 years, I don't want to look like any dried-up old prune.
Oh, Mr. Bedecker, you drive a mean bargain. A most difficult bargain. But you'll find me a cooperative, man. All right, you win. We'll throw that into the bargain.
Say it.
Whatever aging takes place in your features will be more or less imperceptible.
Mr. Cadwallader, I believe we're close to making a deal.
Mr. Bedecker, you'll never regret this. Not to your dying day.
Hey?
Which by rights should not be for several thousand years.
You'd better say that.
There is something.
Aha! 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 Now it comes out.
For your benefit, I assure you.
Where did you get that?
The contract. Oh, one always seems to turn up when it's needed. Let's see. Article 93, right here.
What about it?
It's in the nature of an escape clause.
Read it to me.
Your escape clause. Whereas the party of the first part, upon due notification of the party of the second part, and so on and so forth.
Go on, I want to hear it.
Well, I'll just give it to you thumbnail. It's simply that if you get tired of living, Mr. Bedecker, you can exercise the clause by calling on me and requesting your...
My what?
Oh, there goes the embarrassing terminology again. Shall we say, your demise? At which point I will personally see to it that you are given a rapid and uncomplicated, how to put it, departure?
I can assure you, Mr. Cadwallader, that I'm not the sort of man to kill the goose that lays the golden egg.
I'm much relieved to hear that.
When you talk immortality to me, brother, I mean immortality.
Indubitably.
You're going to have a long, long wait.
Mr. Bedecker, nothing will please me more.
And I think we've got...
Yes?
A deal.
No further qualifications?
None that I can think of.
No ifs, ands, or buts?
None whatsoever.
Absolutely?
Positively.
Done.
Oh, no fires in here, please.
Only a small one to heat up my seal. My cartouche, as it were.
Do I get a copy?
This is your copy.
Where's yours?
Already on file, in a very safe place.
If you say so.
You sure keep it hot in here.
Mm-hmm. Quirk of mine. I think the wording seems to be in order. Cadwallader, where did you go?
Walter, did you call for me?
What? Oh, no. I was only...
Only what, dear?
Talking to myself.
You were?
Not that I make a habit of it, mind you.
What are those papers?
Nothing. I was just looking over my life insurance policy.
Whatever for?
To be sure you're protected if anything should happen. Ever, to me, that is.
Don't be silly. Your health's going to improve.
It's already improved. Hit me.
What?
Hit me. As hard as you can. In the stomach. Or anywhere else you like. Anywhere at all.
But why?
I want you to see how strong I am. Strong as a bull.
As a bull, dear?
And as indestructible. 10 bulls, 100.
Walter, you're not yourself. Come sit with me in the other room. It's warmer there. The radiator's going full force.
Is it?
See for yourself.
Yes, I think I will. Watch this.
What are you doing? Don't touch it.
See what I mean?
Walter, your hands are burning.
No, they're not. That's just it, Ethel. They're smoking, yes, but they're not burned at all.
I'll get some bandages.
Sit down. Where do you keep my pills?
Which ones?
All of them, every last one.
Over here on the tray.
Give it to me.
What are you doing? Walter, the window, don't throw them out. I beg you, all your medication.
Why not? What's the difference now, my dear? I'd like to introduce you to someone.
What are you talking about?
Meet knew Walter Bedecker.
Get your paper! Boy rescued from well, lives to tell about it. All the latest news, right here.
Let me see that.
Sure, mister. 2 bits.
A little boy, huh?
Yeah, the one that fell in the hole. They got him out alive. Ain't that something?
It's something, all right. A 10-year-old boy, and he's on the front page of every newspaper.
He was down there for 18 hours. Can you believe it? And everybody thought he was a goner. It's amazing is what it is.
Of all the news stories in the world, this little nobody makes the headlines. You think that's amazing? Wait right here. I'll show you amazing.
Hey, where you going, mister? You owe me 25 cents.
Watch this.
Watch where you're going.
Excuse me?
Hey, buddy.
I must get to the corner.
Some people are so rude.
I don't want to miss the crosstown.
Wait your turn, do you mind?
Look out!
Get back on the curb, there's a bus coming.
That man, stop!
I couldn't stop. He ran right out in front of the bus.
I saw the whole thing.
That guy must be blind.
Somebody call an ambulance.
Look, he's getting up.
Hey, pal, how'd you do that?
Do what?
Are you okay?
Of course I am, you idiot.
I can't believe it. I didn't even see you.
Is there a photographer in the crowd by any chance?
You better lay down. The ambulance is coming.
Why would I want to go to a hospital? There's nothing wrong with me. Not a thing. Just your tire tracks on the front of my suit.
Just the same, take it easy. Get some x-rays and I'll fill out an accident report.
Don't bother. Just contact your claims adjuster. The name's Bedecker. Can you remember that? Walter Bedecker.
It don't make sense. I could have sworn I ran over you.
Oh, you did?
Then how come you can walk?
Like they used to say, you ain't seen nothing yet.
One survivor, Walter Bedecker. By now, these words should be familiar. You've heard them before on the Eyeball News, and if the past is any indication, you'll hear them again and again. It started when he was hit by a bus, then a car, and finally a subway train, but that wasn't enough for Walter Bedecker, the man whose luck never runs out. After an explosion at a construction site, what else could happen? Last week's plane crash killed 23 people, but not Mr. Bedecker. He's certified as the unluckiest man alive and the most indestructible.
Is that you, Walter?
He's all right, ma'am. Aren't you, Mr. Bedecker? You're all right.
When you didn't come home, I was worried.
Oh, this is my wife. Wait in the other room, dear.
Are you sure? I can make you some hot tea. And your friend?
He's no friend. He's a claims adjuster. In the other room, Ethel. Now.
Yes, dear.
You want to sign this now, Mr. Bedecker?
$5,000, is that all? For falling down an elevator shaft?
Well, considering that you're not even scratched, Mr. Bedecker, I think the company's being very fair.
Just keep your mouth shut, will you? I'll sign it just to be done with you. And can I expect the check by tomorrow?
No, first thing in the morning, by special messenger. Just sign here.
Waives all claims. Receipt of some indemnifies company. All right.
Very good, sir. Very, very good. I'll show myself out. Hello, Steve.
Hey, Jack.
What are you... Oh, you too?
Yeah, the subway accident.
Elevator shaft here.
Right.
You out, you in.
So long, Steve.
Yeah, see you, Jack.
You have my check, I presume?
$10,000, Mr. Bedecker, if you'll sign right here for it.
If you insist. "14 accidents.
More than anyone should have to bear.
Now, wouldn't you think that there would be an element of thrill in 14 accidents?
I'd appreciate it if you'd step away from the window, Walter. It's open, you know.
14 accidents in which you know nothing can happen to you?
I guess so, dear.
Well, it's a fact. There should be an excitement to this sort of thing. Well, there isn't. It's dull. It's absolutely without the remotest bit of excitement. In short, I'm bored stiff with it.
Walter, dear, you should count your blessings. After all, there is the money.
And you should shut your mouth. You look for all the world like a small gray mouse waiting for a piece of cheese.
Walter, you can be so terribly cruel.
Ethel, please. I'm thinking. I swear he's cheated me somehow. I don't know exactly how.
What are you talking about? Who?
Mortal schmortal. What's the good of it when there aren't any more kicks? Any more thrills? Anything to let a man know he's alive.
Walter, do you feel all right?
At least when I was concerned about my health, there was an element of risk, of danger. I mean, of course. That's it.
What is?
Iodine.
Iodine?
Have we got any?
What for? Did you cut yourself?
Do we?
I suppose in the medicine cabinet.
Get it.
Now?
And rubbing alcohol. And ammonia.
Walter?
I'll get it. You find me a drinking glass. A large one.
There's one right there.
I'll mix them all together like so. And stir them up.
Wait!
And drink it. Oh.
Sit down. I'll call the doctor.
You see? What I just drank should kill a dozen men. To me, it tastes like lemonade.
Walter.
Yes?
What's this all about?
You really want to know? All right, I'll tell you. In a word, I am immortal.
Walter, don't joke like that.
It's true. I made a pact with a guy named Cadwallader, who's given me immortality and indestructibility in exchange for my soul.
Your soul?
More succinctly than that, I couldn't put it.
Why don't you sit down? I'll make some tea and then we'll call the doctor.
You will not make tea and you will not call the doctor.
Why not?
If you had any imagination at all, you could tell me what there is I might do to get a little excitement out of it all. I've been in subway crashes, bus accidents, major fires, disasters, one after another, and now I even drank poison. Nothing. You know what I've been thinking? I've been thinking I'll go up on the roof and I'll throw myself down the light well. Smack dab through the light well, 14 stories down, just for the sheer experience of it.
Oh, Walter, darling, please.
Ethel, darling, shut your mouth and get out of my way, please.
Please, Walter, please, darling.
Ethel, go drown in a tub and leave me alone. I'm going headfirst down the light well. Get out of my way.
Walter, no.
Will you get out of... Ethel, be careful or you'll trip. Ethel! I wonder what that felt like. Operator, get me the police, please. Immediately, it's an emergency. Hello? Is this a police station? This is Walter Bedecker, 11 North 7th Street. That's right. Apartment 14B. Will you please come over here right away? No trouble. I just killed my wife. That's right. Yes, I'll stay right here. Goodbye. Now, this is going to be an experience.
Hey, Bedecker, you got a visitor.
Cooper, the legal beagle.
Right in here, Mr. Cooper. No longer than 15 minutes, please.
How are you holding up?
As well as can be expected. Prisons are boring places, you know. Very, very boring. And you?
How am I? I'm miserable, Mr. Bedecker, and I've been miserable since I took your case. I've had tough clients before, but nobody like you.
Really? What disturbs you?
What disturbs me is that for 5 days in that courtroom, you've acted like a man desperate to get himself convicted.
Oh, whatever would make you think that?
When the prosecuting attorney cross-examines you, you act like you're betting on him to win the case.
The truth will out.
Now look, Bedecker, tomorrow's the last day of the trial. There'll be the summing up and it'll go to the jury. And as things stand now, you don't have a chance in hell.
That a fact?
That is a fact. Now, tomorrow, this is what I want us to do.
Cooper, do me a favor, will you? Put it away.
How's that?
Bedecker, didn't you get what I was trying to tell you? You're about 12 hours away from a guilty verdict on charge of first-degree murder. Oh, what will the penalty be?
The penalty in this state for first-degree murder is death in the electric chair.
Death in the electric chair.
Bedecker!
And if I were in California?
What?
How would they try to kill me if I lived in California?
Capital punishment there is the gas chamber, but I don't see...
And in Kansas?
In Kansas, it's hanging, but I'm gonna tell you something, Bedecker.
No, Mr. Cooper, I'm gonna tell you something. The only thing they'll get for their troubles if they try to electrocute me is a high electricity bill. Good night, Mr. Cooper. See you in court.
Guard! I don't know, Bedecker. I just don't understand you. The psychiatrist says you're sane, and you say you killed your wife. But way down deep, I know you didn't. So tomorrow, when I sum up for you, I'm gonna lead from a terrible position, a position of weakness. But I'll do the best I can.
Mr. Cooper, really, don't bother.
Mr. Bedecker, you've been tried and found guilty of murder in the first degree. Have you anything to say before the court pronounces sentence upon you?
Oh, I don't have anything to say, Your Honor. Not a thing.
Then the court sentences you to imprisonment in the state penitentiary for the rest of your natural life.
I knew we could do it, Bedecker. I knew we could get you off without the death penalty. If I do say so myself, I gave that summation everything I had.
Wait a minute. Does this mean that...
It means that you're not going to the electric chair. You've been given life instead. You're a very fortunate man, Mr. Bedecker.
Life? Did you say life imprisonment?
We need help here! My client's fainted!
Here's your last meal.
My last?
With us. You're going to the penitentiary tomorrow morning.
The penitentiary. For life.
Look at it this way, Mr. Bedecker. What's life? 40, 45 years? You can do that standing on your head.
Life.
That's all. 45 years. Maybe not even that much.
After all, what are a few hundred years in the grand scheme? Or a few thousand? Or 5,000? Or 10,000?
No!
Mr. Bedecker.
Yes?
About the escape clause. Care to utilize it now?
Yes.
That's a wise man. Odd thing, Mr. Bedecker. You look like someone having a heart attack. Exactly. Like a man having a heart attack.
Bedecker! You all right? No pulse. Must have been his heart. He's dead. Poor devil.
There's a saying, every man is put on earth condemned to die, time and method of execution unknown. And perhaps this is as it should be. Case in point, Walter Bedecker, lately deceased. A little man with such a yen to live that he was beaten by the devil, by his own deadly boredom, and by his place in the scheme of things, including his position, such as it is, or was, in the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone Radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone Radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone Radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
Escape Clause, starring Mike Starr with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was written for The Twilight Zone by Rod Serling and adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison. Heard in the cast were Peggy Roeder, Rich Kominick, Doug James, Turk Muller, Guy Burrill, Heath Corson, Larissa Borkowski, Natalia Reed, Peter DeVito, John Starr, Carl Amari, Paul Patch, and Lynn Foley. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Time to feed the kitty.
I've been feeding it all night.
Yeah, that baby's hungry.
Let's go, boys.
You heard the man. Put in 2 chips.
2 times how many hands? The auntie's eating me alive.
You got some cards coming. I can feel it.
Yeah? That a money-back guarantee?
You pay your money, and you take your chances. Dealer antes.
Let's go, Johnny.
I gotta give it some thought. My stack's getting pretty low.
Look at who's sitting this one out. That right, Johnny?
I'm thinking.
I know one thing. Takes money to win money.
Yeah.
Listen to the man. Are you in or out?
Give me 1 minute, all right?
Take it easy, John. Hey, you don't look so good. Maybe you should kick back, watch some TV.
Hey, hold on. I came here to play cards.
Hand me that remote.
Say, what are you...
Just give it to me.
The old fire hall is...
There.
You gonna let one lousy player hang up the game?
Don't worry about it. Johnny here needs some time out. You know the old saying.
What's that?
Money talks, and suckers walk.
Scientists are baffled as all communications in and out of Peaksville remain blocked. For live coverage, our Eyeball News team takes you inside the city limits following this broadcast on the 11 o'clock report.
And that's a wrap of today's news.
I say deal 'em.
All right, boys, here we go. Down the derby.
Okay already. I'm all in.
You ain't even looked at your cards.
What's the difference? 1 more hand and I'm out.
Sure, Johnny, maybe you'll double up. I got a good feeling this time.
Me too. I'll see that and I'll raise you.
Raise? Everything I got's in the pot.
Separate side bet.
I fold.
Dealer raises again.
Call.
Cards, John?
3.
Keeping a kicker, huh?
All right, 4.
Come on in.
Who's that?
A friend of mine. Said he'd stop by.
Heck of a time for it.
It's open!
Jody Hallam?
Who wants to know?
Mr. Hallam, will you come with us?
You got a warrant?
No, sir, but...
Then get out of my room. My associates and I are having a friendly game of cards.
This is a federal matter.
We have a car waiting downstairs.
Oh, good for you. You see any money on this table? Because I sure don't.
There's no time to lose, sir.
If you'll just come with us.
Hey, why the cuffs?
Someone wants to see you in Washington. Be seeing you, Jody.
I'll just hold on to my chips for now.
Let me call my lawyer.
No need for that.
What's this all about?
A matter of national security, sir.
You might say a matter of life and death.
Excuse me, gentlemen, if you don't mind. We'll just fast forward out of here.
Hey, will somebody tell me what this is all about?
Winning lottery numbers coming up, but first the news.
In world news, the asteroid known as Wanderer continues on a path toward our solar system, but there's no cause for alarm. Scientists say it will miss Earth by several million miles. Repeat, despite rumors, there is no danger. Wanderer poses no threat to our world. And now, here's a handy household hint from our home economist.
Portrait of a man who has just been granted a reprieve. Not from a card game, because it's a sure bet he would have won, given his considerable skill as a dealer. No, the two men in gray suits have saved him from almost certain deaths. His name? Jody Hallam, a gambler and con man who lives by his wits, and wants above all else to go on living. At the moment, the odds still look good for Mr. Hallam, but he is about to discover that the laws of chance don't always apply in the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, Pattern for Doomsday, starring Henry Rollins, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
And I can tell you that its progress has been closely watched for the past month, as is the case with all unidentified objects sighted in space. May we have the slide, please?
Excuse me, General?
Yes?
The eighth man, he's here.
Showman?
Yes, sir.
Has he been briefed?
Just the basics on the way over.
I'll handle it from here.
Mr. Hallam, have a seat at the end of the table.
Well, aren't you going to introduce me to everybody?
After the presentation, General Sinclair has the floor. Sit, please.
Okay.
Now then, slide, please. This is a routine photo from the 200-inch Hale telescope on Mount Palomar.
Must be some camera.
Shh. I don't see anything.
Let me use the pointer. That short white line in the star field is the first picture we have of Wanderer.
May I ask a question?
Dr. Conrad, is it?
Yes. When exactly was this taken?
A little over a month ago. October 3rd, to be exact.
I see.
Next slide. This photograph, taken only 3 weeks ago, indicates that Wanderer is indeed headed for our solar system. Next slide. And this shot conclusively establishes what astronomers feared, that Wanderer is on a collision course with Earth.
What?
Next. This picture from 2 days ago allows astronomers to accurately measure Wanderer. It is about 2,000 miles in diameter, a little less than our moon. May we have the lights, please?
Hey, General, is this on the level?
I wish I could report otherwise. The fact is, the time of collision is now 53 hours and 40 minutes.
Couldn't we blast it with an H-bomb or something? I saw that in a movie one time.
Efforts are underway to destroy or deflect the asteroid, but unfortunately there isn't much hope for success.
General, if, as you say, astronomers have known about it for some time, why is it that the public hasn't been told the truth? To begin evacuating the cities, for example.
To avoid panic. Virtually all heads of state are in agreement. and the damage is projected to be so widespread that there's no longer any point.
But what about us? Why were we dragged here if this thing's gonna hit in a couple of days?
And I thought I was washed up. Now I find out the whole world's done for.
What do you expect us to do, General? Most of us are ordinary citizens.
Mr. President.
Please remain seated. Have you finished your briefing?
I have, sir.
I wanted to meet you all personally. It's a great service you're about to perform for your country and for the world.
I don't like the sound of that.
He's not as tall as he looks on TV.
Please, hold your questions.
That's all right, General. They're about as confused as the rest of us. I'll get to the point. Out of the entire population, you 8 people are among a very few to be made aware of the situation. Let me tell you why.
I can handle that part if you like, Mr. President.
No, they deserve to hear it from me. I'm the one who signed the order. It's taken 10 years for the United States to build its first nuclear-powered spaceship, the Varuna 1. It was intended for the exploration of space. That ship now stands on a launching pad in New Mexico, ready for its first and last mission, that of transporting human life to a new planet, to grow and multiply. To put it simply, you have been selected to represent the future of the human race.
Then we're really in trouble.
You can say that again.
Is he serious?
That's crazy.
Why us?
Know that in you rests the heritage of all humanity. Our prayers go with you. Good luck and Godspeed.
We're really grateful.
Thank you, sir.
Are you the psychologist?
Dr. Russell Conrad, Denver, Colorado.
I'd like to shake all of your hands.
Francie Blaze, Los Angeles. I, entertain.
Pleased to meet you.
Jody Howland, Mr. President. I'm from Chicago. I guess you could say I'm a speculator.
I see.
Regina Walsh, Kansas City, Missouri. I'm a singer. Or I was.
Is that right?
Dee Clark, Spokane, Washington, bacteriologist.
How do you do?
Philip Jewell, New York City. Mr. President, I'm not sure I approve of all this. I don't understand.
You're Dr. Jewell?
Yes.
I've read several of your books on philosophy.
Thank you. But about what's happening here...
General Sinclair will fill you in on the details, Doctor.
Lily Wong, San Francisco. I am an artist.
Hello.
Harvey Winterroth, Traverse City, Michigan, and just an auto mechanic.
Don't say that. You all have very valuable skills, chosen to complement each other. Believe me, the hopes and aspirations of the world go with each and every one of you. Try to bear that in mind. And now, goodbye, and good luck.
Thank you for taking the time, sir.
Never thought I'd get to meet the president, but there I was, shaking his hand and talking to him.
General, I demand to know...
Yes, Mr. Jewell?
Just how did 8 people get picked to represent the human race?
It was not at random, I assure you. It was a matter of careful selectivity. A computer was programmed with all relevant factors, physiological, psychological...
Who did the programming?
Panel of experts from several disciplines.
Based on what criteria?
General health, adaptability, fertility. That's why you all had examinations. Varied backgrounds, genetic history, immunity to disease, long-term stability on the cellular level.
Out of what sampling?
The entire population, Doctor. At least those we had preliminary data for.
General, how come the president isn't going? He's a very important man. I would have thought...
He's married, which was one of the disqualifying factors. For those of you who are interested, the criteria are listed in the background report. I have copies if you like.
I'd like to see that report.
On the table at the back of the room. There's a packet for each of you.
Look at me. What a mess. I better fix my face.
You look fine.
Don't kid me.
We're not here because of our looks, that's for sure. Must be because we're in such good shape.
Yeah, you're a regular bodybuilder.
I'm serious. Other kids got the measles, but not me. I was always lucky that way.
Goody for you.
Oh, maybe not 100%. But when I lost, it was because someone else was dealing. Man, I sure wised up in a hurry.
A dealer, huh? I can spot one a mile away. Fingers always twitching. Just keep them to yourself.
Hey now, baby, I never done anything crooked with these fingers.
I know. You just help the cards along.
The suckers get greedy, that's all. So they get restless and overplay. Is that my fault? Can I help it if they want to make it all in one night? I ask you, who's the smart one, me or them?
You heard what the general said about brains. We'll see how you make out where we're going.
Listen, Jody Hallam always makes out. You remember that.
Just don't try any magic fingers on me.
Ha! Don't flatter yourself. Come on, I want to get the lowdown on this game.
And after that, it was all entered into the memory banks. The results were collated and sorted until we had it down to this number.
Ah, so we have a machine to blame for being here.
Blame? You should be happy the machine picked you.
Should I? Then why do I feel as if I'm deserting humanity in its hour of need?
General, how soon will the Varuna leave Earth?
In less than 24 hours. We will all be flown to the launch point.
What about food on the ship?
It will be stocked with bread, soup, meats, even ice cream, in a concentrated form. Enough for a lifetime if necessary. You won't be hungry.
How can I get that much chow on one ship?
It will be made from continuously harvested tanks of chlorella, a fast-growing, single-celled plant.
A plant?
That doesn't sound very palatable.
Hey, General, where are we supposed to land?
There's an area on Mars if we can confirm it's suitable for a small colony.
How about if it's not?
Ship's nuclear power pack can take you all the way to Alpha Centauri if necessary, using a new form of hyperdrive. That's the nearest star system with habitable planets.
Maybe there'll be people there like us. I read a story about a princess on Mars.
Then you can go into your dance and knock their eyes out, if they have eyes.
Who's kidding who? I was never a very good dancer. I was never very good at anything. But I got along because people would pay for it. All that's over with now.
You better believe it.
I'll start over up there. Be me this time. I'll be what I want to be, not what they want me to be.
Right. Keep that attitude.
I have a question. Who's flying us to where we are going?
We've assigned a crew of 2. That should be sufficient. Captain Gerald Vickers and Lieutenant Robert McKenna. You'll meet them when... excuse me. Sinclair? Yes. Right away. Limousine is downstairs, ready to take you to the airport.
No calls for us? To say our goodbyes?
I'm sorry, Doctor. We can't risk breaching security. Now, if you'll all come with me, please. You have a great adventure ahead of you. Perhaps the greatest in the history of mankind.
Oh, wow.
This is air traffic control. You're cleared for takeoff.
In position. Clear to start. Main smooth. Nose job back in front.
Ladies and gentlemen, although the fasten the seatbelt sign has been switched off at this time,
I hate that. I really do.
Hate what?
When airplanes take off.
Oh, don't worry about it. The odds are on our side.
Are you serious? This crate could fall out of the sky at any time.
Relax. You got more chance of being hit by a car.
Yeah, sure.
I mean it. You see the giant seal?
What? There ain't no animals. Are there?
The seal of the United States of America. This is some kind of official plane. They're not going to take any chances.
What if we get hijacked?
Now you're really dreaming. We got searched. Nobody could bring a gun in here.
Oh, yeah? What about them?
Who?
The guys up front. With Sinclair. Take a look. They both got pieces under their coats.
How do you know?
I know. You don't think I ever saw a shoulder holster before?
Well, if they got him, it must be okay. Secret Service or something.
A lot of good they can do us now.
Easy, baby, easy.
Ladies and gentlemen, in a few moments we shall be landing. Thank you.
ID, please.
General Sinclair and Company to operations.
Oh, right, General. Operations is the first building, straight ahead.
I know where operations is, son.
Yes, sir. Open the gate.
Here we are. If you'll just follow the walkway to the entrance.
How do you do, sir?
Good to see you, Captain.
Lieutenant John McKenna, General.
At ease. This is your pilot, Captain Gerald Vickers, and Lieutenant McKenna. Mr. Hallam, Miss Walsh.
Welcome.
Hiya.
Captain, huh?
Miss Blaze, Dr. Conrad.
Hello.
Miss Clark, Dr. Jewell, Miss Wong, Mr. Winteroth.
Hi.
Nice to meet you.
You're the pilot?
I'll do my best.
I sure hope you know what you're doing.
Well, there she is.
Where?
Out in the field. Take a good look. That ship's gonna be home for a long time.
It's beautiful.
Wow, some design.
A little small, isn't it?
Not really, Miss Blaze. It's a very efficient design. Just enough room for 8 passengers.
8? Don't you mean...
I'll go over the details in a few minutes. For now, they're expecting us inside. If you'll follow me...
General Sinclair?
What is it?
General, I have a communication from the Pentagon. Priority A.
Very well. That will be all.
Yes, sir.
What is it?
Don't tell me. The flight's overbooked.
You might as well know. The nuclear missiles we sent up from 3 countries to intercept Wanderer have made contact. All detonated on impact.
They hit Wanderer?
And?
Well, don't keep us in suspense.
There was no appreciable deviation. The asteroid is still on course.
What does that mean in plain English?
It means that there's no last great hope for Earth.
I would say then that this group is our hope.
Captain Vickers.
Yes, Doctor.
Something you said a moment ago.
What was that?
Well, you said there was only room for 8 people aboard the ship.
That's right.
Does that include you and Lieutenant McKenna?
I'll answer all your questions at the final briefing.
But...
This way, please. Sit down, if you will.
How many more hours do we have?
When are you going to feed us? I'm a little queasy myself.
In about an hour. We're on a tight schedule.
General, I asked a question outside. I think I deserve an answer. We're 8 people. The captain and the lieutenant make 10. But if the ship will only hold 8...
I have an announcement in that regard. When this group was organized by presidential order, 2 reserves were included.
Who? You mean we're not all going?
Why didn't you tell us the truth?
What are they arguing about?
They got an angle. I knew it.
There was no way of telling if you were all alive and well, or even if you could be located once the selection was made. The reserves were a way of preparing for any contingency. As it turns out, one that didn't occur.
So who are the reserves?
They were not specified.
What?
Then we don't know if we're on the list or not?
In that case, I volunteer to stay behind.
I'm afraid I can't accept your offer, Doctor.
I'll give up my place. I have friends who are going to die. I'd rather spend my last hours with them.
I sympathize with you, Miss Wong, but I can't accept your offer either.
Then how...
It was provided that in a case like this, the matter would be decided by chance.
Leave it to me, General.
Don't make me laugh.
It just so happens I have a deck of cards with me. We'll cut for it. High cards go.
Mr. Hallam.
You want to be fair, don't you? This is the only way. Never fails. Aces and kings, sure winners. After that...
I can't let you do this.
Deuces and trays on the low end. Got it? Everybody, come up one by one and...
We are not using cards, Mr. Hallam. I'm in command here.
Then how? We flip a coin?
Sometimes the old ways are best. We'll draw straws.
Whatever you say, General. Makes it simpler. Watch me. I'm tearing out matches. I'll make 2 of them short.
Sit down, Mr. Hallam.
No matches? Well, in that case...
I said sit down.
All right. Just trying to help.
Captain Vickers has prepared the straws, or their equivalent. Captain?
Yes, sir. I have 8 pencils here. They've already been measured, so there can be no mistake.
Who's first? Miss Blaze?
Why me?
The order won't make a difference. Go ahead, Captain.
Anyone at all.
If you say so. Here goes.
Just take one of the ends and pull it out of my hand.
This looks like a good one.
I'll go next.
Now, Dr. Jewell. Followed by Miss Wong. Mr.
Winterroth from Michigan.
Miss Clark. Miss Walsh. And Mr. Hallam. There. That does it.
Everybody hold them up.
The short ones are Miss Clark and Mr. Hallam. You two will not be going with us.
Hey, wait a minute.
Sit down, Mr. Hallam.
I was the last man on the totem pole. I didn't have a choice.
Someone had to be last.
Sure. Give everybody a break, but me.
Statistically, it doesn't matter. The result was random.
All I'm asking for is a fair shake.
Game over, Mr. Magic Fingers.
But I'm telling you, it ain't fair.
You should talk, honey. Sit down.
Are we free to go?
You are, Miss Clark, with my profound thanks. You may go to the bunker with the rest of the personnel to observe if you like, or I can have you transported any way you choose.
I'll have to think about that.
Of course. There's a rest area down the hall. Lieutenant McKenna will open the beverage machines for you.
Thank you.
And goodbye to you, Mr. Hallam.
And thank you, Mr. Hallam.
Yeah, thanks for nothing. Come on, let's get out of here.
Why don't you sit down? You're making me nervous.
Yeah.
Miss Clark's right. Would you like a cup of coffee?
I'd like a shot of scotch if you want to know the truth.
Cream and sugar?
Black.
Do you have family, Lieutenant?
Yes, ma'am. I mean, miss. Back in Austin.
Oh. Are you going there to be with them?
I sure hope so, if there's time.
It's a terrible thing, I suppose. The little tragedies. We have time to absorb them. But something like this, it's too vast to comprehend.
I know what you mean.
Cut the chatter. What is this, a funeral?
You might call it that.
Well, I tell you one thing. The game isn't over till it's over. You never know what's going to happen at the finish.
This isn't a horse race, Mr. Hallam.
We'll see about that. Give me the coffee, will you?
Of course.
Yeah, tastes like mud.
If you'd rather have a soft drink.
Forget it.
Sorry you didn't care for it.
Yeah, sure. Where do you come off so high and mighty? Uniform, shine on your shoes. You know something? Underneath, you're just like the rest of us. Scared out of your gourd.
I'd better see how the general's coming along.
Will you sit down? It won't be much longer. Then you'll be back with your own kind.
I don't see why you're so anxious to go home. One of them in there could have a heart attack or something.
And then what would we do? Draw straws again to see which one of us goes?
Sure, why not?
At least try to face reality and make peace with it.
Listen, if they let me do it my way, you think I'd be sitting out here?
Oh, you mean you'd have fixed the cards?
Lady, when your life is on the line, you try anything.
Even if it means pain or misfortune for others?
If that's the way the chips fall.
You amaze me. I thought I'd seen all kinds.
You ain't never seen Jody Hallam before.
Thank God for small favors. I would say, Mr. Hallam, that you're nothing special on the evolutionary scale. More along the lines of a throwback. I mean, you've hardly advanced beyond your one-celled progenitors.
Say, is that a wisecrack?
I've seen your kind under microscopes. Bacteria don't have a conscience either.
Oh, but they do? In there? How do you know Vickers didn't fix it the way the general wanted?
Don't be absurd. It was impartial, and we lost. I'm ready to leave whenever they let me.
Go ahead, give up. That's what you learned in your school. But where I come from, it's a different story. General?
Yes?
General, I'm sorry I blew my stack before, but, well, it's a hard thing to take. It really hit me, you know?
Believe me, I understand.
Everybody all set?
They've had their final instructions.
Everything worked out, huh? No hitches?
Ladies and gentlemen, you'd better get ready for the pre-launch.
Look, do you think it would be all right if I see him to the ship? Wish everybody good luck and everything?
I don't see why not.
That doesn't sound like you, wishing everybody but yourself good luck.
No?
Why the change of heart?
Can't win them all. You ought to know that.
That's not what you told me before.
Well, that's what I'm telling you now.
Miss Blaze?
Yeah? Yes, sir?
We're going to the ship now. Follow me.
Sure thing.
Not you.
General Sinclair said it was okay.
Only flight personnel on the field.
I know. I'm going to say goodbye to him on the ship.
General?
It's all right, guards. Let him pass.
Proceed.
Sure, thanks a lot. Nice gun you got there.
15 minutes and counting.
Oh, you coming with us?
All unauthorized personnel must exit the launch area.
You'll have to use the ladder. One at a time, please.
Well, this is it. So long to the good old U.S. of A. It was a rat race, but I think I'm gonna miss it.
It just doesn't seem possible to think that all this will change in a few hours.
How much time?
Not long, by my watch.
The Varuna 1 is now on internal power.
Look at all those stars. Skies like this in Michigan. There's a place I used to fish at. I guess I won't see it again.
T-minus 10 minutes and counting.
We'd better get aboard.
All unauthorized personnel must exit the launch area.
Move ahead to the control room at the end of the passage. Guards, stay with us a moment longer. How long to lift off?
8 minutes. I'll give the engines a final check. Main thrusters powered up. Retros all clear. Gyro stabilizer charged.
I feel like a sardine already.
Relax, baby. This is one tin can nobody's gonna open.
Aren't you supposed to wave bye-bye now?
Let me have your attention.
This is it, Mr. Hallam.
Shh. I want to hear what he says.
The President has asked me to extend his blessings and his hopes for a safe journey. Also, he's aware of the hardships that lie before you. He wants to remind you that in all the years to come, you must not lose sight of your purpose.
Guards.
There's a digital library.
See Mr. Hallam back to the building.
Yes, sir.
Each of you
Come
are
with
the
me.
seeds
In a
of
minute,
future
I said.
nations. It will be your trust to nurture the first generation born off Earth. For upon this, a new civilization will be built, long after we are forgotten.
This way.
Right. What kind of gun are you packing? 45 automatic, huh?
Keep moving.
Can I see it?
Keep your hands...
I just want to look at it.
What in the...
Back off!
Drop it.
Not on your life.
Watch him. He's got a gun. He's... Ah!
Hold it! Now, General, since Dr. Jewell here won't be making the trip, as his reserve, I'm electing myself to take his place. He didn't want to go anyway.
Do you think these people would have you after this?
No more pretty speeches. You and the guards, make yourselves scarce, and drag the doctor with you. Something wrong with your hearing?
General.
Touch your holster, flyboy, and you're a dead man, too.
Do as he says.
That's better. Well, what do you know, honey? Looks like we're gonna get better acquainted after all.
What do we call you now? Little Caesar?
Just what do you expect to gain by this murder?
Life, my friend, in the big blue up there like the rest of you. Oh, I know you're thinking you'll make me pay, but you won't. Not if there's only 8 people left. You're gonna need me.
Keep your distance, Buster.
Now, Francie, you know better than that. A man gambles, he loses here and there, but the game's not over till the last card's been played. Am I right or am I right? Hey, you! Keep your hands where I can see them!
I can't let you do this.
Back out of here real slow like. You too, Lieutenant.
Are you going to shoot them too? If you do, who'll fly the ship?
Back out, I said.
I'm not going anywhere.
Neither am I. Put the gun down.
Yeah, sure.
There are too many of us. Guards, Mr. Hallam is going to surrender his weapon. Take him into custody.
Yes, sir.
You're invading my space, flyboy.
You're surrounded, mister. Hand it over. Now.
Don't make me laugh.
If he won't, I'll just have to take it.
I warned you. The next one won't miss.
Try me for a target, little man.
Let go!
Drop it. Drop it!
Now look what you've done. That ain't in the rules.
Does he have a pulse?
No, sir.
Dr. Jewell, are you all right?
It's just my shoulder. The bullet passed through.
Guard, get the medical kit.
Right, General.
We won't be going anywhere, General. The second shot took out the control panel.
Can it be repaired?
Not the telemetry system.
Then replace the module.
There is no replacement. It would take days to assess the damage.
He's right, General.
Is that true?
You mean we can't take off?
How can we?
What are we going to do?
Yeah, what are we gonna do?
I wish I knew what to say to you.
Damn him! Just because he wasn't going...
He was right.
What?
He always said he was lucky. And maybe he was. Now he won't have to face the odds.
What's that?
Whatever it is, he's sure in a hurry.
General, up here!
General, this just came in, sir, from the President.
I am happy to tell you all that the danger is past. The President informs me that gravitational forces in the solar system have apparently torn Wanderer apart.
You mean it's not gonna hit Earth?
Initial reports are that it is broken up into 5 pieces. Each will miss us by many thousands of miles.
Let's get out of here. One at a time, folks.
Can I give you a hand, Miss Blaze?
You can give me 2 hands if you want. A big, brave captain like you. Call me Francine.
Okay. Francine, I'll help you down.
What about him, Mr. Big-Time Gambler?
There'll be an ambulance on the way.
He doesn't need an ambulance. He needs a hearse. Jody Hallam from Chicago. I got 3 words for you. So long, sucker.
Portrait of a man who lived by his wits and wanted to go on living. The odds looked good, at least for a while. But when billions were marked for death, he lost faith in the laws of chance. Jody Hallam, who played a desperate last card and ended up the only man on Earth to die as the direct result of a threat that never came true. In the Twilight Zone.
Pattern for Doomsday, starring Henry Rollins with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Jerry Soule. Heard in the cast were Mike Starr, Linda Ryder, Richard Hensel, Roderick Peoples, Jeff Lupetin, Jamie Barron, Steve Key, Nikki Lindgren, Elaine Robinson, Kurt Nabig, Jennifer Joy, Doug James, Carl Amari, Alex Sopener, and Vince Amari. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises and the Rod Serling Estate for making this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari for Falcon Picture Group. Sound design and custom Foley effects for The Twilight Zone by Cerny American creatives Bob Benson, Craig Lee, Michael Slaybach, and Matt Sorrow. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to contact us, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. Doug James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Education Toy Company.
O'Brien?
Yes, Mr. Judson.
Where's my robot?
Your robot, sir?
The Space Invader robot for the Christmas catalog?
I was just going over the blueprints.
Well, I need it.
Yes, sir.
How does it look?
The blueprints or the prototype?
Both. All finished, are they?
Oh, yes, definitely. It walks, it talks, it shoots death rays, just like Mr. Ford said it would.
Then bring them to my office by the end of the day. We need to start production.
No problem, sir. Horace? Horace, Mr. Judson wants to see the robot. Horace? Why are you just sitting there? Didn't you hear what I said?
I'm not just sitting here. I'm waiting.
For what?
For a showdown. Look out!
What?
Go for your gun, partner. Gotcha!
Horace, why'd you do that?
Do what?
With the cat pistol.
Scared the pants off you, right?
Come on, Horace. You pull that almost every day.
Boy, when I was a kid, I always had a cap pistol. Everybody on my block had one. Do you remember cowboy movies? Weren't they the best?
I want to talk to you about your design for the new robot.
I made believe I had my own horse. We used to gallop out of the theater and shoot up the whole neighborhood. Pow! Gotcha right in the heart! You're loco. You missed me by a mile.
Horace, do you know how loud you're yelling?
Oh, I wasn't.
I'll bet you could hear it all the way to Mr. Judson's office.
How much? I'll bet you my ball of silver foil. Hey, Lenny, remember that? Remember when you could peel the foil off old cigarette packs and gum wrappers and roll into a great big ball? I had one that must have weighed 5 pounds. Boy, wonder whatever happened to it.
I've been in the office next to yours for 12 years. I know all about how you used to collect tinfoil. How will you listen to me for a second?
You must have had a miserable time when you were a kid.
I did. I couldn't wait to grow up.
What do you want, Leonard?
There's something wrong with the plans.
There is not. I designed this toy. There's nothing wrong with it. See?
If you'll listen...
The kids will go crazy about it. Do you know what it does?
I know what it does. Look, Horace, I'm trying to help you.
I mean a toy where the eyes flash and it walks over anything. It's a good toy.
It is a good toy, but it can't be turned out at the price point Mr. Judson wants. Look here.
What?
When he sees the plans, he's going to blow his stack. It's got too many parts.
You think so?
I know so.
Well, I don't.
Horace, all you have to do is work it over.
How's Betty?
What?
Betty. Your wife. Remember her?
What has Betty got to do with it? We're talking about your work.
Is that all you ever think about?
Horace.
Thanks. I'll look it over.
Horace. All right. You do that. By this afternoon, okay?
Sure, Lenny, sure. A great little toy, if you ask me. I would have loved to have this.
Meet Horace Maxwell Ford, age 38 but already growing a bit paunchy. He's a man whose clothes never quite seem to fit and whose shirt is forever coming untucked from his trousers. His socks are usually down around his ankles, his horn-rimmed glasses are always about to fall off his face, and he can't keep his hair combed at all. A mild man, an apologetic man, except when talking about his favorite subject, his beloved childhood memories. He's the type who quite naturally becomes the butt of endless jokes, at least when the jokers don't feel instinctively sorry for him. But were they wise enough, they would notice that there is a tragic quality about him as well. In just a moment, Horace Ford will come to understand what's tragic is not the fact that he's an inadequate man, but really an inadequate grown-up boy, a life-changing discovery, and one that could happen only in the Twilight Zone.
And now the Twilight Zone and our story, The Incredible World of Horace Ford, starring Mike Starr, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Leonard?
Laura, come in. What's the matter?
Here. I don't want Horace to see this. It's his birthday present. Len, would you take it with you so he doesn't see it lying around?
Check. I'll bring it along Friday night.
Thanks.
So how are you?
Oh, I'm exhausted. It is not easy to shop for that man.
What'd you get him?
A smoking jacket.
I guess that means he's growing up. Betty and I got him a new gold chain for that pocket watch of his. Oh, and we got him a yo-yo, too, as a gag.
Oh, that'll probably be his favorite present. You mind if I sit down? My feet are killing me.
Please. So, the surprise party's all set for Friday?
All set.
What's the plan?
Well, everybody's coming over to the place at 8. Horace thinks the two of us are going to a movie. I'll make him answer the door and sing happy birthday or something.
He'll go right through the floor.
Probably. Oh, what time is it?
Late.
Is he busy?
Yeah.
Well, I think he's worked late enough.
Ford?
Oh. Hi, Mr. Judson.
What are you doing at the window?
Nothing. Just thinking.
Thinking? About what?
I don't know. Toys.
Whose toys?
You don't seem to have done much thinking about ours. Look at this.
I'm getting him out of there. Good night, Len.
Laura.
Well, look at it.
I know what it is. The blueprint for the robot.
What happened? If we put this into production the way it is, do you know how much money we'll lose?
But it's a good toy.
That has nothing to do with it. See here, Ford, you've been with us a long time. You must know that we're in business to make a profit. This design just isn't cost-effective. I want it simplified.
What do you want to simplify?
For one thing, the eyes don't have to flash on and off.
Sure they do. You want to ruin it? The flashing eyes? That's the beauty part. It's terrific. You could play for hours with a toy like that.
Why are you raising your voice?
I'm not. But you're talking about...
Look, Ford, I don't want to argue about it. Just do the design over.
Don't you remember when we used to play soldiers? With a mechanical man like this, you could...
Is this the office? Oh, there you are, Horace.
Laura? Mr. Judson, you remember my wife?
Mr. Judson. Oh, how nice to see you.
A pleasure. Remember, Ford, I'll need it first thing in the morning, no later.
Yes, sir.
Good evening.
Hello, Laura.
Aren't you surprised that I'm here?
Yes, yes, I am. What time is it?
Well, why don't you check your watch?
Almost 6.
Oh, that late? I've been shopping all afternoon, and I'm absolutely done in. Well, how about taking me home?
Okay.
Oh, here's your briefcase. I'm just going to fall into bed tonight, literally fall into bed.
That's all right. I have some homework.
Oh, no, not again. Now, what is it this time?
The robot. He's trying to ruin it.
Oh, I'm sure Mr. Judson's only trying to...
I'm telling you, he is. That toy has no meaning unless the eyes light up.
Hello, children.
Mama.
How's my boy?
Fine.
That's good. Are you hungry?
A little.
Dinner's almost ready. Laura, there's something wrong with the chicken. It's like leather. These birds they give you nowadays, like people don't know what chickens are anymore.
Well, it looks all right to me.
How was the office today?
It was okay.
What's the matter?
Nothing's the matter.
No, I can tell just from your voice.
Everything's fine. Let's eat dinner.
I'm telling you, Mr. Judson's just plain nuts. He reminds me of Corey. Hey, Mom. Remember Mr. Corey? I had him in 5B. What a character. You take the least common denominator class and you multiply. You know what we used to call him? Guess. I wouldn't even tell you. Boy, I'll never forget the time he caught me with one of those jawbreakers in my mouth. You know, the kind that change colors while you suck them?
Horace.
So he made me stand up, and every minute he'd point that pointer at me and say, Mr. Ford, what color is it? And I'd have to take it out of my mouth and tell him. I swear, I thought Hermie Brandt would bust a gut trying not to laugh.
Horace.
Hermie Brandt. The greatest stickball player in the whole world. One time during a fire drill.
Let's have dinner.
What great times. I was 10.
Horace, why don't you stop it? Nobody cares about when you were 10 anymore.
I care.
You're almost 38.
So?
So you don't act 38 sometimes.
So what?
So that's what I mean. So what? What kind of answer is so what?
Laura.
I'm telling you, this chicken's dry, no matter how much I basted it.
Why do you have to keep talking about when you were a kid? People get tired of it.
Oh, be quiet for once, will you?
Horace. Let him go.
Horace? Horace, the chicken will get cold. Oh, come on. Don't lie there on your bed. Eat a little. Laura didn't mean it. I'll cut you a leg and a second joint. Your favorites.
You remember Hermie Brandt?
No.
How come you never remember anything about Randolph Street?
Oh, it was a terrible place. We're in a good neighborhood now, in a nice apartment. Why do you have to always...
What was terrible? Listen, I had the best times there. Like,
Remember when Pop used to give me an Indian rope burn? I mean, he didn't, but he pretended like he was going to...
When you were a kid. Why don't you have kids of your own? Talk about them.
Randolph Street. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go back there. Right now.
Horace, we're having supper.
I haven't been there since I was 11. Why shouldn't I?
Horace, it's a dirty old street. What are you gonna see? Stay home.
Where are you going?
So long.
Horace, listen.
Will you look at all this?
Frank on a roll, 3 cents.
No thanks. Oh, excuse me, young folks.
Bread and butter.
Hey, watch where you going, huh?
Sorry.
Hey, give me my ball.
What? Oh, sure.
Davy, you come home or you're gonna get smacked.
Ring Alivio, caught.
Ringalivio? My gosh, this late at night? What time is it?
Bins, I yelled Bins. Did not. I didn't hear him.
Me neither.
I did too. What do you want from me?
Wait. Boys. Don't I know you?
Hurry up, Hermie. Hey, Hermie Brant, come on.
All right already, I'm coming.
Hermie? Did he say Hermie?
Nice of you to come back.
Laura?
You could have told me where you were going.
Laura, I was down on Randolph Street. Listen, Laura, I have to tell you something.
Look, your mother's asleep. Do you know what time it is?
No, I don't...
Where's your father's pocket watch?
I don't know. Laura, I saw some kids on the block. Little kids. Maybe 10 or 11 years old. Laura, they were the kids I played with when I was 10. The same kids.
You're perspiring.
You're not listening to me.
I heard you. I think you're catching a cold or something. Wipe the sweat off your face. They couldn't have been the same kids, dear.
I saw them. I saw Hermie Brandt and George Langbard and Cy Wright.
Maybe they looked like some of the kids you used to know.
I'm telling you.
Horace, you're talking like a child.
All right. If you don't want to listen, I'm going to bed.
Horace. Oh. Yes, young man. What do you want?
He dropped this.
Dropped what? Well, this is Horace's watch. Where did you...
Mail, Mr. Ford.
Oh, hi, Freddie. Just leave it over there. Ringalivio. God.
What'd you say, Mr. Ford?
Ringalivio. What'd you think I said? You never heard of that?
No, sir.
Did you ever play Salugi?
I don't think so.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, red light.
See you later, Mr. Ford.
Where were you brought up anyway? Mr. Ford speaking. No, I'm not finished yet. Well, I don't know when it'll be ready. I can't help it if Mr. Judson wants to know. Listen, you can't turn these things out like donuts.
Horace?
Hi, Lenny. You tell him I am rushing it. Well, what does he think I am? Then let him do it. Sure, you can tell him that.
Judson's office.
What does he want from me?
They want to get that toy into production for Christmas.
He's got 6 more months.
Take it easy, Horace. Look, he's an okay guy, but he's in business. You gotta remember that. It's nothing personal. How's it coming?
Now don't you start on me.
What's wrong?
I'm not sure. I saw a kid last night. But were you ever on Randolph Street?
I don't think so. Why?
Randolph was my old street when I was a kid. He wore the same kind of clothes we used to wear, this kid I saw. Same shirt, same pants, same shoes. Kids don't dress that way anymore. So, you're not going to believe this, but I was walking on the street, and all of a sudden, I hear a kid yell, Ringalivio! That's a game we used to play. You know how it made me feel hearing that? I was a very good Ringalivio player. You have to be fast, and you need a lot of stamina. Boy, the running you have to do. First, we choose up sides. 1 potato, 2 potato, 3 potato, 4. Remember that? Then one side has to hide. Once I was hiding behind a grocery in the back where they keep all the cartons and all.
Horace.
So I fell asleep back there. And when I woke up, I took one look at my Mickey Mouse watch, and Mickey Mouse watch? My God, I haven't thought of that in 20 years. Remember when you had a Mickey Mouse watch? What a big deal that was? Anyway, I was telling you about last night. I was on Randolph Street for the first time.
Look, Horace, I've got some work on my desk.
I only wanted to tell you.
I just stopped in to say hello. See you at lunch.
Of course, we never had toys like this back then.
Ford?
Oh, Mr. Judson. I didn't see you there.
I want to ask you something. What was the point of shouting at my secretary over the telephone?
She was shouting at me!
Aren't you happy with your job here?
Yes, but...
Look, Horace, you're a first-rate designer. You have value to this company, and for our good as well as yours, I don't want to see it dissipated. You've been behaving peculiarly. Is there something wrong, maybe at home?
Excuse me, Mr. Judson. I'm trying to finish this redesign.
And I'm not speaking just to hear the sound of my own voice. Do you understand what I'm saying? Perhaps I shouldn't have bothered.
Hello?
Sorry I'm late. Subway was tied up for about 20 minutes.
Somebody jumped?
Nobody jumped. Why do you always think that?
Well, it happens if you read the papers.
Something broke down.
You can't kiss your mother hello anymore?
Hi, Mama.
I'll see how the dinner's coming.
Tired?
Yeah.
I was thinking, there's a double bill at the Regent. 2 pictures you've been wanting to see.
Going
Let's just...
back there tonight.
Where?
Randolph Street.
What for?
I want to see those kids again.
But why?
Because I want to. It's important.
Important?
Veal cutlets and succotash. It's canned, but you can hardly tell it from fresh.
Let's sit down.
Help yourself to the meat, Horace. If it's overcooked a little, blame it on the Subway. Are you sure nobody jumped?
Please, he said no.
What's so great about disasters?
What?
I remember when we lived on the block. Every time there was an accident or something, you were always right there.
Horace.
Well, it's true. What about the time Harvey Bender got his arm caught in a fire hydrant?
Harvey Bender? Who's Harvey Bender?
If that wasn't the dopiest thing.
What's he talking about?
The hottest day of the summer, he picks to clog up the hydrant. We all figured they were going to have to bust it open to get his arm out. What do you mean you don't remember Harvey? We were playing marbles, on the manhole cover. I remember it like it was this morning. I got this big fat Puri, and I'm belting them out, cleaning up. When all of a sudden this nut says, "Let's turn on the hydrant." I swear, he was the gooniest kid. His favorite thing was Shakespeare, sock in the ear.
Horace, stop it!
Why should I?
Just stop! Please.
But he was one of the kids last night.
Who was one of the kids?
Harvey Bender.
What?
I saw him last night.
Don't you know that's impossible?
I know what I see.
He was 10 years old when you were 10 years old. He's as old as you are now.
I'm telling you, I saw him. And George Langbart and Cy Wright. They're still kids.
He's got a fever, I can tell.
I have not got a fever.
Mother, be quiet. Horace, sit down.
Feel his head.
Leave me alone.
Listen, darling. I don't know what's happening at your office, but I can see the way you come home. You're tired. I mean, overwork, and sometimes I would like you to see a doctor.
What for?
Just to let him check you.
You think I'm imagining it?
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
Listen to me, Horace. Horace, where are you going?
To see my friends.
Horace, please.
Will you look at all this?
Frank on a roll, 3 cents.
No, thanks. Oh, excuse me, young folks.
Bread and butter.
Hey, watch where you going, huh?
Sorry.
Hey, give me my ball.
What? Oh, sure.
Davy! You come home or you're gonna get smacked!
Ring Alivio, caught.
Ring Alivio? My gosh, this late at night? What time is it?
Vince, I yelled Vince. Did not. I didn't hear him.
Me neither.
I did too. What do you want from me?
Wait, boys. Don't I know you?
Hurry up, Hermie. Hey, Hermie Brant, come on.
All right already, I'm coming.
Hermie? Wait!
Hey, let's swipe some apples from the fruit stand.
Hey, Nitsy.
We each grab one.
Next to Larry. Next to Larry.
Okay, I'll go first.
Boys, please.
Some apples, huh?
Sour. Hey, what do you think about the big birthday party? He didn't even invite us. Can you believe it?
Who are you talking about?
Yeah, and I'm supposed to be his best friend.
That stinks. We had to myrtleize him, right, Hermie? Boy, and how?
Listen to me. I can explain.
Come on.
Let's get him.
No. No!
Do you think I got enough ice cream?
Huh?
There's 1 quart of chocolate, 1 vanilla, and 1 butter pecan. Where should I put the cake so Horace won't see it?
I don't know. In the kitchen. Where is he?
What time is it?
20 to 8. I'm getting worried. He should have been home an hour ago.
Oh, he probably just got stuck at the office.
I'm gonna call. Horace, you're so late.
I didn't know what time it was.
Something's wrong with your watch?
I lost it again.
But how?
Hello, dear.
I'm fired.
You're what?
What are you talking about?
I went and had a hamburger. That's why I'm late.
I'm asking you something. You're fired from your job?
Would you stop?
Well, what are you yelling at me for? I want to know from Horace. He's trying to be funny, huh?
No.
Why were you fired?
I was inadequate in my work.
Who said that?
What does it matter? It doesn't matter, Horace.
A man loses his job he's had for 15 years and it doesn't matter? What do they mean, inadequate? Don't they know what they've got? I tell you, gold. They've got pure gold.
Would you please stop it?
Your life's blood is in that place. I want you to call Mr. Johnson or whatever his name is. You get him on the wire and you let him know what's what.
I'm not calling anybody.
A weekly paycheck. You think you can find that on the street? What's gonna happen to us? All of a sudden, my whole life is going before me. Up, down, up, down. I'm 61 years old. It's time I didn't have to be afraid anymore. Why don't you look at me when I'm talking to you? What's gonna happen to me?
Shut up!
I'm gonna talk to Horace alone.
What did I do wrong? Ever in my whole life? Somebody tell me.
I couldn't help it.
It's only a job. Like there are other jobs. You were stagnating there.
I never had another job. Why did she have to cry?
She's an old woman, Horace. That's always her first reaction to trouble.
She's scared to death. Step on a crack, break your mother's back.
She'll be all right. Did you get any severance pay?
I don't know what I got. I walked out of there.
Well, let's forget about it for now. We've got the weekend. Monday you can start looking. We'll make a list.
I've got to support her. And you. And myself. You think that's easy? You know what Mr. Corey said? He said that I would never...
Mr. Corey was your teacher in 5B.
Mr. Judson. He said that I was having a nervous breakdown. He's out of his mind. Listen, I'm telling you, I saw those kids and I know who they are.
Horace!
They were running up and down the street, swiping apples and having fun. That's all they were doing, having fun. They yell fins. Did you ever yell fins?
It's not the subject we're talking about.
That is the subject. Me making a living for 3 people while they're swiping apples and running in the street.
Well, you're a grown-up man. What do you think you're supposed to do?
They were sore because they weren't invited to some kid's birthday party. That's the biggest problem they've got.
Horace, you have got to stop this!
That's what I'm gonna do. When I went back the second time, the same things happened all over again. Some man wanted to buy me a hot dog. Those teenagers walked by holding hands, and when they let go to walk around me, they said bread and butter. Then this guy bumped into me. I tell you, Laura, nothing changed. It's some kind of a pattern, and I'm in it. I'm in it.
God, Horace, stop. I'm gonna call a doctor.
Well, whatever it is, I'm gonna find out. I have to.
Horace, where are you going?
You can't go out now. You can't.
What's wrong with him? Laura, tell me.
I don't know. What is the name of a doctor? Tell me the name of the doctor.
What are you doing? Who are you calling? For heaven's sakes, I have to know what's going on here.
Horace.
Surprise!
Hey, where's the birthday boy?
Laura, what's wrong?
Maybe we'd better go. No, please come in. He'll be back.
Frank on a roll, 3 cents.
No thanks. Oh, excuse me, young folks.
Bread and butter.
Hey, which way you going, huh?
Sorry.
Hey, give me my ball.
What? Oh, sure.
Davy, you come home or you're gonna get smacked.
Ring-a-levio, caught.
Ring-a-levio? My gosh, what time is it? Where's my watch?
Spins, I spins. Did not. I didn't hear him.
Me neither.
I did too. What do you want from me?
Wait, boys.
Hurry up, Hermie. Hey, Hermie Brant, come on.
All right already, I'm coming.
Hermie? Wait!
Hey, let's swipe some apples from the fruit stand.
Hey, Nitsy.
We each grab one.
Next to Larry. Next to Larry.
Okay, I'll go first. Some apples, huh?
Sour. Hey, what do you think about the big birthday party? He didn't even invite us. Can you believe it?
Who are you talking about?
Yeah, and I'm supposed to be his best friend.
That stinks. We had to myrtleize him, right, Hermie? Boy, and how?
Listen to me. I can explain.
Come on.
Let's get him.
No. No! No.
Why don't we bust in on the party?
Fellas.
What for? He'd probably start crying like a baby.
Listen, fellas. Can't you hear me? Can't you see me? I gotta tell you something.
Step on a line and you bust your father's spine. Cut it out.
You've got to listen to me.
So are we going to the party? What do we do when we get there? Who cares? They probably got ice cream. Who needs ice cream? It's better than standing around here.
Please, look at me. I'm standing right here. Hermie, are you my buddy? Fellas, please.
I gotta tell you something. I know I got some apologizing to do. Georgie, Cy, come on. What are you giving me the treatment for? Will you listen? I couldn't help it. Hermie, I'm your best friend. You have to give me a chance.
Well, if it ain't little Horace Maxwell Ford.
The birthday boy. Why didn't you invite us to your party? We're gonna myrtleize you.
No, please. Please, don't. Don't.
Laura, honey, I'm sorry about his job, but he'll have another one in no time. He's a wonderful designer.
Thank you for saying that.
Oh, this party'll perk him up. Best thing in the world for him right now. We even got him a yo-yo. The kind that lights up.
I know.
All right, everybody. Ready?
Somebody get the lights. Laura?
Don't make a sound till I open the door. Come in, darling.
He dropped this.
What? Where did you get that?
Oh, Laura. Laura, what's happening?
He dropped this. What does that mean? It looks like a Mickey Mouse watch.
That's exactly what it is. Horace? Horace, where are you? Horace?
Somebody.
Horace, is that you?
Laura?
I'm here. It's all right, Horace, I'm here.
Laura, help me up.
Of course.
Don't ask me what happened.
I won't.
Because I really don't.
Oh, your face. You're all cut up.
It doesn't matter. Where are my glasses? Here. At least they're not broken. Can we go home now?
That's a good idea. A very good idea.
I have no idea what happened, Laura. But for 1 minute, 1 second, I don't know. I saw things that made some of the memories I had a lie. Because when I was a kid, a lot of it was an ugly, sad nightmare. And I saw that. I know what it was. I remember it now. All of it.
I don't know what happened either, Horace. But I think we all do that. We remember what was good and we black out what was bad. Maybe if we didn't, we couldn't live at all. Come on, let's go home.
Wait. What's this?
It looks like your father's watch.
Yeah. I must have dropped it.
Come on, Horace. There's a party waiting.
A party?
It was a surprise. Everybody's there.
Lenny?
Yes, and Betty. They got you something. We're not supposed to tell you, but I think...
Mr. Horace Maxwell Ford, age 38. A bit disheveled, but soon to be whole again. With his shirt tail tucked in, his socks up, his glasses straight, and his hair combed. At least most of the time. A mild man, except when talking about his favorite subject, his beloved toys. The ones he builds because he never had them as a child. Don't feel sorry for him. He's just begun to understand that he's really a very adequate man. All grown up and not the awkward boy he used to be. A life-changing discovery, and one that could happen only in the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
The Incredible World of Horace Ford, starring Mike Starr with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and based on a script by Reginald Rose. Heard in the cast were Taylor Miller, Meg Thalken, Doug James, Carl Van Sickle, Adam Blaine, John Starr, Bill, Charlie, Alex, and Henry Kummerer, Martin Hughes, Bob Blaine, and Adam Tangway. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking. A World of Difference, starring Luke Perry, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Richard Matheson. Heard in the cast were Elizabeth Lado, Christian Stolte, David Darlow, Doug James, Jeff Lupiton, Sarah Wellington, Maggie Carney, Carl Amari, Roger Wolski, Vince Amari, Amanda Amari, Sarah Court, and Anna Sverutza. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, XM Satellite Radio, Sirius Satellite Radio, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
There is a fifth dimension beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, and it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the Twilight Zone.
Hey there, Will.
Morning, Mr. Reagan.
Reagan? Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, you want to open the gate?
Yeah, I guess it is. A good one. Want to let me in on it?
Let you in on what?
You called me Will.
Yeah, so?
So, my name's Harold, you know that.
Since when?
How long you been working here?
Oh, long time.
All that time, I've always been Harold. Some people call me Shorty, but never Will.
And I'm Arthur. My wife calls me Artie sometimes, but if you want to be Harold, that's okay by me.
Oh, I get it. You want I should call you Arthur from now on instead of Mr. Reagan? You got it. Guess that makes us even.
Harold, do you a favor?
What's that?
Leave the parking lot open, then take the rest of the day off.
Okay, I'll bite. What for?
You must be tired. Didn't get much sleep last night, huh? Have some breakfast, cup of coffee, see if that helps.
Helps what?
To get your head on straight. You can open the gate now, Harold, or whatever your name is.
Sure, if you say so.
Morning, Sally.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Curtis. I just got here myself. I hope I'm not late.
No, I thought I'd better get an early start. I have to leave about 3.
You do?
My wife and I haven't gotten a thing for Tina's birthday yet.
That's right. The party's Saturday afternoon, isn't it?
If my daughter can last that long.
Excited?
She sure is. It's all she can think about. Are the Matson contracts ready?
Right here. I finished them before I left last night.
Good. I'll look them over in my office. Well, back to the grindstone.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I almost forgot. Would you call the airline for me? See if you can get those reservations changed from Monday to Saturday.
Will do. Straining at the leash to get out of town?
You bet. It's the first real vacation Marion and I have had in years. So I figure, why lose a whole weekend before starting out?
I don't blame you.
Saturday night, it's San Francisco. Here we come. Hold all calls for a few minutes, will you? I want to tell my wife.
Certainly, sir.
Hope her mother can take Tina after the party. Oh, for heaven's sake. Sally! Sally! I can't get a dial tone!
What's he doing?
I don't know.
This isn't in the script.
Sally, I said... Who are you? What are all you people doing in...
Cut!
Where did Sally go? What happened to the wall and...
I said cut. All right, everybody, take 5.
Will somebody please tell me what is going on?
Reality. The quality of being real or having an actual existence. A matter of interest to philosophers throughout the ages. The definition comes from the dictionary, and it directly concerns one Arthur Curtis, 36 years old and a successful businessman, or so he believes. Mr. Curtis is about to discover that the line between reality and unreality can be very thin indeed. In fact, under certain conditions, it may be less than thin. It may be invisible, at least in the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, A World of Difference, starring Luke Perry with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
I asked you a question. All of you. What are you doing here? Get out of my office.
Come on, Jerry.
That's not my name.
Is it so hard to make a phone call? Lose the ad-libs.
Who are you?
Remember, Jerry? Marty Fisher, your friendly neighborhood TV director.
What are you talking about?
How soon they forget.
Sally, what is all this?
Something go wrong, Mr. Reagan?
Why are you sitting there like that with your feet up? Take them off the desk at once.
I thought we were on a break.
We are. Why don't you go to your dressing room while I talk to Jerry?
Sure, Marty. Call me when you're ready.
Watch the cables, Miss Lawson.
Of course I will, Kelly. You'd think I'd never been on a set before.
What are all these lights for? I can hardly see.
Pretty hard to shoot without him, Jerry. This isn't exactly verite.
That camera, what's it for? Will somebody please tell me?
I'm warning you, Jerry.
Oh? And who do you think you are?
That's funny. I was about to ask you the same thing. Why don't you wise up and cut the dramatics?
Dramatics?
They won't take much more of this. You're very close to the edge.
The edge of what?
I like that. You're really into it. What is it? The method?
I don't think so.
Not the method. Who'd you study with? Sandy Meisner? Right? No, wait a minute. Stella Adler. Well, I used to be at the Institute, too, and the first rule is don't break character. So, what do you say? Shall we take it again?
I don't understand what you're saying.
It's a gag, just a little gag. You know these New York actors.
All right, get him some coffee. Kelly?
Yeah?
Coffee over here, please. Black.
Coming right up.
Okay, Jerry, let's forget about it. Get your scene done. The front office doesn't like it when they're over schedule.
Over schedule? Not this show.
Then let's try it again. Back to the set.
Set?
Listen, I went out on a limb for you. The whole agency did.
What agency?
Just do your lines.
Are we ready here?
We're ready. Now, Jerry.
All right, one more time. You're going to call your wife, tell her to meet you at 3:15.
How did you know that?
Got all your lines down? Where's your script?
What are you talking about?
Easy, Jerry. Don't burn yourself out. Places, everyone. Break's over.
Where am I?
In your office. It's morning. You just got here.
This can't be my office. It only looks like my office. The window isn't even real.
What's he doing?
The city outside. It's a painting. What is this, a joke?
Jerry.
What are you people watching me for? I don't know you. I don't know any of you.
Don't let him get away.
He's not going anywhere.
He's not on his mark.
Maybe you can shoot around him for a while.
I don't want to shoot around him, Sam. We've got 7 pages to do before lunch.
He'll come through, Marty. We never had any trouble with him before.
What's he doing now?
The scene, I told you.
Get ready to follow him. Roll sound and action.
Still dead.
Cut! Where are you going, Jerry?
Stop calling me that. It's not my name.
Sure, if that's what you want.
Is there another telephone in here?
Sit down, Jerry.
One that works?
Jerry, if I have to phone Brinkley on this, you're dead.
Do whatever you like. Just leave me alone.
You don't look so good. How do you feel?
I felt fine when I got here.
Please sit down.
What's that on your face? Sweat? Kelly!
Yeah?
Call for an ambulance and make it fast.
Yes, sir. Shall I ask the front office to authorize it?
Of course not. If they find out, there's no telling what they'd do. Suspend production, probably. Go on, go!
Right away.
Jerry, let's go to your dressing room. You can lie down.
Where's the nearest telephone?
Jerry, we're trying to help you.
My name is Arthur Curtis. Take your hands off me. I'm getting out of here.
Did you hear that? Arthur Curtis?
Is this a real telephone?
Looks like it.
All right, everybody. 1 hour for lunch.
Is it hooked up?
Should be.
The number. What's the number?
Search me.
Operator, number please.
I don't know. I can't think.
I'll connect you with information.
Yes, please.
Directory information.
Hello. Would you give me the number of Arthur Curtis? 22437 Ventnor Road, Woodland Hills?
Checking.
On Ventnor. Ventner.
I have no listing for a Curtis at that address.
What? You must be mistaken.
Jerry?
Listen, it's my own home. I'm Arthur Curtis. I just can't remember the number at the moment. Will you...
If it's an unlisted number...
It's not an unlisted number! At least I don't think it is. Look, would you try again? I know there's a phone there.
I'm sorry, sir.
Jerry, put the phone down.
You're wrong, operator. Connect me with your supervisor.
Let's go to your dressing room.
Listen!
Give me the phone.
What are you doing?
You're not yourself. You're sick.
Get your hands off me!
I'm trying to help.
Well, I don't need it. I'm getting out of here.
Where are you going?
Home!
Jerry! Somebody stop him!
Hey! Watch it, lady.
Are you out of your mind? If you're drunk again, Jerry...
Let go of me.
Look, I don't care if they bounce you. I don't care if you never work again for the rest of your worthless life. You're going to pay me what the judge tells you to pay me, or so help me, I'll put you so far behind bars, they'll never find you again.
There you are. Mrs. Reagan.
I am not Mrs. Reagan anymore.
Sorry. Could I speak to you in private?
I haven't the time.
It's about Jerry.
He's coming with me. He'll be back in time for the afternoon filming.
That isn't exactly what
Excuse me, but I need your car.
What do you think you're doing? You're not driving.
I've just called for an ambulance. Jerry's having a nervous breakdown.
How convenient for him.
Would you two get out of the way, please?
I'm not joking, Mrs.
Miss, from now on.
If you won't move...
Slide over.
I don't have time to argue.
I said...
Get in if you have to. I'm getting out of this place.
You pig-headed...
Better fasten your seatbelt.
Slow down.
Don't touch the wheel.
I'll do more than touch it. I'm not going to let you crash this car. It's mine now.
Get your hands off the brake.
There. Now will you let me drive?
I'm warning you.
You're warning me? Give me those keys. Now.
Stop! Look, please, whoever you are.
I said I'll drive. If you want to kill yourself, you'll have to wait. First, I'm going to bleed you, Jerry. I'm going to bleed you dry. Every bank account, every residual.
Now listen. I don't know who you think I am, but you're wrong. You're wrong. My name is Curtis. Arthur Curtis. And I don't have the slightest idea what you're talking about. Right now, I'm going to...
Oh, cut the histrionics. If you think you can chisel your way out of pain with a cheap trick like this...
I'm gonna turn the key again. And I'm driving to my home in Woodland Hills. Once we get there, you can have your car back. Do you understand?
I told you to cut the act.
No act. My name is Arthur Curtis. My wife's name is Marion. I have a daughter named Tina. And I live at 22437 Ventnor Road in Woodland Hills.
I mean it, Jerry.
My name is Arthur Curtis. My wife's name is...
I said cut. Cut!
I don't understand. I've made this turn twice now.
Let me know when the grand tour is over, will you?
I don't know where I am. And yet I must. This is my neighborhood. I live here.
Do you?
I have, for years. Ever since I bought the house. But my street, it's just not here.
What do you want, Jerry? An Academy Award?
I've told you, my name is...
Oh, can it, will you? Who are you trying to convince? You may as well give it up. You never had a less receptive audience.
Why do you refuse to listen to me?
Go ahead, then. Play it out. Make a complete idiot of yourself. I couldn't care less.
I'm trying to find my house. Is that so hard to comprehend?
Well, you're not going to, no matter how hard you try.
And why is that?
Simple. Because there's no such thing as Ventnor Road.
Keep quiet. I'm trying to think.
And what's more, there never was, except in your dreams.
What's in the glove box?
That's none of your business. This is my car now.
There must be a map. Let me have it, please.
Get your hands out of there.
I'm just trying to... Tina! There she is!
Who's Tina?
My daughter!
Another little secret you never told me about. When did that happen?
See her? Skipping down the sidewalk?
Oh, spare me.
Hi, honey! Over here! It's Daddy!
This is too much. You're going to get us both arrested.
Tina, honey! Come here!
I didn't have anything to do with this, remember that.
Tina? Thank God.
Leave me alone.
But you're not Tina. Sorry, little girl, I thought...
You scared me. You're a bad man.
Get in.
But that dress... I thought she was...
I said get in. Or would you rather go to jail for attempted kidnapping? You should have let me drive in the first place. None of this would have happened.
Why are you stopping?
Because this is the end of the line.
Here?
Oh, don't tell me you're going to play surprised.
But I've never seen this house before.
You just won't quit, will you? That's Brinkley's car out front. What does he want?
Who's Brinkley?
Pound of flesh, probably. Well, he'll have to wait his turn. Coming?
I can't stay here. I have to go.
I said I'd get you back for the afternoon shooting.
I mean home.
You are home.
Who's home?
Move it, Buster. Or would you rather sit out here? Fine with me. Suit yourself, but I promise you'll regret it.
Where are we?
Come on inside. Fix yourself a drink. A little hair of the dog? Maybe that'll do it.
Jerry.
Who are you?
Better be nice to Sam. He's still the vice president of your agency.
Where have you been?
I'm not sure.
Did Sam call you?
More than an hour ago. Said he'd left the studio, walked out.
Stumbled is more like it.
What's all this about?
The studio?
First things first, Jerry. Come into the study.
Why?
Nora, we need to do some damage control.
We sure do.
Can't this wait?
I've waited long enough. I want my money now before he goes off on his next binge.
Now look, I've explained to this woman that I'm not who you all seem to think I am.
Frankly, I don't know what to think. But if we don't smooth this over right now, today, the network won't renew your contract. And that will cost us all money.
My name is Curtis. I live...
Jerry, stop it!
Stop what? Would you rather I lie to you?
You don't seem to realize the position you're in.
Where do you hide the checkbook these days?
I beg your pardon?
I'll find it if I have to tear the house down.
Excuse me. I have to get out of here.
Jerry! Jerry! I'm going to lay it on the line. If you lose this part, we'll have to drop you as a client. We can't cover for you anymore. It's beyond that. Way beyond.
I'm sorry, but you're mistaken.
All right. Look, they can shoot around you today. I'll tell them you came down with something. They won't buy it, but we'll do our best to make it stick. But come tomorrow, you've got to be there, Jerry, bright and early, with bells on.
I don't know what's going on. God, help me. I don't know what's going on.
You said that.
Jerry, enough is enough.
I tell you, I
found it. Get over here. Now.
Leave me alone, please.
Nora, he doesn't look so good. Maybe we should take him to Cedars.
You're going to sign this check, Jerry, right now, before you can pull anything else. Go on. Pick up the pen. That's it. Then we'll see about the state of your precious health.
Please, I'm asking you.
And I'm telling you. Sign it, Jerry. I want what you owe me.
His hands are shaking.
Oh, no. He's not going to get out of it that easily. I'll fill in my name in the amount. Just sign Gerald Reagan. Gerald.
That's not my name.
Raigan. In case you've forgotten how to spell, too.
But I've never heard that name before in my life.
Maybe he should lie down.
Would you both back off? This has gone far enough. I am not Gerald Reagan. My name is Arthur Curtis. Do you hear me? Arthur Curtis. I work for... Wait a minute. I'll prove it. Operator, I'd like the number for Davis Morton and Company, 189 Brand Street, Los Angeles. Yes, I'll hold. But make it fast, will you? Of course there is. I should know. I work there. Look, I've been with them for 7 years. Don't tell me that. Don't.
Here, lean on me.
Sarah Bernhardt.
Look at his eyes. I don't think he's faking it.
Awfully good timing, if you ask me.
Help me to get him to the other room.
What? What is happening to me?
Jer?
What are you doing?
Just closing the blinds.
Don't bother.
I was hoping you'd catch a few winks. Feeling better?
You don't believe me, do you?
It doesn't matter what I believe. You've been overworked, trying to wrap the season. Must have been a terrible strain.
The season. I take it that's supposed to mean something to me.
If it doesn't, we're all in trouble. Would you like anything? Some lunch? If Nora won't make it, I'll order out.
No, thanks. I don't have much of an appetite.
You need help, Jerry. It's not in my province, but I've known you a long time, and I hate for this to happen. It's not necessary, you know. It really isn't. Can't you see what's happened?
Why don't you tell me?
You know what this is? A script.
For what?
It's all right here. Take a look. Cast of characters. Arthur Curtis, 36, a young business executive, happily married.
Let me see that. Curtis lives in Woodland Hills, California, with his wife and young daughter. Where did you get this?
It's yours. From the dresser here, where you left it after studying your lines last night. Go on, keep reading.
He is married to Marion Curtis, 33. A charming young woman, typical of that efficient breed which can manage a house and family and still have ample time for...
Ring a bell?
Who wrote this?
That's neither here nor there. Some hack, probably. The point is, the only information you have about Arthur Curtis is what's written here.
That's crazy.
Jerry, I really do understand. Sometimes I'd like to escape myself, get away from this turmoil. The long hours, the early calls, to a simpler, sweeter existence. It's only natural.
You're telling me it was all a delusion? That I'm really somebody named Gerald Reagan, a dissolute, pitiful...
A sweet, unhappy man. A square peg in a round hole who never should have moved to Hollywood. Burdened with that harpy in there. Jerry Reagan, who wanted to be a serious actor once. Trying to make a living and find a little happiness. That's all.
No. I won't accept that. The life I remember... it was real.
I wish it were. For your sake. I wish it were. I have to go, Jerry, and report into the agency. Try to rest and forget about the series. You won't have to go back. I just spoke to the studio a few minutes ago. They're canceling production.
Production on what?
You may as well give me the script. I'll toss it for you. It doesn't matter now. I'm sorry, but Arthur Curtis is dead.
Well, what's his story?
I don't think it's a story. Not this time.
All better? Or should I fix him some milk and cookies?
He's had it. Withdrawn from the playing field. And I can't say I blame him.
Go on, then. Get out of here. I'll whip him into shape. If he thinks a little breakdown is going to let him off the hook.
Wait!
Jerry!
Well, what do you know? It walks.
Out of my way.
Yes, sir.
What is it, Jerry?
I've got to go back.
I told you it's too late for that. It's finished.
No, I've got to get back to my office.
If you mean the set, they're probably tearing it down already. And as far as I'm concerned...
But they mustn't. Don't you see? I'll never get back if they tear down the only connection I have to...
Jerry, knock it off!
I can't do that.
Jerry! Careful, Jerry, that's my car!
Name?
Open the gate.
Oh, that's you, Mr. Reagan?
I'm in a hurry.
Oh, sure. Nice car. What happened to your...
Now, Harold.
Well, see, your name's not on the list anymore. I mean, Reagan's not. That other one you gave me. What did you say it was? Curtis something?
I don't have time for this.
Hey, did you get fired? Real sorry to hear it. Or maybe you quit. Either way, I'm not supposed to...
Stand back.
Huh? No, I was just saying...
What in the... Hey! You can't do that! Put that down! What do you think you're doing?
What'd you say?
Watch your feet. That's my sofa!
Yeah?
Where are you taking it?
Back to props.
You can't.
Yeah? I got a work order right here to strike the set.
You mean my office?
Which office?
The low building with the rose bushes. 189.
Nah. This is from stage 23.
Which way is that?
It's over there. Hang a right at the commissary.
Take the wall down?
Not yet.
Get the desk and chairs.
Where do you want them?
Hold on!
Pardon me, Mr. Reagan?
Don't touch the desk yet. Or the chair.
No? How come?
I have to get something.
Oh, sure. Go ahead. It'll take us a while. Too bad, huh? Nice set. Real nice. Kind of sorry to see it go.
Sally? Are you still here? No matter. I don't know where to start. There must be a way. There has to be.
Mr. Reagan?
Who?
It's Kelly. I thought I saw you come in.
What happened to my books?
Books? Oh, sent back to props by now.
And my papers? And file cabinets? Even the photos on the desk? They were pictures of my family, my wife and daughter.
Were they? You mean they were real? Give me a few minutes. Maybe I can track them down.
Do they have to do this?
I'm afraid so. The studio needs the space.
A career. A whole life packed up while you're out and shipped off to God knows where. I had no idea. I thought it would last.
Nothing lasts in this town. You know that.
But I thought...
You thought you were different. The exception to the rule? Well, I don't blame you. It's easy to fall into that. You see what happens to everyone else, but you never think it'll happen to you. Human nature, I guess. But, the next thing will come along.
And what will that be?
Beats me, but it always does. You have to have a little faith.
And the things we collect over the years and leave behind.
Oh, somebody else will get some use out of it. It was never really ours in the first place, was it? Can't exactly take it with you.
No, I guess you can't.
They're ready to take the walls down now. You might want to sit somewhere else.
I thought if I got here in time...
Thought what?
Nothing. You go on. I'll be out of here in a minute.
Just following orders, Mr. Reagan. Nothing personal.
No. Nothing personal at all. Marion, don't leave me. Don't leave me here.
Mr. Curtis?
Sally?
Mr. Curtis, oh, there you are. I thought you'd gone home.
What?
Somebody's here to see you. Go ahead, Mrs. Curtis.
Arthur?
Marion!
Honey, I don't understand.
You don't?
Where have you been? I've been phoning all day.
Marion, is it really you?
Well, who else would it be? Honestly, Sally kept saying you were out. Out? What does that mean? She couldn't imagine where you'd gone. She didn't see you leave.
I had some business to attend to. I got lost on the way back.
You did? How do you mean?
It doesn't matter. I'm back now.
Oh, just let me sit down for a second. These new shoes are... Why, where's your sofa?
I won't need it anymore. Marion, let's get out of here.
But I just got here. I didn't think you'd mind. I thought you might want to have dinner on the way home.
That sounds wonderful.
Oh, and I wanted to tell you, I got something for Tina's party. That doll she's so crazy about.
Now, Marion, let's go right now.
Artie, are you all right?
Yes, I am now.
You're looking a little tired. A hard day?
Very.
Where were you?
It's a long story.
Mr. Curtis.
Sally?
What is the matter with you, dear? You look as if you've seen a ghost.
Leaving now?
Did you make that call to the airlines?
Yes, sir. They sent the tickets over this afternoon. I have them right here.
Let me see.
Plane tickets for our trip?
Are they all right?
Yes, they're perfect.
Ready to strike the office. Get those lamps and tables out of there.
Okay.
Honey, you look so peculiar. Is something the matter?
Can you hear that?
Hear what?
Over here, boys.
Please, Marion, let's go on our vacation right away. Let's not wait.
What is wrong with you?
Nothing, sweetheart. Just let me hold you. I don't want to lose you.
Not much chance of that. Oh, Artie, I've never seen you like this.
We'll take Tina to your mother's and go right to the airport.
But I'm not packed.
We'll pick up what we need when we get there. Oh, Marion, it's very, very important.
Well, if it matters that much to you, I suppose.
Then let's go, now.
Hi there, Mr. Brinkley.
Have you broken it down yet?
Just about to.
Has Reagan been here?
He was a minute ago.
Where?
The office set.
And he's not there now?
Nope.
You didn't see him leave?
I didn't. Any of you guys see where Reagan went?
Nope.
Sure didn't.
Would you look in his dressing room?
Sure thing.
Well?
Not in his dressing room.
Then, I wonder where he's gone. Wherever it is, I hope he finds what he's looking for.
Flight 23 departing at Gate 5. Last call, Flight 23 to San Francisco.
Reality. The quality of being real or having an actual experience. Words of definition from a book we call the dictionary. Words that fail to recognize man's gift for creating realities of his own. Realities perhaps beyond the measurement of science, and yet actual in their own right. Realities existing in that vast and timeless middle ground between light and shadow, the dimension of imagination, also known as the Twilight Zone.
More from the Twilight Zone after this.
You are about to enter another dimension, a dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind, a journey into a wondrous land of imagination. Next stop, the Twilight Zone. Hi, this is Stacy Keach. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our Twilight Zone website at twilightzoneradio.com. At twilightzoneradio.com, you'll find the latest information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas, including behind-the-scenes photographs, plus the newest product releases, trivia contests, ways to contact us, other Twilight Zone-related info and merchandise, plus links to other fascinating websites. So make your next stop twilightzoneradio.com.
Visit twilightzoneradio.com to purchase these Twilight Zone radio dramas on cassette and CD, or call toll-free 1-866-989-ZONE. That's 1-866-989-9663.
You're traveling through another dimension. A dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. A journey into a wondrous land whose boundaries are that of imagination. Your next stop, the Twilight Zone.
Yes, Pete, here's a nut for you. Now, don't bother me, if you please. I have work to do. I'd like to speak to Mr. O'Connor, please. That's right. I'd rather not say. It's rather personal. That's it, Pete. Stay on your perch like a good bird. It's a boy. Is this Mr. O'Connor? Mr. O'Connor, I'll get right to the point. You have a young gentleman working for you in personnel. His name is Brewster. Alfred Brewster. Been with your firm about 1.5 years. Well, I'll tell you what about it. The man is a communist. That's correct, a communist, with certain terrorist affiliations as well. Never mind who this is. Let's just say a concerned citizen, all right? What is of the essence is the character of one of your employees. I happen to know that this man, Brewster, is a subversive and a menace to our society. What am I suggesting? Why, I think it's obvious. I'm suggesting he should be discharged immediately, given his walking papers and shown the door. Never mind how I know. I know, that's all. That's all. Now I'm going to check back in a few days, and if he hasn't been discharged, I'll be forced to take this matter to a higher authority. That's right, to the corporate office. Correct? Goodbye, Mr. O'Connor. Rather a full day, Pete, wouldn't you say? 11 so far. 11 names on this list. I better sharpen my pencil. And scratch off one more. Of course, it's questionable what concrete results we can expect, but at least the seeds have been planted. Oh, yes. The opening guns fired. The first salvo, so to speak. Hello, Board of Education? Well, please connect me. Yes, I'd like to speak with the superintendent of schools, please. It's a personal call. No, I'm not at liberty to give my name. That's right, it's urgent. Is this the superintendent? This is a concerned citizen. I'm calling about a teacher and your employee. That's correct. His name is Farwell. William J. Farwell. He teaches at your North End High School. That is correct. The man is morally objectionable. He's a drinker, a carouser, and I have it on good authority that his relationships with students are questionable at best. The man should be investigated immediately. Oh, yes. Never mind who this is. I happen to be giving you facts, and that is what is at issue here. Well, you best check on him. You most certainly should, and without delay. Quite right. Here you are, Pete. There you go. That's a good bird. You know, I'm rather tired. It's been quite a full day. You don't realize just how tired you can get during a campaign. But a dedicated man isn't concerned with physical discomfort or fatigue or anything else for that matter. No, a truly dedicated person is interested only in victory, in the conquest of morality over the forces of immorality. Hey, look at them out there, the dregs, carrion, leeches sucking us dry. Oh, yes, carrying evil around with them like infectious germs. We're gonna have to face it sooner or later. Huh? Phone calls are one thing. Threats and exposure is simply expedience. No, Peter, my friend, we're gonna have to embark on a much more ambitious course. Some major surgery, I think. The long scalpel, honed sharp and cutting deep. If the sickness is extensive, so must be the cure. And it must be today, Peter. It must be today, this afternoon. 4 o'clock. Oh, yes, that's when it will occur. Yes, we'll make it occur at 4 o'clock. At that moment, we will destroy evil. That is both my charge and my obligation, Peter, to destroy evil. And we shall do it at precisely 4 o'clock. I'm not sure of the method yet, but it'll come to me. Oh, yes, it'll come to me. Most assuredly, it will come to me, and it'll be a revelation, an epiphany. It will be the expiration of immorality everywhere, the exordium of the end. 4 o'clock, Peter. That's when we'll have it happen. Whatever it is, 4 o'clock, this very day.
This is Mr. Oliver Crangle, a dealer in petulance and poison, a self-appointed, self-designated, self-ordained vigilante, whose jaundiced eyes peer out at an unholy world and find it undeserving of anything but judgment and punishment. And Mr. Oliver Crangle is both the judge and the executioner. He has rather arbitrarily chosen 4 p.m. as his personal Gotterdammerung. We are about to watch the metamorphosis of a twisted little fanatic poisoned by the gangrene of prejudice to the status of an avenging angel, upright and omniscient, dedicated and fearsome. Whatever your clocks say, it's almost 4 o'clock. And wherever you may think you are, at this moment you happen to be in the Twilight Zone.
And now, the Twilight Zone and our story, 4 o'clock, starring Stan Freberg with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Yes?
Mr. Kringle?
What is it?
Well, there's a special delivery for you.
Just a minute.
Here you go. A whole lot of stuff, 8 or 10 envelopes at least.
Thank you, Mrs. Williams. Something else, was there?
Something... Oh, no, nothing else.
Then in that case, why do you stand there trying to read the contents of these envelopes as if you were an X-ray machine,
Me? Read your mail? Oh, I can assure you, Mr. Kringle, I have many more things to do than trying to read my tenant's mail. Your mail in particular.
I feel reassured.
You sure get enough of it. Somebody'd think you were running some sort of mail order business or something. Just look at that desk of yours. So much mail and papers and I don't know what all. What is your business, Mr. Kringle?
What I do is none of your concern. I pay my rent on time, and I keep to myself. A respect for privacy you should learn, Mrs. Williams.
Well, I never...
You never? That's good to know. Now, have you any more comments to air? Because if not, I would greatly appreciate your leaving me alone. I have a great deal of work to do.
I believe that. The question is, what kind of work?
You should believe it. You may thank me one day, Mrs. Williams. Oh, yeah. You and everyone else. Assuming you're still around, and assuming you retain the capacity to feel appreciation.
What's that supposed to mean? Assuming I'll be around. Are you threatening me or something, Mr. Kringle?
Threatening you, Mrs. Williams? I don't threaten people, my dear lady. I compile files on them. I compile them, and I analyze them, and I investigate them, and then I categorize them, and I judge them. Oh, yes. If they're impure, they must be punished. If, on the other hand, they're simply misled or naive or unsophisticated, I point them to the right way. I lead them by the hand, Mrs. Williams. I show them the proper course, the path to redemption.
Is that... What I mean is that what you do for a living?
Indeed. In short, I check evil, Mrs. Williams, and I eradicate it, inoculate it, wipe it clean, and sponge it away.
And you know where these evil people are?
I most certainly do, Mrs. Williams.
Can you give me an example?
How about this one? Mrs. Claire Williams, age 54, widow, formerly married to John Alistair Williams. Political affiliation? None. Husband's political affiliation? None. Evidence of subversion? None. Negative personality traits? Curiosity and ignorance. Of course, that's just a preliminary report, Mrs. Williams. The in-depth research is in the master file cabinet right over there.
Well, aren't you the strange one? You ain't nothing if you're not a strange one. I'll be going now, Mr. Kringle.
Had your nap, Pete? All rested up, are we? Well, that's a good young parrot. It's going to be an exciting afternoon, Pete. Big things are going to happen at 4 o'clock. Yes, they are indeed.
4 o'clock? What's going to happen at 4 o'clock?
Interesting question, Mrs. Williams. A very interesting question. Very much to the point. What's going to happen indeed? At 4 o'clock, we're going to expose evil, strip it bare, push it out into the light, dissect it, pinpoint it, and eliminate it.
You are?
Exorcise it, denude it, confute it, destroy it.
Oh, now careful, Mr. Kringle. You're gone and broken your lamp.
What? Oh, the lamp. I see. Sorry. Well, no matter.
Would you like me to clean that up for you?
No, I'm quite capable of cleaning up after myself, madam. That's one thing I'm very good at, cleaning. Something else, was there, Mrs. Williams?
No, I don't believe so. If it's all the same to you, I'll be on my way. Saints preserve us.
Excuse me.
Oh, yes.
I'm looking for a Mr. Krangle.
I can't imagine why.
I was told he lives in this building.
Oh, he lives here, all right. There ain't no doubt about that. With a vengeance, he lives here right there at the top of the next landing. But if you ask me, young woman, you won't be going in there without police protection.
Is that right?
If you ask me, the man has a leak in his attic a mile wide. I ain't sure anymore that he's safe to have around.
Mr. Krangle? Mr. Krangle?
Well?
My name's...
Who else is with you?
Why, no one.
Are you sure?
Yes, quite sure. My name is Lucas. I wonder if I could speak with you for a moment.
Lucas. Ah, yes, Lucas. Kurt J., age 27, intern, East Side Hospital.
That's my husband.
Is he indeed? Well now. Your husband, you say. Come in, please. Come. Have a seat, by all means.
Thank you.
Now, what about your husband?
Why, Mr. Krangle?
Why what?
Why are you trying to hurt him?
Hurt? My dear lady.
What has he ever done to you?
To me? Why, nothing to me. That is, nothing personally. I don't know your husband, Mrs. Lucas. That is to say, I know of him. Oh, yes, I know of his background, but we've never met.
He's a stranger to you then, isn't he? He's a perfect stranger.
A stranger, yes, but not a perfect stranger, Mrs. Lucas. By no means. Your husband happens to be most imperfect. And when you perceive, quite correctly, that he's done nothing to me, at least not directly, I hasten to enlighten you. He nonetheless happens to have done a great deal against society.
In what way?
Ho, don't play dumb with me. Don't give me any of that naive stuff.
My husband, for your information, Mr. Krangle, is a dedicated young doctor. A gentle, decent, fine human being. He has only one abiding interest in life, and that is to cure, to heal, to stop pain.
And to kill.
How can you say such a thing?
Yeah, that's his other abiding interest, the one you've conveniently skipped. L-L-L-U-C, Lucas. Here we go. I know his file well. Lucas Kurt J., M.D., second-year intern, East Side Hospital. This year, on the night of March 12th, while serving in the emergency ward, he permitted the death of one Mrs. Angela Rienti by failing to relieve pressure accumulated as a result of a brain injury sustained in a traffic accident.
It wasn't his fault. It was too late. That's his only crime. He wasn't able to treat her because he was responsible for half the ward that night. And by the time he got to the woman, she was already dead.
That's your interpretation.
It's not an interpretation. It's a fact. It's exactly the way it happened. By the time he got to her, by the time she was put into his care, she'd already died.
He should have gotten to her earlier.
How could he? Do you know how many lives he saved that night? How many people he saves every day, every week? He did nothing to her.
That's about the size of it, Mrs. Lucas. Miserable dereliction of duty, resulting in the untimely death of a woman who by rights should be alive today. These facts came to my attention, and I simply called them to the attention of the hospital supervisor, an institution, by the way, which I help to support through taxes.
By what right? I must ask you, Mr. Krangle, excuse me, but By what right do you presume to pass judgment on my husband? You're not even a medical man. Why, you weren't even there that night. You don't know anything about it. And yet you write your letters to the hospital, dozens of nasty letters accusing my husband of being a murderer. Why, you wretched, small-minded...
Enough, Mrs. Lucas. That will be quite enough. I've suffered your presence here, but I'm not required to tolerate your abusiveness, although I don't wonder you're the type of woman you are.
Oh, and what type is that?
You're obviously greatly attracted to your husband, and there's no secret that birds of a feather, well, you know the rest.
I think I catch your implication, Mr. Krangle, and you're over the line. Way over the line. You're as cracked as that lamp of yours.
Tell me, has the hospital discharged your husband yet?
Discharged?
That's right. Let him go. Cashiered him out. Eradicated him from the payroll. Given him the sack. I've been expecting it momentarily.
They have not, Mr. Krangle. They have done no such thing. It'd take more than a letter-writing campaign from a crank like you to make that happen.
Your husband is an evil man.
He is no such thing.
And I will not put up with evil in any form.
And I will not stand by and allow an injustice like this. Of all the presumptuous, wrong-headed...
I'm sorry, Mrs. Lucas. I haven't any more time. Why, look at the hour. It's 3:00 already. I got things to do. Many more important things to do, thank you. Today's mail, for instance. You'd probably be interested in these. They're cases not unlike your husband's. Communists, subversives, thieves, harlots, but all made out of the same metal. Evil, Mrs. Lucas. All of them evil. And I will not countenance evil. I am absolutely incapable of countenancing it.
You're probably unaware of it, Mr. Krangle, but my husband is a very sensitive man.
Oh, please, spare me.
Your letters have had an effect on him, if on no one else so far. The people at the hospital tell him to ignore the letters, forget about them, but they're tearing him up inside. They're killing him. His confidence in himself, his ability to concentrate and work. You see, he's like a lot of doctors, Mr. Krangle. He cares. He cares very deeply. So, you see, you really have been quite successful after all. I imagine you've been equally successful with other people, too.
Mm-hmm.
There's too much sanity still left out there for you to have succeeded in having them all fired.
Mm-hmm.
But you must be hurting them. Those men and women, hurting them desperately, as you've hurt my husband. So you've really accomplished a great deal.
Yep.
Tell me, Mr. Krangle, if you can, that is. Why?
What's that?
Why do you do it? I really need to understand.
Why? You ask me why? Why? Because they're evil. That's it precisely. Nothing too complicated about that, is there? They're evil, plain and simple. Here, take a look out the window. All those little bugs down there, you see? Bacteria. That's what they are. That's what your husband is. All those little... That's it. That's precisely it.
What is?
That's what I'll do. I've finally gotten the clue. I said little, you understand? That's what I'll do. I'll turn all the evil people into little ones, understand? I'll make all the evil people, let's see, 3 feet. No, 2 feet. 2 feet tall. That's it. At 4:00 this afternoon, at precisely 4:00, every evil man and woman will become a mere 2 feet tall. A revelation, an absolute revelation. Peter, my lad, did you hear what I come up with? Did you? That's it. Do you see the beauty of it, Pete? That's it. It's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. 2 feet tall, Pete. 2 feet tall. At 4 o'clock this afternoon, I'm going to turn all the evil people, the wicked, morally stunted troublemakers everywhere, into tiny little freaks for all the world to see. I'll make them all 2 feet tall. 2 feet tall, I say. Yes, it'll be better than if they wore badges on their clothing. Impossible for them to hide the purest form of poetic justice. Evil will be made an object of universal scorn, laughter, humiliation. Yes, you're nut. You're hungry, aren't you, Pete? Here you go, boy. I won myself. We must be strong, the two of us. Strong for what's about to happen. That's right, Petey. 10 minutes past 3. It won't be long now. Yes, a peanut. Here you are. That's a good, strong boy. I'll bet you could crack open just about anything with that great big beak of yours, couldn't you? Yes, you could. I'm sure you could. Look at them down there, all those wicked little people. They don't know just how little yet. No, of course not. But they will. They will. It's their day of judgment. Oh, yes. Time to finish our preparations, Pete. There's much to do. Less than 50 minutes left now. Must be sure all our pencils are sharp. We have a great many names to cross off the list. Cross off the list. Soon now. Very soon. Yes.
Oliver Kringle?
Come in. Yes, I'm Oliver Kringle. I'm the one who called.
Yes, sir. Agent Luther Hall, Mr. Kringle, Federal Bureau of Investigation. Our office received a call.
Indeed, yes. I placed the call and asked you to come. I felt it was my civic duty. Can I get you a cup of coffee or something?
No, thank you. Now, Mr. Kringle, you told the office that you had some sort of list, proof of criminal activity, and that today would be a day of reckoning. What exactly did you mean by it?
Sit down, please. Yes, there's plenty of time. We have more than 45 minutes before it happens.
Before what happens, Mr. Kringle?
That's the point. That's the whole point. That's why I called you here.
And why is that?
I felt the FBI should know. I also called the police and the fire department. I even got a call into Washington. Oh, yes. Although the latter message probably won't go all the way to the top. It's my understanding that the Reds are in complete control in Washington now. I imagine they've taken over the switchboards, too.
The Reds, Mr. Kringle.
Oh, yes, indeed, the Reds. It's a complete conspiracy, you know, Mr. Hall. All the evil people are banding together now, all the subversives, the commies, the terrorists, the thieves of the American dream. It's a total, absolute, worldwide conspiracy.
You said on the phone that you had a plan of some sort.
Oh, my, yes. It all takes place at 4 o'clock. I thought you people ought to know because, well, you'll have your hands full.
Our hands?
Picking up all the guilty parties. Oh, yes. You see, Agent Hall, I've spent a good many years doing this kind of work. Just look at all those file cabinets there. Years of dedication to the cause. I've made a study of evil. Oh, yes, indeed. A complete study of it. I cut out newspaper clippings. I listen to the radio and watch television. I follow every major court case that's going on. I compile a completely airtight list of charges against all of them, the evil people.
What do you do with them, Mr. Kringle?
Do with them? I follow through, of course. I follow them through to their conclusion. I write letters to employers. I make phone calls late at night. Oh, they hate that. Oh, yes. It's one of the most effective methods, as you probably know. Calling those terrible people late at night. The later, the better. Getting them up constantly, waking them, enumerating my charges, speaking out, and then hanging up. They hate it. Very frustrating for them.
I'll bet.
Oh, yes, indeed. They go out of their minds with fury. They don't like to be awakened late at night, I can assure you.
Who does?
Yeah, but with these people, it's absolutely necessary. The evil people, you understand. The destabilizers. The enemies of order. But to get to the point, Mr. Hall, the point...
And what is the point?
The clock on the shelf there tells the story. The entire and complete story. It's 3:20 now. In exactly 40 minutes, all the evil people in the world will be reduced to half. No, a third of their present size. Oh, it'll be glorious. All the unpunished murderers and the tyrants, the proud and the sinful, the schoolyard bullies, the cruel teachers and faithless friends, the wrongdoers, blackmailers, and the nicotine fiends, too, and the thieves, and the harlots, and the transgressors, all of them, every one. How does that sound, Mr. Hall?
How do you propose to go about doing this? I mean, shrinking people.
I merely will it, that's all. I will it. I've been giving it a great deal of thought. Now, in the past, various other plans have crossed my mind.
Other plans?
Well, for example, I didn't approve of our entering any of the wars, you see, and I had it in mind I might take the stiffness out of airplane propellers. Do you understand?
I'm not sure I do.
Well, when the crews came out in the morning, bundled up like children against the cold, and then went into their planes, they'd find the props hanging limp like great empty banana skins. Then the war ended and, it seemed like a waste of effort at that point. After that, jets became the order of the day, and so I thought, what would jam up the intakes on those jet engines? Huh? What better than a flock of birds? Oh, not you, Petey. Not the beautiful, brave, loyal parrots of the world. Oh, no. Just your low-class country cousins. You read about it from time to time. Seagulls that get sucked into jets, cause them to fail. So, naturally, I thought, chickens.
Chickens.
Ignorant. Can't speak. An army of them bred to sacrifice themselves for the greater good. Release them on runways just at the moment of takeoff. That would ground those bombers and cargo planes, but fast. Of course, there'd still be trucks and overland supply routes. And then I read in the paper a year or so ago about an accident, a bad traffic accident. 3 people were killed. So I decided I would change all the wheels in the world from round to square, or maybe even triangular, so they'd stub in the asphalt and stop in their tracks.
You mean sabotage interstate commerce?
I devised another method later on. Terribly interesting, I thought. Mark all the evil people on the forehead, or better yet, turn them all one color. Say, purple. But then it came to me that they'd simply be able to recognize each other more readily and band together in their collective wickedness.
I see.
Well, Mr. Hall, this is hard to believe, but I hit upon this latest idea about the change in size just this afternoon. Some benighted woman was in here, and she quite inadvertently gave me the clue I needed. Make them all 2 feet tall. Now, what could be simpler? Think of it, Mr. Hall. Think how ineffectual this will render them. They can't handle delicate scientific instruments, or typewriters, or computers, or telephones, because they can't reach them. They won't even be able to open a window or turn a doorknob to escape once we know where they are. Why, pretty soon they'll be as extinct as dinosaurs. Here's a peanut for you, Petey. I think, Mr. Hall, that the most interesting place will be, let's say, a murder trial, where nobody knows whether the accused is guilty or not. And then at 4 o'clock, if he's guilty, or watching the drunkards in a saloon, or, oh, there's so many places to be.
Mr. Kringle?
Yes?
I'd like to ask you a question, sir, and I hope you don't take offense at it.
Go on.
Have you ever had any psychiatric help, sir?
What?
Psychiatric help. I don't think you're rational. I think you've developed some kind of obsession here, and I think you need some help.
Help? Me? I need help? Why should I need help? I'm not evil. You obviously don't understand any of this, do you? I'm not the evil one. It's them. It's all of them out there on the street. Just take a look out the window. See? They're the evil ones. They're the ones who are going to be 2 feet tall. In just 30 minutes. That's when it's going to happen. In just 30 minutes.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Kringle, but there doesn't seem to be very much we can do about all this.
What do you mean? Why, the law enforcement agencies are going to have round-the-clock schedules from now on. Do you realize how many evil people you're going to be able to find? Why, they'll be all over the sidewalks, all over the streets. You'll have to build more jails. You have to build more electric chairs, gas chambers, gallows, penitentiaries. Well, what about it? What are you going to do?
Nothing, Mr. Kringle. Not a thing. And if you'll forgive a suggestion, that's what I think you should do, too. Nothing. These letters you write, these phone calls, there happens to be something in this country that precludes all that, makes it unnecessary.
And what's that?
Law, Mr. Kringle. There happens to be law. We like support from citizens. Support, help, cooperation. But interference is quite another thing.
Oh, I get it now. I understand. At last I understand. You're part of the conspiracy. That's it. You're one of them. Why, of course. I'm an idiot not to have realized it. Of course you people have gotten into the FBI. It stands to reason you would. You've infiltrated every other place. Well, I'm going to tell you something, Mr. Hall.
Good day, sir.
You'd better enjoy yourself for the next 20 or 30 minutes. You hear me? You'd better enjoy yourself to the utmost, because you're going to be 24 inches tall. You and everybody like you. All the evil people, everyone, you'll see. Good riddance to bad rubbish, eh, Pete? To all their kind, the righteous will rise up, and the weak will fall before their terrible wrath. It's as right as rain. In a minute, Pete. It won't be long now. Yes, here's your nut. It won't be long now at all. We must have everything in order, all our pencils sharpened, weapons that are truly mightier than the sword. In our desk, we must have lots and lots of clean paper to make another list of the newly exposed. Their corruption on display for all the world to see. I wonder what they'll look like down there on the streets, on all the streets everywhere. Oh, what a glorious sight it's going to be. So many people. Think of it. Fat ones, Thin ones, the young and the old, suddenly grown too small for their clothing, which of course will no longer fit them. It simply won't fit them at all. Like the toads and the cretins they are. Someone should follow along behind and collect it in trucks, boil it in hot water, decontaminate it, and then redistribute it to the rest of us. Think of that, Pete. New suits, trousers, neckties, formal wear, tuxedos, this and casual wear of every style. Oh, yes, it shouldn't go to waste. Think of how much money could be made in resale centers across the land. Money to finance a whole new campaign. Why, Pete, we could open a chain of clothing stores. Aha! All we need is a fleet of trucks to gather it up. Ours for the taking. But alas, it's too late to organize any of that now. Oh, if only I'd planned ahead. Well, the least I can do is alert the media. Yes, that's the responsible thing to do. I wonder if they have any idea at all about what's to take place.
And at this hour, the Dow Jones is down 14 points.
Raging fire now under control in upstate.
The White House press secretary announced a peace plan today.
4-car pileup on the bridge. Motorists are advised to use alternate routes.
Come on down to Crazy Joey's Fashion Warehouse. We've got sportswear, clothes for the workplace, back-to-school duds, all at out-of-this-world prices. You'll think you've died and gone to heaven because my name's Joey and I'm crazy.
Another lost opportunity, Pete. But that man doesn't know how soon he'll be out of business. He has no idea, does he? No idea at all. We better check the television news while we're at it.
We'll have the weather for you coming right up after this.
The very vegger slices, it dices, it turns out finger-licking julienne potatoes.
Okay, now tell us about your new book, 101 Ways to Profit from Armageddon.
Amateurs. Pete, what to do? What to do? Of course I can send out press releases taking credit for all that I've done after the fact. If only I had more time. More time! Still, we'll have to alert them as best we can. Yes, put me through to the news department, please. Never mind who this is. Wait. This is Oliver Krangle speaking. Crangle. Yes, that's right. I'm calling with an important bulletin. Yes, for the afternoon broadcast. That's right. You ought to break in right now with a news flash, you know. Oh, it's something big, all right. Something huge. Believe me, it is important. When? No, you don't understand. It hasn't happened yet, but your viewers will still want to know when it does happen. Otherwise, there'll be chaos in the city. In fact, this should go on the national broadcast, coast to coast. What is it? Let's just say a new perspective on the world. Hello? 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 Petey, obviously they've infiltrated the local news channel as well. Of course they have. I should have known. They're everywhere, like insects, like vermin. Well, they won't be in control much longer, because Judgment Day is upon us. The strong will rise up to take what is theirs, while the subhumans are exterminated. It's the law of nature. But for now, there's precious little left to do, except make sure the clock is wound and to prepare ourselves for the occasion. Just try to be patient, Pete. Just a few minutes longer. Wait with me, and you'll see that it's all been worth it. I promise. But first, I must look my absolute best. Yes, top-notch, befitting a man of my stature. The reporters will swarm up the stairs here, wanting interviews, and there'll be photographers, of course, with their news cameras. Let's see here. What do you think, Petey? Perhaps a clean shirt and tie? My best shoes. I have to pass muster here. Meanwhile, you preen your feathers, my boy, and get ready to meet the press. There! It's happened, Pete. It's happening right now. This very second. Can you feel it? Something in the air. The next phase of evolution for the human race. Oh, nothing will be the same after this. Nothing! The new order has come at last. Yes, but first, I can't wait to see 'em all down there, turning into tiny little gnomes. Just 1 second, Pete, as soon as I take a look out the window. Certainly, Peter. You may have a nut, as many as you like. You must be hungry. I'll have something, too. We'll make it a celebration. This is our day. Of course, but you must be patient. I can't wait to look outside. I can't wait. But for some reason, I can't see over the windowsill. How can that be? I can't even reach the bowl of peanuts. I know you're hungry, but somehow it's just out of my reach. What? Unless someone has moved it, put it in a very high place, but that would have to be someone very tall. Someone very, very tall. Pete, what's happened? You've grown so large, and I'm so close to the floor. These shoes don't fit me anymore. And these clothes, whose are they? Must get out of this ridiculous costume. Pete, why are you looking at me like that? Your eyes and your beak. Close it. Please close it. You're not still hungry. You can't be. Pete, you're frightening me. You know me, Petey boy. You must. That's a good bird. Yes. Calm down now. No, Pete, no. Get away. Let me get out of here. I can't reach the door now. The locks. Let me out. No!
At 4 o'clock, an evil man made his bed and lay in it. A pot called a kettle black, and a stone thrower broke the windows of its glass house. Not a pretty picture, perhaps, but for this poor, misguided fellow, quite unavoidable. A simple matter of supply and demand. He was right about one thing, though. In a world where the strong get stronger and the mighty feed upon the weak, you can run, but you can't hide. Look for this one under F for fanatic and J for justice in the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
"4 O'Clock," starring Stan Freberg with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and based on a script by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Taylor Miller, Maggie Carney, Rick Peoples, Doug James, Paul Patch, and Carl Amari. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, the American Forces Radio and Television Service, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
There is a fifth dimension beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, and it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the Twilight Zone.
What in the...
Hey, Denton!
Watch out for the traffic around here.
That peddler's wagon like to run you down. You better keep your eyes open if you can.
I'll try.
Where you going, Denton?
No place.
That right. Let's see, to get yourself a haircut.
Just let me pass.
Or a shave, maybe. Yeah, that'd be a good idea, wouldn't it, boys?
Please.
Or a bath. Yeah, that's it. And some clothes that don't stink.
That'll be a nickel.
Here you go, Charlie.
Al?
How about a drink, Charlie?
Well...
Please, dry as a bone.
You got any money?
Can't you put it on my tab?
Well, see, Al, it's like this. You didn't pay last time, or the time before that. Matter of fact, you haven't paid all year.
You know I'm good for it.
Afraid it's cash on the barrelhead from now on.
I need a drink, Charlie. Just one.
Not today, Al.
Who'll cover me for a shot of rye?
Don't do this to yourself.
Somebody? Anybody?
Don't, Al. Just don't.
One drink. That's all. How about it, Miss Smith?
No can do, Al. Liz here don't pay for drinks. Other people pay for her drinks. You see what I mean?
Go get yourself cleaned up. I'll stop by if I can and see how you're doing.
Sure, yeah. But I need one thing first. I'm thirsty. I can't make it if I'm thirsty.
Just go. Do it for me. For old time's sake.
That's how it is then.
I'm sorry, Al. It's the way it has to be.
If you say so. See you later, everybody.
Well, hello, Denton. Get what you need in there?
No.
I'll bet you didn't. But I'll tell you something, Denton. I know how you can get yourself a drink.
Yeah? How?
You see that peddler's wagon come through? Well, he's setting up in front of the hotel. Why don't you go ask him if he's got a drink? Go on, ask him. Maybe he's got what you need.
Oh, okay, I'll do that. Oh! Ah! Oh!
Whoops! Did you trip, Al? Ought to pay more attention. My boot was right in front of you, and you didn't even see it.
I'll try and be more careful.
Portrait of a town drunk named Al Denton. This is a man who's begun his dying early, a long, agonizing route through a maze of bottles. What he really seeks is not another drink, but a fresh start. Al Denton would probably give an arm or a leg or a part of his soul to have that. The question is, where does a man turn when the last of his luck finally runs out? In a moment, Mr. Denton will make the acquaintance of a newcomer who just might be willing to help, along with the third principal character in our story. Its name, Colt. Its caliber, .45. Mr. Denton hasn't met either one yet, but when he does, he'll find that their true function is to give him what he needs more than anything else: a second chance.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, Mr. Denton on Doomsday, starring Adam Baldwin, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Hey, Al, I just thought of something. You want a drink so bad? Well, guess what? I got me a bottle here, and it's still half full. Be ashamed to let it go to waste. So why don't you use some to take a bath?
That sting, Al?
I'll bet it does.
Come on, open your mouth.
Somebody get him a bar of soap. You want some more?
Yes, sir.
Well, first, let's see some appreciation. Let's see you pay for the drink in your own special way. A little song, Al. How about it?
Song?
You know the one I mean.
How dry I am. How dry I am. How dry I am.
Pretty good, Al. Here you go. Open wide and wet your whistle.
Charlie, can't you break that up?
I don't like it any more than you do. The misery they give that guy. Well, what else can they do for a good time? We ain't never had a circus come through here.
Please, Charlie.
You want the rest of it, Al? Here you go. Take the whole bottle.
Oh, it's all broke now.
Come on inside, Dan. Let's get a fresh one.
Please, Al, just leave it. There's nothing left. Here, can you stand up?
Oh. Thank you, Miss Smith.
What's that?
Huh?
On the ground.
Oh. You mean this? That's a nice-looking gun. Colt 45 Peacemaker, that's what it is.
You packing a gun now, Al?
Oh, it's not mine.
Well, whose is it?
I don't know. Somebody must have dropped it in the street.
You weren't so bad with a gun in your day, were you, Al?
Well, that was a long time ago, Miss Smith. A very long time ago. Well, you know something? This is the very first time I've held a gun since... well, I can't remember how long it's been.
Too many bottles, Al.
Yeah. Way too many.
Come on inside. I'll get you a towel so you can wipe your face.
Thank you kindly.
Will you tell me one thing?
If I can.
Why do you drink so much?
I don't really know. I just got in the habit one day and then kept to it. Kept to it till I ended up like this. I didn't used to. I always had a clean shirt, hair combed.
That could change, you know. A shave, a bath, some different clothes. You don't have to go on this way.
I want to change. But you don't know how hard it is.
Here we go again, boys.
Well, looky.
He's still here.
Got a girl to help him.
No more trouble, fellas.
Let's hear our little songbird one more time.
Charlie, will you give me a hand?
Hold on. Didn't you hear what the man said?
Hey, Denton, I got a new bottle here, and it has your name on it. Only first, I want to hear 3 more choruses of How Dry I Am. Let's have it.
No, Al.
But if I do, he'll give me a drink, Miss Smith.
The devil with him. I'll give you a drink. You won't have to do this for it.
How dry. Oh, how dry I...
Oh, Al.
All right, Rummy. Now you can come in and get your drink. Tell Charlie to set one up. You've been a good boy.
Thank you.
Wait a minute, Denton.
Huh?
Hey, gunfighter.
What do you...
Where'd you get the gun?
Oh, you mean this? I found it. I found it over there in the street.
That a fact?
Maybe it fell off the peddler's wagon.
Looks good in his hand, don't it?
Yeah, like it fits. Been a while since you used one of those, hasn't it, Rummy?
Well, yes.
Speak up, Rummy. I can hardly hear you. Been quite a while, hasn't it?
Quite a while.
What say?
A long time.
Maybe you'd like to try it out. Maybe you think you could even outdraw me.
That'll be the day. Sure will.
No.
Know what?
No, I don't know how to use it anymore.
But the time was you did. Let's see you try.
I told you I wouldn't know how.
Stop it.
Come on. You and me, Denton, will draw. Whenever you're ready.
That's enough, Dan. It's not funny anymore.
Out of the way, miss. The gunfighter and me. We're gonna have a little showdown.
Charlie, where are you?
Come on, Gunner, right here. Let's pull. I'll give you first chance. How about it?
Dan, stop this!
Come on, boys. She's right. This ain't a joke.
Go back to the bar, Charlie. Can't you see we got private business out here?
Listen, Dan, I put up with a lot from you boys, but...
Here, I'll give you a break, Rummy. I'll do it left-handed. What do you think of that?
I'm telling you to break it up.
Now, we both got our guns in our hands, okay? Nice and easy. That fair enough for you?
Miss Smith, Charlie, tell him... please tell him...
Ow! I bleed!
You see that?
He shot the gun right out of his hand.
I don't believe it.
Al, are you all right?
Oh, Miss Smith, please tell him it was an accident, will you? I don't want any trouble.
No trouble here anymore. No trouble at all.
Now, please, mister.
What?
Listen, I didn't mean for it to go off. Must be a hair trigger. I just wanted you to know that. Well, you gotta understand, it was an accident, pure and simple.
Come on. Let's get out of here.
Better get that hand looked at.
That was no accident. That was some real shooting, Al. Come on in. Get a drink of the good stuff.
I don't know what happened.
Go on. You're entitled.
But I wasn't even aiming.
Well, however you did it, I'd say you got your eye back today.
I don't think so.
You must have been practicing or something. I ain't seen shooting like that since... I can't even say. And against Dan Hodling, too.
It isn't even my gun. I just found it.
Have another drink. All you want, on the house.
Hey, Rummy!
Mr. Hodling, I swear it was an accident. I didn't even draw. I sure didn't mean to...
Put that glass down and face me, Denton. I want to see you take a bullet in the stomach.
Dan, it's over. Give that guy a break, will you?
Charlie, take this gun quick here. I don't even want it.
Did you see that?
Shot the lamp off the ceiling without even looking.
Fell right down on him. Knocked him out cold.
I ain't never seen nothing like it.
Well now, Al, I'd say you got your eye back all right, in spades.
I wasn't even aiming.
He don't need to. He shot over his shoulder.
How'd you do that, Al?
I can't really say.
He was looking in the mirror, behind Charlie. How's that for a trick shot?
Mr. Denton, maybe you let us buy you a drink.
What?
Take the bottle.
What did you call me?
I didn't mean no offense.
No, I asked you what you called me.
Nothing, Mr. Denton. I didn't call you anything.
That's what you called me. Mr. Denton. You hear that, Charlie? He called me Mister.
Go on, have all you want.
No, thank you, Charlie. I've had enough.
Al, are you all right?
Oh, yep. I'm just fine. I think I'll go across the street and have a shave.
Where's my gun?
Leave it, Dan.
Come on, let's go.
Get away from me. Hey, Rummy!
What did you say?
Get that player piano going.
Leave it be, son.
I said start it up again. I want to hear some music with singing.
What's the matter, boy? Too quiet for you? Well, let me give you a hand.
Didn't you hear me?
I said...
You're the one that's going to be singing from now on. You pick the tune, and you sing it, and don't call me Rummy anymore.
Well, sir, Things are sure gonna be different from now on.
I hope you're right, Charlie. I hope to heaven you're right. Al!
Oh. Hello, Liz.
I just wanted to tell you, I think things are going to be all right from now on. I believe that.
What things?
Don't you understand? You don't have to worry about bullies like that anymore. I heard what Charlie said.
Charlie?
You're as good with a gun now as you ever were.
Well, that's what he says.
I remember too, Al. And I think he's right.
Oh, I was good. I was real good. I was so good that once a day somebody would ride into town and make me prove it. And every morning I'd start my drinking a few minutes earlier. Until one morning, the guy who asked me to prove it turned out to be 16 years old. I left him lying there on his face right in front of the saloon. I left him bleeding to death with my bullets in him, and he was 16 years old.
It doesn't have to be that way.
Oh, doesn't it? No, I've seen it before. It's gonna start all over again. Every fast and fancy man who owns a gun will come riding down this street. But you know something? This time it will be different. Afterwards, it'll be me lying there face down, bleeding to death.
Oh, Al.
I think I'll go in and get a shave now. I'd like to look proper on the day I die.
Afternoon, Mr. Denton.
I don't want anything.
How's that?
You're a peddler, aren't you? I can't use anything you've got.
Oh, yes, I'm a peddler. Pots and pans, utensils, herbs, medicines, liniments and tonics, men's, women's, children's clothing, farm implements and what have you. Little bit of everything, you might say.
Well, nothing for me, thanks.
No?
Well, what I need, you don't have.
Are you sure?
I'm positive.
Excuse my bad manners. Fate's the name.
Huh? What?
Henry J. Fate, like it says on the wagon. And you're Al Denton.
How do you know that?
I couldn't help but overhear. The trouble you had a little while ago? Hope it worked out.
It did, for now.
I knew it would.
You knew?
Oh, it always does, one way or another. The way it was supposed to all along. You see, I meet a lot of people. They all have different needs. I've learned to read them. Try to have something for everyone.
Is this yours?
What's that, Mr. Denton?
The .45 Peacemaker. It's an expensive gun.
Yes, I'm sure it is.
It was lying in the street when I came out before. I was thinking maybe it fell off your wagon.
Oh, no. That doesn't belong to me. It's yours now.
Yeah. I guess it is.
Good day to you, Mr. Denton. And I'm sure it will be a good day.
You know something I don't?
Oh, not at all. But when we make changes, it's bound to be a good day. That's always how it seems to work out, don't you think?
Sometimes, maybe. Good day to you.
Well, hello there, stranger.
Sorry to bother you, Ned.
Bother me? Why, you couldn't bother me, Al. Could he, Jake?
Not on your life. He's the man of the hour.
Now, don't say that.
Come on in. We were just talking about you. How we knew you way back when, though I'm the one who knew him the longest.
Why, I knew him when he first rode into town. How many years ago was that, Al?
Well, too many.
So, what'll it be? Shave and haircut?
I was thinking just a shave. If I could owe you, say, for a few hours...
Nothing doing. It's on me.
I'll, wait till you're finished.
I'm done. Just slap a little of that bay rum on my face, Ned, and the chair's all yours.
Here you go, Jake. Specialty of the house.
2 bits?
2 bits it is.
And 1 for my friend Al Denton here.
It's all the same to you. I'll pay my way from now on.
Don't you worry about it.
Why, it's all over town what you did to that no-account kid. We won't be seeing him for a while. You did us all a real service, I'd say. Now, why don't you just sit here in the chair, and I'll make a new man of you.
That's very kind. Both of you. I won't forget it.
Say, is that the gun?
That's it. You want to take it out of your belt and set it down, Al?
I can hold it for you.
Oh, that's all right. Just a shave will be fine.
And a haircut and a hot bath. Now, how would that feel? I got some water heating up in the back room. Then won't you be the man, all right?
There. Clean boots. Now, who is that guy in the mirror? Why, Mr. Denton, I almost didn't know you. Good evening, sir. New shirt makes a big difference. Yeah? All right, who not?
They said this was his room.
Well, they did, huh? Who are you looking for?
Tall man, usually doesn't wear his gun, has blonde hair, like you.
Oh? Sounds like that describes...
It describes a fella named Al Denton, supposed to be the top gun here. That wouldn't be you by any chance.
It would?
Then I got a message for you, Denton.
Message from who?
Pete Grant. You heard of him?
Pete Grant?
He's heard of you.
Well, what's the message?
It's real simple. You don't even have to write it down. Pete'll be in town tomorrow night, 10 o'clock. He'll meet you in the saloon.
Oh, for what, a drink?
Not hardly. At 5 minutes after 10, one of you will walk out. I don't think it'll be you.
Is that it?
That's the end of the message, Denton. You got an answer for him?
Well, look, you tell him. You tell him he doesn't even know me and there's no call to...
Yeah?
You tell him. Tell Mr. Grant I'll be here tomorrow night. I'll wait for his pleasure.
That's just what it'll be. His pleasure.
Ah, that didn't take long. Not much time at all. Just enough for one shave, a haircut, and a bath.
Back already?
That's all it took.
You deliver the message?
That I did, Pete.
How'd he look?
What do you mean?
Dan, they say he's as good as he ever was. Is that how he looked?
I don't really know. It was night and...
No, it was not. It was an hour ago, you dumb, thick-headed steer chasing...
Easy, Pete. You're all riled up. You got the nerves again.
Grab your chow, and you better get some sleep.
Sure, Pete. Whatever you say. Soon's I water my horse.
Fast he is, then. I bet he's got a case of the nerves, too. Nerves like a sickness. I'm glad I ain't him tonight.
Missed it by a mile. Try this one. Now, take it slow and easy. "10 feet off at least, if I could just stop my hand from shaking."
Al?
Oh, it's no good.
You'll get it back. You just need to practice.
It's too late for that. I should have known. It takes more than a shave and some new clothes. It takes more than a hot bath and a shine on my boots. That takes care of the outside, Miss Smith, not the inside.
I don't believe that. You're sober now and your eyes are good?
Yeah, well, look at my hand. It won't hold the gun steady, not long enough to get my aim.
What are you doing?
I want to get out while I still can.
And go where?
Away from here. Far away.
Al, you can't run.
Oh, no? Watch me. I gotta run before it's too late. Gotta run fast and run far.
Al, come back!
Evening, Mr. Denton.
Who are you? Oh, it's you. Mr. Fate.
That's my name, and peddling's my game.
Yeah, sorry, but I don't got no time to talk.
You shouldn't, you know.
Shouldn't what?
You shouldn't run away. That's what you're doing, isn't it?
How do you know that?
I told you I learned how to read people, what they need. And you don't need to run.
I don't. No, I guess not. I should stay here and get shot to death for no reason at all. I guess that's what I should do. Curse this gun. Curse the moment I found it.
Oh, my, no. Don't curse it, Mr. Denton. Use it.
Well, I would if I could. And now, if you'll excuse me, I've got some packing to do.
Now, hold on. I think I might have what you need. There. Yes, indeed, Mr. Denton. I'd say this is exactly what you need.
I told you before, you don't have anything I need.
Not even this?
What?
It's one of my potions. You might call it that or an elixir. Either way, it'll help solve your latest problem, Mr. Denton. Oh, my, yes. It'll help solve it in no time at all.
Snake oil, that's all you are, a snake oil salesman. I knew it when you rode in.
Don't be too swift in your judgment. Allow me to explain. I call this my developer.
How's that?
More to the point, my fast gun developer. Very special formula. Now hear me out. The man who drinks this becomes the fastest of the fast. He'll be able to shoot a hole through a silver dollar in midair at 100 feet or better without even aiming. And best of all, it lasts for 10 full seconds, guaranteed.
10 seconds. And after that?
After that, the user's on his own.
10 seconds, I could empty a gun in half the time, or I used to.
Care to test it?
Now?
Go ahead. Feel free. Proof of the pudding, so to speak.
What's in that bottle? An ounce of whiskey or sugar water?
Nothing of the sort, I assure you. Taste it.
Let me get this straight. You're telling me all I have to do is drink it?
Mm-hmm. The developer will do the rest. It works almost instantly.
And if it doesn't?
Then what have you lost? A few seconds? A simple test, that's all I ask.
Doesn't taste like much.
Your time starts now. Remember, 10 seconds. There's your target.
Where?
The street lamp, down at the end of the street. See the flicker?
Are you kidding? I couldn't hit that if I was standing right in front of it.
Go ahead, Mr. Denton. Your time's almost up. Draw. 8, 9, 10.
I don't believe it.
There you go, Mr. Denton. Your time is gone. Now, the gun would probably be of no more use to you than a bottle would be to a bowl.
What'd you put in that?
Here's a fresh one. Drink it a few seconds after 10 tonight, just at the moment Mr. Grant walks into the saloon.
You know about Grant?
Oh, I'm afraid everybody knows. It's all over town.
How much do I owe you?
Oh, why, nothing. There's no charge for this. You might call it a service. That's what it is, a service of Henry J. Fate. Just so you remember at some future time, the night that Fate stepped in.
Look at the time.
Coming up on 10 o'clock.
I don't think that Grant fella's gonna show.
Well, it'd sure be a whole lot easier that way. Save me from getting the place shot up.
I tell you, Al don't miss. One shot is all it'll take.
Yeah, you're right about that.
You gonna fix that lamp on the ceiling?
I might. Then I might not. Maybe I'll hang it on the wall like a trophy with a plaque underneath and Al Denton's name on it.
You do that, Charlie, and I'll even pay for the engraving.
Sounds like Al now.
Yep, right on time.
Hello, everybody.
We've been waiting, Al.
Knew you'd be here.
Evening, Ned.
You're looking good tonight.
Thanks to you.
Don't worry none. That gunfighter won't show.
Probably too yellow.
Ah, who ever heard of Pete Grant anyway?
After tonight, nobody. That's who.
How about a drink, Al?
Not right now, Charlie.
You shouldn't be here.
I don't have much of a choice, Liz.
But I thought you were going away.
I thought so too. But here's how I figure it. A man's got to play the cards he's dealt. Because there's no place that's safe. Wherever you go, someone will find you.
You mean Pete Grant?
Yeah, him or someone like him. All the Pete Grants of the world.
You don't have to prove anything. Go, right now. Just go. It doesn't matter where. You've got your laugh back. Why do you want to throw it away like this?
Ready for that drink, Al?
No thanks. Think I'll pass.
Suit yourself.
It's not 10 o'clock yet. There's still time.
See, now that's just it, Liz. There isn't any more time. I've wasted too much of it already.
Get on a horse and ride. Go to another town. Start over. I could meet you there. If you want me to, we could...
Listen.
Who's that coming?
That would be him.
Liz, do one thing for me.
What, Al?
This little bottle, it's my medicine.
What kind of medicine?
Never mind. When he calls me out, you pull a stopper and hand it to me before I turn around. Then get rid of it. I don't want anybody to see.
But what is it?
A chance. About the only chance I've got.
What'll it be, mister?
I'm looking for somebody.
Who might that be?
At the end of the bar. You Denton?
That's right.
I heard about you.
Oh, yeah? What did you hear?
Heard tell you're supposed to be fast with a gun.
Well, I'll tell you something, son. You got a good chance to find out.
I aim to do that.
Now, look, I got no quarrel with you.
That's not all I heard. I heard you were a low-down, dirty coward.
You shouldn't believe everything you hear.
Turn around and step away from the bar.
You sure there's no other way to settle this?
I'm plenty sure.
Well, all right, then, if that's your pleasure. Now, Liz. I'm ready.
What's that young fella doing? Sneaking some kind of drink.
Al, look! He has a medicine bottle too, just like yours.
Go ahead. Make your move.
Al!
I got you, Denton.
And I got you.
But that can't be.
You're both right. You shot the guns clean out of each other's hands. This is a push, boys. No winner. Let it end here.
Your hand!
You won't be shooting anymore with that hand, Al. Not anymore. A couple of the fingers are gonna be stiff from now on.
Yeah, I reckon they are.
But that don't make any difference. You were fast. Fast on the draw. The way you stood up, that's something to tell your grandchildren about. And the way it looks now, you just might live to have some.
Here, wrap this handkerchief around it to stop the bleeding.
I don't need your help.
No, I guess you don't. Not now. You know, you won't understand this right away, son, but you just got a blessing. 2 fingers stiff like mine for good and all. That's what it is, a blessing. Took me a whole lot of years lying dead drunk in the street looking up at the sun before I learned it. And you won't have to go through that.
Get away from me.
Get him, Pete?
No more than he got me.
Then it's over and done.
Yeah, it's over and done.
Let's ride.
I'll walk you over to Doc's so you can get that hand looked at.
Thanks, Liz. There's no need. It's gonna be fine. Just fine.
Oh, horse. Time to move on.
Mr. Henry Fate, like his wagon says, a dealer in everything. Utensils, pots and pans, liniments, and potions. A fanciful figure in a black frock coat, who also deals from time to time in second chances. And while there are some who say that he exists only in the dreams and imaginations of men, others say that he does exist because he must, even if it's only in the Twilight Zone.
More from the Twilight Zone after this.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered, while supplies last, at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
Mr. Denton on Doomsday, starring Adam Baldwin with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and based on a script by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Christian Stolte, Jeff Lupetin, Richard Shavsden, Craig Brawley, Brooke Sanford, Kurt Nabig, Doug James, Roderick Peoples, Lynn Foley, Carl Amari, Roger Wolski, and Vince Amari. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, XM Satellite Radio, Sirius Satellite Radio, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
You're traveling through another dimension. A dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. A journey into a wondrous land whose boundaries are those of imagination. Your next stop, the Twilight Zone.
He's dead. Get him down.
Yes, Captain.
Clemens, what the devil do you think you're doing?
Cutting him down, Captain.
This is the last of the rope, Clemens. There's still one more to go. Just untie him. For pity's sake, catch him before he falls into the river. Traitor or not, he deserves a decent burial.
Captain, the rope's looking pretty frayed. I'm not sure it'll take the weight of another prisoner.
It'll have to.
But, Captain...
I said it'll have to.
Yes, sir.
You have just witnessed a military execution. Death is a dignitary who, when he comes announced, is to be received with formal manifestations of respect, even by those most familiar with him. This particular execution occurred on Owl Creek Bridge in northern Alabama during the war between the states. You might find it in the works of that past master of the incredible Ambrose Bierce, but its proper home is in the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, An Occurrence at Owl Creek Bridge, starring Christian Stolte, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Hurry up, Clemens. I want to get this last one hanged while it's still daylight.
Almost got him, Captain.
Your friends are dead, Peyton. That's your name, isn't it? Mr. Peyton Farquhar. Your act of treachery came to nothing, Peyton. And now you'll be called to account. I wouldn't recommend you think of doing anything as stupid as trying to get off this bridge. Apart from the fact that your wrists are tied behind your back, you'll find yourself more than adequately surrounded, whichever way you choose to run. See those sentinels at either end? Please don't get the impression they're just taking a rest. The way they're holding their rifles, they call that the support position. Means they're always at the ready. As a good soldier of the Federal Army should be. Don't say too much, do you? Huh? Peyton? Peyton Farquhar. Hello? Anybody at home? And here I thought you were a true Southern gentleman. I know what you're thinking, Peyton. That maybe you could make that 20-foot drop into the water. And who knows, maybe you're good at that. But after that, your chances for continued survival become pretty slim. Look over there on the bank of the stream. You know what that is? It's the muzzle of a cannon. You see, there's an outpost near here. If you really squint, you can see a company of infantry at parade rest. Think of them as spectators if you want. But if you sincerely want to swim for it, you might just as well be giving them target practice, which, believe me, they don't really need. You want to leave your wife a pretty-looking corpse, don't you? Still not in the mood for talking, huh? Well, I can understand that, time like this. A man needs to get his thoughts in order, ready himself for, you know. Perhaps I can help you with that. From a purely practical standpoint, I mean. I'm not a priest or anything like that. Truth to tell, my knowledge of matters theological doesn't amount to very much at all. But I can tell you a little bit about how it'll happen. Me and Clemens will escort you out to the center of the bridge, then introduce you to Captain Newman. He's a nice man. You'll like him. Me and Clemens salute the captain, then we stand behind him, leaving you face to face with the sergeant. Now, he's not such a nice man, sorry to say, but... Oh, I forgot. You two have already met. Well, when the moment comes, you'll both be standing on opposite ends of the same plank. He stands on the safe end, but you've probably already guessed that. And you probably guessed that it's his job to hold the plank in place. Then, when the captain feels the time is right for him, not for you, he gives a signal to the sergeant. The sergeant steps aside, the plank tilts, and down you go. Nah, never having been hanged myself, I can't give you any information on what your final moments on this earth might feel like. But I can tell you, I've seen more than a few of these. And I'm sorry to have to tell you, it doesn't look any too pleasant. Anything to say about that? Well...
I am a living man.
How's that? Speak up, Peyton. If you got any famous last words, we should hear them. Otherwise, they won't be famous.
I am a living man!
Not for much longer. No, sir, not for much longer.
Captain says we're ready for him.
Hear that, Peyton? We're ready for you. They say the Lord hates a coward, so take my advice and try and face it with a smile.
Why do you have to do that, Levine?
Do what?
Taunt him like that.
He shouldn't expect anything better. This is war. He was on the wrong side.
The wrong side? Do you think he thinks that?
I don't give a damn what goes on inside his head. Neither should you, Clemens. And unless you want to end up with a noose around your neck, don't let anyone else hear you talking like that. Now, help me up with him.
Elizabeth. Elizabeth, my darling, what have I done? What have I done to you and the children? I promised you. Promised I'd come back. What is a man if he's not as good as his word? What am I?
Secure the noose.
The noose. If only I could free my hands. Perhaps I could throw off the noose. Perhaps I really could dive into the stream. I might evade the bullets, and if I swam vigorously enough, reach the bank, then take to the woods and get away. Get back home. Yes, home. And back to you, Elizabeth. Thank God home is outside their lines. My wife and little ones are still beyond the invader's farthest advance. That pounding. What is causing that pounding? It's like the stroke of a blacksmith's hammer on the anvil. Is it distant, nearby, or both? Perhaps it's my death knell. Feels like a knife being thrust into my ear. Damn them, what's taking them so long? If you're gonna do it, just do it!
Sergeant, step away.
Too late. My God, it's too late. Oh, Elizabeth.
So, how much further is it?
What? Much further to where? Where am I?
You're home, Mr. Farquhar. How much further?
A little further. Yes, a little further. Just keep along this road. I'm sorry, I'm somewhat confused.
Hardly surprising. You've just woken up. It usually takes me a good half hour and a stiff drink before I know my own name. Say, you wouldn't happen to have a stiff drink on you, would you?
Oh, I'm afraid not.
Too bad.
No, wait. I can't have been sleeping.
Why not?
Look at me, I'm walking. How could I fall asleep walking?
Horses fall asleep standing up.
But not walking.
Well, I don't know about you, but I've got to the end of plenty of days without the faintest idea what I've done. Of course, as I explained to you, Mr. Farquhar, I drink a bit.
You know my name?
Mm-hmm. You're Mr. Peyton Farquhar.
How do you know my name?
You told me.
I did.
Sure you did. Right after I found you on the bank of the river.
The bank?
The southern bank. When I discovered you, you were digging your fingers into the sand, throwing it over yourself in handfuls, and almost blessing it.
That doesn't sound like the sort of thing I'd do.
You don't remember?
No.
Well, it's what you did. You said it reminded you of diamonds, rubies, emeralds.
I said that?
I got the impression there was nothing beautiful you didn't think it resembled. Naturally, I was quite convinced at that moment that you were insane. No offense, sir.
Sounds like a very natural reaction. I would have come to the same conclusion.
And then you said something that captured my attention.
And what was that?
Still don't remember?
Please, refresh my memory.
You said, now let me think. This was all good stuff. I don't want to get it wrong. Oh, yes. You noted a definite order in the arrangement of the trees. That a strange roseate light shone through the spaces among their trunks, and the wind made in their branches the music of Aeolian harps. Well, sir, I've been from one end of this great land to the other, and I've met many madmen. Some of them confined for their own good, some of them elected to high office, but never a madman with such a poetic grasp of the language. That was when I knew you were just too interesting to leave where I found you.
I do remember.
Now it all comes back to you.
Not all of it, not yet. But I remember lying on the bank. I was so content there. More than I've ever been in my... Right then and there, I had no wish to perfect my escape. I was happy to remain in that enchanting spot until they recaptured me.
Recaptured, eh? You haven't mentioned that before. Of course, you haven't said much of anything since I found you. You're a man on the run, then.
Forgive me, Mr. I'm sorry I don't seem to be able to recall your name.
It'll come to you.
Well, no offense, sir, but I'm not sure it would be wise to tell you the details.
You're not a trusting man.
Of late, I've become somewhat disappointed in human nature. I'm not sure why.
This is a new world, Mr. Farquhar. It's understandable that you'd be cautious. But rest assured, I'm not what you might call political. But I do love a good story, if you have one to tell.
My story? I have no story. I have a life.
A life that's become considerably more interesting of late, I'd venture to say. But beyond your name, I know nothing about you. What manner of man is Peyton Farquhar?
Why do you want to know?
The road I travel is long and lonely. I'm starved of intelligent conversation, and the only voice I ever hear is my own. Talking to oneself leads inevitably to madness. With you here as my temporary companion, I can stave off that unfortunate condition for at least another day.
I see. And tell me, sir, where are you headed?
Anywhere I'm welcome and nowhere I'm not. In short, nowhere in particular. So, you were telling me about yourself.
Very well. My name is
Peyton Farquhar.
Peyton Farquhar. I'm a planter in these parts.
A planter, eh? Good to have land.
It is.
So, I guess you have slaves.
Naturally.
No need to adopt that tone, Mr. Farquhar. I told you I'm not a political, just asking.
Well, as it happens, I am what you would call a political. The Farquhars are an old and highly respected Alabama family. I'm naturally an original secessionist and ardently devoted to the Southern cause.
Well, your memory is reliable when it comes to the matter of who you are, if not where.
I suppose so.
And yet, if you'll forgive my temerity, for all your patriotic fervor, you clearly didn't take service with the gallant army of the South. May I ask why that was?
Circumstances of an imperious nature prevented me from doing so, but I assure you I chafed under the inglorious restraint, longing for the release of my energies, the larger life of the soldier, the opportunity for distinction.
And in good faith and without too much qualification, you assent to at least part of the dictum that all's fair in love and war.
Are you mocking me by any chance?
I would never, ever risk a fellow traveler's friendship for such a trivial gain. Please, continue, I beg of you. I imagine that the opportunity to serve your birthplace came at last, as it comes to all men in wartime?
It did. It was one evening, as I was sitting under the magnolia trees near the entrance to my grounds. I was with my wife, Elizabeth. The children were playing nearby. This is the life.
It surely is, my dear. It surely is.
Look at it. It's all so perfect. I'll tell you frankly, Elizabeth, if I should die this very moment, I'd die a happy man.
Peyton, darling, I wish you wouldn't say such ghoulish things. I can't bear the thought.
I have no fear, Elizabeth. I have no intention of passing away from sheer bliss. I just wanted to make the point that, well, that on such a beautiful evening as this, it's almost impossible to believe there is a war.
I wish there weren't.
But there must be.
Why, Peyton?
For them. For the sake of the children. They deserve the best future we can give them. Isn't that worth dying for?
I understand that, Peyton. I do. It's just that... I sometimes wonder if we couldn't... Peyton, look!
That soldier. He's one of ours.
Water. Please.
You're exhausted.
Peyton, should I fetch one of the slaves?
By no means. We'll take care of him ourselves. Get him some water, Elizabeth. Let me help you down, sir.
Oh, thank you.
You must be starved. Come inside, my man.
Oh, this is a splendid meal. Thank you.
Some more?
Alice, more cornbread.
No, please. This hospitality is far more than I deserve.
Nonsense. Nothing is too good for our brave boys. Tell me, Corporal, whose command are you with?
Colonel Tolliver, 13th North Carolina.
How are things at the front?
We hear so little down here.
I'm sorry to say things are not going so well. Not so well at all. The Yankees are repairing the railroads in preparation for another advance. They've reached the Owl Creek Bridge.
Owl Creek Bridge?
Yes, sir. They've put it in order and built a stockade on the north bank. I'm sure you know what that'll mean.
Yes. If they can run trains over the bridge, there'll be nothing to stop them. Damn those sons of... Forgive me, Elizabeth. You shouldn't be subjected to this manner of talk.
Peyton, I understand...
Go and see what's keeping Alice with the cornbread.
As you wish, my dear.
Something on your mind, sir?
Corporal, refresh my memory. It's about 30 miles to Owl Creek Bridge?
About that. Maybe even a little less.
And there's no force on this side of the creek?
Only a picket post a half-mile out, on the railroad, and a single sentinel at our end of the bridge.
Suppose a man, or perhaps several men, civilians and persons of intelligence, should elude the picket post and perhaps get the better of the sentinel. What could they accomplish?
Accomplish? Well, sir, I was there a month ago. I saw that the flood of last winter lodged a great quantity of driftwood against the wooden pier at this end of the bridge.
Driftwood, eh? It's dry now, exceedingly dry. If someone were to put a light to that driftwood, it'd burn like tow.
That it would, sir.
And that would mean the end of the Owl Creek Bridge.
I don't think the Yankees would care for that. Not one damn bit would they care for it.
And it goes without saying that such a conflagration would seriously hinder the northern effort.
Oh, it would. But you should know, sir, the commandant's issued an order declaring that any civilian caught interfering with the railroad, its bridges, tunnels, or trains will be summarily hanged. I've seen the order. It's posted everywhere.
Risk is a part of life, soldier. You face it every day.
I do. That I do.
And in my own small way, I've done what I can. No service is too humble to perform in the aid of the South. And should the opportunity present itself, no adventure would be too perilous to undertake if consistent with the character of a civilian who is at heart a soldier, of course.
Mr. Farquhar, you are a true son of the South, and a very brave gentleman.
Elizabeth, I have to go away.
Away? For how long, Peyton?
Probably just a couple of days.
Why?
Business. Larson will be going with me, maybe Zeller too. I don't know. I'll have to ask him.
Peyton, don't go. I don't want you to. The children need you.
It's for the sake of the children that I'm doing this, Elizabeth. Why can't you understand that?
I do understand. I really do, but I'm afraid... terrified of losing you.
If a man doesn't stand up for what he believes in, then we lose everything.
Just promise me one thing. Promise you'll come back to me.
I promise. And I'm a man who keeps his promises, my love.
Setting fire to the Owl Creek Bridge. Sounds like a most audacious plan.
It was.
I must confess, Mr. Farquhar, I'm a little confused.
How so?
You strike me as a competent and determined gentleman. I imagine whatever you want out of life, you get it.
That's fair to say. What of it?
Simply that I'm surprised your endeavor came to nothing.
And what makes you imagine that?
Your present predicament. The absence of your co-conspirators, those marks upon your neck. And if someone had set the Owl Creek Bridge alight, I'm sure I would have noticed it in some way. Let me check. Where there's smoke, there's fire, and... Nope, no smoke.
You're a very thorough fellow. For a moment I thought you might know more of my situation than you let on.
From the way you talk, do I take it someone in your party betrayed you?
Not in my party. But you recall the corporal who appeared at my plantation?
Of course.
He was a federal scout.
Then you were deliberately entrapped.
It seems they wanted to weed out the civilians who might cause them some trouble. If I'd only stayed out a little longer that night, I'd probably have seen that same rider repass my plantation, going northward in the direction from which he'd come.
From the Owl Creek Bridge.
Precisely.
And when you and your co-conspirators...
Patriots.
...made your assault on the bridge, the military were waiting for you.
They made me watch as they hanged my friends for an act of treachery. The sergeant who put them to death was the same man who lured us there.
Is there no honor in conflict? I've never been accused of having much imagination, but I might have guessed it would be something like that. I would say, sir, that you have too kindly an expression for one whose neck is in the hemp.
It isn't.
Isn't what?
In the hemp.
Of course, of course. What I mean, Mr. Farquhar, is that you are clearly no vulgar assassin. Fortunately, the liberal military code makes provision for hanging many kinds of persons. And gentlemen are not excluded.
As they fastened the noose around my neck, I tried to fix my thoughts on my family. But there were so many trivial distractions. The water, touched to gold by the early sun. A piece of dancing driftwood caught in the sluggish current. The brooding mists under the banks some distance down the stream. Then there was a sharp pressure around my throat, followed by a sense of suffocation. Agony shot from my neck downward through every fiber of my body and limbs like streams of pulsating fire, heating me to an intolerable temperature. There was no more thought, only sensations. The intellectual part of my nature was effaced. I had power only to feel, and feeling was torment. I was conscious of motion, encompassed in a luminous cloud, of which I was now merely the fiery heart, without material substance. I swung through unthinkable arcs of oscillation, like a vast pendulum.
But you're here.
What? What?
I said, you're here. Why is that?
The rope. It snapped. fell into the stream. With a terrible suddenness, the light about me shot upward. There was a loud splash. Then all was cold and dark. My power of thought was restored, and I knew instantly what had happened.
And your hands, were they still bound?
They were.
Then forgive me, but why didn't you drown?
The noose was tight around my neck. It kept the water from my lungs.
And kept you from breathing. When you get into a predicament, sir, you don't do it by half measures.
I suppose not. To die of hanging at the bottom of a river, even at that moment it seemed ludicrous to me. I opened my eyes in the darkness. I saw above me a gleam of light, distant, inaccessible. I was still sinking, and the light became fainter and fainter until it was a mere glimmer. Then it began to grow and brighten, and I knew I was rising toward the surface. Knew it with reluctance, for I was very comfortable.
Comfortable?
Oh, yes. It was a question of preference at that point, you see. To be hanged and drowned, that didn't seem so bad, but to be shot? No, I refused to be shot. It didn't seem fair.
I'd say you have a quite singular set of values.
Do they offend you?
Not at all, not at all. It makes for a more entertaining story, and yours is the most fascinating I've heard in many a year on the road. Please, continue. You're under the water, slowly rising to the surface. Your hands are tied.
A sharp pain in my wrists apprised me of the fact that I was trying to free my hands. I gave the struggle my attention as an idler might observe the feat of a juggler without interest in the outcome. Eventually, the cord fell away. My arms parted and floated upward, but I could only dimly make out my hands in the growing light. I watched with a new interest as first one and then the other pounced upon the noose at my neck. They tore it away and thrust it fiercely aside. Its undulations resembled those of a water snake, and my first thought was to put it back.
To put it back?
The undoing of the noose had been succeeded by the direst pang that I'd yet experienced. My neck ached horribly, my brain was on fire, my heart gave a great leap, and I felt as though it was trying to force itself out of my mouth. My whole body was racked and wrenched with an insupportable anguish.
And I imagine the desire to rise to the surface was even greater, no matter what you might find waiting for you there.
I wanted to stop myself, had to stop myself, but my disobedient hands gave no heed to my command. They beat the water vigorously with quick downward strokes, forcing me to the surface. I felt my head emerge. My eyes were blinded by the sunlight. My chest expanded convulsively, and with a supreme and crowning agony, my lungs engulfed a great draught of air.
So now you were in full possession of your physical senses.
If anything, they were more keen and alert than before. I felt the ripples on my face, heard their separate sounds as they struck. I looked at the forest on the bank of the stream, saw the individual trees, the leaves, and the veining of each leaf, saw the very insects upon them, the locusts, the brilliant-bodied flies, the spiders stretching their webs from twig to twig, the prismatic colors in all the dewdrops on a million blades of grass, the humming of the gnats that danced above the eddies of the stream, the beating of the dragonflies' wings. They all made audible music.
Remarkable. If you'll forgive my saying so, you missed your life's calling. You have quite a turn for descriptive language. I'm surprised you had the time to note your surroundings in such detail.
It may only have been a few seconds, I'm not really sure. I seem to have lost the ability to judge the passage of time accurately.
Or perhaps you've gained a greater appreciation of time. There's a whole world in every second.
You have a singular turn of phrase yourself, Mr. I'll get it in a minute.
No doubt.
Did you acquire this philosophical outlook during your travels?
Hard to say. See, it often seems like I've been traveling my whole life. But enough about me. I long to hear your story. You've painted a beautiful background for me, but it strikes me there are more pressing issues in this particular picture. For example, your executioners.
My would-be executioners?
That goes without saying, surely.
Very well. I saw them, silhouetted against the blue sky. They shouted, they gesticulated. Their movements were grotesque and horrible, their forms gigantic. Suddenly, I heard a sharp report as something struck the water smartly within a few inches of my head, spattering my face with spray. One of the officers had his rifle. At his shoulder, there was a light cloud of blue smoke rising from the muzzle. I was surprised he missed. I read somewhere that marksmen with gray eyes are the keenest shots. This fellow was the exception to the rule, it seems.
The marksman had gray eyes?
Mm-hmm.
How could you see that?
I'm sorry?
He was on the Owl Creek Bridge. You were in the water. And you must have drifted some distance. So, how did you know the marksman had gray eyes?
I don't know how I know. I must have noticed it on the bridge.
Just before your execution?
My intended execution.
As you say.
Doubtless the detail was burned into my mind.
Doubtless.
I told you how much more alive my senses had become at that moment.
Alive. Yes, indeed. That you did.
At that moment, a counter-swirl turned me half around. I was looking into the forest on the bank opposite the fort. A clear, high voice rang out and came across the water with a distinctness that pierced and subdued all other sounds, even the beating of the ripples.
The voice, what did it say?
It said,
"Attention, company! Ready! Aim!"
How did you do that?
Run! Fire!
Are they still behind us?
No, I don't think so.
All right, that's enough for now. No more running for my life.
Your what?
Wait, I need to get my bearings. I have to know how close I am to my destination.
Closer than you think, I'm sure.
Eh?
Does anything look familiar, Mr. Farquhar?
Yes. This way. I think. Yes, this way.
Can you see your home?
Not yet. But it's not far now. I intend to be back in my wife's arms by close of day.
You gave her your word.
That I did.
And that's important to you.
It's a matter of honor. And honor, Mr. Honor means as much as love to a man of the South.
A very moving sentiment. Now, where were we?
Where were we with what?
Your story.
My story?
Yes. You were just reaching a most exciting point when we were interrupted. I long to know what happened next.
Are you quite insane, sir?
I don't believe so. But I thought the same of you when I first met you, so I suppose it's a fair question.
I am in full possession of all my faculties, Mr.
Everything except the memory, eh?
Don't try my patience, sir.
I wouldn't dream of it. You asked me an important question, and I'm doing my best to answer it. But you'll appreciate it's difficult to judge these things when one spends so much time alone. If I had a constant companion, someone to tell me if and when I appeared to be losing my senses, that might be helpful, but that's not what fate has in store for me. And as I say, I try to avoid talking to myself because that seems to me the fastest route to madness. But, mad or sane, I know a good tale when I hear it, and yours is the most entertaining I have heard in all my years. Yes, sir, I shall cherish the memory of your experiences when I have long since ceased my wanderings. Please, go on. You'd escaped the noose by a most improbable stroke of good fortune, and then you found yourself in the stream and under fire. What was that like?
Surely you can imagine that for yourself. We were just under fire a few minutes ago.
But not in the water.
Well, does it matter?
Does to me. It's the setting that makes the crucial difference. Please.
Very well. I suppose it might make the journey shorter, at least.
Not mine.
I dived to avoid the shots, dived as deeply as I could. Water roared in my ears like the voice of Niagara, yet still I heard the dulled thunder of the volley.
Those heightened senses of yours.
I rose again towards the surface and was met again by more shining Yankee lead. One shot nicked my cheek, do you see it?
I see it.
Well, the next time I dove, I was a long time underwater, and I made damn certain I swam farther downstream and nearer to safety. Just as well, since the soldiers had almost finished reloading. The two sentinels positioned at either end of the bridge fired again, independently and ineffectually. I saw all this over my shoulder. I was now swimming vigorously with the current. My brain was as energetic as my arms and legs. I thought with the rapidity of lightning. I reasoned, you see, that the captain had probably already given the command to fire at will.
And you surely couldn't dodge all the shots. You're not invulnerable.
No man is. Then an appalling splash, just 2 yards away, was followed by a loud, rushing sound which seemed to travel back through the air to the nearby fort and died in an explosion which stirred the very river to its deeps. A rising sheet of water curved over me, fell down upon me, blinded me, strangled me.
The cannon had taken a hand in the game.
Did I tell you about the cannon?
You must have done.
Well, anyways, as I shook my head free from the commotion of the smitten water, I heard the deflected shot humming through the air ahead, and in an instant, it was cracking and smashing the branches in the forest beyond. I was certain they wouldn't be so far from their target next time, and it was a good gun. The report lagged behind the missile.
But surely the smoke would have apprised you of another shot. So long as you kept your eye on the gun, you had a certain advantage. Am I correct?
You are? The problem was how to reach the shore without turning my back on the cannon.
You have my complete attention, sir. How did you manage it?
Well, I don't know. I'm not sure. I felt myself whirled round and round, spinning like a top. The water, the banks, the forest, the distant bridge, fort, and soldiers, they were all somehow commingled, blurred. I could no longer make out objects, only colors. Circular, horizontal streaks of color. It was all I saw. I was caught in a vortex. I felt giddy and sick.
Fascinating. Incredible.
What is that damned hammering?
I don't hear anything. Unless it's the ticking of your watch you can hear.
My watch?
You're lucky it still works after such an immersion.
It is my watch. But why should I think...
Perhaps you're the sort of man who values the seconds as much as the minutes and the hours.
And there's a whole world in a second, so I've been told.
So how did you fight your way out of this vortex?
I really have no idea. The next thing I knew, I was on the road with you at my side, heading for home as I promised.
Surely not. I mean, you obviously avoided the cannon and struggled to the bank.
Obviously. But I have no memory of it.
And of our meeting?
I recall only what you told me about it.
Most curious.
Stop!
What is it?
This is it. We're here. This is the path to my home.
Excellent. Well, I suppose this is where we part company, Mr. Farquhar. May I say, it's been a rare pleasure.
You wouldn't care to come in? I'm sure the servants could prepare you a meal.
That won't be necessary, my friend. I have many miles still to travel. But your journey is almost at an end.
Yes. Well, goodbye, Mr. I'm sorry, I thought I could recall your name, but it just escapes me.
Call me Ambrose.
I wish you well, Ambrose.
And you, Mr. Peyton Farquhar. And you.
Home. Almost home. How long? How long since that damn imposter rode down this road? How long since I was drawn to the Owl Creek Bridge?
I would say, sir, that you have too kindly an expression for one whose neck is in the hem.
It is.
Isn't what?
In the hem.
Of course, of course.
I promised I'd return, Elizabeth.
Oh,
so perfect. They couldn't keep me from
Just
you.
before your execution.
My intended execution.
As you say.
Not even a noose around my neck could stop me from coming back to you, to the family.
Yes, indeed.
I told you how much more alive my senses had become at that moment.
Alive.
Yes. Saw them.
John, don't tease your sister. I want you
Elizabeth!
both on your best behavior when your father returns.
Elizabeth! Elizabeth!
You're not invulnerable.
No man is. Elizabeth! Elizabeth! I swore I'd come back to you. I promised.
Peyton!
Elizabeth!
Peyton!
Elizabeth!
Peyton! Oh, Peyton! Peyton, my love!
Elizabeth, let me hold you. Let me take you in my
There's a whole world in every second.
He's dead, Captain.
Good work. That's the last execution for today. Get him down!
You know, Levine, for a moment there, I thought that rope wasn't gonna hold.
It's strong enough. It did its job.
Do you ever wonder what goes on inside a man's head in those last seconds before death?
Like I said before, Clemens, I don't give a damn. And neither should you.
An occurrence at Owl Creek Bridge in two forms, as it was dreamed and as it was lived and died. This is the stuff of fantasy, the thread of imagination, the ingredients of the Twilight Zone.
An Occurrence at Owl Creek Bridge, starring Christian Stolte with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by M.J. Elliott. and based on the short story by Ambrose Bierce. Heard in the cast were Rob Riley, Danny Goldring, William Dick, Susan Hart, Gonzo Schexnader, and John Hogenacker. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises and the Rod Serling Estate for making this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced by Carl Amari and directed by Joe B. Cerny for Falcon Picture Group. Sound design, custom Foley effects, recording, and editing are done in the Cerny American Sound to Picture Theater by sound designers Craig Lee, Todd Beyer, and Tim Cerny. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to contact us, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. Doug James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension. A dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Oh, shh, I'm trying to sleep. I said I'm sleeping.
What? Oh, what time is it? Wilma. Ow. Wilma.
Oh, leave me alone.
What does the clock say? Huh? 9:17. It can't be. Oh, didn't you set the alarm? Wilma! I've got to be at the bank. Do you know how late I am? Oh, great. Just great. I don't even take my clothes off. No more parties. Never again.
Oh, be quiet about it.
Sure, go on. Get your beauty sleep. You feel lousy. Never mind how I feel. So I'm late for work. So what? No skin off your nose, right? Oh, yeah, I shouldn't have looked in the mirror. You know, I didn't want to go to that stupid party in the first place. It wasn't my idea. I wanted to stay home and read, but no, can't do that. Can't hurt old Petey's feelings, can we? Wouldn't be nice. So I go to work an hour late today, and you sack out till noon. That's fair, yeah, makes sense to me. Oh, my aching feet. Could have at least taken my shoes off, but that would have been too much to ask before you passed out. Oh, boy. Rearranging my stuff again, huh? Okay, I give up. Where'd you put it? Wilma! Wilma, where's my razor? Would you please tell me that much?
Huh?
Hey, wake up!
Leave me alone!
Snap out of it. I'm late, I said. Come on!
Get away from me!
Never mind the dramatics. Just tell me what you've done with my razor and I'll clean up and get out of here. Then you can go back to sleep for as long... Don't do that! What's the matter with you?
No!
I'm not even touching you. Are you sick or something? Wilma, I asked you...
Who are you?
What kind of a question is that?
How did you get in here?
Well, as I dimly recall, I staggered in about 2 a.m. with you at my side. After that...
What are you doing in my bedroom?
Oh, you mean this isn't the YMCA? I suppose I could have slept on the couch if you wanted me to. Am I forgetting something? Did we have an argument? Because if we did, I'm afraid I...
Get out of this house!
Come on, honey, knock it off. I'm late enough as it is. Just tell me where you put the razor so I can shave, change my shirt.
Out! Out!
I'm in no mood for jokes.
If you don't, I'll scream again, louder.
Wilma!
How do you know my name?
It's on our marriage license, remember?
Mister, I don't know what you think you're doing, but I've never seen you before in my life.
Cameo of a man who has just lost his most valuable possession. He doesn't know it yet, but he's about to find out. In fact, he doesn't even know there's been a loss. Because, like most people, David Gurney has never given much thought to the matter of identity. But he's going to think about it from now on, because that is exactly what he's lost. And his search for it will take him through unknown territory in one of the darkest corners of the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, Person or Persons Unknown, starring John Schneider with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Did you hear me? Get out!
Because you've never seen me before. Now you don't even know your own husband. Oh, you're beautiful. What a time to go psycho on me.
Now, look, whoever you are, I don't want any trouble. But if you don't get out of here, I am going to call the police.
Easy, Wilma. Take a pill or something.
Stay away from me!
Go ahead. Call the police. Call the fire department. Call the paramedics. Tell them to bring an oxygen mask because there's a man here who's dying of a hangover. Oh, my head.
I'm not bluffing. If you're not off that bed and out of this room by the time I count to 5, I'll make the call. I swear. 1, 2...
Cut it out, will you? I've got a splitting headache.
3, 4, 5.
This isn't funny anymore.
Give me the police. Hello, police? I'd like to report a guy who...
Give me that. Have you gone crazy?
What are you gonna do? Kill me? I'll scream until the neighbors come.
All of a sudden, I'm a stranger? I suppose I didn't buy this king-size brass bed and the lamp and the carpet and the wallpaper to go with it. If I didn't, who did? Santa Claus?
Oh, you're insane!
Boy, this is what I call a delayed reaction. 2 martinis at midnight and she gets drunk the next morning. Go back to bed, sleep it off.
You cannot tell me what to do.
You got it. I won't waste my breath.
Now, what are you doing?
Changing my clothes. What are your panties doing in my drawer?
Your drawer?
Where did you put my socks?
If you don't keep your filthy hands out of my things...
Filthy? Yeah, well, if I had time to take a shower... What in the name of...
Those are my dresses!
So I see. What did you do with my clothes?
Oh... The Lord is my shepherd.
All right, I'll wear what I had on last night, but if anyone says something at the bank, I'll tell them whose fault it is. My darling, brain-damaged wife with her defective sense of humor.
Daily bread and forgive her. Sorry, trespasses as we forgive those who trespass.
I'm going to work now. When I get back, you'd better have things straight again, understand? Do I make myself clear?
The kingdom, and the power, and the glory, now.
Goodbye.
And forever. You gotta help me.
Oh, great. No gas, which means I get to work even later. Mr. Miller's gonna love that. Come on.
Here's your change. Thank you, sir.
Fill it up on number 3.
Cash or charge?
Put it on the card. Here.
You have ID?
Yes, I have ID. Every kind you want. Here, look, I'm in a hurry. Would you run the card while I pump the gas? Morning, Jim.
Morning, sir. Welcome to Federalist Savings and Loan.
Boy, treat the customer like a king. New uniform?
What's that, sir?
Looking mighty spiffy. Hat's on crooked, though.
It is?
Keep up the good work. Don't let any bank robbers in.
If you'll fill out a transaction slip.
Who do I see about a loan?
Morning, Julie. Fred.
Bring back this loan application and I'll begin the procedure.
Well, how long's it gonna take?
Oh, no, not long. We can usually give you a decision in 72 hours.
What in the...
Well, see, I sort of need the money right away.
I'll do my best, Mr. Klein.
May I help you?
George?
I am Mr. Hurtubise, Assistant Vice President.
Of course you are. Who's that?
Sir?
At the desk by the window.
Why, that's Mr. Cooper, our Vice President.
Well, would you mind telling me what Mr. Cooper is doing at my desk?
Beg pardon?
What is he, some trainee of all the...
If you'll wait your turn, sir, Mr. Cooper's busy.
Yeah, sure he is. What is this, George? April Fool's Day?
I don't see why I have to fill this out. I already gave you all the information.
I'm sorry, Mr. Klein, but without verifying your collateral, I'm afraid there's nothing we can do.
You know how long I've had an account here? And you giving me the runaround? Well, maybe I'll just take my business somewhere else. What do you think of that?
Well, thank you for stopping by, Mr. Klein. If you'd care to reconsider...
Thank you for nothing.
Nice.
I beg your pardon?
You just lost a customer. I could have processed his application in 24 hours.
And you are...
Who the devil are you?
How's that?
I said, who the devil are you, and why are you sitting at my desk?
Your desk?
Yes, my desk. I've had about enough of this today. Get out of that chair.
I'll do nothing of the kind.
Friend, you'll get out of that chair, or I'll throw you out.
Yes, I need security over here.
Move.
No need to get upset, friend.
Oh, you don't think so? After the morning I've been through? Here, take this junk with you. Your pictures, your phony nameplate. I said take it!
Trouble, Mr. Cooper.
Would you show this man to the door?
Knock it off, pal. You're the one who's leaving.
Better come with me.
Back off, Jim! This joke's gone far enough.
He says it's his desk.
Come on, sir. Let's settle this outside.
There's nothing to be settled. I want my nameplate back and my pictures. What the hell did he do with them?
Now, sir. Outside, I have to insist.
Go ahead, insist. I'm not budging.
Yes, you are.
You're putting your hands on me? This is too much, Jim. I like you. You're a good security guard. But if you don't let go of my arm, you're out of a job.
Outside.
I said, let go of my arm. There! Now you are fired.
Put your hands up.
Put your gun away and get back to work. What's the matter with you people? Has everyone gone crazy?
Up over your head.
I advise you to do as he says. Mr. Cooper, call the police.
I already have.
Well done.
What?
Now walk 3 paces in front of me. All the way to the door. Don't make me use this.
George, what's going on? Tell me, please.
Outside with him.
Let's go.
Sorry, everyone. Minor disturbance. Don't be alarmed.
This the man?
That's him.
Hands behind your back.
Oh, for God's sake.
Hold still, fella.
Ah, get in the car, nice and easy.
Wilma, is that you?
That the same guy?
Yes.
What's your name?
Why don't you ask her?
We did. She doesn't know.
Doesn't know? After 11 years of marriage, she doesn't know.
He's a complete stranger to me, officer. I can't tell you how frightened I was.
Let's go.
Wait, Mrs. Gurney, let me introduce myself. I'm David Gurney, your husband. Well, what's everybody staring at me for? That's who I am. Tell him, Jim. I've worked with this man for 4 years. Tell him.
Never saw him before. He just walked in and started a ruckus.
Slide in the back seat. Come on.
Wait, you don't believe I'm David Gurney? I can prove it. Look in my wallet. Go ahead. Take it out of my back pocket. Then we'll see.
No wallet?
Sure there is. Check the other pocket.
Nope. Nothing.
But I had it. Oh, hold on. The gas station. I must have left it on the counter. Everything. Driver's license, credit cards.
Watch your head.
You can't do this. Somebody tell them. My name is David Gurney. David Gurney. On your feet. Where's the doctor?
Right here, my boy. Sorry to keep you waiting.
Thank God. You don't know what it's like sitting here listening to those lunatics.
Well, I think I do. If you'd like to come with me?
Let's move it. I see you people have finally come to your senses. Now you can sign the papers and I can go home.
You're not going anywhere.
Not just yet.
What is this, a jail?
No. I thought you understood that. It's not part of the penal system.
What would you call it then?
An isolation wing at the state hospital. I thought that was explained when you were brought here.
Then if it's not a jail, I'm leaving.
Very probable, eventually. But for now, there's a 72-hour hold. I thought we'd talk a bit first, Mr.
Gurney. David Andrew Gurney.
So you've said. Well, let's go down the hall, shall we? We'll be more comfortable in my office.
You heard him.
You don't have to manhandle me.
It's all right. He's not dangerous.
If you say so.
Please, follow me.
Got a regular loony bin in here.
Oh, let's say a few people who are confused. I think of it as a kind of hotel for the weary mind.
Yeah, only they can't check out.
Actually, most of them will be released. A few are violent, but you're not like those, are you?
Well, I should hope not.
Come in, Mr. I suppose I must call you Mr. X for now.
I told the officers who I am. I've told everyone.
Please have a seat.
Where's the couch?
I'm afraid you've seen too many movies. Of course, if the chair is not comfortable.
It'll do. I just want to get this over with and go home.
And where is that?
I've been through this before.
You still insist that you live in Miss Berenson's condominium and that you are her husband. Yet she's unmarried. We've checked. How do you account for that?
I don't care what she says. I know who I am.
No need to get upset.
Everybody's telling me I'm not who I think I am. But what do you expect me to do? Relax?
It must be a challenge to your belief system. But if I'm to help you, then you've got to come to terms with the facts.
And what are the facts?
Couldn't say just yet. The police are running your fingerprints, and then we'll have something to work with. But for now, this person you think you are, we know that he doesn't exist, except in your mind.
Oh, we know that, do we?
It seems that you've invented him, whether out of whole cloth or people you've known.
You're lying.
And why would I do that?
I don't know, but you are. You've got to be. A man can't live for 40 years and all of a sudden...
Is that how old you are, 40?
Yes. And then, just because he loses his driver's license...
We're checking the place where you say you left it. But it wasn't just that. Everyone at the bank agrees that...
You put a lot of stock in everyone else's opinions. How about mine?
Well, we must begin somewhere. Consensus matters, doesn't it? Surely you can see...
I see that they're all lying. That's what I see.
How can you be sure they're not telling the truth? At least as they see it.
That's what I'm doing.
So you believe they live in a different world, a world with different rules, a different history.
I don't have any idea, but I know what I know.
Ah, there's the conflict, you see. We have to resolve it somehow before you can move on. What chaos we'd have if each of us believed in a separate reality.
What about my reality? Doesn't that count for anything?
Epistemology rears its head. You're obviously an educated man. Perhaps if you'd provide a list of the schools you've attended, we can contact them. Unless you believe their files have all been corrupted somehow.
All right, let's go over it again. I live at 2457 Lime Rock Avenue, Los Angeles, California.
But we've established that Miss Berenson lives there.
Her name is not Berenson, it's Gurney, and she's married to me.
In fact, she is not married to anyone.
Oh, that's a fact, is it?
Her name is on the lease. She has ID, car registration.
Let me see it.
Well, that can be arranged. But for the time being, I'm afraid the burden of proof is on you.
Oh, that's reasonable. How can I prove anything while I'm in here? Could you prove who you are? Could anyone?
But I'm surrounded by a staff who know me. The people in those rooms down the hall, their voices in the wilderness. Eventually, they're going to have to come around, acknowledge the commonly agreed upon reality, or they'll be sent somewhere for long-term treatment. You don't want that, do you?
What choice do I have?
There's always a choice. It's up to you. There's a man here who says his name is Winston Churchill. I've shown him pictures of the real Churchill, but he's sticking to his story. So he won't be going home anytime soon. The same with his neighbor, Florence Nightingale, and her buddy, Jack the Ripper. He thought he was Jesus of Nazareth yesterday. Maybe he'll come around. I hope so, because the sanitariums are full of Jesus Christs. It's a real strain on the budget. So please, don't make it hard on yourself. The choice is yours.
Pretty cut and dried. Either I prove who I am, or I give up my identity in order to get out of here.
You don't have an identity at the moment. That's the issue in a nutshell.
Let me use the phone.
All right.
It's about time.
I'll turn on the speakerphone so we can both hear. Agreed?
Agreed.
Front desk.
This is Dr. Koslenko. Let me have an outside line, please.
Yes, doctor.
What number?
838-2171. My friend Pete. I've known him forever.
Hello?
Hello, Pete.
Yeah? Who's this?
It's Dave. Look, you don't know how glad I am to hear your voice. Listen.
Dave who?
Pete, for God's sake, Dave Gurney. Wilma and I were at your place last night. Don't kid around.
I think you have the wrong number, fella.
But we went to school together. He's my best friend.
Care to try someone else?
Let's just cut through all this. Call 272-3478. Ask for Mrs. Gurney.
Very well.
Yes? Who is it?
I'd like to speak to Mrs. Gurney, please.
This is Mrs. Gurney.
Really?
Hello, Mom.
Hello?
Oh, I'm so glad I got you.
Hello? Who is this? Who's on the line?
It's David. Mom, don't you recognize my voice? It's David, your son.
You see here, whoever you are, I don't have a son. And I don't like practical jokes.
Mom, stop it. Don't do this to me. Don't, please.
That's enough. Ma'am, please excuse the call. It was a mistake.
Well, you see that it doesn't happen again, or I'll report you.
I don't understand.
You're sure your name is David Andrew Gurney?
Yes.
And you have a telephone?
Of course I do.
Unlisted?
No.
Then it's likely you'd be in the telephone directory, isn't it? In fact, there's no doubt.
What do you... Yes. Where's the phone book?
Right here. You'll notice it's the current edition for your area. Go ahead, open it.
Gurney, Bertram J, 26837 Broadview, no. Elizabeth Y, 6578 Logan Street, Van Nuys.
Well?
It's not here.
I believe that's called evidence. Now, are you ready to consider an alternative?
But if I'm not David Gurney, then who am I?
That's what we're going to find out. Now the real work begins.
In other words, I'm crazy, just like the guy who thinks he's Jack the Ripper? That's what you're telling me?
Well, let's say temporarily disoriented. It's not uncommon when one is under stress. I know it must be difficult to accept, but looking at it logically, could there be any other explanation? Sometime last night, you suffered a break, became confused, entered Miss Berenson's apartment.
No, for some reason that's what you want me to believe, but it isn't true. Because in spite of everything, I know who I am. If I don't know that, I don't know anything.
Oh, I was afraid of that. You know, I've been through this a great many times. Too many. And it's what I was trained to do, and I'm very good at it. Always ends up the same way. with the patient either returning to a normal productive life or entering into a lifetime of treatment.
Why? Because they won't break?
Hear me out. We're not playing around in here. I can give you a prescription for drugs, set up a schedule of visits, but it's maintenance, that's all. The bottom line is it's up to you. If you behave that way, you become that sort of animal.
My name is David Gurney. I live at 2457 Lime Rock Avenue.
Look out the window. You see all those people on the grounds walking back and forth? Some of them look normal enough, some of them look like zombies. But all of them are here for the long haul. It's such a waste of time, money, human lives. Don't do this. You're an intelligent, educated man. The system is what it is. You can't beat it. Take my advice. Learn to play ball right now, before it's too late. Or else...
Not this way.
What other way is there?
I have to know. Do you understand? Either I am crazy or somebody's gone to a lot of trouble to blot me out.
Use your brain. Why would anyone want to blot you out?
How should I know?
What, the CIA? This is not a spy novel.
Whoever or whatever it is, they can rig all the phone books in the world and they can pay off everybody who ever knew me, but there's one thing they can't do. They can't get inside my mind, and they can't think of everything.
What do you mean?
Something even Wilma doesn't know about. I just realized there's still one way to prove who I am.
Well, I'll be happy to take it under consideration.
Sure you will. Stand back. I'm going to make sure I get there first. Get away from the window.
No,
out of my way!
All right, everybody, line up. Rec period's over. Back inside.
We better stop him. He's getting away.
Oh, he's already outside.
Get the keys to the gate.
I don't have them.
Man, oh man, look at him run. Sure is in a hurry. I couldn't have done that.
Must not have taken his meds today.
Call the cops.
This is Braywood General. We have a patient over the wall. Put out an APB.
Hey, buddy, get out of the way.
Give me a lift.
Yeah, sure.
I have to get out of here.
Yeah? We'll call a cab.
I don't have any money. Did you help me?
Sorry, buddy.
Get out. I need it. Get out.
Hey, what are you doing?
Then slide over. I'm in a hurry.
Hey, look, man. I don't want any trouble, okay?
Just keep your mouth shut. I won't hurt you.
Hey, who's after you? The cops? Huh? What'd you do?
Nothing. That's just it. Nothing.
And what are they chasing you for?
Because I don't believe their lies.
Oh, I get it. You're on the run, right? Is that it?
Something like that.
It's okay, man. I'll play ball. Just stay calm, okay? Turn right there. There's an alley.
Oh, thanks, kid.
Look, where do you want to go?
Downtown L.A. You know how to get there from here?
Sure, but don't take the freeway. Go the back streets. I'll show you.
I hope this is the right address.
So, can I go now?
Now, go on. I can handle it from here.
Can I help you?
Oh, I sure hope so. This is the place where people pick up photos, right?
Sure is.
Good. I thought I got it right.
You have a receipt?
What?
The receipt for the photo. Did someone take your picture?
That's right.
And he told you to come here?
It was in Griffith Park with my wife. We were walking past the merry-go-round. It was last Sunday. A man came by with one of those big cameras.
Dave, that man just took our picture.
Beautiful shot, too.
What are you doing?
Here you go, folks.
I didn't say you could do that.
Oh, there's no obligation. Take this ticket to Photos R Us. Address is right on it. If you like the picture, it won't cost you an arm and a leg. 8x10s, wallet size, 3x5.
He gave you a ticket.
Yeah, but I don't have it with me.
Then I can't help you. We have hundreds of proof prints.
That's what I need. Proof. Hold on. I can almost see the number in my mind. 670... Yeah. That's it. 6708777. I remember because of the 4 sevens.
Maybe your wife's got the ticket.
No, she's forgotten about it. I was going to surprise her.
Sunday, that would be the 14th. I'll check the files.
You found it?
This must be the one.
Hey, let me have it.
Wait, was that 4 sevens at the end or 3?
There's only one way to find out. Yes!
Is that it?
Yes! Yes, that's it! Oh, you don't know how important this is to me.
You okay, mister?
I am now.
That'll be $4.75 for the enlargement if you want extra prints. Hey, mister, you have to pay first.
You.
Hello, Mr. X.
What are you doing here?
I might ask you the same question. We've been following you since the hospital. I wanted to see where you'd go.
What is this?
All right, hands behind your back.
Wait!
Have any knives or weapons in your pocket?
I said hold on!
It's all right, officers. I'll take responsibility.
The guy owes me money.
Oh?
$4.75 to be exact, plus sales tax. And do you know what for?
I'm sure you're going to tell me.
Proof that I'm not crazy.
Really? And what kind of proof might that be?
I told you they couldn't think of everything. Well, I was right.
I suppose you found a signature or some such?
That wouldn't be enough, would it? I could have signed it at any time.
Correct.
Or if it's something else, I could have printed it up or bought it like a fake driver's license.
I doubt that you've had time.
What about a photograph, Doctor? A picture of me hand in hand with the woman who says she never laid eyes on me before this morning. Is there some way to explain that?
What do you have there?
Go on, open the envelope, take it out and look at it, and then tell me what you think. Well?
And what am I supposed to see?
Me, with Wilma at Griffith Park last weekend. That should establish something.
I don't understand.
What's to understand? You need glasses?
This is a photo of you in front of a carousel, alone.
Let me see that. No, it was different a minute ago. A picture of 2 people, 2. You saw her. Tell him I showed you the picture.
You didn't show me nothing, mister. Just looked at it yourself, then you tried to run off without paying.
But I tell you, she was there. We were there, together.
Come along now. We'll go back and talk this over.
No, we were there together. 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 We were...
Dave?
Together, I tell you.
Dave, honey, wake up.
What? Oh, where am I?
In bed, you were dreaming.
Oh, Wilma, it seems so real.
That's why they call them nightmares. You want me to get you something?
No, that's all right. What time is it?
4 in the morning. Go back to sleep. You have to be at work in a few hours.
Whew, I must have had the nightmare, the granddaddy of them all.
That'll teach you to mix scotch and martinis.
Well, no, that'll teach me.
Sorry I didn't put you in your pajamas, but I was a little out of it myself. Forgive me?
Oh, sure I do. Don't blame yourself.
You're in a rare mood.
You don't know how happy I am just to be here.
I love you, too. Oh, you better check the alarm. I'm not sure if I set it.
I can't see.
I'll turn on the lamp.
Oh, it was the worst dream I've ever had. I couldn't prove who I was, and you weren't yourself either. You were someone else, or you thought that I was. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't convince you. It was so...
Well, you're okay now, aren't you? Set the alarm and turn the light off. It's hurting my eyes. Dave? Dave, honey, is something the matter? Why are you looking at me like that?
Who are you?
What do you mean? It's me. Who did you think I was? Dave? Dave, darling,
You get out of this bed. Go on. Get away from me. Whoever you are, I swear, I've never seen you before in my life.
Dave? Dave, don't act like this. You're scaring me. You're so pale. Are you sick? Dave? Dave? Dave!
A case of mistaken identity? Or a nightmare turned inside out? A simple loss of memory or the end of the world for someone named David Andrew Gurney? At least he thinks that's his name. He doesn't know much of anything anymore, and he may never find what he's seeking because the truth is he's lost his way. But you can be sure he'll continue looking for it night after night in the Twilight Zone.
We'll return to the Twilight Zone in just a moment.
You are about to enter another dimension, a dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind, a journey into a wondrous land of imagination. Next stop, the Twilight Zone. Hi, this is Stacy Keach. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our Twilight Zone website at twilightzoneradio.com. At twilightzoneradio.com, you'll find the latest information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas, including behind-the-scenes photographs, plus the newest product releases, trivia contests, ways to contact us, other Twilight Zone-related info and merchandise, plus links to other fascinating websites. So make your next stop twilightzoneradio.com.
Visit twilightzoneradio.com to purchase these Twilight Zone radio dramas on cassette and CD, or call toll-free 1-866-989-ZONE. That's 1-866-989-9663.
Person or Persons Unknown, starring John Schneider, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Charles Beaumont. Heard in the cast were Meg Falcon, Tom McElroy, Roger Mueller, Richard Hensel, Roderick Peoples, Kurt Nabig, Carl Amari, Fernette Lebo, Doug James, Ann Whitney, and Jen Patterson. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises and the Rod Serling Estate for making this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari for Falcon Picture Group. Sound design and custom Foley effects for The Twilight Zone by Cerny American Creatives Bob Benson, Craig Lee, Michael Slaybach, and Matt Sorrow. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to contact us, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. Doug James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Grandpa, shall I keep your dinner warm for you? Grandpa?
Yes, Marnie. Just let me lie down for a moment and rest my eyes. Now, why is that clock slowing down? I guess I better check it. Let's have a closer look, old friend. What time is it now? Well, 7:31 exactly by my pocket watch. But you say 7:25. Oh, no, that'll never do. And to think that I gave you an overhaul just last week. Now, where did I put my tools? First things first, reset the hands. And there. And a drop of oil here. And one here. Oh, I'll have you shipshape again. You'll see. My grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a pennyweight more.
Oh, no.
What's wrong?
There he goes again.
You noticed?
I guess we should be thankful he has a hobby at his age.
The clock or the song?
Oh, Doug. Should I be worried?
Honey, we've had this conversation before, remember? First it's the song.
And always the same one.
Then he forgets to come down for breakfast. Or lunch, or dinner. Do you realize he hasn't been out of his room all day?
I know.
That clock is all he ever thinks about. It's more than a hobby. It's his whole life now. Sweetheart, I know how much you love him. And I love you. But maybe it's time to face facts.
I kept his plate warm. I'll take it upstairs.
Just give it some thought. That's all I'm saying.
I will. Only I'm afraid I have no idea how to bring up the subject with him. No idea at all.
It is said that each man carefully measures his time, some with fear, some with hope, and some with joy. But Mr. Sam Forstman's time is measured by a grandfather's clock, and from all accounts it is unique, because this particular clock keeps a special kind of time, marked only in the Twilight Zone.
Now, back to the Twilight Zone and our story, 90 Years Without Slumbering, starring Bill Irwin with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born, and was always his treasure and pride. But it stopped short, never to go again, when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering. Tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering. Tick-tock, tick-tock.
Grandpa?
Oh, come in, Marnie.
What are you doing?
Oh, it's been a few minutes off lately. Quite a mystery. But don't you worry. I'll solve it.
At least move the lamp, Grandpa. You're going to ruin your eyes.
I can see quite well, thank you. Besides, I know practically every part by heart.
But why does it matter that much to you?
I wouldn't expect you to understand. What's a clockmaker?
I brought you dinner.
Dinner? You're awfully early tonight. Besides, I don't need room service. I would have come down.
It's almost 8 o'clock.
It is? Oh, what happened to the time?
I'll leave your plate on the dresser.
You do that. Thank you, Marnie. You're too good to me, you know that?
Grandpa, are you feeling all right?
Me? Never better. Why?
It's just that you spend so much time up here.
And for that, I apologize. It's the clock. There must be some dust in the mainspring.
In fact, you haven't been out of your room since yesterday.
It's my friend's fault.
Your friend?
Been acting up, but once I get him adjusted properly.
Actually, we wanted to talk to you about that.
We?
Doug and I. Grandpa, we know you love the clock, but...
But he's ticking along nicely now. There. Shouldn't have any trouble for a while. Of course, a clock as old as that, well, you're bound to have problems of one sort or another on occasion. Just like people, huh, Marnie?
Of course, Grandpa. Why don't you get some rest?
Oh, you know me, dear. Never sleep. But I might lie down for a few minutes to rest my eyes.
You do that. Good night, Grandpa.
Good night, sweetheart.
Well?
Well, what?
Did you talk to him about it?
I tried, but I couldn't, Doug. I just couldn't. He's such a wonderful man.
I know.
If only he weren't...
Senile? Well, it's the truth. Somebody had to say it.
Oh, Doug. What are we going to do?
Now, what's wrong with you? Where's my pocket watch? I gotta turn on the lamp. 9:41. And you, Grandfather Clock, what do you say? 9:35? But I just reset you. Running slow again. Wait, I didn't wind it properly. That's it. They're making me so nervous I've grown careless. I must let that happen. Here, let me give you a good winding. Oh, no, please don't stop. I'll never forget to wind you again. I promise. Well, there, that's better. Remember, you and I are the only ones who know what'll happen if you run down. But we won't tell anybody, will we? Oh, no, of course we won't.
Want some hash browns with your eggs, honey?
No, thanks.
Are you sure?
Just the bacon is fine.
I wonder if I should make some for Grandpa.
Where is he this morning?
Still sleeping, I guess.
I'm not surprised. He must have fiddled with that darn clock till 4 a.m.
I know.
Did you hear him?
I heard him.
Is that all you're having? Coffee?
I'm not very hungry.
What about the baby? You're eating for 2 now.
That's one thing you don't have to worry about, Doug.
Marnie?
What?
Let's not fight about this.
I'm not.
Honey, I only mean that you've got to accept the facts. Your grandfather's not a well man.
Oh, Doug, I don't know what to do.
Take it easy.
He's always been so alert, so easy to be with.
He's the same grandfather you've always had. But everybody faces this. Your loved ones grow old, and there are decisions to be made. You try your best to do the right thing.
Why don't you come right out and say it? You want to have him put away.
I don't know about that, but why don't we at least let Mel look him over? Can we do that? Just to be sure.
You think I'm crazy?
Grandpa.
Marnie, Doug.
How long have you been standing there?
Long enough.
Look, Sam, don't take this the wrong way.
Mel Avery's a psychiatrist, a head shrinker. You don't have to tell me, I know.
Grandpa, listen to me. Mel's been a friend of ours for years. He and Doug went to college together. You've met him.
Well, I've met a lot of people, but I don't let them tinker with my head.
Sam, nobody's going to do that. All we're suggesting is that you see Mel and talk to him. It's not a big deal.
Why should I see a psychiatrist? You think I need one?
Well, I wouldn't put it that way.
Will you please sit down? Have some breakfast with us. Here, right next to me.
Well, if you're sure there's room.
Coffee?
No. I'm wide awake. See, I even dressed myself and managed to come downstairs without a nurse or a walker. That good enough for you?
Nobody's criticizing you. It's just that things happen to people's minds, especially as we get older.
You think there's something the matter with my mind?
She didn't say that.
Well, she might as well have.
I'm talking about physical things. That's why we all have a checkup once in a while.
What's wrong with me physically? I can see all right, and I move around on my own.
You sure can.
And I can use my hands, the same as always.
I know. For example, you love to work on that clock. But you've gotten so preoccupied with it that it takes up all your time.
So I'm fond of my clock, and that makes me crazy? My, what a strange world we live in.
Sam, you'll have to admit you spend a great deal of time with it. Sometimes 3 or 4 hours a day. Sometimes half the night.
Aha! Just because I don't sleep my life away and working on that clock relaxes me, that makes me a candidate for the loony bin? Well, for your information, I've had insomnia all my life, and so did my father. He lived until he was 90. Just like the song says, 90 years without slumbering.
Oh, yes. The song.
It was written before you were born, my boy.
I think you're misunderstanding. Doug only has your best interests at heart.
My best interests. You think I'm afraid? All right. That does it. I'll see your friend, the psychiatrist, and we'll find out just who's crazy in this household and who isn't. Go ahead, call him. How about this afternoon?
Send him in.
Yes, Doctor.
So you're him.
Mel Avery. How do you do, Mr. Forstman?
Pretty well, young man, if the truth be told.
Well, come in. Make yourself comfortable.
If you insist. Am I supposed to lie down on the couch?
Well, whatever you like. I thought we could just talk for a few minutes, get acquainted.
Oh, don't worry about the bedside manner. I know what I'm here for.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Forstman.
Oh, Sam, please. Mr. Forstman was my father, rest his soul.
Doug's told me so much about you.
Oh? Such as? That I've got a screw loose somewhere? Is that it?
Not at all. Can I offer you anything? A glass of water?
Let's get right to it, shall we?
If you like. I jotted down a couple of things. Let's see here. I understand you were a clockmaker. That must have been interesting work.
I am a clockmaker. Oh, I'm retired now, but it's in the blood, my life's work. You understand.
Indeed I do. Doug says you have a particular clock you're fond of. A real antique. Must be worth a great deal.
Oh, I'd never sell it. It was presented to me on the day of my birth. My father loved my mother very much, you see, and in those days it was fashionable for a husband and wife to love each other for their entire lives.
And it's no longer fashionable?
Well, if it were, the woods wouldn't be so full of marriage counselors these days.
So the clock was a kind of symbol. You were born on the same day, so to speak.
You want me to tell you I think the clock is alive, don't you? Like a real person. Well, I don't think that. It's a mechanism, nothing more, nothing less.
Then why are you so concerned with keeping it in perfect condition?
That clock is not only priceless, Doctor, it's a family heirloom. Wouldn't you want to maintain it as perfectly as possible?
Well, yes, but...
You aren't sure?
Yes, I'm sure. But then we aren't talking about my clock. We're talking about your clock, aren't we?
Oh, you have a grandfather's clock, Doctor?
As a matter of fact, my wife bought one recently. She collects antiques.
Tell me about it. Whatever comes to mind.
Well, it's about 8 feet tall, hand-carved, built in Germany in 1874. But we're talking about you, Mr. Forstman. Sam.
Oh, why, I thought we were talking about your clock.
Oh, we were, but we've gotten off the track.
Track? Are we going to talk about trains now?
No. Well, if you've nothing more you want to discuss...
I could talk about clocks for hours, Doctor, but your time is expensive. Mine's free. I think I'd better go now, for your sake.
It's been a pleasure.
There is one little thing.
Yes?
I know that when my clock stops ticking, so will I.
Really? You believe you'll die on that day?
Does that make me crazy?
No. But it is rather unusual.
How's your clock running, by the way?
Why, I don't know.
You might want to have it checked.
If I had a clock like that...
You'd what?
I'd get rid of it. I'd have to.
So, either I go or the clock goes. Is that what you're telling me?
I didn't say that.
Well, I didn't think you did. I mean, why would anybody say a thing like that?
Why, I don't know. Such an idea would have no rational basis.
It certainly wouldn't.
Definitely.
None at all.
Indubitably.
Then that should put your mind at ease. I hope I've been of service, Doctor. Have a nice day.
Hey, Doug. Marnie.
I can't thank you enough for seeing him.
Yeah, thanks, Mel.
It's not a problem. I enjoyed it. He's very entertaining.
Oh, he's a character, all right.
So, what's the verdict?
He seems to be in marvelous shape for a man his age.
I'm sure of that. He just had a complete checkup.
What about up here?
Yes, his mind. That's what we're concerned about.
Oh, he's alert, aware. No signs of any cognitive disorder.
Did he talk about the clock?
He sure did.
And?
Oh, I wouldn't worry too much about it. At his age, a man's entitled to a few quirks.
You mean he doesn't need to be put into an institution?
Well, not as long as he has no debilitating physical problems. He should be able to continue living a productive life. But I do want to say something about this attachment of his.
The clock business?
I don't want to minimize it, but if I were you, I'd try to involve him in other things. I'm sure he has various interests.
Oh, yes, he reads a lot, and he's good around other people.
I can believe that. He's a great conversationalist.
The problem is, so many of his friends have passed away.
Does he ever go to the senior center? Anything like that?
I took him by there once, but he wasn't interested.
You can understand that. They're strangers to him. They have their own lives and families.
You might see if there's a regular group at the library. A good way to meet people with something in common.
If we can ever get him away from that darned clock.
It's worth it to make the effort. There is a risk in being so deeply attached to an object. Any object.
What kind of risk?
The clock is becoming an obsession. He's equating it with his own lifespan. That's not good for a man Sam's age. Whatever you do, do it gracefully. Change is a big thing at this point in life. But I hope you can find something else to engage his attention. Instead of letting him focus so completely on the clock. His world is closing in. Take my advice. Do everything you can to help him expand it. And soon.
Grandpa? Are you awake?
Come on in.
I thought you might be taking a nap.
Oh, no. I was just resting my eyes.
I see the clock's running perfectly again.
Perfectly. Marnie, I wanted to talk to you about that.
Oh, it's all right. Listen, Grandpa. Doug and I have to run into town. We were wondering, would you like to come with us?
Afraid not, dear.
I thought we could stop off somewhere, get some lunch. Anywhere you like.
Some other time. I have too much to do.
Like what?
That's what I wanted to ask you. Would you mind if I move it?
Move?
The clock. After all, it takes up so much space here in my room.
Yes, it does.
So you have no objection?
Just as long as you don't try to do it yourself.
Oh, don't worry about that. There were those fellas who came out one time. What were their names? When you put those other things of mine into storage.
I know who you mean. Something like the Starving Artists Moving Company? Wasn't that it?
Exactly. No job's too weird for us. That was their motto. Well, if they don't charge too much, maybe they'd lend us a hand.
I'm sure they would. Grandpa, I think that's a great idea.
It's settled then. I'll arrange it. You two kids have fun.
Watch your step.
Yeah, the carpet, I see it.
Set her down for a minute.
Couldn't he just use a watch?
Or a sundial. Never have to move one of those. Set it and forget it.
How does that song go? My grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf. Something.
So it stood 90 years on the floor. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, you must be very careful.
Okay, let's up two. We got 2 more calls to make.
All right, 1, 2, 3. Lift.
Oh. Watch it.
I got it.
Careful, I said. The pendulum. If it stops.
Not so fast.
Okay, straighten her out.
I can't.
Watch it.
Oh, watch it, please.
Keep lifting.
I'm losing my grip.
Whoa.
Sorry, Pops. That last step's a doozy.
No damage done, huh?
I'll start her running again.
Yeah, you do that. He said he don't want it to stop, remember?
No problem. I'll just open up the case and give it a push. That ought to get it, huh, Pops? Pops?
What's the matter with him?
I don't know.
He just keeled over.
Hey, Sal, feel for his pulse.
Oh, I can't find it.
Call 911. The old guy looks like
He's dead.
Okay, I'm calling an ambulance. Where's the phone?
Hey, Pops, come on. You didn't croak on us, did you? Quit fooling now.
Oh, phone's in the kitchen. I can see it. Gotta move the clock to get by.
Hey, wait, he's breathing.
Yes!
Hey, you gave us a scare there.
What happened? My clock.
Easy now.
Oh, I'm all right.
Don't try to get up.
Yeah, just stay where you are.
Don't be silly.
Still want a doctor?
A doctor? I never wanted one in the first place.
Okay, no doctor. Just let me give you a hand.
Listen.
What?
My clock. It's still ticking.
Yeah, sure. You had us worried there for a minute, you know. Don't do that, Pops.
I guess it just wasn't my time. Not yet. Not quite yet.
Here we are, almost home.
You think he'll like it?
Like what?
The takeout we brought him. It used to be his favorite.
Sure he will, honey. You think he's serious about the clock?
That was what he said. He definitely wanted to move it.
Will wonders never cease?
I'll carry the food. I want him to have it before it gets cold.
Go ahead, I'll catch up. I hope you treat me this nice when I get old. Marnie?
Oh, no.
What's the matter?
Oh, Doug, look.
Whoa.
I didn't know he was going to move it today. Next to the bookcase? It's so huge.
Maybe he's trying to make a statement.
He's trying to make a compromise with us.
Oh, you're back early, children.
Hello, Grandpa.
I thought we'd give it a try down here and just see how it looks. What do you think?
Well, I don't know.
You can see for yourself, can't you, Sam?
Yes, I see.
It sticks out like a sore thumb.
Uh-huh. Are you sure?
I think Doug's right.
Well, when you put it that way...
You seem a little shaky. Are you all right?
Yes, of course.
You didn't do any of the lifting yourself, did you?
Oh, no. Some nice college boys. That's what artists look like nowadays, I suppose.
You're awfully pale.
Oh, stop fussing. I'm fine.
You might as well be honest about all this. We talked to the doctor.
You did? Well, what a coincidence. So did I.
Well, he said...
He said you're becoming obsessed with it. And that's not good for you.
Senile. That's what he really said, isn't it?
No, Grandpa, he didn't.
Well, I'm not going to any loony bin. That's final.
Nobody said anything about...
But I'll tell you what I will do. I'll sell it. You heard me. Before that happens, I'll sell the clock once and for all and be done with it. Well, let's see. A red queen on the black king.
The room's going to be a beautiful nursery, Marnie.
You like the fabric samples?
Perfect. Now all you have to do is find the right paint, and you're set.
And a black 9, red 8.
Is that what you did?
You won't believe this, but I actually refused to get pregnant till I had the baby's room all planned out. George said that wasn't logical.
I'd have to agree with him, Carol. There's still some coffee left.
Maybe just 1 cup.
Sit down.
And where will you be moving after the baby comes, Mr. Forstman?
Oh, what did you say, young lady?
My grandfather's staying right here, Carol.
Oh, of course. I didn't mean...
I'll need his help around the house. I wouldn't know what to do without him.
I'm sure you wouldn't. Are you going to keep the clock downstairs?
We haven't decided.
Carol.
Yes, Mr. Forstman?
Carol, do you know anyone who might like to buy it?
Sure. Me. Wish I could afford it.
Do you mean that?
Do I? You know how I feel about antiques. Something like this would make my front hall.
Well, I think we could work out something. You could even pay me later. It doesn't matter.
Are you serious, Mr. Forstman?
It would be ideal with you living next door. I could visit the clock every day.
Not every day, surely.
I mean, I could look after it and keep it in good condition, you know.
Oh, I'd appreciate that.
You see, this is a very special clock. Not one of your normal 8-day models. It has to be wound every other day.
Carol wouldn't want you tinkering with it all the time.
It'd just take me a few minutes 3 times a week.
I wouldn't mind, Marnie. Your grandfather would take such good care of it.
If you're sure. It's up to you two.
Oh, I can't wait to see how it looks. And George says I don't have an eye for bargains. Wait till he hears about this.
Good morning, my dear.
Grandpa, up so early?
Early to bed, early to rise. Ben Franklin said that, I believe. Or was it George Washington? Well, no matter. Time to wind the clock.
Oh, that's why you have your toolkit.
Every other morning for 2 weeks now. Don't you remember?
Well, you could have slept in today. George and Carol are out of town.
They are?
Just for the weekend.
The weekend? But it runs down after 48 hours.
Grandpa, are we going to start that again? We've been so happy lately.
Yes, we've been happy. 2 weeks of borrowed time. I should be grateful.
And that's the evening news. Repeating our top local story, suburban crime dropped 17% since the mayor's new neighborhood watch program. We'll be back.
Sam, you in there?
Well, where else would I be?
Missed you at dinner tonight.
Oh, I'm a little under the weather. I decided to save my strength.
Anything I can get you?
No. I'm just going to watch TV for a while.
Sam, I just wanted to say that it's great to be a family again. Eating our meals together. We missed you tonight. Just didn't feel the same.
Thank you, Doug. And the same to Marnie. And now I think I'll lie down and rest my eyes before the movie starts.
You do that, Sam. See you in the morning.
And say goodnight to Marnie for me.
Will do. Good night.
What? I must have dozed off. Where's my pocket watch? Why, it's nearly 2 a.m. in the morning. Oh, better be careful not to wake 'em. I'll just get my tools. Oh, thank goodness for street lamps. Let's see now. There's Carol and George's, and the front walk, and the porch. I'll be able to see through the pane in the door, I hope. Oh, good. They left the hall light on. Yeah, there it is. How's the time? 2:31. Oh, it's lost 20 minutes already. I've got to get in. Oh, locked.
Pull over. I saw something.
Where?
In front of that house. Shine the light on it.
I don't see. Wait a minute.
Hey, you!
Me?
Hold it right there. Don't move.
You're not speaking to me, are you, officer?
You live here?
Well, yes. I mean, no. Well, not exactly.
Let's see some ID.
Certainly. Oh, I'm afraid I left my wallet at home.
So this isn't your house?
No, but my clock's in here. They're away for the weekend, you see, and...
Oh, so you figured the place would be empty?
No, I need to wind it.
Where do you live, Gramps?
Next door. The clock, it's running down, and Carol left without telling me, and now it must be wound. It must.
Say, what's he got in the bag? Oh, looks like lock-picking tools.
Oh, they're for fixing clocks. You don't understand. It's a very important clock.
Maybe we ought to take him down to the station.
He's harmless. Come on, Gramps. We'll get you home.
Oh, please, just let me wind it first.
Quiet down. You'll wake up the whole neighborhood.
But I've got to get inside.
Now look, mister. This is private property. You can't go in there.
Don't you see? I'm running down, too. If it stops, I'll die.
I doubt that, old fella.
But
come along now.
Please, officer.
We're very sorry this happened.
Sure, I understand.
He's not usually like this, honestly.
Happened to my old man. We put him in a home. He likes it there.
Good night, officers. We appreciate it.
Good night, folks.
Ma'am?
Come on, Grandpa. Let's go upstairs.
It's my fault, Barney. I shouldn't have expected anybody to believe me.
Can I get you anything?
No. I won't need a thing anymore.
Why do you say that?
Don't worry, dear. It's better this way.
Better?
Let me give you one last hug.
Don't talk that way. We'll have breakfast in the morning.
Good night, darling.
Good night.
It is better this way. It has to come sometime. I want it to come for me here.
Well, Sam, old friend, it is time for us to go.
And just where are we going?
Close your eyes, old friend, and lie back down. It's easier that way.
In a pig's eye. What are you doing in my bedroom anyway? The face is familiar.
It should be.
But I don't think we've been formally introduced.
I am your spirit. Our time has come, Sam. After all, you are 76.
That's nothing. And don't give me that spirit of 76 stuff. Who says my time has come?
Have you forgotten what your father told you? Not to mention your grandfather.
About what?
Didn't they always tell you that if ever the clock runs down, you'd die?
Yeah. You know, I actually used to believe that stuff, but it's a lot of foolishness. I know, I've been to a psychiatrist.
So what?
So he didn't think I needed that clock. He didn't think I was crazy either. And you know what? He was right. All this time we were wrong.
Sorry, Sam. I prefer to believe our grandfather. I never trusted head shrinkers myself.
Now you listen to me. My father and grandfather were from another generation. I live in the present. Live, I said. Look at yourself. You're just a figment of my imagination. I can see right through you. You don't exist, but I do. And I'll tell you when it's time to go. Only don't hold your breath. I've got a great-grandson coming soon, and I plan to be around so that I can play with him and watch him grow and take him to school, maybe even college. I repeat, I don't believe in you. Therefore, you don't exist. Now I ask you, am I right or am I right?
I can't argue with that logic, Sam. I have to admit you have a point. Let me know when it's time, Sam. Let me know.
There. Now maybe a fella can get a little peace around here.
Grandpa.
Marnie, why are you still up?
I was worried about you.
Well, what you should be worrying about is my great-grandchild. Now, come on. If you can't sleep, I'll make you a cup of hot chocolate. That should do the trick.
Why, Grandpa, where did you get all the energy?
Never you mind. Now, take my arm here. Careful now. Oh, wait a minute.
What's wrong?
I have a confession to make. I'm afraid I cheated your friends.
cheated?
That old clock hasn't been running right for 40 years. It's taken everything I know just to keep it going.
Really, Grandpa?
As a matter of fact, it stopped ticking for the last time just a few minutes ago.
Now, how would you know that?
Don't ask me how, my dear. I guess I know my grandfather's clock by now. But you know something, Marnie? When that clock finally died tonight, it was like, well, like I was born all over again.
Was it?
I'm not kidding. Like a great weight was lifted off my shoulders. And now I feel like I can do just about anything.
Well, for starters, we could get you into town a little bit.
Clocks are made by men, but only God is responsible for time. No man can prolong his allotted hours, or cut them short for that matter. He can only live them to the fullest. That's our legacy in this world, as well as in the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
90 Years Without Slumbering, starring Bill Irwin with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Rod Serling from a story by George Clayton Johnson. Heard in the cast were Mike Starr, Fernette Lebo, Doug James, Kurt Nabig, Rich Komanek, Sean Cross, Steve Key, and Jeff Lupetin. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, XM Satellite Radio, Sirius Satellite Radio, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Jason Mallow for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking. Gentlemen, Be Seated, starring Stan Freberg and Mike Starr, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Charles Beaumont. Heard in the cast were David Darlow, Anna Savrutsa, Doug James, Joby Cerny, Kurt Nabig, Jeff Lupetin, Carl Amari, Linda Reiter, Christina Verba, Peter DeFaria, and Chad Reinhardt. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Welcome to the Madison Avenue track. Step onto the moving sidewalk. Single file, please. No pushing or shoving. The time is 8:37 a.m.
Excuse me.
Certainly.
I'm in line here.
Yes, of course.
I was next.
I don't believe...
I have to get to work.
Do you? We all do. If you don't mind...
Make room, please. I'm late.
The line starts back there.
Are you being rude?
Why, no, I don't think I am. But if we all enter the pedwalk at the same time...
You stepped on my toe.
That wasn't me.
I believe it was. I believe that's the imprint of your heel on my shoe.
If it were, you'd have even worse fallen arches.
I don't appreciate that attitude.
I have a suggestion. If we all go barefoot, there'd be more room. You know, more foot space per square inch. Squeeze in heel to toe, so to speak.
Why, I never.
Of course, if someone fat comes down too hard, those little piggies would suffer, crying, wee, 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 all the way home. Would work, as it were.
Your remarks are most distasteful.
Not making a joke, is he?
No, I assure you.
He was.
Completely inappropriate.
Yes, indeed. This is a serious world we live in. No place for that sort of thing.
None at all.
I've a good mind to report him.
I give you my word. I would never make a joke about anything.
That's better.
Unless someone weighs over, say, 250 pounds. It'd be hard to take that lightly.
Did you say something?
Me?
You.
Not at all.
Well, see that you don't.
Absolutely.
I should hope so.
You have my word.
Some people.
Not another syllable.
You gave your word.
Positively.
These are serious times.
For serious people.
It's a necessity.
With all that's going on in the world?
I couldn't agree more.
Well, then, see that you do.
My lips are sealed.
Madison Avenue, next corner. Step off the moving sidewalk. Single file, please. No pushing or shoving. The time is 8:39 a.m.
Excuse me.
I have to get to work.
Wee.
Welcome to the world of the future. The time? A mere 20 years from now, give or take a few. The place? New York City. The man with the chuckle is Mr. James Kincaid, employee of the Spears Research Laboratory in Manhattan. A typical 21st century American, on the outside anyway. On the inside, however, it's a different story. Mr. Kincaid doesn't fully appreciate that fact, at least not yet. He doesn't dream that one involuntary sound, one little chuckle, has already set him apart from his fellow workers. For this is a serious world for serious people. But by allowing a single utterance to pass his lips, he is about to be transported out of this world and into the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, Gentlemen, Be Seated, starring Stan Freberg and Mike Starr, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Morning, Kincaid.
Morning, Miller. Not late, am I?
You're cutting it pretty close.
Sorry, Lindsay. Little skirmish on the pedwalk this morning.
Skirmish?
So many people nowadays. I hear there used to be cabs in New York. Think of it. Cars with drivers that took you all over. Up one street and down another. Shortcuts.
Sounds like a nightmare.
Yes, I guess it does. Biddle's not in yet, I take it.
Mr. Biddle's never late. It's 8:59 now. That means he'll be here in, well, less than a minute. 30 seconds, to be exact.
Morning, Mr. Biddle.
Yeah, morning, Mr. Biddle.
Sir? Hello, sir.
Good morning. Well, enough chit-chat. Back to work.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Look at that.
What?
Biddle. Somebody moved the electric coffee maker.
So?
He doesn't see the cord. He's going to trip on it.
Shouldn't we tell him?
No, wait. This is gonna be good.
How can you say that? Mr. Biddle! Mr. Biddle, watch where you're going.
Oops.
Who said that?
Why, no one, Mr. No one said anything.
Yeah, nothing at all.
Was it you, Miss Capshaw?
Me, sir? I only meant you should watch where you were going.
There was an oops, followed immediately by what I took to be a chuckle.
Oh, no, sir. I didn't laugh. No one laughed.
Was it you, then, Kincaid?
None at all, sir. I didn't say a word.
Are you crazy?
Pardon?
Laughing at him like that.
But I didn't. I don't know how to laugh. Nobody actually laughs anymore, do they?
And a good thing, too. As if anyone had time for such things.
Quite right. Well, better get started. I have a design to finish before... Oh, no.
Something the matter?
There's a red flag on my screen.
I'm not surprised.
It means Biddle wants to see me in his office. Well, here goes.
Yes?
Kincaid here.
Come in.
You wanted to see me, sir?
Sit down.
I could come back later if you
That
want...
chair right there.
Yes, sir, Mr. Biddle.
I suppose you're wondering why I called you in.
Not really.
What?
I mean, yes, I am. What was that?
The door. I locked it so we won't be disturbed.
Is that necessary, sir?
Cigar?
Beg pardon?
A cigar. They're quite good.
Oh, I don't smoke, sir.
Pity. I have them made special.
I thought there was no smoking in the building.
Oh, it's all right. This office is airtight and soundproofed. Are you absolutely sure?
Quite sure, but thank you anyway.
Now then, as to that difference, how significant it is, I don't know, but you may recall that a few minutes ago, on my way to my office, I tripped. Do you recall that?
Someone should have been more careful with the electrical cord. I should have. I hope you weren't.
What was your reaction?
Why, regret, sir.
Indeed?
Yes, sir.
It's a serious world we live in, and that is why we must be serious. Don't you agree?
Definitely.
Definitely. A man never knows what might happen at any moment.
Unquestionably.
Even the simplest things. They might not be what they appear to be.
I'm not sure I...
Terrorists, my boy. Spies. That sort of thing. They're everywhere. What if there were an explosive charge, say, hidden in this very office? It could go off at any time.
Surely not.
Oh, there's no telling when it might happen. Any time at all. I sit here at my desk, puffing away. While we talk about serious things, and the seconds tick by. Until it goes off. It was right under my nose, in the cigar, you see? What do you say to that? Aha! I knew it.
Excuse me, are you all right?
Of course. Oh, a little worse for wear. By the way, is my face blackened? Eyebrows singed?
A bit. Here, take my handkerchief.
Nonsense. It was only an exploding cigar. Tell me something, my boy, and be honest. Do you find yourself chuckling often?
Well,
How did it feel?
I'm afraid I don't understand.
Did it feel strange?
Yes.
But not unpleasant, right?
Not as such.
We could describe it then as a strange but not unpleasant sensation?
If you say so, sir.
Good. Splendid. Oh, splendid.
Will that be all, sir? I should get back to work.
Yes. I'll unlock the door.
Thank you, sir.
Look at them out there.
Pardon?
Do you see any smiles, Kincaid? Even one single little grin?
No, sir.
And do you know why? Because they've forgotten how, that's why. Note the emptiness in their eyes, the deadness, the utter nothingness. Like machines, Kincaid. Machines! Circuit boards with legs.
I don't understand, sir.
Not as yet, perhaps, but soon. Oh, my boy, if there ever is to be joy again in this world, and love, and happiness, and laughter, especially laughter, it's going to depend on you and those few like you. Oh, trust me on this.
Me, Mr. Biddle?
And now, a report from the executor.
It's the morning report from Washington. Eyes forward on the big picture.
Isn't he handsome? Just like on the posters. All right, everybody, stand up. He's gonna speak.
Citizens, I greet you. It pleases me to report that our gross national product is up 2.3% over a similar period last year. However, that is far from the goal we have set. The goal we promised ourselves.
Kincaid,
bigger, better
I have
country.
one more question for you.
Yes? In hydroponic
Why do firemen wear red suspenders?
inefficient use of available time.
You will, poor boy. You will.
Dawdling creates
Tonight.
waste, and waste is the cardinal offense, as we know all too
What in the...
Here I am, my boy.
Oh, Mr. Biddle.
Just as we said, 7:30. Right on time.
Yes, sir. I almost didn't make it.
Oh? Trouble?
The directions you gave me were fine. It's just that I've never been to this part of the city before. The pet walk doesn't run this far.
Oh, well, first time for everything. Glad you could make it. You've had dinner, I trust?
I ate something.
The usual synthetics? Of course. Well, they're all right, but I'll tell you something. There's a great deal of difference between a steak and something that only tastes like steak. Just as there's a difference between a human being and something that only looks human.
I see.
Do you? I hope so. I really do.
I'm afraid I don't see much at the moment.
That's because most of the streetlights are out. They don't bother to fix them since no one comes here anymore. Something the matter?
It's just the smell.
They don't spray out here either, but you'll get used to it.
May I ask, where are we going?
Why, we're almost there.
We are?
Yeah, they call this no man's land. The last of the old world, right here in the city. Beautiful, isn't it?
I suppose.
You don't think so. You think it's non-functional. A lot of ugly, wasted space. I know. Well, not to worry. They'll have it torn down in a few years, swept away, forgotten.
Evening, gents.
Why, good evening to you, sir.
Could you spare a smoke?
Sorry.
Hold on, my good man. I have here a cigar of the finest leaf, hand-rolled to my specifications.
You're not really going to...
Have no fear, my boy. This one's real.
You sure?
Indubitably.
How about some spare change for a cup of cava java?
Don't press your luck.
Thank you. Thank you kindly. Blessings to you, mister. To the both of you.
Plenty of unhappiness here, James, but plenty of happiness, too. Stand here a moment. Come on, close your eyes. Can't you almost hear the crying and the laughter? Don't move your head, please.
What are you doing?
Just a handkerchief. A simple blindfold.
What?
Nothing to be alarmed about. Just a precaution. There. Can you see?
No.
Good. Now turn around 5 times.
But why?
It's necessary the first time, in case you're rejected. Now take hold of my arm. I'll lead you to the entrance. Very, very private, you know. That's it. And away we go.
chicken cross the road.
To get to the other side. Come along, my boy. You can take off the blindfold now.
Mr. Biddle? What is this place?
The foyer, of course.
Those two chairs, they look like thrones.
What else?
But, Mr. Biddle...
What can I do you for?
Good evening. Is he in?
Let me see. Maybe yes, maybe no.
Tell him number 709 is here with the recruit.
Alrighty then. Try not to miss me while I'm gone. In the meantime, gentlemen, be seated.
Who is that?
What does it look like? A clown, of course. Well, you heard him. Sit down. I recommend the chair on the left.
You say so.
There. Feel better?
I suppose.
My turn now.
Mr. Biddle, are you all right?
Perfectly.
Here, take my hand.
I'm disappointed in you, Kincaid.
You are?
Didn't you find that the least bit funny? Just now when I went sprawling?
No, sir. You could have been hurt.
Oh, James, please. Try. Don't tell me you've forgotten how to laugh. Not you. I was so sure.
Sir, if you'd only explain to me...
No, there's too much explaining in the world and not enough laughing. We're all turning into a race of machines. Cold, efficient, heartless machines.
Ta-da!
Who are you?
Feast your eyes. Ever seen the smug before, huh?
The executor.
He does wonders with makeup. For a court jester, that is. The face doesn't quite go with that three-pointed hat.
What's the matter? You don't like it?
I didn't say that.
Then I guess the yoke's on me.
Well, don't just stand there with egg on your face.
What goes up the chimney down but not down the chimney up, huh? Quickly.
I don't understand the question. Would you repeat it?
Too late. Timing is everything. Go on, tell him.
An umbrella.
What?
An umbrella.
I don't know, Biddle. I'm very dubious.
He chuckled.
So you say. I haven't heard anything.
What's that?
Sounds like the phone to me.
Well, don't just do something. Stand there.
Jester here. It's for you.
It is? Hello? I say, hello. Sir, it squirted me right in the eye.
Must be an overseas call. Better clam up.
I'm all wet.
You sure are.
Now I really need a towel.
Oh, Biddle.
Yes?
I've got something for you.
Watch out!
Spoil sport.
But he's got something behind his back.
Where?
Right here.
But I don't like pie.
Lemon meringue. You're positively reeking. Time to hose off, and nothing leaves you squeaky clean like good old seltzer.
Who's got the soap?
Forget soap. You need your rubber ducky.
Or a lifeboat. Now, wait a minute. It's not possible. What's wrong, Kincaid?
You'd better get a change of clothes, Mr. Biddle, or you'll catch your death.
You see? Hopeless. That's it.
Wait. He's only a beginner.
But we must be so careful, Biddle.
Yes, but give him a chance.
Very well. One last test. Glad to meet you, Mr. Kincaid. Put her there.
I don't...
Go on, shake. Ow! Oh, that didn't hurt. It's just a joy buzzer. You wind it up, and when someone shakes your hand...
That's it. That's it. I've had it. I don't know what any of this is about, but I know one thing. I don't want any part of it. You people, you're out of your heads. You're all loony. You're psycho. I'm getting out of here right now, and don't try to stop me.
Uh-oh.
Another fine mess you've gotten us into.
Let me out of here.
You see? Emotion.
I'll admit that's encouraging.
James, this way out.
If you please, it's just through here.
No tricks this time?
No tricks.
Wait, this is a library.
A small reading room for our members.
Members?
Mr. Biddle told you nothing?
He asked me to meet him. I thought it was about work. What is this building?
Used to be offices.
Now it's abandoned, so we made it our headquarters.
Headquarters of what?
The SPOL.
The Society for the Preservation of Laughter.
Have a seat.
Oh, no.
Now, this one's a real chair, I promise.
Well, just for a minute. Oops. Hey, that was not me.
You sure, my boy?
Sorry, I must have left an old whoopee cushion under the seat. Collector's item now, you know? Here, let me get it.
Go on, make yourself comfortable while I explain. You see, James, we're a secret organization. A kind of underground, if you will. Running counter to established law in the Commonwealth.
Most of what we do is either frowned upon as bad taste or legally forbidden. We are, in short, outlaws.
I don't like the sound of that.
An old tradition. Ever hear of something called speakeasies? They were secret clubs that sold liquor during Prohibition. Well, this is a laugh easy.
All these books, the posters on the walls, Laurel and Hardy, the Three Stooges.
Who are they?
All great clowns from the past. There's Perot, Punch and Judy, Bozo.
We try to keep the tradition alive.
What tradition?
You see, Mr. Kincaid, the world has forgotten how to laugh. There are some of us who regret that fact. Unlike those in power, we feel that laughter is important enough to be preserved, at any cost. Am I getting through to him?
What the jester is trying to say, well, the world used to be a pretty terrible place, you see, James. We had disease and war and oppression and prejudice and a lot of unpleasant things. The people couldn't change it all, but they could do their best to endure it.
How did they endure it? By laughing at it, ridiculing it. They laughed at everything then. But along came the psychologists and the censors, and suddenly nobody could tell a sexual joke or a racial joke or a sick joke or any kind of joke. They weren't politically correct. And that was the end of humor. We're trying to keep it alive.
Take the trick cigar. You chuckled.
I did not.
Yes, you did, and I'll tell you why. Because a figure of authority became ridiculous. Understand? Oh, James, try.
A laugh cannot be forced, Biddle. You should know that.
I do, but...
Let's get to the main test. It's just through here, the last door. Everything should be ready. No false laughs now. We can spot them a mile away. Understand?
Wait a minute. This looks like...
Spears Research. Where you work, Kincaid. Where I work. A perfect replica, down to the smallest detail.
But how?
It's nothing, really. We have art directors, carpenters, just a matter of painting a set, some props.
And now,
the music. And the screen. The executor. Is he giving an address?
You'll see.
Okay, everybody stand up.
Citizens, I greet you. It pleases me to report that our gross national product, however, that is far from the goal we have set.
Yay is a tomato for you.
For a bigger, better country. The World Council shows a decrease in...
Our broadcast has been temporarily interrupted.
Refreshing, wouldn't you say?
But it's unpatriotic.
Perhaps you should talk to your fellow workers.
Miller? Is that you?
Who wants to know?
It's me, Kincaid. But how?
A rubber mask. Realistic, if I do say so. Watch this. He's about to reboot his computer.
Now, boss?
Now.
Well, Kincaid?
Well, what?
His computer, man. It blew up in his face. What do you say to that?
Computers are awfully expensive.
The World Stock Exchange Terminal. It's just come online.
But Wall Street's closed for the night.
They're open in Tokyo. Watch.
And they're off. Dow takes the lead, followed by DAX, NASDAQ, Fortune 500, and gross national product. As we go into the turn, it's OPEC forcing the pace. Wait, national debt's closing in. Now it's consumer spending versus trade deficit. Fighting it out neck and neck. This is going to be a close one, folks. And the winner is Beetlebomb. Gross national product in last place.
The executive said the gross national product was in good shape.
Oh, not much hope for him.
One more angle. Try this.
Lindsay?
Hi, Jim.
But this isn't your computer.
I traded it for a video poker machine. Got a quarter?
A quarter?
Come on, I'm on a roll. One more win and I'll buy lunch. What do you say?
All right.
Jackpot. I hit it, Jim. Or rather, we did. How about lunch? In Paris. We can take the rocket shuttle and be back before Biddle knows we're gone, okay?
I don't know. The French have been very un-American lately.
James, get with the program, boy.
I'm trying, sir.
You certainly are. I need a drink. Come on, the bar's this way.
I'm afraid I've done all I can. Okay, everybody. You can take your masks off now. Mark his scores, please.
On a scale of 1 to 10, I give him a 3.
Shh, 2.5.
That's too much.
I say a big fat 0.
I agree with you. 0. That's it for me.
What'll it be, germs? I mean, gents?
Martini, double. And one for my friend here. Make it special.
Coming right at you.
Were those my judges?
Don't worry about it. I haven't given up on you yet. How about a game of darts?
But, sir, the target's there. Pictures of the executor.
So they are. How about a rotten egg?
Eggs? Right there in the basket, gentlemen. Or you can throw.
I don't know, sir.
Oh, come on. This is the man who destroyed fun. Who took away the good times.
But
you've hated me, haven't you, James? As a boss. No, you have. I know. And with good reason. I've been a stern, pompous ass. But I'm competent at my job. The company can trust me. I know my role. But I'm not at work now.
Oh! Good one.
Yeah, good one.
Right in the old schnozola. Try one?
Well, okay.
Good boy. Got him right in the eye. Another?
If you say so.
He took it on the chin. Now try the neck. That's always funny.
2 martinis.
Wait. Drinks first. This one's yours. Well, through the teeth and over the gums. Look out, stomach. Here it comes.
My glass is leaking.
Of course it is. That's what's called a dribble glass. See the little slits in the side? When you tip it to drink, voila! Doesn't that tickle your funny bone? It's a start. 2 more.
No problem. Here's your drinks.
Thank you, my good man. Cheers.
I think I'm starting to like these.
Keep 'em coming.
My pleasure, sir.
Look at the screen. Know who that is?
Who?
Betty Boop. A flapper, they called her. Always doing the Charleston. Here, turn it up.
Want to dance, Mr. Biddle?
Do I? Hold my drink, James. You ain't seen nothing yet.
All right. Biddle, 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 Biddle.
I'm laughing.
Biddle, 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 Biddle,
Mr. Kincaid.
Did I pass? Huh? What did the judges say?
If I could have a word with you outside?
Tell me, I'm laughing. I must be. See? I've never felt this way before.
Sorry, Mr. Kincaid. Time's up.
Morning, Jim.
Morning, Lindsay. You're looking sexy as usual.
What?
Later, alligator. We're on for Paris, by the way.
I don't know what you're...
The rocket shuttle? Oh, that's right. It wasn't really you. Well, I'll explain. As soon as I talk to old man Biddle.
Jim, have you been drinking?
After a while, crocodile.
Come in.
Hi.
You are 17 minutes late.
I know. Those martinis, whatever they were, they really got to me.
Martinis?
I hadn't even tasted this stuff before last night. Sorry. I was pretty plastered. Who took me home?
I don't know what you're talking about.
About last night. SPOL. Hey, why does the fireman wear red suspenders?
What?
To keep his pants up!
Are you sick, Kincaid?
Oh, come on, Mr. Biddle. I know I was a disappointment to you, but it was also new. They're not going to hold it against me because I didn't laugh, are they? I didn't know how. But I do now. Listen.
Kincaid?
Yes, sir?
You're fired.
So the judges ruled against me. I don't blame them. You can fix it, can't you?
Get out.
All I want is a second chance. Is that too much to ask? I can learn. If I don't, what will happen? Humor will die, and comedy, and all the great...
I don't know what you're babbling about, Kincaid, but I warn you, if you repeat any of it to the authorities, they'll put you away. Do you understand? One thing I cannot afford to do in my line of work is take chances. And you're not a good enough risk. Do I make myself clear?
But, sir...
Do I make myself clear?
Evening to you.
Evening.
I was wondering, can you spare a smoke?
Sorry, I don't... Wait a minute. Have you ever seen me before?
You? Well, no,
Did you smoke a cigar last night?
Oh yeah. I think I did.
Here. Get yourself a cup of cava java.
Hey, thanks.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah?
Would you happen to know where it is?
Where what is?
The place where they laugh.
That's a good one. No laughing around here. It ain't allowed, you know.
I know.
Well, evening to you.
Yeah. See you in the funny papers.
A section of the city known as No Man's Land. Mr. James Kincaid, once 39, but a lot older now. He frequents this neighborhood every night, perhaps hoping to hear the lovely, desperate sound of laughter echoing from a dark, unmarked building somewhere in the faraway reaches of the Twilight Zone.
The Twilight Zone continues in just a moment.
You are about to enter another dimension, a dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind, a journey into a wondrous land of imagination. Next stop, the Twilight Zone. Hi, this is Stacy Keach. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our Twilight Zone website at twilightzoneradio.com. At twilightzoneradio.com, you'll find the latest information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas, including behind-the-scenes photographs, plus the newest product releases, trivia contests, ways to contact us, other Twilight Zone-related info and merchandise, plus links to other fascinating websites. So make your next stop twilightzoneradio.com.
Visit twilightzoneradio.com to purchase these Twilight Zone radio dramas on cassette and CD, or call toll-free 1-866-989-ZONE. That's 1-866-989-9663.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Letitia?
Yes, Miss Winter?
Would you get me my sun hat?
Right here. I knew you were going to need it, so I brought it from the house special.
Thank you, Letitia. What about my dark glasses and my sun lotion?
Right over there by the wet bar.
Get them for me, will you?
Yes, ma'am. Can I bring you some iced tea?
No, thanks.
How about a nice glass of lemonade?
A vodka and orange juice would be more like it.
Yes, ma'am.
Where are the children? Still in their rooms?
Well, now they were. Just changing into their swimsuits after school. They should be down in a minute.
That's nice. Is my book over there?
Sure is, right where you left it this morning.
Bring it to me.
Coming right up.
I don't know why I bother to read these things. They don't do one bit of good. I'm okay, you're not. Somebody's making a fortune telling people what they already know.
Yes, ma'am. No running now.
Whatever you do, children, do it quietly. Mother has a king-size headache.
Okay.
Sport, where are you off to?
Down to the pool. Jeb and me are going swimming.
Jeb and I. Don't you two have any homework?
Nope.
Jeb?
Well, just a little, Mama.
But we can do it after supper.
Promise?
We promise.
Can we go now?
Yes, you may. Be careful. Your brother's not as good a swimmer as you.
Am too.
Come here, young man.
Aw, Mom.
Kiss your mother hello.
All right.
That's a good boy.
When's Daddy coming home?
Don't ask me. That man keeps his own hours.
Bye, Mom.
Keep an eye on your brother. No diving off the deep end, and no shouting.
Will there be anything else, Miss Winter?
Just one.
Yes?
Make me another drink.
Yes, ma'am.
To have children, to love them and watch them grow, is the most precious gift life has to give. But to have children and not love them is a sad mistake, one that's not easily remedied. Because when left to their own devices, children may have no choice but to seek a world of their own. Meet Sport, barely 11, and Jeb, her younger brother. They don't know it yet, but they are about to be cast adrift in a mysterious place called the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, Bewitchin' Pool, starring Karen Black with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Jeb, what are you doing? Holding your breath? You're gonna suffocate yourself. What are you doing that for, anyway?
It's the only way I can keep quiet.
Mama didn't mean we couldn't talk. It was the yelling and hollering that made her have a headache.
I'm just a natural-born screamer. Can't play unless I holler.
I know a quiet game.
Yeah? How do you play?
Well, look down there, in the water.
That's not a game.
Jeb, come on.
Okay, I'm looking. Now what?
What do you see?
A swimming pool. What do you think?
Do I have to explain everything to you? It's a pretend game.
Well, what do you see?
A river. You and me floating on a raft, just like Tom Sawyer.
No!
Now we're coming to an island.
What's on the island?
It's all full of caves and rattlesnakes and pirates.
And witches?
Well, I guess you can have one witch. Just one.
A fat one!
Who ever heard of a fat witch?
I don't like skinny ones. They're scary.
They don't make fat ones.
It's my witch. I can make her fat if I want to.
It's my game.
You loud-mouthed kids! Pipe down over there!
I better shut up. Mama will get mad at me.
No, she won't. She loves you.
Then why does she yell like that?
It's just the way she acts. 'Cause of her headaches.
You know something, Sport?
What?
I love you. You're the best sister I ever had.
You're silly. Come on, let's go swimming.
Yeah!
You're home early.
What?
I said, you're home early, darling.
Where are the kids?
In the pool.
Who's watching them?
Nobody.
Is that right?
Sport's an excellent swimmer. They don't go in the deep end.
What were you doing in town today?
Oh, now I'm being followed.
I saw your car in the parking lot next to the TV station.
I had an interview. Anything wrong with that?
An interview? For what?
I'm tired of my talent going to waste.
Your talent.
Show me one high-fashion model who can hold a candle to me.
Is that what you are this week? A high-fashion model? Seems to me last week you were an artist.
If they call me, I'm taking the job. You'll see.
You've got a job right here, taking care of the 2 kids.
Then what's the maid for, sugar?
What are you for, Gloria?
I can see it.
Can you?
Yeah. In the yard is a big old swing made out of a tire.
You're good. Then what happens?
Well, the little boy gets tired of swinging and goes in the kitchen. It smells like chocolate cake. There's a lady there. She picks up the little boy and hugs him. The little boy feels happy. The lady gives him a piece of cake and...
You might as well know here and now I'm fed up with the whole mess.
What mess are you referring to?
I'm referring to the fact that I'm tired of footing a bill for your every little whim. Art school, modeling, dance lessons, guitar lessons, acting lessons. You've got time for anything and everything except being a mother.
There's old Tom Sawyer again. He's in the cave trying to rescue Becky Thatcher from Injun Joe. See, Jeb?
I think so.
I got a business to look after.
I know what kind of business you're looking after.
Now Tom's leading Becky along the cliff. Must be about a 1,000,000-mile drop, but Tom isn't scared. Jeb, are you listening?
If that's what you think, why don't you come on down to the office?
Come down to the office. That's what you said when I married you. Well, I came down to that stinking factory of yours, and all I could see was pretty little secretaries flirting with everyone in sight.
Are they yelling because we've been bad?
Heck no.
Maybe I was bad and I didn't know it.
Don't worry. They'll stop in a while.
I don't know why I bother even talking to you.
Then don't.
Hey! What's that?
Hey yourself.
Who are you?
Want to have some fun?
Where'd you come from?
Yeah, how'd you get in our pool?
Never mind that. Just dive down. Come on.
What is going on over here?
Nothing.
I can't even have a conversation without you brats yelling.
We were just talking to this boy.
What boy?
In the water. He was here and then he was gone.
There's nobody else in the pool.
But he's gotta come up for air.
No, Jeb. We were just playing pretend.
Pretend? You fool kids.
Where'd Daddy go?
He went in the house. Supper will be on the table soon. You'd better be dried off and ready. Don't you go off and play. I mean it.
Yes, Mama.
What's the matter with you guys? Are you coming or not?
Where?
A secret place.
Secret? Where's that?
Who are you, little boy? Where'd you come from?
You'll find out. Let's go.
Do we have time?
Well...
I'll have my supper now.
You think I'd cook for you after the way you talk to me? You can drink your supper.
Oh, like you?
I wish I'd left you years ago.
Well, what's keeping you?
Come on, Jeb. Let's go with that boy.
She said not to leave.
When I think of the career I gave up for you, it makes me sick.
Career? That's a laugh.
I hate this house and everything in it. I hate you.
They don't care what we do.
What if they hurt each other?
I'm older than you, and you have to do what I say. Now follow me.
Well, here goes.
There he is, sitting on a rock.
What's he doing?
Fishing? Don't you know anything?
Hey, you guys. Come on out.
He looks just like Tom Sawyer.
He does, kind of.
Hey, where are we?
Come on, Jeb. Let's find out.
grab my hand. There you go. Here, take these. One for each of you.
Where'd you get these big old towels?
Aunt T sent them along just in case. We weren't sure if you were coming or not.
Aunt T?
Dry yourself off, Jeb. Where are we?
Aunt T's, of course.
Where's that?
A secret place.
We sure got here funny. Just dived in our pool and came out here.
Want to see a minnow?
What's a minnow?
A fish.
Sure.
I keep it in a jar over here.
Where'd you get it?
I caught him. You can catch all kinds of fish here. At least always when no one's swimming.
Can I catch one?
You don't know how.
How do you know I don't know how?
I saw where you live. Went to fishing hole for miles.
I do too know how to fish. Don't die, sport.
Boy, I want to know something.
Don't call me boy. I got a name.
What is it then?
I told you. Wit.
Wit who?
Just Wit. I used to have a last name before I came to live with Aunt T, but I forgot it.
What were you doing in our pool?
Just looking.
How'd you get there?
How did you get here?
I can't figure that out yet. I'm studying about it.
Can I catch a fish, please, sport?
We gotta find our way home.
Aunt T will be mighty disappointed. Better stop in and say howdy.
Well, I got no time to go around saying howdy to people.
Sport, I'm cold.
Yeah, the sun's going down. We can't be far from home. We'll get back there somehow.
Sport, how did we get here?
Well, the way I figure it, there's a hole in the bottom of our pool that nobody knows about.
Maybe we got caught in the tide.
That's a good one.
Don't you laugh at my brother.
I will if I want to.
And don't you laugh at me either.
You're just a girl.
I'll chew you up and spit you out in little pieces, boy.
Ha, let's see you.
All right, then. You better put your hands up, boy, because I'm going to sock you right in the jaw.
Ha, can't catch me.
Just you watch.
Sport, look.
I'm looking.
Where did all these kids come from?
I don't know, Jeb, but I think this must be Aunt T's place.
There. Lots of frosting. And a fine cake, if I do say so.
Aunt T! Aunt T!
Why, whatever's the matter with it?
She's gonna beat me up, Aunt T.
I sure am, boy.
She'll do it, too.
Will you really, child?
I aim to. Yes, ma'am.
Very well. But I'll have to ask you to fight outside and not in my kitchen. You're liable to break something here.
Aunt T, it ain't fair.
It is if it's a fair fight. Here now, you both take these boxing gloves. I'll keep some put away just in case. And remember, don't hit a man when he's down. No hitting below the belt. You know the rules.
I do, but maybe she doesn't.
My sister knows everything.
Is that right, little man? What's your name?
Jeb.
Well, Jeb, I'll tell you what. While they're settling their grievances, you can finish icing the cake. Would you like that?
Can I?
And then, if those two have any teeth left in their heads, they can help us eat it. Go on outside now. Jeb and I have work to do.
Is this real chocolate?
Why, it sure is. Nothing but the best in my kitchen.
Chocolate's my favorite.
Mine, too. There you go. Use a knife and smear it right on. You're very accomplished. Have much experience frosting cakes?
No, ma'am. This is my first one.
Do tell. I'd never have guessed. Why, what are you two doing back here? Back already?
We didn't go yet.
No. Why not?
May I try that too?
And me?
I thought you couldn't wait to beat each other up.
Later. We'd rather do this.
That right, Whit?
Yup. I mean, yes, Auntie.
Very well. Here's a knife for each of you.
Take your time, Jeb. Do it right.
I am.
My, you are such solemn children. Don't you know how to laugh?
Sometimes.
But not now.
What's there to laugh at?
Oh, you have eyes. Take a look around. I'm a rather ridiculous old party, wouldn't you say? You could laugh at me.
You're not funny. You're nice.
Thank you. Out of the mouths of babes. Riddles, then. Who knows a riddle?
I do.
I do.
Me too.
You. Let's hear it.
Why wouldn't the mommy horse let her baby go outside and play?
That's a good one. Why?
Because he had a sore throat and he was feeling a little hoarse.
That's a good one, Jib.
Me next.
Me.
Young lady.
What is the laziest mountain in the world?
The laziest mountain in the world? Who has the answer?
Give up? The laziest mountain in the world is Mount Everest.
Oh.
My turn.
All right, Whit.
What do you call someone who crosses the ocean twice and doesn't take a bath either way?
Oh, that is a hard one. Somebody who crosses the ocean twice and doesn't take a bath.
A dirty double-crosser.
Oh.
Aunt T, all the frosting's gone.
And just in time. What a handsome job you've done with the cake.
Looks kind of lopsided to me.
Nonsense. It's perfect. While it's cooling, I'll assign you new children your chores and show you where your rooms will be. Come along. This way. What's the matter?
We didn't come here to stay.
My dear, children always come here to stay.
What? No.
But I want to.
Jeb.
What are you hugging me for, boy?
I want to stay.
You come back here.
I'm staying with Aunt T.
She's a kidnapper.
Oh, no, my dear. Mind you, I've seen children I would have stolen if I could.
What for?
To get them away from unworthy parents. But I've always resisted the temptation.
Then why are all these kids here?
Because their families didn't deserve them. All they wanted was to be loved, so they could grow up right and get out on their own. But some moms and dads didn't realize what they had. Somebody needed to give these little ones a chance.
How about me?
Oh, I found you on a doorstep when you were only a few hours old. It was a lucky thing I came along on that cold winter's night.
What did I look like?
You were as red as a beet. From crying, you know. But you were so cold. Somebody had to do something.
Sport! Jeb!
They're calling us.
Who is?
Our mother and father.
I don't want to go.
You darn kids, where are you?
It's that way for a lot of kids.
We better go home now.
These voices you hear calling. At first they seem quite strong, but they get fainter and fainter, and after a while they fade out. And one day you simply cannot hear them anymore.
Sport! I'm calling you, young lady. Don't pretend you can't hear me.
We've got to go home.
Can you tell me why? I've got everything you need right here. Why, there's the swimming hole down by the creek. And the days are long, with all manner of things to do and see. And then there's always a hot meal and lots of children to play with. Blind Man's Bluff, Ringalivio and the Red Rover, all kinds of games. Some I bet you never heard of. See that little girl out there with the pigtails? When she came here, she never had smiled. Not once. All that changed pretty quick, let me tell you. Now all she does is laugh all the livelong day. Makes my heart glad to see them so happy. That's why I bake a big cake every day, just the way they like it.
We've just got to. Because that's where we belong. We're their children, and they love us. And, well, we love them.
In that case, you must go back.
No.
You too, little man. Your sister's reasons are good ones. I cannot argue with them.
Can you tell us one thing?
What's that?
How do we get home?
Oh, the same way you got here.
But I don't know how we got here.
I think you do. Try to remember. It isn't far.
Come on, Jeb.
We'll come see you again real soon, won't we, Sport?
No, my darlings, I expect this is our goodbye. Finding your way back here would be difficult, if not impossible, but I want you to know that I consider it an honor to have met you, however briefly. You will always have a place here, in my heart.
Here's where he came out of the water. It's a good place to dive. Just stand out there on that rock, take a deep breath, and jump. You'll see. It's easy.
Stand next to me, Jeb.
Do we have to?
I'm your big sister. You have to do what I say.
Bye, Whit.
Bye, little Jeb. You mind your sister now.
Whit?
Yeah?
I just wanted to tell you, I wasn't really gonna beat you up. I was just talking.
Me too.
Well, bye now.
Bye, Sport. Don't let the bugs bite.
Have you found them?
Not a sign. I told them not to leave the yard. I told them.
Well, that's just it. They have no respect for you. You aren't firm enough with them.
What about you? You're never here. Try putting up with their whining and screaming 24 hours a day.
Gloria, look!
Mama?
Sport, where's your brother?
Here!
Where have you two been?
We've been calling you for an hour.
In the pool.
You're lying. I looked in the pool.
We really were, Daddy.
And we came up on the other side, and we helped make a cake with Aunt T.
What's he talking about?
And we caught a fish.
He's not making things up, Daddy, honest.
He's lying to cover up whatever devilment the two of you have been into. Jeb, come here.
But it's true, Daddy.
Come here, I said. Look at me. I want the truth out of you. No more lies. You understand?
It wasn't a lie. It wasn't.
Now you listen to me. Get in your room and stand in the corner till you can tell me where you've really been all this time. Do I make myself clear?
Yes, Daddy.
He understands now. It was a game, Daddy, that's all. Just a game. We were pretending. There isn't any Aunt T.
I should hope not, but I want to hear it from him.
Do as your father says. Go to your room. And forget about any dinner tonight. You've missed it. Both of you. Sport? Jeb?
Over here, Mama.
What are you doing by the pool?
I got up early. I couldn't sleep.
Where's your brother?
In his room, I guess.
No, he's not in his room. I checked. He's nowhere in the house.
Well, I haven't seen him. Is breakfast ready?
Not yet. Your father is waiting to talk to you.
What about?
I'll let him explain it to you. But there are going to be some changes around here.
What kind of changes?
You'll see. Things are going to be different.
Will things be better?
You bet your sweet life they will. Now find Jeb and hurry.
All right, Mama. Here goes. Wit, where are you? Auntie? Help me get back. I don't know how.
Auntie?
Yes, Jeb?
What are you making that quilt for?
Because we need quilts. Lots and lots of them. To keep the children warm and snug at night.
Don't you know anything?
Sure I do. I know lots of things.
When you finish cleaning the shoes, your next chore will be to help Whit bring in the wood for the stove.
Auntie?
Hmm?
Why do they have to be chores?
Every child must have chores to do. It teaches the value of work, the self-respect of doing a job well.
Makes big muscles, too, like mine.
Let's see. Roll up your sleeves.
I told you. Big, ain't they?
Wow.
Keep working, boys. You have more shoes to clean.
What are all the shoes for anyway?
They're for the children, too, of course. Think of it, you and your sister didn't have any shoes at all when you came here yesterday.
They all got holes in their swimming pools too, Auntie?
Oh, dear me, no. Some of them don't have swimming pools. Some come down the chimney, or you open the door, and there they are. Sometimes you find them on street corners or on a doorstep like Whit here.
What's that?
Oh, why, someone's outside at the window.
It's my sister.
Sport, dear. Come in. Oh, come in.
I can't. I'm dripping wet.
Wait a minute. I'll get a towel from the cupboard. Here you are, my dear.
Thanks.
I told you she'd come.
I'm surprised that either of you made it. It's very rare for anyone to find the way here a second time.
I'm sorry to bother you, ma'am.
You're not bothering me in the least. As a matter of fact, I'm delighted to have someone here who can help me with the quilting. You do so.
No, ma'am.
Oh, well, you'll be surprised at how quickly you'll learn.
I can't stay.
Oh?
I only came to get Jeb.
I ain't going.
It'll be different at home now. Mama told me.
Told you what?
They aren't going to yell at each other anymore.
Is that all?
We're going to take trips together.
Where?
Oh, everywhere. Disneyland and Ohio and Australia and the North Pole. Anywhere we want to go.
I don't want to go to those places.
Jeb Sherwood, are you coming, or do you want me to throw you over my shoulder like a sack of potatoes and carry you home?
Have things changed where you live?
Yes, ma'am. Everything's going to be better now.
In what way?
They're going to love us.
Really?
Mama told me, and she wants to tell Jeb too.
You know, Jeb, it would look quite undignified if she threw you over her shoulder like a sack of potatoes. Don't you think so? If I were you, I would go willingly.
I'm staying. If we live this time, we won't ever get back here again. Besides, I've got chores to do.
If what Sport tells us is true, Jeb, then you are not meant to be here at all. You are meant to be home with your mother and father.
Do I have to go?
I strongly advise it.
You'll see, Jeb. It won't be so bad.
Jeb, listen closely. There is only one truly precious thing a person can give, and that is love. If I were a young person on his way to receive such a wondrous gift, I do believe I would go with a smile on my face. Much better. Now, don't dawdle. If love were waiting somewhere for me, I would run to it as swiftly as the wind.
You ain't kidding me?
I ain't kidding.
Then, bye, Wit.
Bye.
Don't worry about us, Aunt T. Everything's gonna be just fine.
I sincerely hope so. Goodbye, love.
Maybe we should wait till tonight.
No. You said you'd talk to them. Let's get it over with.
I've got a half-dozen people waiting for me at the office.
For once. Just once. Would you mind putting your family ahead of your work?
I'm not the one, it's you.
Lower your voice. Here they are now.
Sorry.
You're wet. I sent you to find your brother, not to play in the pool.
That's where he was, in the pool.
Do you know what happens to children who tell lies?
We go to hell and get burned up.
Well, you're here now. Sit down. Your father has some good news to tell you.
Sport already told me. We're all gonna be happy again and go on trips and...
I can't do this, Gloria. You tell them.
Very well. Your father and I are getting a divorce. If you don't know what that is, it means he's going to live in one place and I'm going to live in another.
Where?
As far apart as we can get.
But...
What we want to know is, do you kids want to live with me, or do you want to live with her? I suppose we could split you up if you'd prefer.
No! I want to be with Sport.
It's up to you. Make up your own minds.
We want it the way it was.
Well, you can forget it.
I'm into that.
We'll be good.
This time we really will. We won't fight or cry or make noise. We'll be so good. Won't we, Jeb?
What are you talking about?
It's all our fault. You hate each other because of us.
Oh, that's not true.
I'll tell you one thing. We wouldn't have stuck it out this long if it hadn't been for you two. You might show a little consideration.
I don't have to stay with either of you.
Me neither.
Come back here. We're not through with you.
Hurry, before they catch us.
I can hold my breath a real long time. I've been practicing.
I know you can. Get ready. On your mark.
What do you think you're doing?
Stop them.
What if we can't get back?
We've got to. Get set, go!
Come out of there right now.
This time you're gonna get what you deserve for good.
Are you coming out, or do I have to drag you out?
Aunt T, help us! Help us, please!
Auntie, I need you. Take us now.
Get out of that pool. I am not gonna tell you again.
Do you hear what Daddy said? He means it.
Aunt T!
Gil, they're staying down there a long time.
I know.
Do something. They're drowning.
All right.
Don't let them drown. Don't let them drown.
They're not down there.
But they've got to be. It's broad daylight. They can't just disappear. Where could they go? Jeb! Sport!
What is it, Sport? You look so far away.
Huh? Oh, I thought I heard something.
Well, did you?
I guess not.
Children, where are you?
Come back. Please come back.
Don't you want any?
What, Auntie?
Oh, I asked you, child, if you'd like a piece of chocolate cake.
Oh, yes. May I, please?
Why, you certainly may.
Me too.
The end of an odyssey for two children, were cast adrift for a time. They took a chance searching for love and finally found it in the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
Bewitchin' Pool, starring Karen Black with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Earl Hamner Jr. Heard in the cast were Haley Nabig, Eli Newman, Evan Armacost, Kurt Nabig, Regan Alte, and Ora Jones. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises and the Rod Serling Estate for making this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Jeff Lupetin for Falcon Picture Group and Westwood One. Sound design and custom Foley effects for The Twilight Zone by Cerny American Creatives Bob Benson, Craig Lee, Matt Sorrow, Tim Cerny, and Todd Beyer. To learn more about The Twilight Zone radio dramas and to contact us, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. Doug James speaking. What's in the Box, starring Mike Starr with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and based on a script by Martin Goldsmith. Heard in the cast were Meg Thalken, Jeff Lupetin, Christian Stolte, Franette Lebo, Doug James, Carl Amari, Paul Patch, and Roger Wolski. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, XM Satellite Radio, Sirius Satellite Radio, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Jason Mallow for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Okay, you know the drill. You talking to me, Copper? Well, I don't see anyone else here. Spread them so I can read you your rights.
Set it and forget it. 3 easy payments.
Coffee beans that are aged.
Will you stop it? Turn that thing off.
We'll have to operate on his brain at once.
scalpel. Watch it, nurse. It's the bottom of the 8th inning, and so far it's been a very tight game.
Drop it! Drop it or I'll shoot!
Take it easy, Phyllis. The repairman's coming. You did call him, didn't you?
Of course I did. Now turn it down. I'm trying to cook dinner in here.
I gotta keep it warmed up, don't I? Bring me another beer.
Get it yourself and wash your hands. It's almost ready.
Yeah.
Acme TV repair.
Come on in.
So, what seems to be the problem?
Did you hear me, Joe? Dinner is served.
In a minute. Channel change is messed up.
You don't say.
Keeps flipping all over the place, one thing after another.
Well, let me take a look.
Yeah, you do that.
Shall I repair it here, or perhaps take it to the shop?
Are you kidding? Tonight's a big match from the Garden. World Hardcore Tag Championship.
You know, Mr. Britt, it may take some time.
Just fix it, will you? I gotta watch my programs.
Okay, Joe, have it your way. If it's cold, it's not my fault.
I'm coming. Go ahead, pal. I'll check back with you.
Most certainly. Mind if I turn the sound up?
A man's gotta do what a man's gotta do. Just keep it down to a raw, huh? The wife. You know how it is.
Yes, I do.
Your wife, that's all I hear.
Easy. I said I'm taking care of it. Huh?
Why don't you just tell her about us?
Don't worry, I'll tell her everything. When the time's right.
If you were any kind of a man, you'd do something now. You'd get rid of her.
Wait a minute. What kind of program is that?
Oh, that's Channel 10.
But I don't get Channel 10. There's no such thing.
Portrait of a TV fan. Name, Joe Britt. Occupation, cab driver. Married to one Phyllis Britt, long-suffering companion in a lower middle-class apartment. His one consolation is the time he spends in front of his television set, watching various sports, crime, courtroom, and medical shows, his nightly escape into a world of fantasy and high drama. But tonight, Mr. Britt is going to watch something not listed in his local newspaper, a special broadcast designed for the cabbie who's seen everything. Joe Britt doesn't know it yet, but his flag is down, his meter's running, and he's already in high gear, on his way to a call that will lead him off the pages of the map book and into the Twilight Zone.
And now, the Twilight Zone and our story, What's in the Box? Starring Mike Starr, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Great dinner.
Glad you liked it.
Scrumptious.
Wasn't it?
Absolutely mouth-watering.
I thought so, too.
Tastes like...
Yeah, go ahead and say it. Like what, Joe?
I got it. Fiberglass.
Well, keep on being late. What do you expect?
Not much from you.
Yeah, the feeling's mutual.
I'm telling you, I'm getting sick of it. Where'd you get this slop? The Lucky Dog pet store?
You're getting sick of it. How do you think I feel? I don't get a man coming home to me at night. I get something left in the cab that's all used up.
Nice, Phyllis. Real nice. Tell the whole world. We got company, remember?
Oh, yeah. The TV repairman? Better hope he gets finished pretty soon, Joe, so you can watch your programs instead of having a conversation with your wife.
We're having a conversation right now.
Sure we are.
It ain't my fault I'm pulling long hours.
Yeah? Whose fault is it? The man in the moon?
I already told you. Guy hails me when I'm heading into the garage. Had to haul him all the way up to Yonkers.
Oh, give it a rest, Joe. I heard that one before. The other day it was Yonkers. Yesterday it was LaGuardia. You don't fool me one bit. Just tell me. Who's the girl?
What girl?
The one you've got on the side.
You're crazy.
Yeah, and you're a louse. You don't have nothing left by the time you get home. You gotta be giving it away someplace else.
Yeah, I got so much extra energy. Where would I get it? Not from this food.
You get what you pay for, Joe, and you're slipping way behind in your payments.
Give me a break.
I'll give you a break in your head is what I'll give you. If you're cheating on me, Joe, I swear.
Can it, Phyllis? The guy out there's getting a free show.
Free? How much are you paying him? $10 an hour? 20? And for what? So you can watch your stupid TV. I got a suggestion, Joe. Why don't you sleep on the couch tonight so you don't miss the late show?
That's it. I'm going in the other room.
Well, don't let me stop you. Take the whole six-pack.
As soon as he gets done, you better hurry up. It's getting late. The main event's coming up. Goat Boy and Old Crow versus Dude Love and Rob Van Don.
I know what's going on. You think I don't?
You can't even look me in the eye anymore. You're so guilty.
Phyllis, for the love of...
Well, don't jump off any building on my account, Joe. One of these days, I'm going to even up the score. Make it a real tight ball game.
What's that supposed to mean?
Freddie Broom. You know, that good-looking butcher? He's always given me the once-over. I can feel his eyeballs rolling over me like ball bearings. You'd think I was the Queen of Sheba.
What are you trying to do, start a fight? Well, I got no fight left in me. Once that joker gets fiddling with the TV, all I want to do is watch wrestling and flake out. I'm pooped.
Yeah, I'll bet you are. You drove to Yonkers. For all I know, you even went twice. You shouldn't drive so much, Joe. You'll ruin your health.
How's it coming, Mac?
Well, Mr. Britt, you've got yourself a little problem here.
Little problem? You've been at it an hour now. I could have built a whole new set by now.
Is that so?
Sure thing. I didn't just step off the ferry from Jersey. I know how you guys operate.
Do you?
First you kill a $20 hour. Then you say you gotta take it down to the shop. Another 20. Then you start switching tubes and charging me for the privilege. I get some poor sucker's old parts, and he gets mine. Nobody's the wiser, right?
If you say so.
And what was that phony station you brought in? Channel 10 my aching back.
I don't know what you're referring to.
You don't, huh? Probably put a videotape in just to confuse me. It's a racket, that's what it is. A penny ante Cosa Nostra. Well, the state of New York's got laws against that. So save yourself a headache. I ain't swinging for no big bills, period.
In that case, the set's ready.
What?
You heard me. The set's ready. No charge for my services.
Want a beer? On me.
No, thanks. Have a pleasant evening.
Same to you, pal. Same to you. Now, where's the remote? Hey, Phyllis! Come on in. We can get Channel 10.
Your wife, that's all I hear.
In a minute, Joe.
Hold your horses, baby. What? That guy looks just like...
Why don't you do something about her? I trusted you. I didn't hold anything back. I waited and waited.
Wait a minute.
You drove me all the way out to the park in your taxi, and now you won't even speak to me. What's the matter? I'm talking to you. What's the matter, Joe?
How did they know? There wasn't no camera around. What do you want from me?
Marry me.
Marry you? What are you, crazy?
If you don't, I'll tell her everything.
Like what? I'm a bigamist? Look, baby, we're talking about two different things. Love is flowers and wine with dinner. Marriage is a floor mop and 2 pounds of hamburger.
I'm serious, Joe.
So, how's the picture?
The picture?
Look at you, you slob. You spilled your beer.
It'll dry out.
It's a good thing your mother gave us this rug. I hate it anyway. Even beer stains is an improvement.
Take it easy.
You say we can see Channel 10, so where is it?
I turned it off.
Well, turn it on again.
Maybe later.
Later, I've got the stove to clean.
Turn it off, Phyllis.
Quit clowning.
Give me that thing.
What are you, nuts or something?
Never mind.
You yelled to come in and look at Channel 10, and then when I drop everything... What's the matter? Is the set still on the blink?
Yeah, I mean, no.
Well, there must be something screwy. You know there's no Channel 10 around here. Did you try the other channels? Let me see that remote again.
Get your hands off that! Listen, Phyllis. Are you by any chance trying to pull a fast one?
I don't know what you mean.
That guy. Who was he?
What guy?
Don't give me that. The guy, the repair guy.
Oh, him? How do I know? I never saw him before.
No? You're the one who called him. I told you to call a repairman. I didn't say which one. You picked him out.
Oh, you're suspicious. Well, Casanova, you can relax. When I even up the score, it'll be with that butcher, Freddie Broom. He's got the most expressive hands. Oh, I've watched him cut meat. You should see what he can do to tenderize it. He sends me right to Yonkers.
Yeah, sure, that must be it. He did something to the TV. They can do all kinds of cockamamie things with electronics.
You're acting like a lunatic.
Okay, who was he? Before I crack you one in the mouth.
Like I told you, I don't know. The regular repair guy, he's on vacation. So you were yelling to get the set fixed tonight so you can see every drop of blood on Goat Boy's forehead. Excuse me, I mean forehead.
All right, knock it off. You don't have to read my horoscope. Where did you get this, Fink?
Let go of me. From the phone book. Where else? What's wrong, Joe? He didn't fix it right?
No, he fixed it. He fixed it perfect. You should have seen this. This Channel 10. Nah, never mind.
I'd like to. Turn it on.
No. It's nothing. Honest. Go finish your cleaning up. I'm sorry I yelled at you. See, I guess the traffic got to me. Yeah, that's it.
Well, something sure did. You keep this up, Joe, you better see a psychiatrist. Take my word for it.
I guess I'll stick to wrestling. Something civilized.
They're circling each other, looking for an opening. With a tag team gold on the line, this is going to be a real slobber knocker.
This is more like it.
Now the collar and elbow hookup into a quick go behind. Whoa, Nelly! Dude loves going for this patented sleeper hold. Oh, but wait a minute. Goat Boy fouls him with a billy goat kick. Well, where's the referee? Oh, that one must have hurt. Now, you're not going to believe this, folks. He's trying to chew Dude Love's ear off. Come on, Rev. This is a Pier 6 brawl. Now all 4 men are outside the ring on that hard concrete floor. Break it up. Oh, somebody's got to stop these behemoths before...
Great dinner.
Glad you liked it.
Huh?
Scrumptious.
Wasn't it?
Absolutely mouth-watering.
I thought so, too.
What is that? Tastes like...
Yeah, go ahead and say it. Like what, Joe?
I got it. Fiberglass.
Well, keep on being late. What do you expect?
Not much from you.
Yeah, the feeling's mutual.
I'm telling you, I'm getting sick of it. Where'd you get this slop? The Lucky Dog pet store?
I
don't believe this.
How do you think I feel? I don't get a man coming home to me at night. I get something left in the cab that's all used up.
Nice, Phyllis. Real nice. Tell the whole world. I don't believe it. If she sees this... Hey, wait. Can't breathe. Ow! Ow!
Joe, I'm all finished. Let's watch something together for once. Even your wrestling, for a while at least. Joe? Joe! Talk to me, Joe! Joe, wake up. Are you all right?
What happened?
I don't know. Here, get up on the couch.
I must have fainted or something.
Are you okay?
Yeah, sure.
What happened?
Maybe something I ate. Yeah, that's it. It tasted kind of funny.
Well, why wouldn't it? I had to heat it up 3 times.
Twice would have been enough.
Now listen to me, Joe.
Huh?
It may be your heart.
Oh, come on.
I'm serious. All that overtime, it's not good for you.
You ain't kidding.
You'd better go to bed while I call the doctor.
No. There's nothing wrong with me.
Sure, Joe. You just keeled over for no reason.
It's the television.
What?
There's something screwy with the TV.
Are we on that again?
Phyllis, I got something to ask you.
I'm listening. Here, put your feet up. You want some hot chocolate?
This is important. Are you sure you never saw that repair guy before?
I'm going to call the doctor.
Come here. Sit down. I told you I got something important to talk about.
All right. What is it?
Phyllis, what would you say if I told you that I saw myself?
Oh, Joe, please.
I'm serious. Wearing my regular clothes, just like I look right now.
I'd say you looked in the mirror. I do that all the time, and I don't like what I see either, but it's nothing to faint about. Like Frank Sinatra said, that's life. Nobody's getting any younger. But what are we going to do about it? The moving finger writes and haven't written...
I said, listen, I'm talking here. Phyllis, I saw myself on TV.
Really? Was it that candid camera? I hope you were smiling. You always had a real nice smile.
No, it wasn't the candid camera. What would you say if I told you I saw you on TV, too?
When?
Just now.
I'd say you're cracked, Joe. I haven't been out of the apartment all day.
Then somebody's spying on us.
If you really think that, you must be losing your marbles. Why would anyone want to spy on us? It's not like we ever do anything anymore. Nothing to write home about.
Enough! Okay, forget it. Either you really are a bird brain or you're in on it. Ain't there something you want to tell me, Phyllis? Look me in the eye. I'm giving you a chance to come clean.
Joey, you know better than that.
Never mind that Joey stuff. I'm on to you. You're trying to trap me. You set me up, didn't you?
Joe, you're scaring me.
Well, you'll have to get up mighty early in the morning to get the drop on Joe Britt.
You must be sick. You're not yourself.
Now, you listen to me. You go into the kitchen and you look up that repair guy in the phone book. Tell him to get back here on the double. Understand?
Sure, Joe, sure. Take it easy. You'll get your blood pressure in an uproar.
Because if he don't, I swear I'll go down to his shop, wherever it is, and drag him here. Who do you two think you're dealing with? I ain't nobody's sucker.
Okay, I'll call him. See, I'm going. In the meantime, why don't you go to bed? Calm down. Take a load off.
Now, fellas!
Hello? This is Mrs. Britt. Yes, I think you'd better get over here right away.
Calm down, she says.
Come here.
What do you see now, huh, Joe? What do you see?
I'm on to you.
You're nuts.
We'll see about that.
Ha! Missed me.
I'll kill you.
What's that? Say it again, Joe, so the neighbors will hear. I have witnesses.
I said I'll kill you.
Oh, no, you don't. Not my mother's face.
Stand right there.
Put it down, Joe. It's an antique.
Yeah? An antique, huh? What's it gonna be worth in a minute?
You lousy, no good.
Come to Papa.
Get away from me.
I got you cornered. No place to go now.
I don't like that look in your eye.
Unless it's out that window.
Joe, put it down. Not the vase.
Don't you try to run or I'll smash it, I swear.
No.
Get away from the window.
Let go of me.
Phyllis! Phyllis, honey! Oh. Phyllis. Phyllis!
Yeah? What's the matter now, Joe? Joe?
What's the matter? Can't you hear? Can't you see? Look!
Look at what?
The TV!
What about it?
On the screen!
There's nothing on the screen. See for yourself.
But I saw it, I tell you. You and me right here in this room.
What are you talking about? Channel 10 again? I told you, Joe, we don't get Channel 10.
It's a trick. It's gotta be. Somebody's playing a trick on me. Why? Why?
Dr. Saltman, how is he?
I've given him a sedative. I'll also leave you a prescription for some tranquilizers.
Is that all he needs?
We'll just have to wait and see. Of course, it might be wise to seek more expert advice. I'm a family doctor. Psychiatry's not my specialty. However, his condition could turn out to be relatively simple.
What condition is that, Doctor?
I read an interesting study the other day. It might apply here. According to this study, it's possible for someone to suffer delusions, even actual hallucinations, because of what's called media overload, effects that are directly attributable to the electronic culture we live in.
Why don't you give it to me in plain English? I can take it.
Well, for example, television. You told me your husband's an addict. Perhaps he's been staring at this mixed blessing, so to speak, for such a long time that its reality has become his.
You mean he's turning into a TV set?
No, nothing like that, but he may have reached a stage of confusion where he no longer knows whether he's watching the action or participating in it.
You're putting me on.
He's living a kind of waking dream, in other words. Mind you, that sort of thing isn't limited to the mentally ill. It can come in flashes for anyone who's exposed to large enough doses. I have on occasion found myself actually calling for sutures or sponges while watching an operation on television.
Even a man like you.
Never mind.
Is that what's wrong with my Joey? He thinks he's one of those doctors on TV?
In your husband's case, I gather he believes that he has, in some sense, already murdered you.
What?
Or rather, that he will. He no longer seems capable of differentiating between past, present, and future, between reality and fantasy.
Yeah, like with his wrestling.
In any event, we don't want this situation to develop further.
I should say not.
I'd like you to bring him to my office first thing in the morning. I'll order a thorough checkup, reflexes, blood work, and so forth.
Sure, if you say so.
Meanwhile, see that he gets some rest.
I will. Thank you, Doctor, from the bottom of my heart.
Glad to be of help. I'll let myself out.
Oh, Dr. Saltman.
Yes.
Is this your little black bag, or am I just imagining it?
Oh, yes, of course. Thank you. Perhaps he shouldn't watch any more television for a while.
Oh, good idea.
Think of it this way, Mrs. Britt. If you gaze into the abyss long enough, the abyss may begin to gaze into you.
Isn't that the truth?
Good night, and sleep well.
Can you beat that? I wonder if I stare into the frigid air long enough, I'll turn into cold cuts. Wouldn't that be something, though?
We'll get back to our movie in a minute. Fitzworthington's here. You say you want dependable transportation? You need a second car so the little woman can get out of town on the weekend? Wouldn't that be something? Well, tell you what I'm gonna do. We'll get back to the news in a minute. You see this little baby right here? I'm gonna give it to you for nothing down. That's right, nothing, zero, not a penny. Walk in and drive it off with just your good name, a smile on your face, and the number where your little wifey can be reached while she's out of town. Come in your birthday suit. What do I care? How's that for a bargain?
Oh, what's the use? That guy's on every channel. I might as well turn in.
Phyllis?
Hold your horses, Joe.
Phyllis!
I said keep your pants on. I'm just turning out the lights.
Phyllis, where are you? Phyllis, where are you? Help!
Hold on, Joe. I'm coming. What was that noise? I heard a crash.
The mirror.
What did you do?
The mirror on the dresser. I looked in it, and I saw this room. And in this room, I saw you, Phyllis. You were arguing with someone. And I didn't want to see that. So I threw the water glass and broke it.
I'll clean it up. Now lie back down. The doctor wants you to sleep.
I can't sleep. You wouldn't be able to either if you'd seen what I saw.
So, okay, stay awake. Only let's make a deal. What you saw, I don't want to hear about it.
He told you?
Yes, and what you saw on the TV before. But he said not to worry, just go to sleep, and tomorrow you'll be fine. Can I fix you something?
It's okay. Phyllis.
Yes?
Phyllis, lean closer. I have to talk to you.
Oh, no, you don't.
What's the matter?
Every time you start off like that, we wind up in a fight. And tonight, if you don't mind, I'm passing.
Don't you worry about it. I got nothing to fight with you about.
That's a relief.
If anyone's to blame for us not getting along, it's me.
Well, what do you know? The doctor shot some sense into you.
Do you think so?
Now, go to sleep. You're not well, Joe. You can't be. If you were right in the noodle, you'd never be talking like this in the first place.
No, I mean it. I really mean it.
Oh, Joe.
You know, Phyllis, driving a cab is pretty lonely work. You're all by yourself for hours and hours. And in between times, people are yelling at you to slow down, hurry up, take Madison Avenue, don't take Madison Avenue, turn right, left, stop, go. And on top of all of that, they think I'm cheating them. Would you believe it?
No, they don't. Who says that?
So when someone finally comes along and smiles at you, calls you mister, well, maybe you go all to pieces and think the moon and the stars are your own private property, at least for the night. It feels like spring. And you act like a first-class donkey, kicking up your heels like you were 17 or 18. See what I'm saying?
No.
There ain't no point in drawing you a picture. I guess you get the message.
Maybe you better spell it out for me.
Well, seeing you dead like that, after you fell out the window, or at least I thought you fell out the window, because it was on the TV and all, it was an awful shock. And I realized, well, you know what I'm trying to say.
Then say it.
Okay, I'll give it a try. It took a shock like that to make me realize it's you, and not some...
Sounds like you're trying to confess something.
I just mean, it's you I love. You're the one.
I'm touched.
Okay, I'm just trying to be honest.
I'm really touched. How's that, better?
You don't have to get nasty.
Me? Nasty? What am I supposed to get, dewy and gooey?
Please, Phyllis.
Am I supposed to fall all over myself when my husband of 27 years tells me he's finally decided he loves me? You don't know what love is.
That's not the point I was making.
What is the point then? After charming the pants off the entire borough of Manhattan, he pins the blue ribbon on me? Which means I win one used-up nitwit. Easy credit, no money down. All mine to keep and feed and pamper and obey till death do us part. The only point you've got is the one on top of your head.
Take it easy, Phyllis.
I'll take it easy, all right. I'd take a butcher knife to you right now if you weren't so pathetic, lying there in bed out of your ever-loving mind.
Who's out of his mind?
You are if you think I'm gonna take your crap lying down.
Well, at least you take something lying down.
Yonkers, huh? Tell me another one. No wonder you're so short on the money every week. You've been blowing it on some cheap floozy.
Cheap? Not everybody's cheap. Some people are expensive.
You admit it.
I didn't admit nothing.
That's where our money's been going. You
get out of here before I...
You bet I will. This is one time I'll be glad to obey. To think of the years I gave you. Well, never mind that now.
What are you doing?
What does it look like? I'm packing my bags and moving on.
You can't do that.
Oh, you just watch me, Buster. I'm gonna drag you into court, Mr. Britt. You and your fancy woman, whoever she is.
This is the thanks I get for trying to turn over a new leaf.
So long, Joe. Thanks for the memories.
I don't know what I ever saw in her. Will somebody please tell me? That woman wouldn't know sympathy if it jumped up and bit her on the behind. Get out of here before I throw you out.
Order in the court.
Phyllis?
Your Honor, the prosecution objects to these interruptions by the defense.
What's going on in there?
May we have a sidebar, Your Honor?
For what purpose?
Who's in my living room?
Approach the bench, but I warn you both, if this is a delaying tactic.
Ugh, that TV again. I should have known.
Your Honor, the defense is merely trying to establish the sequence of events. Or, should I say, to respond to the fantasy presented by the prosecution.
Throw me out. I'd like to see him try.
Now what are you doing?
I'm taking my crystal glasses. They were a wedding gift, remember?
But why?
But no.
You don't have to do that.
Why, he says. Stay away from me, Joe. I'm warning you. The mood I'm in right now, you're lucky I don't tear you limb from limb, you dirty, rotten cheat.
Order. This court will stand in recess.
What did you have to turn the TV on for?
On? It's been off for 15 minutes.
Look for yourself. Channel 10. What do you want to do, drive me nuts?
That'd be a short trip. We don't get Channel 10. Get it through your thick skull.
You didn't see anything on the tube?
No, I didn't, and neither did you. You've been faking it the whole time.
Phyllis!
I'll Phyllis you.
It is the ruling of this court that Dr. Saltman's testimony be entered into evidence. He testified that, in his expert opinion, the accused was sane at the time of the crime, so the charge of murder 1 with special circumstances will stand.
How can you stand there watching this?
To what? You flapping your gums?
That's not me!
Who's not you?
Joseph Britt, the jury has found you guilty. It is the judgment of this court that you be taken to the state prison where you'll be put to death in the...
Oh no! Turn it off! Off!
The set's already off. Anything you see, it's in your mind, Joe. It must be your lousy conscience. Take a good look.
Turn it off!
What's the matter, Joe? There's nothing on Channel 10, is there? If you see something, go ahead. I don't mind. Why should I? I never meant anything to you anyway. We'll both watch it together. Why not? I need a good laugh.
Get out of my way!
Oh, I'm so frightened. You just scare me to death with your big muscles.
Way, I said!
My, how rough you are. Tell me what you see, Joe. It must be very upsetting.
Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want.
No, I'm innocent, I tell you.
That's what they all say. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures.
You ain't getting me in that room.
Don't fight it, Joe. Lo, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death.
All I know is, I ain't sitting down.
There's no use struggling. In all my years, I haven't seen a strap break yet.
No! No!
There. Now let's see this TV work. No more Channel 10 or anything else.
Was it Lady Wrestlers, Joe? Or a burlesque show with fan dancers from Yonkers?
Shut up! You shut up or I'll kill you! I swear I'll kill you! Come here.
What do you see now, huh, Joe? What do you see?
I'm on to you.
You're nuts.
We'll see about that.
Ha! Missed me.
I'll kill you.
What's that? Say it again, Joe, so the neighbors will hear. I have witnesses.
I said I'll kill you.
Oh, no, you don't. Not my mother's vase.
Stand right there.
Put it down, Joe. It's an antique.
Yeah? An antique, huh? What's it gonna be worth in a minute?
You lousy, no good.
Come to Papa.
Get away from me.
I got you cornered. No place to go now.
I don't like that look in your eye.
Unless it's out that window.
Joe, put it down. Not the vase.
Don't you try to run or I'll smash it, I swear.
No.
Get away from the window.
Let go of me.
You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You can't afford an attorney.
What happened? My wife and I were having an argument and then...
Keep walking. Get in the squad car.
You ain't gonna give us any trouble now, are you?
That's him. That's the man. I saw him push her. They were fighting.
Stand back, folks.
All right, break it up. Break it up. Party's over.
Excuse me, Mr. Britt.
You. The repairman. You started the whole thing.
Fix your set, okay?
What did you do to my TV? It's your fault. Your fault.
All right, move along.
Oh, Mr. Britt, I can use you for a reference, can't I? You will recommend my services if anyone else should need their set repaired, Mr. Britt?
Joe Britt, cab driver. Also a two-bit Romeo and star of Channel 10, who made his television debut just in time for the new season. But the series was cut short. His final show was only a few months later, broadcast live from the prison at Ossining in the Twilight Zone.
More from the Twilight Zone after this.
Hello, I'm Stacy Keach. I hope you're enjoying this edition of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. To learn more about this series, be sure to log on to our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. You'll find special discounts on our Twilight Zone audio collections, listings of our radio stations, links to other websites, and a photo gallery of our recording studio and some of our stars in action. Plus ways to contact us with questions or comments about the show. And for a limited time, when you log on to twilightzoneradio.com, you can send in for a free CD of the show. So be sure to visit us at twilightzoneradio.com. You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension. A dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Will you slow down?
Yes, sir. Anything you say, sir.
Just get us home in one piece.
Your wish is my command. Some party, huh?
It was your idea.
Oh, I wouldn't say that. They're as much your friends as mine.
A regular barrel of laughs.
You have to admit, every time Walter does his Barbra Streisand impersonation...
Pull over.
It's not that much farther.
I mean it, Millie, or I'll throw up all over the dashboard.
Put your head between your knees, take a deep breath.
Now!
Okay, Bob, I'm pulling over.
Stop.
Hey, where are we?
Oh, let me out.
Bob, I thought you were my navigator. I must have missed the turnoff, after Riverdale.
That's right. Blame me.
I'm not blaming you. You had the map.
Don't talk.
You should have told me you weren't paying attention.
Now look where we are, in the middle of nowhere.
Oh, my head hurts.
Want me to put the top down? Some fresh air?
I just want to go to sleep.
All right, get in.
Hurry up.
Will you look at that? All those stars. I never knew there were so many. We don't see stars like that in Manhattan.
Night.
Wait a minute.
Let me sleep.
What happened to all the stars?
Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite.
Did you see that?
Where's the blanket?
1 minute there were a million of them, and then something blacked them out. Oh, they're back again. Oh, must be my eyes.
Hurry up, Mel. Come to bed.
Sure, Bob.
Bob and Millie Frazier, two average New Yorkers who attended a party in the country and stayed too long. They also drank too much and on the way home took an unexpected detour. But they aren't worried. In a few hours, it will be morning and they'll be home in their bed safe and sound. Or so they'd like to think. Most of us wake up knowing exactly where we are. The rooster or the alarm clock brings back the familiar sights and sounds of home and the comfort of another day's routine. But our young friends are in for a surprise. Tomorrow is going to be a day like none other, as they spend it in the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, Stopover in a Quiet Town, starring Stephanie Weir with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Bob? Reveille, Tiger.
What?
The year's at spring, the spring's at morn, the morn's at 7.
Speak softly, woman. I got a hangover that was meant for a much bigger man.
Want an ice bag?
No, just call an undertaker. What was in those martinis anyway?
Gin held downwind from the vermouth.
I don't suppose.
What?
I wasn't by any chance the life of the party.
You were perfectly fine. Yeah, great, in fact. You told that joke about the ball bearings.
Oh, not that one.
And you broke a lamp making a forward pass with the throw pillow.
Was it expensive?
The pillow? Not very. You spent the rest of the evening oogling that girl.
Which girl?
The one in the low-cut sequin dress.
Oh, that girl. Yeah, pretty enough, I suppose, if you like that sort of thing.
How would you know? You never looked at her face.
You sure it was me?
Oh, it was you, all right.
Hold down the fort. I'll make the coffee.
That would be thoughtful.
Wait a minute. I didn't even take my shoes off?
Don't tell me. Oh, Bob. I knew you were toasted, but really, you slept in your clothes.
You should have helped me out of them.
I couldn't even help myself. Look at this dress. It's disgusting. Now I have to get it cleaned.
I didn't think I had that much to drink. Did I?
Bob, this may sound like a foolish question, but where are we?
What?
Open your eyes the rest of the way, very carefully. Now, take a look around.
I hope we are in an apartment on West 12th Street in New York City.
Open them the rest of the way.
Oh, no. Tell me I'm still asleep.
I wish I could.
Millie, answer me honestly. Have you ever seen this bedroom before in your life?
Not even in my dreams.
We went to sleep at home, didn't we?
Sure we did. Remember?
Not exactly.
We left the party up at Bedford Village.
And I was driving.
No, I was. I had to because you were...
Sleepy.
That's a nice way of putting it. Let's just say unable to keep the car on the road. I put the top down.
I thought I did that.
It was supposed to revive you. Then somewhere about Riverdale...
Somewhere? You missed the turn?
Wait a minute. Something came down on the car from overhead. A shadow. And then...
Then?
That's all I remember.
You probably plowed into another car.
I most certainly did not.
Well, another car plowed into us. We probably got knocked out.
You were already out.
Please, I am trying to contact my brain. Somebody brought us here, put us to bed, leaving us fully clothed. That was respectful, don't you think? And now there's probably bacon sizzling and a plate of scrambled eggs waiting in the kitchen.
I could use some of that.
Yeah, me too. But I doubt there's room service. I don't smell any coffee.
Hello?
Anybody home?
Good morning. No scrambled eggs.
And the cupboard was bare. They must have gone out so we could sleep it off.
The future of casual living. Pretty trusting types.
First things first, the phone. At least I can find out where we are. Is information 411?
I don't know. Just dial 0 for operator.
Why can't I get a dial tone?
Go easy. You'll break it. Bob!
I hardly touched it, I swear.
Now we'll have to replace it.
No, we won't. The phone company does that. Look at this. It wasn't even wired to the wall. How do you figure?
Maybe they didn't pay their bill.
There aren't even any screws. It was glued on or something.
We'd better leave them a note. Got a pencil?
Nope. I don't even see a pad.
Must be one around here somewhere. I'll look in the drawer.
You do that while I try to stick this thing back to the wall.
She's not a very good housekeeper. The drawers stick. Bob, would you give me a hand?
Just pull.
This drawer, it isn't real.
Let me see that.
Careful.
Some kind of veneer. Just a facade glued on. They all are.